Innate soul power level 20? This system is too stingy. Dai Yunhan has crossed over to become the fourth prince of Xinglaw, awakening a love system. The newbie gift pack reveals a god-level martial soul, the chaotic twin wings tiger, along with an innate soul power level of 20. He pouts only on par with Qian Renshua. No prestige, but when the black and white wings unfurl, the nearly 20-meter-long tiger-shaped martial soul envelopes the hall. Everyone goes crazy. Mutated martial soul, a blessing for the nation. The Xingluo Emperor beams with delight. Zhu Tianfeng, the head of the Yuming family, stares at Dai Yunhan, his eyes wide. This fourth prince is much stronger than Dai Mubai. He secretly glances at Zhu Zhuqing beside him, calculating, originally meant for Dai Mubai. How about switching to the fourth prince now? Following this innate level 20 genius is definitely better than following Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's face falls. She has a strong brother Davis above him. A useless younger brother below him. He has no hope in the fight for the throne. Davis clenches his fists, his nails digging in his flesh. This kid is here to seize the throne. Dai Yunhan feels the shock from everyone and is overjoyed. Whether the martial soul is strong or not doesn't matter. Being handsome is enough. His gaze sweeps across the crowd, finally landing on Zhu Zhuqing. The system suddenly prompts. Conquering Zhu Zhuqing will grant you the Yuming Spirit Cat martial soul fusion skill. Dai Yunhan raises an eyebrow. This love system is finally coming in handy. Seeing this, Zhu Tianfeng quickly nudges Zhu Zhuqing. Quickly meet His Highness the Fourth Prince. Zhu Zhuqing timidly looks up, just in time to meet Dai Yunhan's gaze. Dai Mubai's heart sinks to the bottom. Will even Zhu Zhuqing be taken away? Davis coldly watches everything, already plotting how to eliminate this brother. Dai Yunhan suddenly speaks. Father, I think Sister Zhu Zhuqing is very cute. The Xingluo Emperor's eyes light up. Oh? Does the fourth prince have thoughts? Zhu Tianfeng quickly agrees. Your Majesty, I see that the fourth prince and Zhuqing are quite the match. Dai Mubai looks up suddenly, filled with unwillingness. Davis' gaze turns colder. His kid not only wants to seize the throne, but also wants to take the woman. Dai Yunhan smiles, looking at Zhu Zhuqing. Sister, follow me. They'll protect you. System prompt. Zhu Zhuqing's favorability 10. This plot just crossed over and already stealing his brother's fiancée. With an innate level 20 martial soul dominating the scene, it seems he's going to turn the Xingluo Empire upside down. Will Zhu Zhuqing agree? Will Dai Mubai darken because of this? What tricks will Davis use next? To be continued. I want Zhu Zhuqing to be my wife. Dai Yunhan's words leave Dai Mubai stunned. Loses the throne, and now his wife too. As soon as the Xingluo Emperor says he wants to betroth Zhu Zhuqing to Dai Mubai, Dai Yunhan jumps out to oppose. Zhu Tianfeng suppresses a laugh. Nearby finally. Someone has spoken. This fourth prince understands me too well. Zhu Zhuqing's heart races like a drum. Her big eyes fixed on Dai Yunhan, knows this is a chance to change her fate. Following Dai Mubai would only drag her into the cruel fight for the throne. But following Dai Yunhan, this innate level 20 genius, is the path to a brighter future. The Xingluo Emperor pretends to ponder. Isn't this against the rules? Zhu Tianfeng quickly adds. For the strength of the empire, it doesn't matter who she marries. Who doesn't know that the fourth prince is now a hot commodity? Dai Mubai's face turns as white as paper, his lips trembling and unable to speak. Davis' face darkens. This kid not only wants to seize the throne, but even his sister-in-law. Dai Yunhan looks at Zhu Zhuqing, smiling boldly. Sister, stick with me, and I'll protect you. System prompt. Zhu Zhuqing's favorability 30. Zhu Zhuqing's little face instantly turns red as she gently nods. She knows that from this moment on, her life has completely changed. The Xingluo Emperor slaps his thigh. Good. Then it's settled. A ruler's word is not to be taken lightly. That is when no one is sabotaging. Dai Mubai suddenly rushes out of the hall, his back filled with despair. He knows that there is no longer a place for him in this palace. Davis watches his back, then glances at Dai Yunhan, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. She must act quickly. Dai Yunhan takes Zhu Zhuqing's hand, feeling overjoyed. This love system really works well. Zhu Zhuqing's little hand is soft, making his heart skip a beat. But he doesn't notice that Davis' gaze has turned as cold as ice. Will Davis take deadly action against Dai Yunhan next? Where will Dai Mubai go after leaving the palace? Will Zhu Zhuqing really be able to marry Dai Yunhan smoothly? In the next moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly feels a chill behind him. He turns his head, just in time to meet Davis' cold gaze. This plot stealing his brother's fiancée isn't enough. It seems a fight is about to break out. Why are you willing to duel him for me? Zhu Zhuqing stares into Dai Yunhan's eyes, her small face full of confusion given his innate level 20 talent. He doesn't need to take this risk at all. Dai Yunhan looks at her flushed ears and suddenly smiles. Because I like you. System prompt. Zhu Zhuqing's Favorability 20. The young girl's face instantly turns as red as a ripe apple. She turns to run, but is caught by Dai Yunhan's hand. This scene is just witnessed by the returning Dai Mubai. He clenches his fists, his nails digging in his flesh. Will even the last shred of his dignity be trampled on? In 3 months, at the royal arena, I will not lose. Dai Mubai throws down this remark and turns to leave that he is currently at level 18, betting on breaking through to level 20 within 3 months. But Dai Yunhan is already at level 20, making his odds nearly zero. The Xingluo Emperor watches all this, frowning slightly. Does this fourth prince really have such confidence? Davis sneers in the shadows. Better for them to both suffer, so I don't have to take action. Dai Yunhan holds Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leisurely strolling through the palace. What is your first soul skill? Zhu Zhuqing asks softly. Chaotic twin shape change. Can switch between black and white modes. Black is for fighting fiercely. White is for defense. Dai Yunhan says proudly. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes light up. This soul skill is simply born for battle. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan stops. Your sister Zhu Zhuqing is following Davis now. Zhu Zhuqing nods, her little face drooping. Her sister can only rely on the first prince for the family. Dai Yunhan pats her head. Don't be afraid. With me around, no one can bully you. Will Dai Mubai really create a miracle in the arena 3 months from now? Will Davis secretly play tricks? What rewards will Zhu Zhuqing's increased favorability unlock? More excitingly, Dai Yunhan suddenly receives a system prompt. Conquering Qianren Xue will grant you a god-level soul bone. He pauses. Qianren Xue? That's the princess of the Spirit Hall. This plot just settled Zhu Zhuqing, and now he's going to provoke the Spirit Hall. It seems he's about to stir up the entire Douluo Continent. It's simple because I like you. As soon as Dai Yunhan finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing's little face turned red like a boiled shrimp, and she turned around and ran away. Watching her run away, Dai Yunhan smiled. How could he lose with a lead in love skills from another dimension? At the family banquet that night, Dai Yunhan directly sat next to Zhu Zhuqing, throwing the rules out of his mind. Emperor Xingluo pretended not to see, while Zhu Tianfeng secretly laughed beside them. This fourth prince is quite proactive. Dai Mubai watched the scene, nearly breaking his chopsticks in anger. He glared at Dai Yunhan with fierce eyes, his mind filled with one thought. 3 months later, he must kill him. Dai Yunhan picked up a piece of soul beast meat and placed it in Zhu Zhuqing's bowl. Eat more, grow stronger. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder as she pushed the meat aside, pretending not to see it. But Dai Yunhan had already seen through her little actions. This girl is all talk and no action. Suddenly, the system prompted. Zhu Zhuqing's Favorability 15. Gains second soul skill. Tiger shatters mountains and rivers. Dai Yunhan was overjoyed. This skill, with group attack and stun, is simply a godsend for team battles. Davis sneered beside them, offering Zhu Zhuqing a piece of meat. Don't mind them, let's eat. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, but her gaze drifted towards Zhu Zhuqing. Her sister's luck is really good. Emperor Xingluo raised his wine glass. The arena competition in 3 months will be a stop at the right point. This seemed fair, but everyone knew Dai Yunhan was bound to win. Dai Mubai suddenly gulped down his drink, slamming the glass on the table. I won't lose. Dai Yunhan ignored him, focused on peeling shrimp for Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's eyelashes fluttered, secretly glancing at him, the corners of her mouth curving up slightly. But no one noticed that under the table, Dai Mubai quietly crushed a piece of jade pendant. That was something he had arranged long ago. 3 months later. Even if he couldn't win, he would make Dai Yunhan pay. Will Zhu Zhuqing eat the meat Dai Yunhan picked for her? What is Dai Mubai's conspiracy? Will there be casualties in the arena competition 3 months later? Even more exciting, Dai Yunhan suddenly received a system prompt. Complete the task of courting Ning Rongrong to gain the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. He raised an eyebrow. Does this love system want him to collect the Douluo goddess too? The next second, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly spoke. This shrimp is quite delicious. Dai Yunhan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Looks like he doesn't need to provoke Ning Rongrong anymore. This plot, the undercurrents of the family banquet, is probably more thrilling than the arena competition. In the palace, it's not allowed to leave food behind. Dai Yunhan leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered, watching her nervously pick up that piece of meat, almost laughing out loud to the banquet. Dai Yunhan kept serving Zhu Zhuqing dishes, piling her small bowl like a small mountain. That's too much. I can't finish it. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was as low as a mosquito's buzz. That if you can't finish, you'll be punished. Dai Yunhan deliberately teased her. But Zhu Zhuqing pointed at Dai Mubai's empty seat. Then why didn't he finish? Dai Yunhan laughed. He's my brother. You're my wife. As soon as the word wife came out, Zhu Zhuqing's face instantly turned red, her head almost burrowing under the table. This guy has such thick skin. Dai Mubai was already furious and left his seat, while Davis sneered beside him. Losing composure over a woman, he would never amount to anything. But he didn't know that Dai Yunhan's system had sounded again. Zhu Zhuqing's Favorability 20. After the banquet, Dai Yunhan returned to his palace and attached the 200-year soul rings. But his soul power was still at level 20, not increasing. System, are you messing with me? The system remained unresponsive. Dai Yunhan frowned. This isn't right. Could there be some hidden conditions? On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Who is his wife? She covered her burning face, but her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Dai Mubai, in a secret chamber, ordered a man in black. In 3 months, no matter what method, Dai Yunhan must die in the arena. The man in black nodded and disappeared into the shadows. Dai Yunhan suddenly sneezed. Ho is talking about me. He looked out the window. The night view of Xingluo City was truly beautiful, but he always felt that something bad was about to happen. Will Dai Mubai use underhanded tactics in the arena competition 3 months later? Why isn't Dai Yunhan's soul power increasing? What special skills will Zhu Zhuqing unlock as her favorability increases? Even more exciting, the system suddenly popped up a new task. Participate in the Continental Soul Master Competition and court BB Dong. Dai Yunhan was completely dumbfounded. Court the Pope? Does this system want me dead? This plot, just finishing with the little one, now has to provoke the elder. He's probably going to be hunted down by the Spirit Hall. System, why hasn't my soul power increased at all? Dai Yunhan looked at his still level 20 soul power, feeling a bit confused. The system coldly replied, want to level up? Go fall in love. On the 3rd day, Dai Yunhan rushed directly to Zhu Zhuqing's house. Seeing her training, he took out a brocade box. Here, 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng. Eat it and you'll go straight to level 10. Zhu Zhuqing was startled. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Dai Yunhan straightened his face. If you don't want it, they'll be angry. The little girl immediately panicked and clumsily accepted it. Dai Yunhan held back his laughter. I have plenty of this stuff at home. We use it to make noodles. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened. Really? This girl is too easy to fool. The system suddenly prompted. Zhu Zhuqing's Favorability 25. Gain special skill. Beginner fusion of the nether white tiger. Dai Yunhan was delighted. This round is not a loss. Zhu Zhuqing held the brocade box, her little face flushed. Thank you. What's there to thank? Dai Yunhan leaned closer. Do you hope I win against Dai Mubai? Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes, and remained silent for a long time. But her flushed ears had already betrayed her. Dai Mubai's people were watching everything from the shadows and reported back. The 4th prince and Miss Zhu are very close. Dai Mubai crushed the cup. Good. We'll deal with them together in 3 months. Zhu Zhuqing secretly hid the blood dragon ginseng, feeling a bit suave, actually took 1,000-year spirit herb as noodles. But she didn't know that there were only 2 of these things in the palace. Dai Yunhan looked at her silly and adorable expression, making up his mind. I must win the arena competition, not just for Zhu Zhuqing, but also for the system rewards. Suddenly, the system popped up a new task. Get Zhu Zhuqing to hug you voluntarily once. Reward. Tint the sand of your soul ring. Dai Yunhan's eyes lit up as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing. The little girl was still dazed, holding the brocade box, completely unaware of the danger. Dai Yunhan cleared his throat. Zhuqing, I'm a bit cold. Zhu Zhuqing looked up. Then I'll go get a cloak? Dai Yunhan. This girl, why isn't she following the script? Will Zhu Zhuqing hug him voluntarily? Will Dai Mubai's conspiracy succeed? After eating the 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng, can Zhu Zhuqing directly break through to level 10? Even more exciting, Dai Yunhan received news. People from the Spirit Hall are coming. What are they doing in the Star Luo Empire? Could it be related to the Soul Master competition across the continent? This plot, just when he gained the favor of the young girl, he has to face the Spirit Hall, and it's likely to get more exciting from here. Zhu Zhuqing's hands are small and delicate, with a slightly plump, soft feel, warm to the touch, as if they have no bones. Dai Yunhan really likes this sensation. Following that, he took out many things, all kinds of spiritual herbs that are helpful for cultivation. In terms of quality, they can't compare to the immortal herbs in Dugobo's herb garden, but they are still valuable items that are hard to find on the market. Seeing so many good things, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in shock. You need to take all of these? So many? Zhu Zhuqing opened her small mouth in surprise. How much? Not much. There are several boxes here. Dai Yunhan waved his hand. It's not much. It's just some chopped green onions that I usually add when I eat noodles. You know how it is with noodles, right? A big bowl full of noodles. But how much green onion is there? So, do you still think it's a lot? No, it's not a lot. Zhu Zhuqing originally wanted to say it was a lot because she really thought it was. But when she remembered Dai Yunhan mentioning such a big bowl of noodles, she suddenly felt it really wasn't that much. Because when she eats noodles, she likes to put a lot of chopped green onions. With such a big bowl of noodles, there is only a little bit of green onion. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing looking dazed by his persuasion, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile. He suddenly realized that Zhu Zhuqing also had this adorable side. In his mind, he always thought of Zhu Zhuqing as a cold and aloof person, but now he understood that it wasn't that she was cold and aloof, but that reality had made her that way. Dai Mubai has chosen to be weak, and she can only become strong on her own. But now, when she has a strong support, her original little girl mentality naturally starts to show. Therefore, Dai Yunhan is able to see her true self. Dai Yunhan felt an immense joy in his heart. Although he also liked cool and aloof older sisters, he still preferred Zhu Zhuqing's most genuine self. After that, he chatted with Zhu Zhuqing for a while, briefly learning about her past. Then he left. On one hand, Zhu Zhuqing needed to cultivate, and, on the other hand, he understood the issue of haste making waste. Although it was destined for Zhu Zhuqing to be with him in this lifetime, he still preferred a mutual pursuit from both sides. Because being forcibly bound together by the iron chains of rules, even if they achieved results, he would not be happy. Therefore, it needed time. Not long after Dai Yunhan left, Zhu Tianfeng walked in. Upon seeing the precious items all around the courtyard, he was also taken aback. What is this? Chapter 7, Dai Mubai and Davis unite. He picked up a brocade box and asked. This brocade box contained a Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, which he naturally recognized, but he wanted to ask where it came from. This is Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, given by the fourth prince. Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng. Zhu Tianfeng was shocked. It really was a gift from the fourth prince. Zhuqing, how could you accept such a precious item? This is too impolite. This is Millennium Blood Dragon ginseng, not some blood cat or blood dog. This thing is extremely valuable, priceless, and difficult to buy even a single root. Even a royal family only has 2 in total. He clearly remembered that Davis had wanted to eat such a blood dragon ginseng since he was young, but had always been ruthlessly rejected by Emperor Xingluo. At this moment, he did not expect that Emperor Xingluo had actually given it to Dai Yunhan. One can imagine Dai Yunhan's current status. However, Dai Yunhan had turned around and given it to Zhu Zhuqing without even warming it up first. He felt extremely shocked, while also sighing. It seemed that this fourth prince truly cared a lot for Zhuqing. This is a good thing, but is also a bad thing. Father, you don't need to worry. The fourth prince said that he has plenty of these, and he usually eats them like noodles. Seeing her father's somewhat heavy expression, Zhu Zhuqing quickly comforted him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Tianfeng's forehead darkened as he understood what was going on. Sigh, you silly child. He couldn't help but shake his head, thinking of Dai Yunhan. They were both 6 years old. How could their intelligence be so different? Then what are these? Zhu Tianfeng pointed at those boxes. These? This is scallion flour. Scallion flour? Zhu Tianfeng almost fainted. Dai Yunhan returned to the palace. He felt a bit disappointed because he did not receive any rewards from Zhu Zhuqing today. He knew that not every interaction with Zhu Zhuqing would lead to a reward. There must be a core point to it. Reflecting on the last 2 times he received rewards, Dai Yunhan began to understand that he needed to make Zhu Zhuqing's heart waver in order to gain rewards. In that case, he needed to be more diligent. He decided to go every day from now on. After all, he had nothing else to do. After a simple wash-up, Dai Yunhan went to bed. Meanwhile, in another palace within the imperial palace, Davis knocked on the door of Dai Mubai. What brings you here? Dai Mubai's expression was unfriendly. Before Dai Yunhan awakened his martial soul, the 2 brothers were the biggest competitors. What? As your older brother, I can't come to see you. As he spoke, he ignored Dai Mubai's attitude and walked in directly, finding a spot to sit down. The royal family encouraged competition among the princes, but it had to be open and above board, without any underhanded tactics, assassinations, poisonings, or conspiracies. The princes needed to engage in fair duels. So Davis was not afraid of any traps Dai Mubai might set for him. What do you want from me? Dai Mubai coldly asked. Now he was in the worst situation among the 3, so he didn't have much patience for pretentious performances. Do you think you can win against Dai Yunhan in the duel 3 months from now? Davis directly stated his intention. What does that have to do with you? How could it not be related? Davis retorted, then added, before Dai Yunhan awakened his martial soul, my only opponent was you, who didn't really count as a rival. But after he awakened, I have an opponent who doesn't really count as a rival. His words were a bit convoluted, but simply put, it meant that the weak were too weak and the strong were too strong. Dai Mubai is too weak to catch his eye, and Dai Yunhan is too strong to catch his eye. He is stuck in the middle, making it hard for him to be a person. Dai Mubai is not stupid. He somewhat understood the meaning behind his words. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't have anything. I just want you to win. I've said it before, speak your mind directly, don't beat around the bush. Dai Mubai snorted coldly. Davis pouted and then took out a brocade box. This is the 500-year-old blood dragon ginseng that I have treasured for many years. Although it is not as good as the 1,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng that my father gave to Dai Yunhan, it is still a very precious item. I know you're eager to break through to level 20, so I will give this to you, free of charge. Additionally, I will also send you a batch of other auxiliary herbs. Dai Mubai looked at the fragrant blood dragon ginseng, but there was a cold glint in the corner of his eyes. You say Father Emperor gave it to him? Davis nodded. Dai Mubai let out a cold laugh again. It seems in his father's eyes, he also very much hopes that Dai Yunhan can win. This is natural. If I were the emperor, I would also want Dai Yunhan to win. After all, his talent is evident. However, don't be too unbalanced. When you awakened your martial soul, you were also given good things. It's just that their value wasn't as great. So what was your purpose in giving me the blood dragon ginseng? Davis stood up and looked out the window. In a way, we are both grasshoppers on the same line now. Although I hope you lose, I would prefer you to lose at my hands. So you want to use me to get rid of Dai Yunhan? Dai Mubai understood. Davis was also afraid of Dai Yunhan's talent, so he wanted to take advantage of this duel opportunity to crush Dai Yunhan in the cradle. After all, once Dai Yunhan really grew up, they would definitely not be his opponents. And Dai Mubai also deliberately provoked Dai Yunhan for this reason, wanting him to take the initiative to duel with him. Although he still didn't have complete confidence, this was indeed the weakest time for Dai Yunhan. If he didn't choose to take a risk now, he didn't know when he would be able to. This isn't exploitation. It's called seeking warmth in numbers. Davis corrected Dai Mubai's wording, saying, right now, I am sincerely helping you. No matter what happens in the future, at least in this moment, I am being earnest. So you really believe I can win against him? Davis shook his head again, saying, it's not that I believe you can win against him, but rather that I hope you can win against him. After all, besides you, who else can I hope for right now? Every word was filled with irony, and Dai Mubai's face was incredibly gloomy, yet he couldn't refute it. Because that's the truth. After all, he was the weakest at the moment. He understood this reasoning as well. Dai Yunhan was almost revealing his cards in battle. For both Davis and Dai Mubai to claim the throne, they could only rely on this fight. If Dai Mubai won, the pressure he faced would still exist, but it would definitely not be as desperate. For Davis, without the threat of Dai Yunhan, dealing with just Dai Mubai would be a piece of cake. Chapter 8. Your eyes are full of me. How could I bear to let you lose? So at this moment, the two brothers rarely came together. Dai Mubai accepted the blood dragon ginseng. He wanted to defeat Dai Yunhan, and any increase in strength was valuable. Train hard, and if you need anything, just let me know. My only request is that you kill him in the arena. Davis's eyes flashed with killing intent. This kind of battle could be lethal, and even the emperor couldn't stop it. These were the rules. The next day, Dai Yunhan once again arrived at the prince of the underworld's residence and found Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing him come again, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit shy. They hadn't really done anything yet. Why did he come here every day? If word got out, how would she face others in the future? But Dai Yunhan didn't care about that. He walked up to her and asked, so, how's the effect of the Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng? When it came to the Blood Dragon Ginseng, Zhu Zhuqing quickly took out the brocade box. My father said this thing is very precious, and I can't accept it. I should return it to you. Return it? Once something is given away, how can it be taken back? Dai Yunhan resolutely refused. Zhu Zhuqing was also in a difficult position. This was her father's intention, and she couldn't accept it. Otherwise, she would be reprimanded. It's okay. I'm going to find him now. If it's just because of Zhu Tianfeng, then it will be easy to handle. No. Zhu Zhuqing quickly grabbed his sleeve. If Dai Yunhan went to find her father now, she would be caught in the middle, making things even more difficult. Dai Yunhan understood something when he saw her expression. With a quick thought, he came up with a good idea. How about this? Let's play a game. And these items will be the stakes. If I lose, you can keep these items. What if I lose? Zhu Zhuqing seemed to not think she would win. So she first asked what would happen if she lost. What do you have? Dai Yunhan asked. Zhu Zhuqing thought for a moment. It seems like I have nothing. No. You have yourself. Zhu Zhuqing was confused and felt a bit tangled. If you lose, you will give yourself to me. How about that? Since you're free anyway, you might as well be my treasure. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. She realized that Dai Yunhan was deliberately teasing her. She thought Dai Yunhan was a big bad guy. She ignored him. Dai Yunhan smiled and made a joke. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing's head and said, how about this if you lose? You give me the little hair tie on your head. Why? Don't ask, just agree or not. Just to be clear, if you don't agree, I'll throw all these things away to feed the fish. Well, fine. Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to agree. Such valuable items would be a pity to waste on fish. She took the little hair tie off her head and placed it next to the brocade box. Looking at Dai Yunhan, she asked, "So what game is it?" Zhu Zhuqing's hair was long and black, matching the description in the original work. At that moment, when she took off the hair tie, her hair fell down, parting on both sides, giving her originally cute demeanor a touch of sexiness. The intertwining of two different vibes presented an alternative beauty that made Dai Yunhan glance at her again. He withdrew his gaze and said, "It's a very simple game. We just stare at each other, and whoever blinks first loses. Can you accept that?" "Sure." Zhu Zhuqing didn't hesitate. She thought the game was quite simple. "All right, let's get started." With that, Dai Yunhan began to prepare. Zhu Zhuqing also focused her attention. "Come a little closer to me." Dai Yunhan let her get a little closer. The two were about 20 centimeters apart, and the game officially began. "Start." At the command, Dai Yunhan stared intently into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were indeed very large and bright, with clear distinctions between black and white, looking as if they had been washed with water. Dai Yunhan looked at her and could even see her own reflection in her eyes. Moreover, her eyelashes were beautiful, each one long and with a graceful curve. Looking into her eyes felt as if they were speaking, engaging in a silent conversation. When Zhu Zhuqing looked into Dai Yunhan's eyes, she also noticed that Dai Yunhan's eyes were particularly beautiful, devoid of the cold heaviness she saw in others. In Dai Yunhan's eyes, she saw ease, sunshine, and warmth. His eyes resembled a vast grassland, filled with lush green grass, high mountains, white clouds, a warm sun, and a gentle breeze, with two little figures holding hands, playing together. Looking closer, one little figure was Dai Yunhan, and the other was herself. Suddenly, she felt herself breaking free from Dai Yunhan's gaze, her face slightly flushed. When she looked again, she found that Dai Yunhan's gaze was very domineering. Looking at her felt like being observed as a personal possession. Instantly, her heart raced, and her eyelids wanted to blink uncontrollably. Just then, Dai Yunhan blinked first. "I lost." Dai Yunhan stood up. "All of this is yours now." Zhu Zhuqing quickly stood up as well. "Why? What do you mean, why? You did it on purpose," Zhu Zhuqing asserted. She had clearly seen Dai Yunhan blink very hard just now. What else could it be if not intentional? "Do you really want to know why?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "If you don't want to know, then you wouldn't ask." Dai Yunhan smiled, staring into her eyes, and suddenly said affectionately, "Your eyes are filled with me. How could I bear to let you lose?" Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat taken aback. This inexplicable and unheard-of phrase left her momentarily speechless. But soon, she understood. This was a love confession. Her face instantly turned crimson. She dared not look at Dai Yunhan, but her heart was pounding like a drum. She had never heard a love confession before, and hearing it for the first time made her feel an inexplicable flutter in her heart. That feeling was like breaking ice. A dam bursting, a confit egg cracking, singing and dancing, and a basketball going through the hoop. In short, her heart was racing fast at that moment. Ding! It detected that Goddess Zhu Zhuqing's favorability towards the host has increased, rewarding the host with a level up in soul power. As the system's voice fell, Dai Yunhan felt her strength increase slightly. Dai Yunhan laughed heartily, not because the system had rewarded him, but because of Zhu Zhuqing's shy appearance. These cheesy love words from his past life would only be seen as cringeworthy in that world. However, in this world, they were completely a dimensionality reduction blow. A bet is a bet, and this is yours now. To prevent you from going back on it, I want to see you eat it. After Dai Yunhan smiled, she first put away her small hair tie, and then took out the blood dragon ginseng and handed it to her. Chapter 9, because to me, you are the most precious. Do you want to eat it now? Yes, eat it now. Dai Yunhan wouldn't give her a chance to avoid it, and directly placed it by her mouth. Well, she didn't eat it. What would happen if she took it to the prince? Although the prince wouldn't want it, there was no guarantee that others wouldn't be tempted. Such things were unpredictable. "I'll handle it myself," Zhu Zhuqing helplessly thought, as she had begun to get used to Dai Yunhan's domineering behavior. She could only open her mouth slightly and swallow the blood dragon ginseng. Seeing her eat it, Dai Yunhan smiled. In the Douluo Continent, commonly known as the Love Continent, when it came to romance, Dai Yunhan, with her hands in her pockets, only needed to make a slight move to understand the limits of this continent. The blood dragon ginseng had extraordinary medicinal power and was also a rare spiritual herb. Once it entered her mouth, it immediately transformed into a rich energy that flowed into Zhu Zhuqing's body. After finishing one, her body began to emit a strong wave of soul power. Dai Yunhan released her and quickly protected her, focusing on her dantian and circulating her energy to concentrate her mind. Zhu Zhuqing also quickly sat cross-legged, starting to digest the pure medicinal power brought by the blood dragon ginseng. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Zhu Tianfeng had been watching the situation below. Upon seeing the fourth prince use this method to make Zhu Zhuqing consume the blood dragon ginseng, his eyes suddenly flickered with a glimmer of light. However, it was unclear what he was thinking. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the blood dragon ginseng's medicinal effects. She opened her eyes and was met with Dai Yunhan's slightly anxious expression. Instantly, she felt a bit touched, but the next moment, she felt a sticky sensation on her body, and upon looking, she discovered some black stains that had appeared without her noticing. She exclaimed in surprise, not caring about Dai Yunhan anymore, and hurried into the room to start cleaning up. Seeing this scene, Dai Yunhan felt relieved. However, when he saw that she only had a thin layer of black mud stains on her, he felt somewhat disappointed. The effect of the blood dragon ginseng was good, but it was still far inferior to that of celestial herbs. He decided that once his strength stabilized a bit, he would think of a way to obtain some celestial herbs from Douluo. He might not need them himself, but Zhu Zhuqing definitely would. Moreover, the sooner one consumed celestial herbs, the better the effect. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the room. She had changed into a new outfit, and because she had just taken a shower, she exuded a hazy beauty as if a goddess had just emerged from a bath. However, she was dressed conservatively, with only her rosy cheeks visible, revealing a charm reminiscent of spring blossoms. Dai Yunhan carefully examined her. In the Douluo Continent, people mature relatively early, and by the age of 12, they're already in the early stages of growth. However, Zhu Qing is only 6 years old now. Her face still round with baby fat, but those big eyes are exceptionally beautiful. It's as if they could speak, truly reaching into Dai Yunhan's heart. When Zhu Qing noticed Dai Yunhan staring at her intently, she instinctively asked, "What are you looking at?" But as soon as she asked, she realized it was not a good idea. Sure enough, Dai Yunhan replied, "I'm just admiring how beautiful my wife is." Who is your wife?" Zhu Qing retorted. "It doesn't matter. I've already decided on you. Aren't you afraid of losing to the third prince? You come here every day." Zhu Qing changed the subject. She knew Dai Yunhan had a thick skin, and she couldn't gain any advantage in a verbal spar. "Oh, are you already worried about your husband so soon?" Dai Yunhan teased with a smirk. Zhu Qing's face flushed. This guy, how could he think of everything in that direction? Dai Yunhan confidently said, "Don't say I won't lose to him at all. Even if I lose, so what? In my heart, you are the wife I have chosen. At worst, I'll just take you away." Dai Yunhan revealed the bad guy's teeth. However, Zhu Zhuqing was not amused. Her eyes showed visible concern. Her father said that the 1,000-year-old blood dragon ginseng was extremely precious, and there was only one. "What will you do if you give it to me?" "I don't need it." "Why?" "Because to me, you are the most precious." Once again, it was a deeply affectionate expression. Dai Yunhan directly performed the Sichuan opera face-changing. Zhu Zhuqing was suddenly flustered by his declaration and turned her face away, her heart racing. He really is quite skilled. When she first saw Dai Yunhan 2 days ago, she thought he was a very proud prince. But in just 2 days, that image was completely shattered. Now, he could be called a rogue, but he was a rogue with culture, talent, and background. What should someone like him be called? The rogue of rogues? A combat rogue? Or perhaps a noble rogue? She didn't know. She just felt that interacting with such a prince was quite comfortable and made her feel at ease. So, after eating the blood dragon ginseng, has your soul power increased? Dai Yunhan asked again. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, saying it had increased by 2 levels. 2 levels? This was somewhat unexpected for Dai Yunhan. The Millennium Blood Dragon Ginseng was just Blood Dragon Ginseng, not Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, and the difference between the two was enormous. In Dai Yunhan's mind, being able to increase even 1 level of soul power was already good, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. However, he soon realized that when Zhu Zhuqing consumed the celestial herb, her soul power had increased by 7 levels, but at that time, her own soul power was already over 30. So that total increase of 7 levels was actually quite terrifying. Converted, it was probably dozens, if not hundreds, of times more than the 2 levels she just increased. After the increase of 2 levels, Zhu Zhuqing was now at level 9. According to her training talent, she should be able to break through to level 10 in 3 to 4 months. "Where's my hair tie?" Zhu Zhuqing asked at this moment. She just realized it was missing after washing up. She guessed that it had been taken by Dai Yunhan. "What do you mean your hair tie?" "That's my hair tie. That's clearly mine." "Who is clearly?" "Zhu Zhuqing." "You're bullying me." Zhu Zhuqing realized what was happening and immediately punched him, though it wasn't hard, and Dai Yunhan didn't feel anything at all. After hitting him, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly realized her actions had been too reckless. Hitting a prince was a serious crime. She felt a bit panicked, but seeing Dai Yunhan looking very happy, she was a bit confused. Do you want me to help you tie your hair? No. Mom said a girl's hair shouldn't be casually touched by boys. She took the hair tie from Dai Yunhan's hand and tied her hair back herself. After finishing, she began to cultivate. The effects of the medicine hadn't worn off yet, and now her training was twice as effective. However, Dai Yunhan didn't leave. He chose to stay and accompany her. After all, he really had nothing else to do. Soon, night fell, and Zhu Zhuqing finished her training. Chapter 10. 3 months. Duel with Dai Mubai. Aren't you going to cultivate while watching me? Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. I am. I'm just secretly working hard where you can't see me. Zhu Zhuqing didn't believe it, and said, You don't have to accompany me every day. If you defeat the third prince, whether I want to or not, I will be yours. Don't worry, I like you, but I like it even more when you like me. Dai Yunhan said seriously. He liked to be domineering and possessive, then develop feelings over time, and finally have a mutual pursuit. However, among these 3 steps, he believed the second step was the most important. If the second step did not succeed, he would give up and not continue. He valued both the body and the heart. If he only obtained her body but not her heart, it would be better to let her go. However, it seemed that Dai Yunhan's second step was already on the path to success. Your Highness, miss, dinner's ready, a maid said at that moment. Let's go. Dai Yunhan said, Are you leaving? Won't you stay and have a meal with us? Zhu Zhuqing asked. As soon as Dai Yunhan heard this, he couldn't help but reach out to tap her little head, but when he extended his hand, he realized that Zhu Zhuqing was actually a bit taller than him. He was speechless. This was the weakness of males in the early stages. Immediately, he changed his posture and pinched Zhu Zhuqing's little face, saying, What are you talking about? Of course, I'm going to eat before I leave. This will be my home in the future. His affectionate gesture made Zhu Zhuqing instinctively retreat, escaping from his grasp. Although she somewhat enjoyed being with Dai Yunhan, she felt it necessary to maintain a distance from the prince until the duel was over. Deep down, she had already determined that Dai Yunhan would win. Dai Yunhan didn't mind either. He knew that Zhu Zhuqing was worried about something in her heart. If she wanted to change this, she just needed to defeat Dai Mubai in the arena 3 months later. After finishing dinner, Dai Yunhan returned to the palace. However, as soon as he got back, he was summoned by Emperor Xingluo. Father, you called for me? Yunhan, I heard you've been visiting the prince of the underworld's residence these past few days. Emperor Xingluo's expression was displeased, clearly feeling that Dai Yunhan was becoming a bit too arrogant. Yes, father. Do you have confidence for the arena duel in 3 months? Emperor Xingluo asked the core question. He didn't want to interfere too much in the matters between the princes, but Dai Yunhan's talent was simply outstanding. For the future of the empire, he needed to show a bit of favoritism. Absolute fairness? That was impossible. Yes. Dai Yunhan only answered with one word. Okay, as long as you have confidence, it's fine. Go ahead. The Starry Empire waved his hand. You must understand. Endure for 3 months, and everything afterward will be yours. The Emperor of the Starry Empire considered this a reminder. Your children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Do not work like a horse or cow for them. Whatever fate it is all predetermined by heaven, and the Emperor of the Starry Empire did not want to get too involved. Otherwise, it would be more likely to backfire. Yes, father. Dai Yunhan stepped back, knowing that his unfocused behavior had caused some concern for Emperor Xingluo. But what could he do? Due to system restrictions, it was useless for him to want to cultivate. Furthermore, what he was doing wasn't exactly unfocused. It was just an alternative form of cultivation. So, on the 3rd day, Dai Yunhan went to the Prince of Netherworld's residence as usual. You say your things, and I'll do mine, as long as everyone understands tacitly. That's enough. After hearing this news, Emperor Xingluo merely frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Davis passed this news on to Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's performance was similar to that of the Starry Emperor. He didn't react much and only cared about himself. After all, no matter how well Dai Yunhan performed, he was still just over level 20. However, Dai Mubai had only just broken through to level 19. He needed to reach level 20 within the next 3 months. To achieve this, he concentrated all his resources, and Davis was generous enough to share his cultivation resources with him. Time passed slowly like this. A few more days went by. During these days, Dai Yunhan continued to visit the Prince of the Underworld's residence every day. However, to his disappointment, he did not receive any rewards. This made him realize that although their relationship seemed good at the moment, the actual progress was slow and far from reaching a level that would warrant rewards from the system. Dai Yunhan thought for a moment and felt that it was very likely related to his duel with Dai Mubai. Since the victor had not yet been determined, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't fully open her heart, as she was still bound by the rules. If that were the case, then Dai Yunhan really had no other choice but to wait for the duel to come. Time passed day by day. Finally, the 3-month period came to an end. During these 3 months, Dai Yunhan did not gain a single level of soul power and remained at level 21. This left him somewhat speechless. However, fortunately, the 3-month deadline had arrived, and he believed that after today, he would gain Zhu Zhuqing's true recognition on the royal arena. Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan stepped onto the duel arena. Today's audience was not large, consisting only of royal family members and the family of the Prince of Yuming. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Although they had anticipated this battle, they did not expect it to come so soon. They had long accepted the cruelty of the royal family. Yet when the day arrived, their feelings were still extremely heavy. Especially on the throne, the queen did not appear today. Dai Mubai and Dai Yunhan are both her biological sons. She cannot accept losing either of them, as both are precious to her. A mother must be strong, but at this moment, she cannot be. The Emperor Xingluo's expression is cold, but within that coldness lies a hint of pain. Watching the scene before him, he cannot help but think of his own past. He also ascended to the throne by stepping over the bodies of his brothers. Deep down, he despises such cruel competition, but it is a rule left by his ancestors, and he feels powerless to change it. Prince Yoming's face is equally serious. Although it is not his son fighting in front of him, he seems to see the future shadows of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing in both of them. Perhaps in a few years, it will be her 2 daughters standing on the duel stage again. He can't help but sigh inwardly. He truly detests the royal family's bloody and cruel rules. Ding! It has been detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's favorability towards the host has increased, and the host receives a reward of 1 level of soul power. The sudden sound causes Dai Yunhan to freeze for a moment. He looks in Zhu Zhuqing's direction and finds her nervously gazing at him. When she realizes he is also looking at her, instead of avoiding him, she becomes even more anxious. Chapter 11. First Battle Victory. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy in her heart, knowing that she had started to worry about him. This indicated that the 3 months he had spent were not in vain and had already left a mark in her heart. As a result, his soul power level had reached level 22. Upgrading 2 levels in 3 months was considered quite fast. Today's match had no referee. Everyone was the referee. After the 2 released their martial souls, they could begin the duel. Dai Mubai was the first to unleash his martial soul, a white tiger roaring fiercely behind him. At the same time, his body began to change, his arms becoming robust, and his claws sharp, each claw seemingly capable of tearing apart a person's body. Dai Yunhan. Today we will determine our superiority and decide life and death. In the underworld, don't blame me. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but sigh, remaining silent as he quietly activated his martial soul. The chaos twin-winged tiger appeared behind him, with enormous black and white wings, a fierce and imposing physique, and a suffocating aura that was not something Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul could compare to. In appearance, one was a cat and the other a tiger, worlds apart. However, the beastly transformation on Dai Yunhan was not as obvious. His hair was split in the middle, one side white and the other black. And a pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. Though they were not physical wings, they still allowed him to fly. Once the chaos twin-winged tiger martial soul emerged, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial soul couldn't help but reveal a hint of fear. Even the soul power within him seemed to be slightly suppressed. Dai Mubai knew that this was the pressure coming from the bloodline. The power displayed between martial souls varies with their quality, even with the same beast martial soul. If your soul power is higher than your opponent's, but their martial soul quality is stronger than yours, you can easily be defeated. So at this moment, feeling the suppression from the martial soul, Dai Mubai's heart sank. After 3 months of hard training, before the battle even began, it felt as if he could already see his own outcome. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Clenching his fist, he stepped forward fiercely, charging towards Dai Yunhan with a roar of anger like a tiger. First soul skill, chaotic dual transformation. In response to his attack, Dai Yunhan also reacted immediately. This was not the first time Dai Yunhan used a soul skill. He had already practiced with the palace guards and needed to have a clear understanding of his own soul skill. As soon as the soul skill was activated, a yellow soul ring lit up beneath his feet. Then, half of his black hair turned completely white, and the wings behind him also became white, exuding a heavy aura as the might of the tiger was reined in. This was the white tiger mode, emphasizing heavy defense. Dai Yunhan chose to defend. Wanted to see what kind of skills Dai Mubai, one of the Shrek 7 monsters, truly had. Bang! Dai Mubai punched Dai Yunhan, but to his surprise, the punch did not cause any harm to Dai Yunhan. Moreover, it didn't even break through Dai Yunhan's protective soul power. He couldn't believe it, and threw several more punches in succession. Yet the result remained the same. Dai Yunhan's protective soul power was too solid. It felt like hitting a steel plate. He took a step back, a look of determination appearing in his eyes, and at the same time, his second yellow soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Raging Light Wave. This was currently his only offensive soul skill, the only move he could execute. He knew that relying solely on his fists and feet would not be able to break through Dai Yunhan's defense. At the same time, a hint of worry appeared in his eyes, because if even this soul skill could not break Dai Yunhan's defense, then he truly had no other options left. A beam of white soul power gathered in front of him, and he poured in as much soul power as he could. At this moment, it was now or never. He had no other way out. The white energy condensed and compressed, and then suddenly shot out like a highly destructive ray, akin to a hunting tiger. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan did not dare to be careless. His soul rings also lit up, and soul power gathered on the white wings behind him. The wings spread out, crossing in front of Dai Yunhan like a shield. His second soul skill was an offensive skill and could not be used for defense. However, in the White Tiger defense mode, the power contained in his soul rings could be utilized. The stronger the soul ring's power, the higher his defense. So even though the second soul skill was offensive under the transformation of the White Tiger mode, it still provided the same level of defense. Therefore, he was confident he could withstand Dai Mubai's soul skill. Perhaps his second soul ring's age was not as high as Dai Mubai's, but his martial soul quality completely surpassed his. In comparison, Dai Yunhan believed he had the upper hand. Indeed, as the White Tiger's Raging Light Wave struck against the white wings, the wings remained unmoved, while the White Tiger's Raging Light Wave dissipated after the impact. The outcome was clear. Dai Mubai's eyes widened, his gaze vacant, clearly unable to accept such a result. His full-force attack had failed to even break through the opponent's defenses. He couldn't believe it. He knew he would lose, but he had never thought he would lose so miserably. He glared at Dai Yunhan and shouted, "What good is just defending? Attack me." After saying that, he activated his first soul skill, White Tiger Protection Barrier. Dai Yunhan can block his attacks. Then he can block Dai Yunhan's attacks too. "Come on," Dai Mubai roared again. Seeing that he was still struggling, Dai Yunhan was not polite and switched modes. Black energy climbed up his body, and in an instant, he transformed into a terrifying figure resembling a demon god. Second soul skill, Tiger Shattering Mountains and Rivers. The second yellow soul ring brightened on his body, and then he suddenly stepped forward. Instantly, a black fierce tiger descended from the sky, crashing down to the ground and releasing an ear-splitting roar. Under this roar, Dai Mubai felt his head spin and fainted. The White Tiger Protective Barrier in his hand shattered after barely holding on for less than a second. With the barrier broken, Dai Mubai lost his defense, his head feeling even more dizzy. The next moment, he let out a painful scream and directly fainted. The power of Tiger Shattering Mountains and Rivers was astonishing. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan withdrew his martial soul. He glanced at Dai Mubai, and without any further action, he realized that Dai Mubai was merely stunned and would be fine after resting for a few days. On this arena, Dai Yunhan could have easily killed Dai Mubai. However, Dai Yunhan was not a product of a 9-year compulsory education system. He had only transmigrated 6 years ago, and in that time his thoughts had not changed. Chapter 12. Zhu Zhuqing's Belonging. The first soul ring upgraded to 500 years. Dai Mubai, when he looked at the original work, indeed hated him, because he was weak, lacked responsibility, and was a scumbag. But now, after all, they are born of the same mother, both flesh that fell from her body. The two of them are biological brothers. No matter how much Dai Yunhan hates him, he cannot bring himself to kill him. Of course, maybe one day he will be able to, but for now he cannot do it. He does not want to see his mother sad. Someone, take him down for treatment. Dai Yunhan ordered the healing soul masters to come up, and then he walked down the arena to stand in front of the Star Luo Emperor. "Father, in this arena competition, I have won." The Star Luo Emperor looked at him, his expression still as serious as at the beginning. He showed neither happiness nor anger at Dai Yunhan's decision not to kill Dai Mubai, because his guiding principle was that everyone has their own destiny. No matter what choice one makes, he would not interfere too much. Only by experiencing it oneself can one understand the truth behind it. From today on, Zhu Zhuqing will be your fiancé. "Thank you, father. No need for formalities." As the Star Luo Emperor stood up, and prepared to leave. He glanced at Dai Yunhan again. Go see your mother. She will be very happy. Yes, Dai Yunhan knows what this sentence means. His mother could not bear to see her sons killing each other, so she was unwilling to come out of the harem. At this moment, she was probably weeping. After the emperor Xingluo left, Davis also followed suit. He only said a word of congratulations and said nothing more. However, in his eyes, there was a hint of disappointment. But that disappointment was not directed at Dai Yunhan, but rather at Dai Mubai. He was disappointed that Dai Mubai did not kill Dai Yunhan. As for Dai Yunhan's failure to kill Dai Mubai, it had little impact on him. After all, from the beginning to the end, he never regarded Dai Mubai highly. And regarding his attitude, Dai Yunhan did not want to pay any attention. He understood Davis's character. He was the most eager among the three brothers to obtain the throne and was also the one who adhered to the rules the most. If it had been Davis and Dai Mubai dueling just now, Davis would have undoubtedly killed Dai Mubai without hesitation. Your Highness the Fourth Prince, congratulations on your victory. From now on, I will trouble you to take care of Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Prince Yuming also stepped forward to congratulate him. He smiled happily and loudly. And for some reason, Dai Yunhan felt that at this moment, he was genuinely laughing, as if his mood completely merged with his, with no falsehood mixed in. At this moment, he was truly smiling. Your Highness, please rest assured, I will take good care of Zhu Zhuqing. That's good. That's good. I look forward to your future. Prince Yuming patted Dai Yunhan on the shoulder and then also left. Dai Yunhan was exactly what he had hoped for, and now that he had succeeded, he felt an immense satisfaction in his heart. However, as Dai Yunhan looked at his back, he sensed that there was more to his words. But none of that mattered now, because there was something more important at hand, and that was Zhu Zhuqing. He walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, first revealing a victorious smile, then casually took her hand. Zhu Zhuqing, I've told you, you are my wife, and no one can take you away. His tone was domineering, and his actions were just as assertive. Zhu Zhuqing's face immediately turned a bit flustered and shy, seeing so many maids and guard around. She wanted to pull her hand back, but her strength was no match for Dai Yunhan's, and she couldn't pull it away at all. Zhu Zhuqing, you are now my fiancée, as decreed by my father. What's wrong with me holding your hand? Dai Yunhan was a bit unhappy. Now, he was a person of status, no longer the illegal resident he used to be. Holding his wife's hand was only natural. His expression brightened with a smile. He knew Zhu Zhuqing was just shy and didn't truly dislike him. Sure enough, upon hearing Dai Yunhan's words, Zhu Zhuqing stopped resisting. Yes, she was now his fiancée, and soon everyone in the empire would know. What was wrong with him holding her hand? She let out a small sigh and chose to give up her struggle. The current Dai Yunhan would be her lifelong belonging, and they could never be separated. She looked around again. The maids and guards were still standing in formation. But at this moment, her previous nervousness had faded significantly, replaced by a hint of sweetness in her heart. From now on, I am Dai Yunhan's fiancée. For some reason, a sense of happiness surged within her. Ding! Detecting that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host has significantly increased. The reward of the first soul ring's duration has been raised to 500 years. 500 years of soul ring. Dai Yunhan clearly felt that his body had become a bit stronger. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, his face filled with even more joy. Indeed, after gaining an identity, the rewards he received were different. Next, Dai Yunhan walked through the palace like a victorious general, holding Zhu Zhuqing's hand. It seemed he wanted to announce to the world that Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also changed from her previous calm demeanor towards Dai Yunhan, appearing like a gentle wife, quietly following beside him. As they walked, they chatted. Eventually, they arrived at the harem, the queen's palace, which was also Dai Yunhan's mother's palace. His mother was also from the Zhu family, but a branch of it, and had a slight blood relation to Zhu Zhuqing, though it was minimal, having been separated by several generations. The choice of a prince to marry someone from the Zhu family was not based on direct lineage, but mainly on talent. A strong alliance could nurture a stronger next generation. To avoid issues of consanguinity, the Zhu family had historically worked hard to branch out, and over time, they had become the most prominent family in the Luo Empire. However, with this power, they also became victims of the prince's struggles. After all, each conflict represented the untimely demise of the Zhu family's outstanding talents. Upon entering the palace, the queen was beaming with a smile, seemingly knowing that Dai Yunhan would come, and quickly stood up to greet him. Your son pays respects to Mother Empress. The subject pays respects to the Empress. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing knelt down and said in unison, quickly get up. The queen helped the two of them up. Dai Yunhan saw that the Empress's eyes were still red and swollen, which indicated that she had indeed been crying. "Mother, I'm sorry for making you sad," Dai Yunhan said. "The royal rules are so cruel." He could only try to maintain a balance between rules and emotions. "No, my son, you did very well," the Empress replied. She had indeed been very sad because today she would lose one of her sons. However, when she heard that Dai Yunhan had won and had not killed Dai Mubai, her sadness vanished in an instant. Chapter 13. Do you believe me if I say I was attracted by appearances? She did not know why Dai Yunhan had not delivered the killing blow, but at least she liked this outcome. Although pain would eventually come, she hoped it would come a little later. "Mother, after all, Dai Mubai is my biological brother, just like I am your child. I can't bring myself to kill him, and I don't want to see you sad." Dai Yunhan's mother is actually quite indifferent to her 3 sons on a daily basis. Aside from occasional visits, they are mostly cared for by a wet nurse. Of course, this is not because she is cold-hearted. Rather, she knows the fate that awaits these 3 children. She doesn't want her own feelings to make the children feel unfairness, thereby hastening the arrival of that fate. In her heart, she loves her children more than anyone else. The saying, "no parent is happier than one who is not a parent," was originally just a joke, but in this royal family, it is vividly manifested. Dai Yunhan's words brought a comforting smile to the queen's face. She knew the personalities of all 3 children. Before the awakening of their martial souls, she always felt that Dai Yunhan, being the youngest, would suffer the most, especially with his kind-hearted nature, which would likely lead to the worst outcome. However, after the awakening of his martial soul, that terrifying talent suddenly elevated him from the depths of despair to the peak of the mountain. Instead, she began to worry. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan's performance did not disappoint her. "Yunner, your talent is the most outstanding. If nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire in the future. Therefore, there is one thing I want you to promise me. Mother, please tell me what it is." Dai Yunhan already guessed a little about what she would say. The queen said, "I know you are a kind-hearted child. Before this, my greatest concern was actually you. But now, your strength has exceeded my imagination. Given time, your power will be greater than your father's. Therefore, I hope that when you become strong in the future, you can leave a way out for your 2 brothers, okay? Of course, this is not to force you to do so. I just hope that you can spare them a chance within your capabilities, ensuring your absolute safety. In this world, strength is everything, and I believe you can achieve it." Dai Yunhan guessed correctly in his heart, but he had no hesitation in agreeing. "Mother, you can rest assured. I promise you." In Dai Yunhan's heart, he actually didn't want to do this very much, because under the influence of peace and development in the 21st century, he simply couldn't bring himself to commit acts of violence. Since he traveled to this world, he has never liked fighting and killing. He believes that enjoying life is the most important thing. Although he greatly dislikes the antagonist Tang San, he doesn't consider him a target for elimination. Of course, if Tang San insists on provoking him, he wouldn't mind sending him away. However, he also understands that such thoughts only exist in fantasy. Without strength, everything is meaningless. Only with absolute strength can the world revolve around you. Therefore, before that, he just wants to have a good relationship with Zhu Zhuqing to enhance his own strength. Of course, it would be even better if he could date other goddesses while improving his strength. After all, his biggest dream is to care for more homeless girls with a broad heart. Receiving Dai Yunhan's affirmative answer, the queen's face showed great relief. If this matter had been brought up before, she wouldn't have mentioned it, as it would only put pressure on Dai Yunhan. But now it's different. On one hand, Dai Yunhan indeed has the strength to do such things. On the other hand, Dai Yunhan's performance has shown her the kindness in his heart. Then, the queen took out a pair of similar pendants from a box behind her. "This pair of pendants is a gift I prepared for you. They are not particularly valuable items, just a pair of soul-guiding devices. Wearing them can stabilize your spirit and help with cultivation. At the same time, they will allow you to connect with each other and love each other even more deeply." "Thank you, mother." "Thank you, queen. Come, let me put them on for you." The queen smiled. Zhu Zhuqing is a beautiful girl with great talent, and standing next to Dai Yunhan, they truly are a match made in heaven. "All right, you 2 go have fun." After putting on the pendant, the queen sent the 2 people away. Naturally, children are willing to play with other children. The son respectfully took his leave. The daughter also took her leave. The 2 exited the queen's chamber. Dai Yunhan touched the pendant around his neck and sighed a little. This system guy not only restricted his soul power and soul rings, but also limited soul guide devices. This pendant is nice, but wearing around his neck gives him no feeling, just like an ordinary pendant. It seems that if he wants to obtain good things, he can only treat Zhu Zhuqing well. With this thought, He took Zhu Zhuqing's hand again. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him and did not struggle, allowing him to hold her hand. This guy, for some reason, particularly likes to hold her hand. No matter what he does, he wants to hold her hand. Before the duel, he would always reach out to hold her hand, though he was somewhat restrained back then. Now that the duel is over, he is completely unrestrained. Do you like me this much? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask, looking at Dai Yunhan like a victorious general. She couldn't help but think of their first meeting. At that time, Dai Yunhan had said he fell in love with her at first sight, as a victim of the battles between princes. Her current situation has surpassed all her previous fantasies. A bright future ahead, and a fiancé who loves her. The key is, she likes this fiancé very much as well. Mutual affection is a rare and precious thing for someone in her position. Hearing this question, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but look at Zhu Zhuqing, pinching his chin and then sizing her up from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit uneasy under his naked gaze, but she still straightened her chest. Dai Yunhan followed her movements and saw that she really hasn't developed at all. He can hardly imagine how this airport will grow into an aircraft carrier in just a few short years. However, Dai Yunhan doesn't mind her now. There's true affection in the world. I love all shapes. Dai Yunhan pretended to slurp a mouthful, revealing a bitter expression. If I say I'm just purely attracted by looks, would you believe me? That look was like a hungry wolf's legend. She originally didn't believe it, but now she did. Chapter 14. Bull milk and cow milk. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback for a moment, but then realized that Dai Yunhan was doing it on purpose. Immediately, she showed a hint of annoyance and indifference, breaking free from his hand and walking forward unhappily. However, there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She didn't ignore the performance she needed to cooperate with. Dai Yunhan quickly caught up with her and then held her hand, saying, whether you believe it or not. Little lady, you are now in the tiger's den and cannot escape this calamity. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was filled with fear. My husband is so terrifying. I'm trembling. Dai Yunhan felt his blood boiling. Zhu Zhuqing's soft demeanor of wanting to refuse, yet inviting, was truly performing right into his heart. He really thought Zhuqing was so cute. Even cuter than having eaten something adorable. Then I'll make you tremble so much that you can't stand up. Dai Yunhan transformed into a hungry tiger, pouncing on a sheep, charging towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shouted and then ran away in a flurry. In an instant, she fled while he chased, and she found it hard to escape. The patrolling guards, witnessing this scene, thought something serious had happened. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was just the young couple showing affection. However, starting to show affection at such a young age seemed a bit disrespectful to them, the single elders. The next day, the empire issued an announcement regarding the engagement between the fourth prince Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. Now, everyone in the empire knew about their relationship. To strengthen their bond, Zhu Zhuqing also moved into the royal palace at this time, but not to live with Dai Yunhan. Moreover, the two studied together at the royal academy. Meanwhile, on the second day after the announcement, Dai Mubai quietly left the palace alone, his destination unknown. But Dai Yunhan knew he must be starting his Shrek journey. Time passed slowly. A few months later, Zhu Zhuqing successfully broke through to the 10th level. She could finally obtain her first soul ring in her life. During these months, Dai Yunhan also increased his soul power by 1 level. It must be said that being in a relationship is truly exhausting, especially at such a young age. Many ways to strengthen their feelings could not be utilized. Dai Yunhan eagerly hopes to grow up quickly, while also looking forward to growing up quickly. After breaking through level 10, she will begin hunting for soul rings. In big families like the Zhu family, they are actually quite strict with their descendants. So even for the first soul ring, they did not send someone to directly bring a soul beast to Zhu Zhuqing, but instead let her go hunting alongside. Of course, the safety is guaranteed. They are hunting in the royal forest. The soul beasts here are essentially raised by the Star Luo Empire, and the highest age of a soul beast is only a few thousand years. Generally, it is enough for the royal family and noble families to absorb their second or third soul rings. Accompanied by a soul emperor, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at this royal forest. The main purpose today is for Zhu Zhuqing to hunt for a soul ring, but it is also to increase the practical combat experience of both of them, enhance their compatibility, and enable them to quickly unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Your Highnesses, today's actions will be decided by you, and I will be responsible for ensuring your safety and providing some advice, said the Soul Emperor. In this royal forest, the presence of the Soul Emperor is completely overwhelming. Sending him to protect them is far beyond the usual standards. However, Dai Yunhan has that qualification. All right, Dai Yunhan responded, and then led Zhu Zhuqing into the forest. Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul is the nether cat, which belongs to the agility attack type. So it's best for her to absorb a soul ring from a soul beast of the same type. According to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, the maximum age of the first soul ring is 423 years. Tang Sen absorbed a soul ring that was nearly 400 years old at that time, and his talent and physique were better than Zhu Zhuqing's. However, Zhu Zhuqing also consumed 1,000-year blood dragon ginseng, which slightly improved her physique. Based on this estimation, Dai Yunhan felt that it would be no problem for her to absorb a 300-year-old soul beast. Of course, a slightly older one might also be feasible, but that could be quite risky. Dai Yunhan felt there was no need for that. The age of the soul ring was indeed very important, but it was just the first soul ring, so it wasn't a big deal. Anyway, he would protect Zhu Zhuqing in the future. The two of them walked, and they didn't know if it was because of the presence of a soul emperor or if it was just their bad luck. But after walking for 2 to 3 hours, they hadn't found a single suitable soul beast. As it was almost noon, they decided to take a break before continuing their search. After all, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was still weak, and she was young. Walking for nearly 3 hours was quite exhausting. They found a big tree and sat down on the ground. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully took out some food, including milk, bread, and biscuits. Dai Yunhan was a bit surprised. He didn't expect you to have brought food. He himself hadn't prepared anything, as the royal forest wasn't far from the palace, and he thought that hunting a low-level soul ring wouldn't take long, so he didn't bring anything. However, he didn't expect to have such bad luck. Well, I thought it might not go so smoothly, so I brought a little. Zhu Zhuqing divided most of the food and gave it to Dai Yunhan, then took a bottle of milk, tore it open, and handed it to Dai Yunhan. In the 6th or 7th month, it was still quite hot. Although there was shade from the trees, walking would still make one sweat. Dai Yunhan was indeed a bit hungry. He took the milk and drank it in large gulps, saying while he drank, "My wife is so thoughtful. Otherwise, I would have gone hungry today." Zhu Zhuqing blushed and retorted, "You can't stop talking even while eating." After more than half a year of getting along, Zhu Zhuqing had a good understanding of Dai Yunhan's temperament. He was talkative, chatty, liked to take advantage of her, but was warm-hearted, kind, and treated her well. Such a person, aside from that annoying mouth, fit the image of her ideal husband. However, she didn't completely dislike that bothersome mouth, because those sweet nothings that made her heart race and her face flush also came from it. "Hey wife, this milk you brought is actually cow's milk." At that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Dai Yunhan turned her head and took the milk from Zhu Zhuqing's hand, saying, "Let me taste your milk." After taking a sip, her eyebrows jumped in surprise. "Yours is also cow's milk." Zhu Zhuqing began to understand that Dai Yunhan had indeed tasted cow's milk. She took the milk back and also took a sip, but she didn't notice any difference. "How do you know this is cow's milk?" Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously, her big eyes looking at Dai Yunhan. She had drunk so much milk, but had never been able to distinguish between bull's milk and cow's milk. Chapter 15. There are soul beasts every day, but Zhu Zhuqing has only one. "This is cow's milk," Dai Yunhan asserted with confidence. "How do you know?" Dai Yunhan said. "To distinguish milk, first you need to look at it, see if the milk is white or not. Second, you rely on tasting to taste its flavor, whether it has a strong, fishy smell. The 2 bottles we have in hand are both cow's milk, right?" Zhu Zhuqing was a bit skeptical. She took another sip, but still felt nothing. "This is a probability issue. There's a 50% chance it's bull's milk and a 50% chance it's cow's milk." Zhu Zhuqing wanted to argue, but Dai Yunhan insisted that it was cow's milk. Seeing his confident demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing began to doubt herself for a moment. "Then why do you say that?" Dai Yunhan smiled without saying a word. This silly girl has completely been led astray by him. Dai Yunhan didn't answer, so Zhu Zhuqing could only think about the question herself, sipping her drink while blinking her silly big eyes and asking, "Why? Why?" She kept mumbling. After taking a break for an hour, the two continued their search. Although the weather was hot, they still had to hunt for soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing, following behind her, said, "Why?" Dai Yunhan couldn't help but laugh. This silly girl had been asking the same question for a whole afternoon and still hadn't figured out what the problem was. Even the Soul Emperor, who was following behind to protect them, couldn't help but be amused by Zhu Zhuqing. She was so foolish that it was somewhat endearing. Along the way, all they heard was, "But why?" Dai Yunhan didn't want to tease her anymore. He was ready to tell her why. But at that moment, they finally discovered a soul beast. It was completely black with purple patterns, resembling a cat, with sharp eyes. It turned out to be a nether spirit cat, and its age was exactly around 310 years. The two quickly quieted down and decided to hunt this soul beast as such a soul beast, which was almost identical to a martial soul, was the most compatible with soul masters. However, at that moment, the nether spirit cat was hunting a snake over 3 meters long. The snake's body was covered in vibrant patterns, with a triangular-shaped head, clearly indicating it was a venomous snake. But this snake was too low in age, only under 100 years, and was no match for the nether spirit cat. In just a few exchanges, it lay on the ground motionless. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan knew the opportunity had come. Zhu Zhuqing, I will attack it head-on to attract its attention. You can launch a surprise attack from the side. Remember, safety is the most important thing. Don't overestimate yourself. Dai Yunhan formulated a battle plan. His soul power is currently at level 20, which corresponds to the strength of soul beasts around 300 years old. However, his martial soul quality is very high, so Dai Yunhan is confident that he can defeat it. However, Zhu Zhuqing still does not have a soul ring, so caution is needed. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also became serious, and she nodded, her eyes turning sharp. Martial soul possession. First soul skill, chaotic duel transformation. Dai Yunhan unleashed his martial soul, and with the activation of his first soul skill, his hair and wings turned completely black. Black symbolizes explosive power, making it ideal for quickly striking enemies. He flew just above the ground, fully releasing the aura of his martial soul, imposing bloodline suppression while his claws reached out toward the nether spirit cat. The nether spirit cat was about to enjoy its prey when it suddenly felt the surrounding atmosphere turn cold, accompanied by a heavy pressure approaching it. It bared its teeth and let out a fierce warning, its gaze locking onto Dai Yunhan. However, the aura of Dai Yunhan's martial soul was too terrifying. Just one glance from him made the nether spirit cat's eyes fill with fear. That fear emanating from the soul was not something an unintelligent soul beast could easily resist. Dai Yunhan struck with a claw, hitting the side of the nether spirit cat's body. Defense was not the nether spirit cat's strong suit, and this surprise attack easily tore through its body, causing flesh to roll and blood to spurt out. However, the nether spirit cat was known for its speed, and its quick roll at the critical moment prevented the claw from injuring its vital organs, only damaging its muscles and bones. Blood dripped from its body onto the ground, and it bent its limbs to gather strength, with sharp fangs and its fur on the back of its neck standing on end, its eyes filled with ferocity. But what Dai Yunhan did not expect was that this creature merely bared its teeth and then turned to flee. Clearly, the cat's keen sense of alertness made it realize that this human was not to be trifled with. It chose to escape. A shadow, identical to it, split from its main body, running in 2 different directions. It was unexpected that this 300-year-old soul beast had mastered soul skills. Dai Yunhan looked at the 2 figures, and he found it hard to distinguish between them, as both of these creatures were almost identical in size and aura. However, time was of the essence, and he randomly chose one of them. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly noticed that one of the nether spirit cats was actually heading towards Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan's heart skipped a beat. Without any hesitation, she abandoned the one she was pursuing and instead turned to fly quickly towards Zhu Zhuqing. A 300-year-old soul beast was not something Zhu Zhuqing could handle. If the one she encountered was real, Dai Yunhan would regret it immensely. Soul beasts appear every day, but there is only one Zhuqing. Therefore, Dai Yunhan chose to protect Zhu Zhuqing without hesitation. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing looked somewhat panicked, clearly not expecting it to charge at her. However, she still chose to manifest her martial soul, transforming into a fierce-looking spirit cat. The nether spirit cat quickly approached her, swinging its sharp claws towards Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Zhu Zhuqing was not afraid, and even chose to respond with her own claws. But just as they were about to collide, a sudden scream echoed, and the body of the nether spirit cat in front of Zhu Zhuqing bent at a strange angle. Then a claw pierced through its body. It was Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan successfully landed a hit, and with another burst of soul power, he managed to weaken the ghostly spirit cat to the brink of exhaustion before he felt relieved. Walking up to Zhu Zhuqing, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and relief. "You're just a little kitten. Why are you so fierce?" he thought. After all, it was a soul beast that had lived for 300 years, and yet you were thinking of confronting it head-on. Dai Yunhan pinched her chubby little face with annoyance, as a small punishment for her. Zhu Zhuqing enjoyed this kind of intimacy between couples, but her big eyes looked a bit silly. At that moment, I didn't think too much, I just wanted to stop her. "You can't do that next time." "Luckily, I arrived just in time." "How did you know this one is real?" Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Chapter 16, 12 years old. As for the other shadowy, ghostly spirit cat, Dai Yunhan didn't bother with it at all and directly headed toward her. Dai Yunhan affectionately patted her little head and said, "I don't know if it's real. I only know that you're real. I cannot let you get hurt." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood Dai Yunhan's feelings and couldn't help but show a sweet smile. "All right, go ahead and give it the final blow. Then you can absorb the soul ring, and I will protect you." Zhu Zhuqing approached the nether spirit cat, which was already on the verge of death, barely hanging on a life. Therefore, Zhu Zhuqing easily killed it. Soon after, a yellow soul ring condensed above it. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring. About 2 minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing successfully absorbed the soul ring, and her soul power was also successfully raised by 1 level. Now her soul power was at level 11. "Zhuqing, what is your first soul skill?" Dai Yunhan asked. The first soul skill is called Nether Stab. It uses claws to attack, and the speed will instantly double during the attack. It is a close-range, single-target attack skill. Hearing this soul skill surprised Dai Yunhan a bit, yet was also within her expectations. She had thought that her appearance would somewhat change Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill, but unexpectedly, it was still Nether Stab. However, after thinking about it, Dai Yunhan began to understand. Due to the existence of the royal forest, even if she hadn't appeared, the soul rings that Zhu Zhuqing hunted were definitely arranged by someone. And for a martial soul, the most suitable development route is its own martial soul. This means that it is very likely that in the original work, she also absorbed the nether spirit cat's soul ring. That's why the soul skill is the same. The only difference might be the age of the soul ring. Alright, the soul ring absorption is complete. Let's head back. Dai Yunhan didn't dwell on this issue. Dai Yunhan grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's hand and was ready to leave together. But at that moment, the snake that had been killed by the nether spirit cat suddenly moved, opening its cold eyes and bloodied mouth, and bit down on Zhu Zhuqing's calf. Zhu Zhuqing was caught off guard and was bitten directly. A sharp pain surged through her, and she couldn't help but cry out in agony. It was a snake. Dai Yunhan quickly turned his head and discovered that it was actually the dead snake. This creature was pretending to be dead. He had never noticed it before. He grabbed the snake's body and used his powerful soul force to crush it, separating its head from its body. Immediately after, he looked at Zhu Zhuqing's bitten calf and gasped in shock. In such a short time, it had already turned purple. "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, I have medicine here." The Soul Emperor next to him immediately took out a bottle of medicine. This type of poisonous snake was quite common, and when hunting soul rings in the royal forest, they always brought antidotes with them. Dai Yunhan took the medicine and then gave it to Zhu Zhuqing. At the same time, she used her soul power to push out some of the toxins from her calf. The effect of the medicine was very obvious. After Zhu Zhuqing took it, the purple area quickly faded, leaving only a swollen red spot. Dai Yunhan also relaxed. "This beast, I haven't even kissed you yet. It got ahead of me." "You're jealous of Snake?" Zhu Zhuqing, who was not seriously harmed, couldn't help but laugh. She had been a bit nervous and scared earlier, but after seeing the toxin subside, her mood gradually eased. Now, hearing Dai Yunhan say that, she laughed out loud. "What's wrong with the snake? My wife can only be kissed by me." "Well, it has already kissed me. What can you do about it? Why don't you go kiss its wife?" Zhu Zhuqing joked. "We don't even know if it's male or female, and even if it is male, it must be a single snake. Your Highness, based on my experience, this snake is a female snake," the Soul Emperor said nearby. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and quickly added, "If it's a female snake, then it's even simpler. You just need to kiss it back." "Aren't you jealous?" Dai Yunhan asked. "Not jealous. Alkishi shakish." Dai Yunhan pretended to be angry, directly grabbing the flying head of the poisonous snake and turning it towards herself. Then she opened her mouth. "You're really going to kiss it?" Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly grabbed her hand. This joke was said casually, but why is she taking it seriously? Even if it's a dead snake, it's still poisonous. Dai Yunhan, however, was relentless. Not only do I want to kiss it, but I also want it to be the kind that leaves my mouth greasy." "Mouth greasy?" Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood, let go of his hand, and said, "You really are a stingy person. Otherwise, what do you expect? This is the price for bullying my wife." Dai Yunhan wrapped up the snake and decided that he would make snake soup tonight. Then he squatted down in front of Zhu Zhuqing and said, "Come on, I'll carry you." "Carry?" Looking at his back, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated a bit. Although they were nominally husband and wife, they were still quite young. Such intimate actions could have a very negative impact. "No need, I can walk." "Get on, your legs are swollen. How can you walk?" "It will take 3 to 4 hours to get back from here." Zhu Zhuqing looked at her legs. Indeed, although the poison had subsided, the swelling remained. She also looked at the distance. It was quite far. Then you definitely shouldn't carry me. It's a long way, and you'll get tired walking. What are you thinking? Dai Yunhan genuinely found Zhu Zhuqing adorably silly. Of course, we can fly back now. We've already hunted the soul rings, so why walk? As he spoke, Dai Yunhan's black and white wings spread out behind him. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing understand, feeling a bit embarrassed. But she no longer hesitated and climbed onto Dai Yunhan's back. Lying on his back, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder. But the solid and broad feeling of Dai Yunhan's back made her feel inexplicably at ease. Hold on tight, I'm about to take off. Dai Yunhan spread her wings and instantly soared into the sky, then flew towards the palace. Zhu Zhuqing held on tightly, enjoying the feeling of flying. Time passed quickly, and soon, half a year plus 2.5 years had gone by. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing have also reached the age of 12. At 12, Dai Yunhan is finally half a head taller than Zhu Zhuqing. Over the past 5.5 years, Zhu Zhuqing's figure has undergone a dramatic transformation. With curves in all the right places and a tall, slender frame, her impressive figure, while not yet at the level of an aircraft carrier, is certainly not something that Dai Yunhan can fully grasp with one hand. Moreover, what captivates Dai Yunhan the most is Zhu Zhuqing's long legs. They are incredibly long and straight, just like the comic legs Dai Yunhan has seen in anime. Chapter 17. The Decision to Leave Xingluo City. The saying goes, a dragon shows its head but not its tail, and below the neck, it's all legs. This is the best description of her legs. Consequently, Dai Yunhan has grown increasingly fond of Zhu Zhuqing, who possesses a mature figure but has a heart as cute as a button, which is simply perfect for Dai Yunhan. And in these 5.5 years, Dai Yunhan gained a lot of rewards through his emotional interactions with Zhu Zhuqing. Firstly, his soul power level reached 35, but he was still somewhat dissatisfied with this speed. On average, he hadn't even reached the point of leveling up 3 times in a year. This completely failed to reflect the advantage of his innate soul power of 20. Even Zhu Zhuqing had already reached level 28, and her innate soul power was only level 7. So, system, tell me, what use is this 20 levels of innate soul power? Is it just for show? Or is it only useful for showing off in the early stages? Of course, Dai Yunhan actually understood the reason for this situation, which was that the damned system had imposed restrictions on him. The absorption of soul rings did not come with an increase in soul power. He couldn't cultivate by himself. And the innate talent of 20 levels equated to 0, unable to take medicine, etc. A series of mysterious operations had caused his strength to increase so slowly. But even so, based purely on age, he was definitely the number one. Besides soul power, the years of his soul rings also increased, aside from the first soul ring, which remained unchanged. The second and third soul rings were both of the 1,000-year level. The second soul ring just reached 1,000 years, while the third soul ring was 3,000 years. The name of the third soul skill was Chaotic Wing Annihilation Slash. By waving his wings, he could create a chaotic mist that could disrupt the enemy's senses, and then again using his wings, deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Even if the enemy didn't die, the wound left by the wings would be unable to heal and would require several times the soul power to resist. This was a soul skill, but it could be divided into 2 parts and used separately, allowing for 2 soul skills to be used. However, the effectiveness wouldn't be as good. In addition, after time spent together, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing successfully mastered their martial soul fusion technique. However, their martial soul fusion technique was not the Infernal White Tiger, but rather called Chaotic Infernal, which was several levels stronger than the Infernal White Tiger. Additionally, besides these improvements in his own strength, Dai Yunhan also received a reward in the form of a soul guide device, a ring that could be used for storage. Other than these, Dai Yunhan had nothing else. To be honest, he was somewhat disappointed because he originally thought he could extract enough benefits from Zhu Zhuqing to directly advance to godhood. But now, his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had deepened significantly. Aside from not having broken through that final defensive line, they had done almost everything else. Yet even so, his strength remained so lacking. This made him deeply understand that the road to godhood was long and arduous. In the palace hall, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing met with the Star Luo Emperor, along with others such as Prince Yuming. My sons, Zhuqing, have you both made your decision? The emperor asked. Father, Zhuqing and I have already made our decision long ago. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing replied with determination. Today marks the time of their graduation from the Junior Academy, and soon they will enter the Star Luo Royal Intermediate Academy. However, Dai Yunhan does not want to stay in Star Luo City, because according to the information he has received, this is also the time when Tang San begins to enter Shrek, which is when the plot truly starts to unfold. This period marks the beginning of Tang San's acquisition of all opportunities. If Dai Yunhan remains in Star Luo City, he would be completely isolating himself and stagnating. At that time, whether he can surpass Tang San would still be uncertain, let alone enjoying his dream life peacefully. Therefore, today, Dai Yunhan submitted his resignation to the Star Luo Emperor. He wants to go to the Heaven Dou Empire. He wants to seize Tang San's opportunities ahead of time. Moreover, there is a crucial issue. The time span for receiving rewards from Zhu Zhuqing has been increasingly prolonged. Previously, he could receive a reward every few days or weeks, but now it takes months to obtain one. This made him realize that their relationship has reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to break through. The longer he stays in the Star Luo Empire, the slower his strength will increase. Thus, for himself and for Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan must leave the Star Luo Empire. All right, since you have made your decision, I won't say much more. I will allow you to enter the Heaven Dou Royal Academy as exchange students. You will study there for a while, the Star Luo Emperor said. In fact, every year, the Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Dou Empire exchange students, partly to strengthen communication and learning, and partly for information gathering. However, it is rare to send princes for exchange. Thank you, Father. Your Majesty. How about sending someone to secretly protect them? Prince Yuming suggested from the side. Dai Yunhan's talent is indeed too dazzling. If she goes out and exposes herself, it could be extremely dangerous if someone with ulterior motives discovers her. Emperor Xingluo is also considering this issue. Sending someone is necessary, but who should be sent? There are very few Soul Luo in the Xingluo Empire, and even fewer in the royal family. Only he and Prince Yuming are available, leaving no one else to use. As for Soul Saints, they're neither weak nor strong, and anyone bold enough to act against the Xingluo royal family is definitely not an ordinary person. Relying solely on Soul Saints might not be enough to defend against threats. Therefore, Emperor Xingluo feels somewhat troubled. However, at this moment, Dai Yunhan shakes her head and rejects the proposal, saying, Father, I believe it's fine to send guards for protection during the journey. But once we enter the Tiandou Royal Academy, it's unnecessary. After all, I'm a prince of the empire. If something happens to me, even if it's not the Tiandou Empire's doing, they would have a hard time defending themselves. Compared to my safety, they are actually more concerned. Moreover, the Tiandou Royal Academy has 3 Soul Luo present, so safety can be fully guaranteed. Dai Yunhan is not very worried about safety issues because the plot has just begun, and all the conflicts have not yet erupted. At this point in time, it is the safest moment, and the major sects and the Spirit Hall will not take any action. Especially in Heaven Dou City, the safety factor is absolutely reliable. Even the most concerning Dugu Bo, knowing his identity as a prince, would not act rashly. This is because Dugu Bo's other identity is a guest elder of the Heaven Dou royal family, and his every move represents the royal family. His identity is sensitive, unlike Tang San, who hides his identity and can easily manipulate the situation. Chapter 18. Entering the Heaven Dou Royal Academy. Living in a standalone villa. Moreover, his and Zhu Zhuqing's current martial soul fusion skill, Chaos Nether, has power comparable to that of a Soul King around level 50, giving them a certain degree of self-protection ability. Emperor Xingluo agrees with Dai Yunhan's analysis, saying, You are right, but one must always be cautious. I will still send a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor to protect you in secret. A Soul Sage and Soul Emperor are already considered the highest cards to play, and while there are 2 Soul Sages available, using them all to protect Dai Yunhan and the others would affect the operations of the royal family. Thank you, Father Emperor, for your concern. Dai Yunhan did not refuse either. Since Emperor Xingluo wanted to send someone, let him send someone. Being safer is ultimately a good thing. A month later, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing finally arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy. Looking at the bustling students, Dai Yunhan knew that he was about to embark on his true journey in this world. After finding the Academic Affairs office, they proceeded to handle their enrollment procedures. The Director of Academic Affairs was a middle-aged man. Upon seeing their arrival, he did not show any impatience. It was the start of the school season, and most students were going through the normal enrollment channels, with only a small number coming directly to him. Generally, such individuals were either wealthy or of noble status. Therefore, he was very polite. He took their information and opened it. Shortly after, shock appeared on his face. Dai Yunhan, 12 years old, martial soul, chaos dual wing tiger. Level 35 assault system, soul master, fourth prince of the Luo Empire. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, martial soul, nether spirit cat, level 28 agility system battle soul master, daughter of the nether prince of the Luo Empire. The director of the academic committee gasped and widened his eyes in astonishment. On one hand, it was due to their identities, such noble status, not staying in the Luo Empire, but coming to the Tiando Royal Academy, made him suspicious. However, this information form had royal certification, meaning their arrival had the emperor's consent, so he had no objections. On the other hand, seeing their age and soul power levels, he truly could not remain seated. He stood up directly, displaying immense surprise. At 12 years old, level 28, he had seen such geniuses before, rare but not unheard of. However, at 12 years old and level 35, such a genius he had not only never seen, but had never even heard of. The terrifying talent, far exceeding the soul power levels of peers, had already surpassed his understanding. Such a person should not merely be called a genius, but rather a monster. His hands trembled slightly. To be honest, he really wanted to check Dai Yunhan's soul power level to see if it truly matched the information on the form. However, the royal certification above made him dare not act rudely. To doubt him was to doubt the royal family. He suppressed his excited emotions and then processed Dai Yunhan's enrollment procedures. There are shared dormitories, single rooms, and luxurious standalone dormitories, all with different prices. What is your preference? He asked, his tone trembling slightly. In such cases, standalone luxurious dormitories were usually arranged. However, he was still unclear about their requirements, so he asked, just a standalone dormitory. Please. Dai Yunhan naturally chose a standalone house. Now that he and Zhu Zhuqing have come out, free from the constraints of royal rules, it is only natural for them to live together. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing blushed involuntarily, clearly thinking about what would happen if she lived with Dai Yunhan. The head of the teaching department hummed an acknowledgement, but didn't ask further, directly processing their request. Generally, male and female students in the academy are not allowed to live together, but it was also mentioned that this is just the general rule. Dai Yunhan is of royal status, which is already special, and he also knows what the princes of the Luo Empire have to go through. So this Zhu Zhuqing is most likely his fiancée. The two of them living together, as long as they don't draw too much attention, won't be criticized. The procedures have already been completed, and the tuition fee is a total of 1,000 gold soul coins. Here are your dormitory keys. Thank you. Dai Yunhan paid the money and then received the key. The key was made of a special metal material, with a swan pattern engraved on one side and the words Qing Feng on the other. Qing Feng should be the name of the luxurious, standalone dormitory. Following the directions, the two quickly arrived at the Qing Feng dormitory. The house was luxurious, 2 stories tall, with a private yard, resembling a villa from a past life. Upon entering the room, the decor was also elegant, but aside from some simple furniture, there wasn't much else. The entire house, while not as good as his own prince's palace, was still something that ordinary nobles could not enjoy. No wonder the fees were so high. Probably more than half of the 1,000 gold soul coins were for accommodation. After putting their things away, he comfortably lay on the sofa, finally able to rest after a month of travel. Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. Dai Yunhan took the water, but then she pulled her in and hugged her tightly. The warm and soft feeling filled the entire embrace, and Dai Yunhan felt extremely comfortable. What are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing said, a little shy. Dai Yunhan directly kissed her on the cheek and then said, what are you shy about? This house is ours now, and there are no outsiders. The 2 skilled bodyguards secretly protecting them cannot enter the academy, so they were arranged to stay nearby. Dai Yunhan was not worried about being watched secretly, but it was still broad daylight, and it wouldn't be good for passers-by to see them. Although the luxurious villas were standalone, they were not isolated. They were built close together like a community, just with a bit more distance between them. During the day, passers-by could indeed see part of the situation inside the villa through the windows. However, upon hearing her words, Dai Yunhan not only didn't let go, but instead tightened his hold around her, leaning closer with a charming smile and asking, are you saying it would be okay at night? Where? I never said that. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned even redder, and she was too shy to look at him. Dai Yunhan's heart raced as he saw Zhu Zhuqing's shy demeanor, resembling a flower ready to be picked, which made him swallow hard. After a month of watching, he couldn't hold back any longer. Come on, let me kiss you first. Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing's response, he leaned in and kissed her deeply. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Zhu Zhuqing clenched her small fists and pressed them against Dai Yunhan's chest. She initially thought about resisting, but Dai Yunhan's dominance quickly drained her strength. Chapter 19. Fighting in a skirt is quite convenient. She surrendered softly. Just a few seconds later, she was completely immersed in Dai Yunhan's passionate kiss. 3 minutes later, the kiss ended. "You bad guy." She swung her small fist and lightly hit Dai Yunhan's chest, then broke free from his embrace, stepped aside, and straightened her slightly disheveled clothes while giving him a mock angry glare. Dai Yunhan was grinning, completely unfazed by Zhu Zhuqing's anger. On the contrary, he saw it as no different from acting cute. Hitting is affection, cursing is love, and without hitting, there is no love. This is also a way to strengthen their bond. Since there is still time, let's go out and buy some things. This house has nothing but emptiness, lacking any warm feeling. After savoring the delicious food, Dai Yunhan felt satisfied and began to get down to business. It was still morning, and the house was empty with nothing at all. He needed to buy some supplies and food. All right. The two then left the villa and headed towards the nearby commercial street. Meanwhile, at the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, in the Education Committee office, 4 men sat together, each with a copy of the Academy information sheet in front of them. 3 of the men were older, 1 tall, 1 fat, and 1 a medium build. The 4th man was slightly younger, but still a middle-aged man. If Dai Yunhan were present, he would recognize this person as the head of the teaching department. The other 3 were the 3 members of the Education Committee of the Heaven Dou Royal Academy, Meng Xinji, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan. Unsurprisingly, the information sheet was the one belonging to Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. His Majesty had previously informed me that a prince from the Star Luo Empire would come for exchange studies. I thought it was just an ordinary prince, but I never expected such a surprise. At 12 years old, with a soul power level of 35, what is his purpose for coming here? Meng Xinji stroked his beard, pondering the question. Did His Majesty give you any instructions? Jilin asked. None that I know of. Then that's fine. Jilin picked up a cup of tea and said, His Majesty must also be aware of his information. But since His Majesty did not give you any instructions, what does that indicate? It indicates that everything is under His Majesty's control, so we should not worry unnecessarily. Bai Baoshan nodded in agreement, saying Jilin was right. Even if he has some purpose, it is not something we should be concerned about. Our task is to educate the students well, instead of pondering his reasons for coming. We should consider why he has a soul power of 35 at just 12 years old. According to the records, not even someone with innate full soul power has broken through to level 35 at 12, not even a level 30. Meng Xinji was pulled back to the main point of thought by their words. He stared at the information sheet in front of him and, after some contemplation, said, It might be related to his martial soul. The white tiger martial soul itself is extremely powerful, and his martial soul has undergone a mutation. Although I have not seen it with my own eyes, from the current data, it appears to be a benign mutation, a very beneficial one. In short, this person must be closely observed. Regardless of whether he has any ulterior motives towards our empire, his existence holds great value. He must be closely monitored. If Dai Yunhan truly grows, he will undoubtedly become a title Douluo in the future. Jilin also agreed. In that case, doesn't that mean the Star Luo Empire poses a significant threat to us in the future? Bai Baoshan said he wouldn't worry, yet he couldn't help but feel anxious. In response, Meng Xinji shook his head. A title Douluo is indeed powerful, but they're not strong enough to confront an entire empire. In the face of the army, even a title Douluo must avoid its sharpness. Furthermore, even if Dai Yunhan has exceptional talent, how can you guarantee that he will truly grow? There are many geniuses in this world, and even more who die young. Which true powerhouse hasn't stepped on countless prodigies to rise to prominence? Additionally, we cannot just stifle him because of his talent. If the Star Luo Empire dares to send someone over, do you think they would be unprepared? If something really happens to Dai Yunhan, who would be the first to bear the brunt? Isn't it the Heaven Dou Empire? Therefore, instead of worrying about his potential threat, we should be more concerned about his safety, ensuring that he can return alive. The teaching seat has a point. Jilin and Bai Baoshan nodded in agreement. They had not realized this layer of relationship. No wonder such a monstrous talent was still allowed to be released. On the other side, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the commercial street. The nature of girls enjoying shopping is indeed the same in any world. As soon as they got here, Zhu Zhuqing instantly transformed into a lively little kitten, jumping around everywhere with boundless energy. Yunhan, do you think this looks good? In a clothing store, Zhu Zhuqing picked up a pair of black leather pants and asked. Dai Yunhan shook her head. I think this one looks better. Dai Yunhan picked up a white jumpsuit from the side. Although he really liked seeing Zhu Zhuqing in leather pants, showcasing her voluptuous figure, he preferred her in a dress. Girls should dress beautifully, What's the point of wearing a combat tight suit every day? But it's not very convenient for combat. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing was also a bit tempted. Every girl likes to look good. However, the ideology instilled in her by her family since childhood made her understand that beauty belonged to other girls. Only combat belonged to her. Convenient. I think it's the most convenient. But Dai Yunhan's voice was incredibly firm. Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled, not understanding how it was convenient. Fighting in a dress is prone to wardrobe malfunctions, you know? But then, seeing Dai Yunhan's lecherous gaze, she immediately understood what he meant by convenient. She also understood what kind of combat he was referring to. You hentai. The term hentai was taught to her by Dai Yunhan. But now she was using it on him. How am I hentai? What are you thinking, you little milk bag? Dai Yunhan hit her lightly in annoyance, then took out a pair of leggings and a pair of white stockings from the side, meaning that wearing this would make things more convenient. Dai Yunhan loved girls who fought in skirts the most. They were both beautiful and cool. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the items in his hand, first stunned for a moment. Then her pretty face turned red, and her toes were so embarrassed they could dig out a soul ring. Chapter 20. Unless you choose black. She felt extremely ashamed. Her hand went to Dai Yunhan's waist, and she pinched the soft flesh and twisted it. You naughty boy. Dai Yunhan instantly felt pain. No matter how strong the man was, the soft flesh at his waist couldn't withstand his wife's finger. Only those who have experienced that sour sensation know the pain. He was very puzzled about how this technique became standardized nationwide. Dai Yunhan's expression was painful, and Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit heartbroken, loosening her grip and rubbing him again. Let's see if you dare to do it next time. Dai Yunhan recovered from the pain and gently reached out to stroke her head, softly saying, "Things like fighting can be left to men. You should just dress beautifully and cheer for me." The affectionate gesture and sincere tone instantly warmed Zhu Zhuqing's heart. Don't think I don't know. You just want to see me wear it. Zhu Zhuqing was clear about this. She could be touched, but she had to see through the intentions of the old lecher. So, will you wear it for me? There was a hint of coquetry in her tone. No, I won't. Zhu Zhuqing firmly refused, unless it's black. Dai Yunhan was instantly overjoyed, knowing that Zhu Qing's wife loved him the most. He tossed the white item in his hand, held Zhu Zhuqing's face, and kissed her. Then he instructed the boss, wrap up all the black dresses and stockings for me. All right, sir. Are you crazy? Why are you buying so much? Can you wear it all? Zhu Zhuqing immediately grabbed Dai Yunhan. But Dai Yunhan replied, who told you stockings are meant to be worn? What are they for then? Of course. They're meant to be ripped apart. Zhu Zhuqing's face darkened, and the next moment, the soft flesh at Dai Yunhan's waist began to hurt again. After buying clothes, they also picked up some daily necessities. Then they bought some meat and vegetables, even though the two of them didn't need to cook. But life, after all, always needs a bit of flair, so Dai Yunhan bought some to maintain his skills from back in the day. Having a wife is great, but one shouldn't lose their craftsmanship. After buying the meat and vegetables, he took Zhu Zhuqing to play around in Tiando City. They had a lot of fun, and before they knew it, it was evening. They found a restaurant, had dinner, and it got even later. It was time to head back. Just on the way back, suddenly, Dai Yunhan heard a faint voice pleading in pain. Dai Yunhan quickly stopped in his tracks, then held his breath and concentrated. Soon, the voice became clearer in his ears. It sounded like someone was calling for help. Did you hear that? Dai Yunhan looked at Zhu Zhuqing. It seemed like it was a girl. Zhu Zhuqing's hearing was also quite keen. Should we go take a look? Dai Yunhan didn't want to meddle, as he knew that many troubles came from being overly curious. Moreover, this was Tiando City, the imperial capital, and it felt even stranger to hear someone asking for help. Therefore, he planned to take Zhu Zhuqing and leave. But just then, a figure crawled out from a dark alley nearby, struggling to extend her hand toward Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Help me, I feel so unwell." Dai Yunhan recognized the voice immediately as belonging to that woman. Clearly, she had also seen Dai Yunhan stop, so she mustered her strength to crawl out. "Yunhan, help her." Zhu Zhuqing anxiously grabbed his hand. The person lying on the ground in front of them was also a woman, and she looked to be slightly older than Zhu Zhuqing. She had short, deep purple hair that exuded a sense of heroism, but at this moment, her face was twisted in pain. Her pair of green eyes, already eerie, appeared even more chilling due to the backlight, giving her a bone-chilling presence, like a venomous snake. Especially since she was currently crouched down, she resembled a snake even more. Upon seeing her, Dai Yunhan immediately recognized who she was. Duguyan. The reason was simple. The original text mentioned that Duguyan's hair and eye color were unique and did not exist in the Douluo Continent, a special color caused by poisoning. Additionally, they were in Tiando City, and her eyes resembled those of a venomous snake. Dai Yunhan had a 90% certainty that she was Du Guyan. He hadn't intended to save her, but upon considering her identity, Dai Yunhan immediately decided to lend her a hand. Building a good relationship with her would make it much easier for him to obtain fairy grass from Du Gubo. His family was not from the Wuhuan Hall, so they couldn't just seize things by force. As he approached Du Guyan, just 5 meters away, he suddenly felt a chilling aura, accompanied by a pungent smell. He took 2 steps back and looked closely, only to discover that there was a faint blue mist in the air. Dai Yunhan realized that this was very likely the poison gas from Du Guyan. He hurriedly shouted, "You need to collect the poison gas. Otherwise, how can I help you?" He was not immune to all poisons yet, and Du Guyan's poison was quite powerful. One misstep could lead to festering and death. "I can't control it. Please help me. It hurts so much. I want to help you, but I need to be able to help. You're full of poison, and I'm not Tang San. How can we help you?" "Who is Tang San?" "A scumbag." Suddenly, Dai Yunhan thought of a way. He remembered how Tang San, when leading the Shrek 7 Devils in battle against the Imperial fighting team, used Xianghuang wine to counter Du Guyan's snake venom. Perhaps he could use this method too. Immediately, he took out a few bottles of Xianghuang wine from his ring. Fortunately, he had bought a few bottles while grocery shopping. He threw the Xianghuang wine above Du Guyan's head and then channeled his soul power to shatter it, causing the wine to fall like rain. Dai Yunhan observed the toxic mist and found that it had indeed decreased. Damn, what a magical world. He hurriedly smashed the remaining Realgar wine and took a few sips himself, just in case. Once the toxic mist had mostly dissipated, Dai Yunhan successfully reached Du Guyan's side. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Dai Yunhan asked. "I'm in so much pain my whole body hurts." "You can't be having a snake venom attack, can you?" Du Guyan, like Du Gubo, could control the world's most potent poisons, but she also suffered from the backlash of the toxins in her body. Each time it flared up, she had to endure pain that ordinary people could hardly bear. Du Guyan no dead. "Do you have any medicine on you?" "A snake venom attack is like asthma. You never know when it will strike." Although Du Gubo couldn't detoxify her, there must be ways to suppress it. Otherwise, Du Guyan would be a homebody, unable to run around. "I forgot to bring it. What should we do then?" Chapter 21. You have to sleep in bed with me. Dai Yunhan really knew nothing about poison issues. He wasn't Tang San, and the cheat code only told him to date, not to detoxify. He was truly at a loss. Just when he was feeling helpless, Du Guyan suddenly grabbed him fiercely, but it wasn't the soft touch of a girl. Instead, it was a coldness that felt like winter. His so cold, truly worthy of being a venomous snake. Dai Yunhan looked at her and noticed that she was already pale with pain, cold sweat streaming down her face. Her brows tightly knitted, and her lips pressed together, almost unable to speak. "A dead horse can be treated as a live one. Let's give it a try." Dai Yunhan helped her to sit up properly, then came to her back and pressed his hands against it, channeling his soul power into her. He didn't know if this method would be effective, but he believed it would have at least some effect. At the very least, it could alleviate her pain. Now, it was no longer a question of whether he should help Du Guyan, but rather that he had to help, because there were bystanders around watching him. If Du Guyan were to die in front of him, he would definitely be implicated. Given Du Gubo's behavior, he would truly be in a life and death crisis. However, similarly, if he helped Du Guyan now, it would make things much easier for him in the future. The possibility of obtaining the immortal herb from Du Gubo would increase. He might not need the immortal herb, but Zhu Zhuqing definitely needed it. As the soul power flowed in, the pain on Du Guyan's face indeed lessened a bit. But the cold sweat did not disappear. Instead, it increased. Moreover, with Dai Yunhan's assistance, he felt a chilling aura starting to invade his own body. He was alarmed. This was Du Guyan's poison attacking him. It really is insidious. Dai Yunhan was about to stop. He could go save someone, but he couldn't sacrifice his own life to save her. Just then, Dai Yunhan's martial soul manifested, and in an instant his hair turned black and white, with black and white wings spreading out from his back. At the moment his martial soul appeared, a trace of cold poison within him was immediately dispelled. At the same time, on his left and right hands, a ball of white energy and a ball of black energy followed his soul power and entered Du Guyan's body. Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised. The martial soul could actually protect its master automatically. He didn't rush to let go, but continued to observe for a while. He noticed that the 2 balls of black and white energy entered Du Guyan's body, having a very powerful restraining effect, causing Du Guyan's poison to retreat steadily. Before long, Du Guyan's pained voice gradually faded away, and the cold sweat stopped appearing. Her pale face began to regain some color. After about a minute, noticing that Du Guyan was safe and sound, Dai Yunhan also withdrew his soul power. At the same time, he sighed deeply. While feeling a bit of fear, he also discovered a certain wonderful use of the martial soul. He still didn't quite understand what that black and white energy was, but it was clear that the efficacy of those two energy spheres was very powerful, capable of suppressing even a poison as potent as Du Guyan's. It was easy to imagine. He looked at Du Guyan and found that she had fallen asleep in his arms due to the pain she had just endured. She looked exhausted but was sleeping soundly. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing also approached. Seeing this scene, she felt a little jealous and asked, "She should be fine now, right?" "She's fine, but what should we do now?" "Let's take her back." "Take her back? What can we do? We can't just leave her here, can we?" Zhu Zhuqing felt helpless as well. To save a person is to see it through to the end. To send a Buddha is to escort it to the West. She couldn't just leave a girl on the street like that. All right, I guess we have no choice but to do it this way. Dai Yunhan also has the same idea. His help to Du Guyan is purposeful. Now that he has saved her, leaving her here unattended raises concerns. Not to mention the trouble it might bring him. What if Du Guyan wakes up and forgets about him? After all, he still needs her to obtain the immortal grass. If she forgets him, wouldn't that mean he truly becomes just a good guy? So, Dai Yunhan puts Du Guyan on his back and heads towards Xingfeng Villa. Shortly after they leave, two anxious men come running over, one of whom is dressed luxuriously and has an extraordinary demeanor, holding a bottle of medicine in his hand. "Yufeng, didn't you say Du Guyan was here?" Yufeng looks confused, "I was told by a classmate." They came back from outside and said they saw Du Guyan taking a walk here. "Captain, are we too late?" Du Guyan might have already gone back. "The captain is Yu Qian'an. Since we're already here, let's search a bit more." Du Guyan forgot to bring her medicine. If the snake venom acts up, it could be very dangerous. "Captain, is it worth it to be so nice to her? She doesn't even like you. And even if she did, what about her poison?" Hearing this, Yu Tian hesitates for a moment, but then shows a determined expression. "I believe we can find a way to detoxify her. As for her not liking me, mutual pursuit isn't that simple. Girls are usually the ones being chased, right? All right, stop wasting time and let's search quickly. If her poison really acts up, it will be a problem." Back at the villa, Dai Yunhan places Du Guyan in the bedroom and then closes the door as he steps out. It's nearly 10 o'clock now, and it's time to rest. Tomorrow is also the first day of school, so he needs to sleep early tonight. Soon, the two finish washing up. However, as they prepare to sleep, Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, stand at the bedroom door, feeling shy. Since this villa only has 2 bedrooms, and Du Guyan occupies one, there's only one bedroom left. This means Zhu Zhuqing has to sleep in the same room as Dai Yunhan tonight. Thinking about this makes her very nervous. Although they often hug and kiss each other, sleeping together is something they've never done before. She hadn't dared to think about it until now. Moreover, once they sleep together, with Dai Yunhan's lecherous nature, he might do something strange to her. She feels that now is not the right time. "How about I sleep on the sofa?" Zhu Zhuqing says. "It's too embarrassing to sleep together. I'm not ready for that." "What are you talking about? There's no way I'm letting you sleep on the sofa," Dai Yunhan replies firmly. Zhu Zhuqing feels a bit touched, knowing Dai Yunhan surely doesn't want to force her. He should be the one to go to the sofa. She prepares to find a blanket for Dai Yunhan. But at that moment, she hears Dai Yunhan say, "You have to sleep on the bed with me." Chapter 22. What is muscle memory? Zhu Zhuqing feels a dark cloud over her forehead, thinking, "Wow, I was careless and didn't dodge. No way, we're still young." "I don't think you're young at all, and mine isn't small either." Dai Yunhan, without saying a word, directly approached her and then picked her up in his arms. He then walked toward the bed. Zhu Zhuqing immediately felt extremely shy, her face flushed with heat and her body tensed up involuntarily. However, she did not make any move to resist. Instead, she buried her adorable little head in Dai Yunhan's chest. She was nervous about what was about to happen, as she didn't feel fully prepared in her heart. But she also wouldn't refuse what was to come, because she was Dai Yunhan's future wife. And no matter what he did, she would not reject it. So, when Dai Yunhan laid her down on the bed, she simply shut her eyes tightly, her little hands nervously gripping the bedsheet. Upon seeing her like this, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile with relief. He lay beside Zhu Zhuqing, wrapping his arms around her waist, gently holding her in his embrace, without making any further moves. He loved Zhu Zhuqing, and he knew that if he were to take the next step, she would not resist. However, he couldn't do that, because loving someone is not just about loving their body, but also loving their spirit. There's a difference between what can be done and what is done willingly. Dai Yunhan didn't want to make Zhu Zhuqing uncomfortable because of this. When Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Dai Yunhan wasn't making a move, her tense body gradually calmed down. She opened her beautiful eyes, like the starry sky, and looked at Dai Yunhan. She found that Dai Yunhan was also looking at her with a dazed affection. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing asked with concern, her tone carrying a hint of tension. It wasn't the same shy tension from before, but rather a nervousness about Dai Yunhan not taking the next step. Could it be that her performance made Dai Yunhan a bit angry? "Zhuqing, you're really beautiful." Dai Yunhan answered the question incorrectly. However, this answer also relieved Zhu Zhuqing's tension, and a smile appeared in her eyes. She then took the initiative to lean closer to Dai Yunhan and kissed his lips. Just as she was pulling away, Dai Yunhan suddenly kissed her again. She intended to give a light peck, but she forgot that Dai Yunhan was not water, but rather a sticky mass. Once you get stuck, you can't escape. Their warm breaths mingled together. By the time they separated, Zhu Zhuqing was clearly a bit breathless. Dai Yunhan smiled satisfyingly, then wrapped her arms around her. Zhu Zhuqing also curled up in Dai Yunhan's embrace like a little kitten. "In fact, if you want, I can do it." Zhu Zhuqing's barely audible voice sounded in her arms. Dai Yunhan lowered his head to look at Zhu Zhuqing and found her incredibly shy, her ears flushed red. Unavoidably, Dai Yunhan's heart fluttered. However, he still suppressed this strong impulse. As he always said, he didn't want to force Zhu Zhuqing into doing something against her will, even if it was just a little bit. He tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing, leaned close to her ear, and gently said, "Zhuqing, I love you. I will wait until the day you fully accept me." Zhu Zhuqing didn't respond, but simply leaned closer into his embrace. Ding! The system detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host had deepened and awarded him a piece of a 10,000-year soul bone, the right arm soul bone of the chaotic twin-winged tiger, and the soul skill Light Kingdom. The Light Kingdom, when used, creates a defensive space that can withstand all types of attacks, with the strength varying according to the soul power level. Hearing the system's voice, Dai Yunhan smiled inwardly, knowing that his recent actions were correct. Only by respecting others can one receive emotional rewards. The night passed without a word. The next day, Zhu Zhuqing woke up early. It wasn't that she disliked sleeping in, but rather that Dai Yunhan was too restless in his sleep. His hands were constantly moving, almost not leaving her side all night. If she hadn't felt that Dai Yunhan was truly asleep, she would have doubted if he was pretending, as he was very good at locating her. Every time she moved his hand away, it wouldn't be long before he found it again. She really wondered if he couldn't sleep unless his hand was on her. But if that was the case, how did he sleep before? Helpless, she got up, found a black lace top from the bedding, and put it on. Looking at Dai Yunhan's peacefully sleeping face, she was truly speechless. This guy could even unfasten her lace top in his dreams. If it weren't for the fact that they had been together since childhood, she would even suspect that Dai Yunhan had practiced on another woman. After putting on her clothes, she went downstairs to start preparing breakfast. Breakfast was simple, just bread, milk, and eggs, nothing too complicated. Just as she was finishing up, Dai Yunhan came down from upstairs. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing busy in the kitchen, he smiled contentedly. This really felt like home. He walked up behind Zhu Zhuqing and naturally wrapped his arms around her waist. Her waist was slender and tight, so it felt a bit delicate in his embrace, lacking that sense of fullness. However, her hips were quite ample, which made up for the small flaw. "You're sticking close so early in the morning. Didn't you get enough hugs last night?" Zhu Zhuqing complained. Just thinking about what happened last night made her feel a bit shy and annoyed. But Dai Yunhan didn't care about that. He kissed her cheek and said, "My wife has such a great figure. Even hugging her every day wouldn't be enough. Stop joking around. It's time to eat." "No, I want to eat you first." Saying that, he turned Zhu Zhuqing around and kissed her. They separated reluctantly after 2 or 3 minutes. Zhu Zhuqing quickly adjusted her top and said, "Kissing is one thing, but why do you always have to get hands on?" Dai Yunhan felt a bit awkward. Muscle memory, muscle memory. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's expression darkened. She immediately understood why Dai Yunhan was so precise last night. Goodness, muscle memory. After placing breakfast on the table, Zhu Zhuqing prepared to check if Dugu Yin had woken up. Just then, Dugu Yin came down from upstairs. Seeing her, Zhu Zhuqing immediately called out, "You're awake. Have some food." Dugu Yin's face still showed confusion and vigilance, clearly feeling strange in her surroundings after waking up. However, when she saw Dai Yunhan sitting at the table, her expression relaxed. "Thank you for saving me." The snake venom caused her pain, but it didn't make her lose her memory. So upon careful reflection, she clearly remembered what had happened last night. Chapter 23. Dugu Yin's Favor Reward Detox Pill. "Just a small favor. Are you hungry? Shall we eat together?" Dai Yunhan gestured for her to sit down for a meal. Dugu Yin was not polite, and seeing the clothes they were wearing, she realized they were also students from the Tiando Royal Academy, so she lowered her guard. My name is Dugu Yin. Are you new students? How should I address you? Dugu Yin asked while eating. I'm Dai Yunhan, and this is Zhu Zhuqing. We are both freshmen who just enrolled this year. Dai Yunhan felt a bit happy when she introduced herself, although she was already fairly certain that she was Donggu Yin, confirming it still felt different. Thank you for what happened last night. I'm also a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I noticed you seemed to be poisoned last night, and it was quite serious, Dai Yunhan said. To obtain the celestial herb, she needed to build a good relationship with her. Now was the perfect time for in-depth communication. Hearing this, Donggu Yan's expression darkened. This had been a problem since childhood, one that couldn't be solved. However, I really want to thank you for last night. If it weren't for your appearance, I might have died. At this point, a hint of curiosity appeared on Donggu Yan's face. What method did you use last night? For so long, every time the toxin acted up, there were no other methods to help suppress the toxin besides medication. This might be related to my martial soul. When your toxin invaded my body, I was quite startled. Later, my martial soul manifested, and its special energy helped suppress the toxicity. Really? What is your martial soul? Donggu Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, there was also a trace of strange exhilaration deep in her eyes. The chaotic twin-winged tiger is a mutated martial soul, Dai Yunhan replied. Can I see it? Dai Yunhan showed a strange expression, asking why she wanted to see his martial soul. Dugu Yin also realized that she might have been a bit reckless, and quickly said, Actually, it's fine if you don't show me. I was just curious. My poison is very severe, and my grandfather can only rely on medicine to suppress it. Well, you can use soul power. That is quite unexpected. I just stumbled upon it by accident. My martial soul is special. Dai Yunhan's words are indeed true. At that time, he really just stumbled upon it. If he had known there was a risk of being eroded by toxins, he definitely wouldn't have done it. As for Dugibo being unable to suppress her poison with soul power, he thought that was quite normal. Both are like venomous snakes, and using soul power would only cause her more pain. Moreover, their toxins are the same, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack with poison. As for others, they wouldn't dare at all. If someone dared to use soul power to suppress, they would end up like Dai Yunhan, being eroded by toxins. Regardless, I really want to thank you. Can we be friends? Dugu Yin said, extending her hand to signal a handshake. Dai Yunhan would certainly not refuse such a good opportunity. He needed to use Dugu Yin anyway, and now that she came to him, how could he not take advantage of it? So he immediately extended his hand and said, Of course, we can be friends from now on. We'll be friends from now on. Dugu Yin happily shook Dai Yunhan's hand, her eyes filled with joy. With his wife watching nearby, Dai Yunhan naturally kept it brief, shaking hands and then letting go. However, when he tried to pull his hand back, he found it a bit difficult. It seemed that Dugu Yin was somewhat reluctant to let go, but Dugu Yin quickly realized and hurriedly released her grip, feeling a bit embarrassed. At the same time, to cover up the awkwardness, she also reached out to shake hands with Zhu Zhuqing. Then, she continued eating, but her gaze towards Dai Yunhan suddenly became strange. Ding detected that the goddess Dugu Yin has developed feelings for the host. Reward: 1 bottle of detox pill. The detox pill can cure any poison in the world. If one doesn't work, just take another. At that moment, the sudden voice of the system surprised Dai Yunhan. Goddess Dugu Yin? Dai Yunhan's first reaction was surprise, because this was actually not a single female protagonist system. Wow, this is just too exciting. He had always thought that the dating system was a single female protagonist, and he could only date Zhu Zhuqing. So, when his strength was increasing more and more slowly later on, he became a bit anxious, which is why he brought Zhu Zhuqing out to explore. He didn't expect that it was actually a multi-female protagonist dating system. Besides Zhu Zhuqing, he could date other people too? Dai Yunhan felt delighted and thrilled, like a happy child. But soon his second reaction kicked in. Dugu Yin developed feelings for him? What the hell is this? Is this some sort of cheat? It doesn't make sense. He couldn't help but glance at Dugu Yin. She still had her deep purple short hair and green eyes, but without the eerie vibe from last night. Now she looked as clear as a green gemstone. Her figure was well-shaped, with curves in all the right places. Although she wasn't as stunning as Zhu Zhuqing, she was still a rare gem. To be honest, when reading the original work, Dai Yunhan wasn't particularly fond of this woman. Perhaps it was because she had little screen time, or maybe it was due to her irrational actions and overly venomous personality. In any case, Dai Yunhan didn't like her. However, as the saying goes, one's perspective can change with one's appearance. Du Guyan's exotic beauty, reminiscent of the western regions, did slightly alter Dai Yunhan's impression of her when he saw her. But, to date her, Dai Yunhan was unwilling. For him, values followed appearances, with one premise. He didn't possess a good-looking exterior. But now, Dai Yunhan had Zhu Zhuqing, a docile and obedient woman with a rare beauty. Therefore, he was fundamentally unable to accept a woman like Du Guyan, who had a bit of poison to her. Moreover, she was still paired with Yu Qianheng. So, system, are you sick, making me steal someone else's wife? However, looking at the detox pill provided by the system, he felt a bit happy. He didn't expect the system to offer things other than soul power. This was just right, as he was worried about how to sneak into the herb garden. Now he had a way. It was as if the pillow came just when he wanted to take a nap. He was about to speak when suddenly a commotion erupted outside the villa. Yin, are you inside? Dai Yunhan looked out the window and discovered that several people were standing in front of the yard gate. Judging by their attire, they were also students of the Royal Academy of Tiandou. It seemed like they were looking for you. Do you know them? Dai Yunhan glanced at Du Guyan. Du Guyan took a look, her eyes calm, and replied that she recognized them. Saying this, she walked out of the villa. Chapter 24. Love that cannot be obtained. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing continued to eat, and since they were acquaintances, it had nothing to do with them. Outside, Yu Qianheng and Yu Feng appeared at the door of Dai Yunhan's dormitory. They had been looking for Du Guyan for a long time last night, but couldn't find her. He was worried she might be in trouble. And it wasn't until dawn that someone mentioned seeing Du Guyan being taken into a villa dormitory by a man and a woman. They analyzed the situation and eventually locked on a Qingfeng villa. The reason was simple. There weren't many people who could afford to live in villa dormitories. They were either rich or noble, with uncommon identities. Yu Qianheng knew almost all such people, with a strange face being a man and a woman. They quickly confirmed their identities after checking the information at the academic office, so they immediately came over. After calling out, Du Guyan indeed walked out of the villa. Yu Qianheng's face instantly lit up with joy. Yin, where did you go last night? We looked for you all night. I was so worried about you. Yu Qianheng hurriedly stepped forward with concern. Why were you looking for me? Du Guyan responded coldly. Yu Qianheng explained, after finishing the training yesterday, you forgot to take your medicine, so I came to find you to deliver it. Did the poison act up last night? It acted up. Huh? Yu Qianheng immediately became a bit anxious. Are you okay? If I were not okay, could I still be standing here talking to you? Du Guyan replied somewhat sharply. That's just her personality. She couldn't be gentle with someone she didn't like. Yin, don't be so cold. I'm just concerned about you, Yu Qianheng said, feeling a bit wronged. He had searched for her all night, but she seemed to appreciate it not at all. Du Guyan took the medicine from his hand, her expression calm. Thank you for your concern, but it's impossible between us. You don't need to be so nice to me in the future. Is it because of the poison? Yu Qianheng asked nervously, then said, I don't mind. I do mind. Du Guyan's gaze became very firm. She was a girl, and she also wanted to cuddle and hug the person she loved, but she didn't dare. Because of her martial soul, her mother had been poisoned to death the moment she was born, and she herself was filled with toxins. If it weren't for her grandfather being a titled Douluo and having research on medicines, she might have died long ago. Therefore, the toxins that could erupt at any time made her not dare to entertain any luxurious thoughts about love. Over the years, she had always been alone. She longed for a sweet love, but she had to keep her distance. So, when faced with Yu Qianheng's pursuit, she had always rejected him. Yin, believe me, I can find a permanent solution to detoxify you. Yu Qianheng still refused to give up. Du Guyan shook her head, rejecting him while a hidden trace of joy flickered in her eyes. Thank you for your kindness, but I have already. Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing walked out. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but class is about to start, and I have to go to the classroom. Dai Yunhan could somewhat hear the conversation between the two in the room. He hadn't expected that at this point in time. Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan were still not together. Moreover, from the current situation, it seemed that Yu Qianheng was pursuing Du Guyan, but Du Guyan did not like him. In that case, Dai Yunhan had to view the system in a new light. At least it did not make him into the kind of bad person who would dig someone else's corner. In Dai Yunhan's heart, a woman who could be pried away from someone else was not a good woman. Because if he could take her away today, then tomorrow she can be taken away by someone else. Therefore, Dai Yunhan inherently did not like to pry into other people's relationships. Of course, situations like Zhu Zhuqing and the current one, where they weren't together, didn't count. After all, if there are no feelings, how can it be considered prying? As for whether or not to develop feelings for Du Guyan, Dai Yunhan had not made up his mind yet. At the moment, his willingness in that regard was not high, mainly due to her personality. Dai Yunhan wanted to go out. But it seemed that Yu Tianheng and the others did not want to give way. Especially Yu Tianheng. His gaze towards Dai Yunhan was as if he had marked Du Gaiyan. Did you bring Yin back last night? Yu Tianheng asked. Yes. Did you save her? Yes. Upon hearing the answers, Yu Tianheng began to ponder, and Dai Yunhan did not know what he intended to do. However, no matter what he was planning, Dai Yunhan would not back down. A few seconds later, Yu Tianheng glanced at Yu Feng and the others, signaling them to clear the way. Thank you for saving Yin last night. Yu Tianheng expressed his gratitude. Dai Yunhan was a bit surprised, but she casually said, You're welcome. We're classmates. It's only natural. With that, Dai Yunhan led Zhu Zhuqing towards the teaching building. After Dai Yunhan left, Yu Tianheng's expression became tense again. Yin, didn't he do anything to you? Did he? Upon hearing this, Du Yin frowned immediately. Yu Tianheng, are you being overly concerned? He saved me last night. Do you think he would do anything to me? If he had done something to me, do you think I would still be standing here? After saying this, Du Yin turned to leave, seeming very unwilling to stay with him. Feeling Du Yin's anger, Yu Tianheng was immediately filled with regret. Caring only complicates things. After Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the teaching building, they discovered that their classrooms were not together, but separated, seemingly divided by strength. Both of them were freshmen and should have been the same class, but due to their higher soul power levels, they were ultimately placed in the classes of senior students. However, I didn't mind this too much. It was just a bit of a regret not being in the same class. Fortunately, their classrooms were not far apart, one on the upper floor and the other on the lower floor, so they could still meet any time. If you miss me, just come find me. Dai Yunhan took a slap at Zhu Zhuqing's perky backside, instantly creating a wave. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare and then walked into the classroom. Dai Yunhan then went upstairs. His classroom was on the 3rd floor. When he entered, the class hadn't started yet, and the students inside were still chatting and laughing. When they saw a stranger walk in, they all turned their gaze towards him in unison. Hey, little brother, did you walk into the wrong classroom? This is the Soul Master class, a boy with a face full of pimples joked. As soon as he spoke, many others burst into laughter. Dai Yunhan ignored him and went straight to the back of the classroom, finding an empty seat to sit down. Chapter 25. Lonely and desolate Yi Lingling. However, the man with the pockmarked face felt that Dai Yunhan's actions were a blow to his pride, as if everyone around was laughing at him. He immediately said, Little friend, it's very impolite to just walk in without saying a word. Dai Yunhan was now 12 years old, while this group of people was mostly 18 or 19, with some in their mid-20s, so the still somewhat youthful-looking Dai Yunhan appeared to them like a child. Sorry, but if this is the Soul Master class, then I really am in this class. Moreover, my identity card does indicate this class, Dai Yunhan said, not wanting to escalate the conflict, and he directly presented his identity card. The people around him were clearly skeptical. Someone who looked much younger than them had the strength to enter the Soul Master class? Had he already become a Soul Master? They all gathered around to check Dai Yunhan's identity card, and upon seeing it, they found it to be true. In an instant, their expressions toward Dai Yunhan changed. No longer were they teasing and mocking him. Instead, they looked surprised and somewhat respectful. After all, at such a young age, possessing such strength, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. It was best not to make an enemy of someone like him. Thus, the man with the pockmarked face quickly apologized, saying he was just blunt and meant no harm. The others also introduced themselves, saying that if he ever needed anything, he could ask for their help. Only one girl sat quietly in the corner, not saying a word. When she heard Dai Yunhan claim to be part of this class, she glanced up for a moment, then fell silent again. Dai Yunhan also discovered her. She was dressed in black, with a slender and delicate figure, wearing a black veil that concealed her face. A waterfall of blue hair cascaded down her back, and her deep blue eyes were as clear as the lake water of Changbai Mountain. Sitting quietly in the corner, she seemed to blend into it, making it easy to overlook her if one wasn't paying attention. The only thing Dai Yunhan could sense from her was loneliness and desolation. If he guessed correctly, this person should be Yi Lingling. It was indeed rare to find someone with such an aura, especially wearing a veil, in Douluo Continent. Of course, there were others, but in the context of the Tiando Royal Academy, this person was most likely Yi Lingling without a doubt. Moreover, this was a Soul Zone class. Just as Dai Yunhan was observing Yi Lingling, she seemed to sense his gaze and lifted her eyes to look at him. Their eyes met, and in an instant, Dai Yunhan felt an overwhelming darkness coming at him. That coldness was like his girlfriend's icy little hand reaching into his back on a winter day, instantly penetrating to his bones. Dai Yunhan's heart trembled slightly. He could not imagine that a person could experience such deep loneliness. Just a single glance was enough to make him empathize with her. How lonely must she be in person? Dai Yunhan couldn't imagine. The original work describes Yi Lingling very little, only saying that she is a lonely and desolate person. But now it seems that if she really is Yi Lingling, then she is not just lonely and desolate. She is truly the epitome of loneliness and desolation. Unavoidably, he felt a spark of curiosity towards this girl. Just then, a few more people walked in through the door. Dai Yunhan was surprised to see that it was actually acquaintances, those same people from his villa's courtyard. He had already suspected their identities earlier, and now, with their entrance, he had confirmed them. Yu Qianheng and the others also spotted Dai Yunhan, looking quite astonished. It seemed incomprehensible to them how a new student could enter the Soul Master class. Du Guyan's expression mirrored theirs, though there was a hint of delight in her eyes amidst her surprise. They each took their seats, and soon the class bell rang. A young teacher walked in, looking refined and scholarly. "Hello, everyone. My name is Qin Ming, and I will be your instructor." This was just a formality. Everyone already knew who he was, and his words were directed at Dai Yunhan. "I believe everyone is aware that we have a new classmate, Dai Yunhan. Please introduce yourself." Dai Yunhan stood up, exuding a calm demeanor. "Hello, everyone. My name is Dai Yunhan. I come from the Star Luo Empire, and I am an exchange student this year. I am 12 years old, with a martial soul of the chaos dual-winged tiger and a soul power level of 35. The crowd was already very curious about Dai Yunhan's identity, so when he introduced himself, everyone listened attentively. However, after hearing this, their expressions became extremely strange. There were looks of shock, confusion, doubt, and disappointment. Many expressions in total, but almost none showed happiness. 12 years old and at level 35. How is that possible? How did he cultivate? Damn, I'm 24 this year and only at level 35. Compared to him, Heaven Dou, I wasted a round of meals. An unparalleled genius. No wonder he could enter the Soul Set class. What a pity, he is actually from the Star Luo Empire. Did the Star Luo Empire send this genius here for a different purpose? Why isn't such a genius from our Heaven Dou Empire? The crowd whispered among themselves. Qin Ming stood on the podium, listening to the discussions below, and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Yesterday, he received Dai Yunhan's information from the faculty, and his first reaction was disbelief. A 12-year-old soul master. He had never heard of or seen such a person. He didn't believe that someone like this could exist on the continent, so he immediately questioned the authenticity of the information. However, after seeing the royal certification on it, he helplessly accepted this fact. The royal certification could not be fake. Once he believed it, he became curious about what this person looked like, and today, upon seeing him, he indeed looked like a dragon among men. But he also felt regret that this person was not from the Heaven Dou Empire. All right, everyone quiet down. Dai Yunhan is an exchange student from the Star Luo Empire. He has traveled a long distance to our country, so everyone should show our country's etiquette and help him out. Understood? Understood, everyone replied, but only they knew how ridiculous this statement was. Help? Not to mention that he might be an enemy in the future, just considering his current level of 35 at 12 years old. How could they help? Level 31 or 32, helping someone at level 35. Isn't that a joke? Qin Ming also understood everyone's thoughts, and he didn't expose them. He felt that the current atmosphere was quite good. Chapter 26, Battle Practice, Teaming Up with Yi Lingling. Only with pressure is their motivation. Previously, they had always thought of themselves as the most outstanding students in the academy, but now that they saw someone even more outstanding, their competitive spirit naturally emerged. This would lead to even greater progress. Okay, now we will start the class. Today's content is about whether different martial souls can combine to give birth to a third type of martial soul, blah blah blah. The morning class was theoretical, and after it ended, they had lunch and took a break before starting the afternoon class. The afternoon class was practical, mainly focused on battle practice among students. They could practice one-on-one or two-on-two. Of course, if they wanted, they could also engage in group battles. As the battle practice officially began, some students with closer relationships quickly found opponents and started battling. Due to his special identity and being a newcomer, not many people are willing to challenge Dai Yunhan for a match. Dai Yunhan didn't mind. No one was looking for him, and he was rather enjoying the peace and quiet. After all, he knew very well that in the face of absolute strength, all techniques were mere embellishments. Looking around, he found that apart from himself, there were a few others who hadn't formed teams. One was Yi Lingling, who seemed to be somewhat rejected, standing alone in a corner. Ignored just like Dai Yunhan. There were also two other people he didn't recognize. Zhang Kuan, you team up with Yi Lingling, and Dai Yunhan. You team up with Zhang Wen. You two teams will spar for practice. Qin Ming said as he noticed a few individuals standing alone. If no one formed teams, what was the point of this class? Teacher Qin, I don't want to team up with you Lingling. I want to switch, Zhang Kuan said reluctantly. Who do you want to switch with? With Zhang Ling. Let Dai Yunhan and Yi Lingling team up. Why? Qin Ming asked, frowning. He certainly understood Zhang Kuan's thoughts. Yi Lingling's martial soul was the nine-heart begonia, and her soul skill was solely for healing. In life-and-death combat, such a soul skill was something everyone would fight for. However, they were currently just sparring among students where the emphasis was on restraint, and in almost 90% of cases, injuries would not occur. Thus, at this time, Yi Lingling's value was less than that of other support soul masters. Other support soul masters could provide enhancements, while Yi Lingling could only heal and nothing else. This was also the reason why everyone was somewhat dismissive of Yi Lingling. Zhang Wen has a soul power of level 31. I have level 36. Dai Yunhan has level 35, and Yi Lingling has level 32. I think this combination is fair. The disparity in strength won't be too great, Zhang Kuan explained. He certainly wouldn't voice his true feelings. He glanced at Yi Lingling. Although she wore a veil, he could tell from her eyes that she was very beautiful. But what good was beauty if she didn't speak and was cold and distant, completely like a closed bottle? Teaming up with her would not only be of no use, but also utterly devoid of fun. He didn't want that. Teacher Qin, how about I practice one-on-one with Dai Yunhan? Let Yi Lingling team up with Yu Qianheng for practice against Zhang Kuan and them. At that moment, Du Guyan proactively walked over. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised and glanced at Yu Qianheng. In the past, Du Guyan always sparred with Yu Qianheng. Why was she not teaming up with him today? Were they having a conflict? After thinking for a moment, he said, You are members of the Imperial combat team. I have different training plan for you later, so you do not need to form teams. Upon hearing this, Du Guyan looked somewhat unhappy. However, she said nothing, just glanced at Dai Yunhan with some reluctance before leaving. Yu Qianheng, watching Du Guyan's expression, sensed a hint of threat from Dai Yunhan, threat from a rival in love. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan received a piece of information. Yi Lingling had not yet joined a combat team. Dai Yunhan, Yi Lingling, how you two feel about this? Qin Ming was still somewhat unconvinced about this combination in his heart. Although there was no problem with the highest level Zhang Kuan teaming up with the weakest Zhang Wen, the key was that Yi Lingling's martial soul was the nine-heart begonia. Her martial soul had only one function, healing. Aside from healing, she could do nothing else, not even provide a slight enhancement. In other words, Yi Lingling was a burden until her teammates were injured. However, since they were currently just friendly sparring, emphasizing restraint, Yi Lingling's healing effect would be of no use. Rather than a 2v2 match, it would be more appropriate to say it was a 1v2. Zhang Kuan, at level 36, would only grow stronger with Zhang Wen's assistance. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan, at level 35, would still remain at level 35 and might even struggle to fully unleash his strength due to Yi Lingling's presence. Therefore, in his view, this combination was meaningless and wouldn't serve the purpose of sparring practice. But to his surprise, Dai Yunhan agreed, I don't mind. I can team up with anyone. And you, Yi Lingling? Qin Ming asked again. I don't mind either, Yi Lingling replied. Being someone who was already dismissed by others, she felt she had no right to choose. Okay then, you two teams will spar. The focus of practice is on the technical training of soul power and soul skills, so when you attack, be sure to leave some room for counterattacks and refrain from using excessive force. Just go for a light touch, understood? Understood. Then let's begin. With a command from Qin Ming, he distanced himself from the four. The four then moved to the practice area. Zhang Kuan rubbed his palms and eagerly said, All right, each of you has 30 seconds to release your martial souls. After 30 seconds, the battle will automatically start. How about it? Sure, Dai Yunhan agreed. Then be careful. Martial soul, violent rooster, activate. Zhang Kuan shouted, and his soul power surged, revealing a 3-meter-tall black rooster behind him. The black rooster was entirely black, except for its silver-gray comb on top of its head, with sharp claws and 2 curved blades sprouting from its wings. As his martial soul appeared, Zhang Kuan also underwent a transformation. A pair of black shadowy wings emerged from his back. His hair turned silver-gray. Black feathers appeared on his arms. His hands became gigantic, and sharp claws grew out. With a loud crow, his aura was indeed ferocious. It was somewhat like a mad chicken. Behind him, Zhang Wen also released her martial soul. Her martial soul was a red umbrella, entirely red and pure, looking as if it were carved from jade. Chapter 27. Violent Rooster Zhang Kuan, Dawn's Song. Jumping slash, she was a support soul master. so the umbrella's characteristics naturally leaned towards defense. Meanwhile, Yi Lingling also symbolically released her martial soul. A pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals, fell from both sides of Yi Lingling's palms, its soft vines swaying in the wind, drooping gracefully. Although this sparring practice might render her completely useless, after all, it was a battle, so some ceremonial aspects still needed to be upheld. Just stand behind me and don't move later. Dai Yunhan reminded her with a word, then released her own martial soul. Chaos double-winged tiger, accompanied by a tiger's roar. A nearly 5-meter-long black and white tiger leaped behind Dai Yunhan. Its eyes were like amber, its fangs like new moons, and its gaping maw seemed ready to swallow mountains and rivers. Its claws were like pillars, strong and sturdy, slightly curved, maintaining a posture ready to attack at any moment. Its back was adorned with black and white wings, stretching nearly 20 meters in an exaggerated and imposing manner, evoking both envy and an involuntary sense of fear. As Dai Yunhan's martial soul emerged, a powerful pressure was released, affecting all the students present, especially those with beast martial souls. One by one, they became sluggish, like eggplants hit by frost, unable to lift their heads. Yu Qianheng and others looked shocked. It was their first time witnessing such a martial soul. In an instant, he felt the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect within him emit a sound of contention. Du Yin felt the same. Her martial soul, the emerald phosphor snake, was also restless, her mind unsettled. At the same time, Qin Ming, standing nearby, took out a small notebook, his shocked expression revealing he was writing something. Those who were slightly better off were the weapon and plant martial souls that were not suppressed by bloodline pressure, but even they were still significantly affected. Yi Lingling looked at the begonia flower in her hand, its petals slightly closed and the stamens curled, seemingly reluctant to bloom. She felt a secret shock in her heart. Dai Yunhan's martial soul was too powerful. Even in front of Yu Tianheng's blue lightning tyrant dragon, her 9-heart begonia had never shown such a wilted state. Among everyone, the one most affected was Zhang Kuan, who was at the center of the storm. The sound of a crowing rooster echoed, clearly scared, as it was also suppressed by the bloodline pressure of the chaotic twin-winged tiger. It looked anything but fierce now. However, it still had a bit of ferocity left. After all, a martial soul is only one factor affecting strength. The decisive factor lies with its owner. A strong martial soul must first take the initiative. Zhang Kuan had made up his mind. He glanced back at Zhang Wen, indicating that he might not be able to protect her, and advised her to defend herself, assuring her that he wouldn't attack her. After saying that, Zhang Kuan charged towards Dai Yunhan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wen frowned. Zhang Kuan's words made her feel completely disregarded. It was an act of abandoning a partner, and in that moment, she developed feelings of disgust towards Zhang Kuan. As a support soul master, and especially as a female support soul master, Zhang Kuan's behavior was simply too degrading. Nonetheless, she still cast a shield on Zhang Kuan, using her first soul skill, Guardian Light. Simultaneously, she also applied her second amplification soul skill, Red Enhancement. Feeling the increase in defense and power, Zhang Kuan's previously tense heart became confident again. His gaze sharpened, fixated on Dai Yunhan's martial soul, and he opened his mouth to unleash a sharp and piercing crowing sound. His first soul skill, Dawn Song. It was as if he had installed a horn on the crowing attack, with sound waves surging through the air, drawing ripples of sound forward. It was not only sharp and ear-piercing, but also created a buzzing sound in his head. Dai Yunhan felt his ears getting irritated and couldn't help but use his soul power to seal off his auditory senses. This sound was a bit too much for him as well. However, this kind of sonic attack was still somewhat childish play. With his soul power in operation, he didn't even need to use any soul skills. He focused his energy in his dantian and suddenly let out a fierce roar. Instantly, a more powerful and brighter tiger's roar erupted from his mouth, creating a similar wave of sound, but the might of the tiger's roar was much more intense, directly crushing Zhang Kuan's rooster crow and further attacking his eardrum. The next moment, Zhang Kuan let out a terrible scream, his face turning pale. The protective light around him shattered, and he clutched his head, kneeling on the ground and wailing in pain. Seeing this, Qin Ming immediately wanted to step forward. But Zhang Kuan, enduring the excruciating pain, stretched out a hand to stop Qin Ming from getting closer. Dai Yunhan did not continue the attack. The previous tiger roar was entirely a soul skill that came with his martial soul. One could even say it hardly qualifies as a soul skill, because any tiger would roar. The reason it was so powerful was due to the incredible prowess of the chaos double-winged tiger martial soul. in front of some weaker martial souls. Even an ordinary roar can become a soul skill. Zhang Kun held his head in his hands, and it took him a whole minute to stand up with difficulty. Looking at Dai Yunhan, his eyes were filled with blood, and his face was flushed, as if blood were about to seep out from his pores. Continue. Zhang Kun was unwilling to admit defeat. He refused to believe that his level 36 soul power, combined with an auxiliary boost, would lose to someone who was not as strong as he was. He once again summoned his soul power and leaped up, reaching a height of 20 meters. At the same time, a yellow soul ring lit up, and his body flipped in the air before extending a leg to chop at Dai Yunhan. Second soul skill. Jumping slash. His leg took on a black, hard appearance, resembling a chicken leg or a piece of steel. The momentum was cold and fierce, coming down directly towards Dai Yunhan's head. Dai Yunhan smiled confidently as his first soul ring lit up, transforming him completely into white. His hair, wings, and entire body were white. He crossed his arms above his head to block the incoming attack. Overestimating himself, Zhang Kun looked at him with disdain. Thinking it was absurd to try to withstand his attack with just his body, he was seriously underestimating him. With a loud roar, he vowed to teach Dai Yunhan a lesson. Boom! His leg struck heavily against Dai Yunhan's arm, creating a circular cloud of dust on the ground. However, Dai Yunhan remained as steady as a mountain. His arms were as solid as steel, unmoving, and he firmly absorbed the blow. Zhang Kun's eyes widened in shock. He really took it? Dai Yunhan's eyes peeked out from the gap in his arm, revealing an eerie sight. In the next moment, his hand grabbed Zhang Kun's leg. Chapter 28. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. How come you are color when you have space? Then, in Zhang Kun's terrified gaze, Dai Yunhan's entire body transformed from white to black, and with a twist of his body, Zhang Kun was thrown out like a discus. He was thrown nearly 100 meters away before crashing to the ground, unable to get up again. Cluck, cluck, cluck. This was the sound of a raging chicken flapping its wings. However, after just a few cries of despair, the raging chicken spirit returned to Zhang Kun's body. Qin Ming hurried over to check Zhang Kun's injuries, letting out a sigh of relief. It was just some shock injuries, no serious damage. It was clear that Dai Yunhan had indeed held back. Otherwise, Zhang Kun would not have been thrown away so simply. Yi Lingling, please help treat Zhang Kun, Qin Ming said to Yi Lingling. Upon hearing this, a hint of coldness flashed in Yi Lingling's eyes, but she remained silent. She walked up to Zhang Kun and cast a healing spell on him. Thank you, Zhang Kun wanted to say, but found it difficult to express. He had just regarded her as a burden, and now he needed her help to heal. He felt somewhat ashamed. Indeed, only when one gets hurt does one think of the benefits of healing. However, Yi Lingling seemed not to want his gratitude. After casting the healing spell, she left without looking back. Zhang Kun watched her back, feeling even more guilty. Meanwhile, Qin Ming said to Dai Yunhan, your strength has surprised me. To be honest, if you weren't from the Star Luo Empire, I would have wanted you to join the imperial battle team. I'm quite surprised by my strength as well. Dai Yunhan smiled. Despite only being level 35, relying on the strength of his martial soul and the age of his spirit rings, he had no problem facing spirit masters around levels 41 or 42. Having confidence is a good thing. Qin Ming chuckled, not expecting Dai Yunhan to be so unpretentious. All right, you all take a break. I'll go check on the other students. After saying this, he went to the other students. As his duty was not just for Dai Yunhan, he also needed to record the growth of others. After he left, Yi Lingling returned, still looking the same. I thought you wouldn't treat him since he looked down on you so much, Dai Yunhan teased. If it were up to him, he would never have healed Zhang Kun. A typical case of praising the food when eating and cursing the dishes when washing them. Yi Lingling glanced at him. We're all classmates, not enemies. Some classmates don't necessarily deserve to be called classmates. Dai Yunhan was well aware of Zhang Kun's recent behavior. It was supposed to be a practice battle, emphasizing the cooperation between teammates and the understanding of tactical skills. Yet, Zhang Kun abandoned Zhang Wen, relying on the fact that it was just practice, certain that Dai Yunhan wouldn't attack Zhang Wen, and rushed in to play the hero alone. Such a person, once accustomed to this way of fighting, could be more terrifying than the enemy. Unlike Dai Yunhan, who had consistently stood in front of Yi Lingling. If Zhang Kun wanted to take the initiative to subdue Yi Lingling, he would have to go through Dai Yunhan first. Yi Lingling did not respond to Dai Yunhan's words. Standing alone with her eyelashes lowered, lost in thought, Dai Yunhan looked at him, curious about what had happened to her that made a girl become so cold and lonely. Soon, the day's classes came to an end. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing walked back to the dormitory together. Yin initially wanted to chat with Dai Yunhan, but seeing him being close with Zhu Zhuqing, her mood instantly soured. Behind Yin, Yu Qianheng watched her dejected expression, and his heart ached even more. He felt a growing animosity towards Dai Yunhan. Now, he was certain that something must have happened between Dai Yunhan and Yin last night. Otherwise, Yin wouldn't have had such a drastic change in attitude towards him in just one day. Thinking of this, his heart felt even heavier. Unconsciously, he clenched his fists. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing returned to the villa. As soon as they entered, Dai Yunhan gave her a deep kiss. Zhu Zhuqing blushed and punched him on the chest, saying unhappily, "You often say that form is emptiness and emptiness is form. So how come you're all about desire when you have the chance? Because that's the nature of men. So this is how you interpret the idiom?" Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him. Then her little hand reached to his waist and twisted again. "If I hadn't grown up with you, I would doubt you were a scumbag, deceiving countless young girls. Do you want to know why I could deceive so many young girls? Why? Because none of them were you. I've always been waiting for your arrival." Dai Yunhan's flirtatious words made Zhu Zhuqing's heart flutter, even though her face showed no expression. She felt sweet inside, although she knew this was just Dai Yunhan's playful banter. For some reason, every time she heard such words, it made her heart feel warm. She loved hearing them. She gave a light peck on Dai Yunhan's lips as a reward. "You take a break. I'll go make dinner. What do you want to eat tonight?" But she forgot that Dai Yunhan was never one to owe anyone a favor. He wrapped his arms around her waist and pressed her head against him, giving her a long kiss that lasted 2 minutes. After parting, Dai Yunhan still wanted more. "I think just eating your cat tongue is enough to fill me up." Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red again. "You naughty guy. Do you dare call me naughty? Do you believe I can be even naughtier?" As he spoke, Dai Yunhan raised both hands and made his fingers dance up and down. Zhu Zhuqing immediately understood, and her little face showed a hint of panic. She quickly ran away. Although she knew Dai Yunhan wouldn't take it that far, he was quite bold in other matters. If he continued, she might have to suffer the consequences again. Watching her flee in a fluster, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, the romantic version from a higher dimension was incredibly powerful. Dai Yunhan only needed to make a slight move to know the limit of this segment. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing had prepared a delicious meal. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup. Boiled meat slices, braised pork ribs, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and egg soup, all of which were dishes that Dai Yunhan liked to eat. It must be said that the food in this world is very tasty. But Dai Yunhan often misses the flavors of his hometown. Therefore, during the 6 years spent with Zhu Zhuqing, he also cooked quite a few dishes for her. Zhu Zhuqing really enjoyed these unique dishes, and after 6 years of getting along, she successfully learned the true essence from Dai Yunhan. Chapter 29. Just to be clear, we'll only sleep together tonight. Now, their cooking skills are on par. The dishes are served on the table. Dai Yunhan first served a bowl of soup to Zhu Qing's wife. As the saying goes, drink soup before meals, and a beautiful wife deserves it. Drinking soup not only benefits the stomach and intestines in digesting and absorbing food, reducing irritation to the gastrointestinal tract, but also helps to replenish moisture, achieving a beautifying effect. Therefore, the first thing to do every day at mealtime is to scoop a bowl of soup for the wife. Zhu Zhuqing naturally didn't believe this at first, but after so many years, she has developed this habit thanks to Dai Yunhan. She feels somewhat uncomfortable if she doesn't drink soup. Taking a sip, the rich aroma of eggs is both fresh and delicious. Dai Yunhan took a sip as well and said, not bad, it tastes great." After a round of compliments, he added a piece of crispy rib to Zhu Zhuqing's plate before finally starting to eat himself. "How do you feel about the new environment? Are you adapting?" Dai Yunhan asked while eating. It's okay. What do you mean by it's okay? Don't you miss me at all? How can you be at ease without me? Do you miss me? Of course I do. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Dai Yunhan assured her. You really think of me that way? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Yunhan as chest-thumping gesture and couldn't he help but smile foolishly. Rice stuck to her white teeth, making her look playful and cute. Of course. You're my little treasure. Who else would I want you to think of? Dai Yunhan said confidently. Then, with a playful glint in his eye, he suddenly sang, my little treasure, we are a pair, come on, give me a kiss. How cheesy. Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, not wanting to give him a kiss. Dai Yunhan didn't mind, picking up a piece of boiled meat and chewing on it. But he wondered, isn't this meat spicy? Is it the piece you ate that was spicy? As he spoke, he took advantage of Zhu Zhuqing's moment of inattention and kissed her sneakily. However, this time he was just a light touch. Then, as if savoring a rare delicacy, he smacked his lips, still not feeling any spiciness. Let me try again. Hey, what are you doing? Zhu Zhuqing quickly pushed Dai Yunhan away, truly exasperated with this lecherous guy. No matter the situation, he always thought about taking advantage of her. Anytime, anywhere, as long as he caught an opportunity, he would seize it. She really doubted if this guy was reborn as a pervert. If you say he lacks ambition and is full of romantic thoughts, he just happens to be exceptionally talented and strong. But if you say he is determined to be strong and aloof, he spends every day thinking about taking advantage of her. She couldn't understand how such two contrasting personalities could exist in the same person. Looking at Dai Yunhan's lewd smile, she sighed in her heart, knowing she would never escape Dai Yunhan's clutches in her lifetime. Because that rogue behavior mixed with culture was not only something Dai Yunhan liked, but she also found herself enjoying a lot. Ah, so embarrassing. I feel like I'm starting to turn bad too. Woo-woo. Soon, the meal came to an end. Dai Yunhan tidied up the table and cleaned the house, while Zhu Zhuqing washed the dishes. The two worked together, truly resembling a family. After washing the dishes, they chatted for a while, and then Zhu Zhuqing began her training. She practiced for 2 hours every night. Dai Yunhan told her not to work so hard. After all, he would lead her to victory. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't want to put all the pressure on Dai Yunhan, so she persisted in her daily training. As for whether Dai Yunhan trained or not, she didn't care much. However, she was always curious as to why she had never seen Dai Yunhan train, yet his strength was still increasing so rapidly. But curiosity aside, she didn't ask. It was a secret belonging to her man. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing finished her training and had some fruit. Dai Yunhan handed the cut fruit to her. She picked up a piece, ate it, and then went into the bathroom to wash up. After finishing her routine, the two of them went upstairs to sleep together. However, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing walked toward another bedroom. What are you going to do in that room? Dai Yunhan asked in confusion. Zhu Zhuqing replied, Duguyan has already left. We should sleep separately. Zhu Zhuqing felt that since they were not officially married yet, it was better to keep some distance. When she left the Starry Empire, her mother had told her to maintain a certain distance from men and not to cling too tightly. Otherwise, men would lose their freshness. But how could Dai Yunhan agree to sleep separately? Sleep separately? You slept with me all night last night, and now you want to run away? There is no such good thing in the world. His first reaction was to pull her back in, but thinking about such behavior would definitely go against her wishes. He gave up that idea. If he forced her, she would definitely agree, but that was not the outcome he desired. Still, he wanted to give Zhu Zhuqing ample respect. So, Dai Yunhan is going to start acting. He showed a tearful expression and said, but I've gotten used to having you around. If you're not by my side, I will definitely lose sleep. As he spoke, he began to sing, without you by my side, I really feel so lonely. Zhu Zhuqing was speechless at his exaggerated acting and said, it's not that serious. She was about to leave. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan intensified his tragic performance. Zhuqing, are you really so heartless to leave me all alone? If you leave, I'll have to sleep right in the middle of the bed tonight. The middle? Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what he meant by that. Dai Yunhan replied, because I was dreaming in between, I could think about you from every angle. So, can you stay? Dai Yunhan blinked with a pleading look in her eyes, feeling extremely wronged. She looked as if she was about to cry. Zhu Zhuqing wanted to laugh but held it back. Once again, it was this damn flirty confession. What was going on in his head? How could he be so good at this? She really wanted to refuse Dai Yunhan's request, but with that sweet confession and Dai Yunhan's pleading gaze, she just couldn't do it. Sigh. Sure enough, she had already been wrapped around his finger. All right then. Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly agreed. Dai Yunhan immediately beamed with joy. But Zhu Zhuqing quickly raised a finger and warned, let us agree first just for tonight. All right, just for tonight. You swear. I swear. After saying that, Dai Yunhan picked up Zhu Zhuqing and then entered the room. There was no conversation throughout the night. When Zhu Zhuqing woke up the next day, she groped around in the blanket, finally finding her underwear at the foot of the bed. Chapter 30. His martial soul is just a tiger, nothing special. She looked at Dai Yunhan, sleeping soundly. She still felt a lingering pain. This guy, still so disobedient. To be honest, she hadn't believed that Dai Yunhan would be unable to sleep without her last night. But now, she was starting to believe it. Without her grand support, he would probably wake up, startled from a dream. After getting out of bed, she took a quick shower. Looking at her perfectly curvy figure in the mirror, she couldn't help but think of Dai Yunhan. Her mom said that her good development was partly due to this guy. Truly a bad guy. After washing up, she went to make breakfast. The class schedule at the academy wasn't very tight, unlike high school in her previous life, where it was dark when you woke up and dark when you returned. This schedule was somewhat similar to the relaxed routine of college. The teachers mainly taught, And most of the time, students practiced on their own, only seeking help from teachers when they encountered difficulties. Some outstanding students didn't even attend classes and spent all day training. So, she had plenty of time to cook. By the time breakfast was almost ready, Dai Yunhan came down from upstairs. The first thing he did was naturally to give his beloved Zhu Zhuqing a loving kiss. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned visibly red. Zhu Zhuqing shyly said, "You kiss me every day. Won't you get tired of it? This is a loving kiss. My love for you is like 100,000 years of soul rings, always so passionate," Dai Yunhan said with a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing immediately gave him an annoyed look. This guy always made such embarrassing things sound so elegant. But I like it. He. After finishing breakfast, they went to the teaching building for class. Today's lessons were not much different from yesterday's. The morning was still theory, and the afternoon was for self-practice in the training room, mainly focusing on mastering their soul skills and some technical applications. Qi Ming watched from the side, ready to help with any questions and share good ideas with the students. Dai Yunhan had no interest in such classes because his strength was restricted by the system. No matter how hard he worked, he wouldn't be rewarded like a little bee. So, he simply lay down and fell asleep. Seeing him alone, Dugian immediately ran up to him, bent over, lowered her head, and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" Dai Yunhan was lying on the ground, sleeping, when he heard a sound. He opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his attention was two peaks naturally drooping under the force of gravity. He was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that from this angle, her strength was not to be underestimated. Duguian also noticed Dai Yunhan's focused gaze, but she didn't sit up straight. Instead, she continued to bend over and playfully asked, "What are you looking at?" "Looking at a beauty." "Is the beauty pretty?" "I don't know. The beauty is dressed a bit too much." Upon hearing this, a hint of shyness appeared on Duguian's face. "I didn't see it coming. This little guy is quite the flirt." She stood up and said, "You look a bit bored alone. How about we practice together?" "No," Dai Yunhan refused. "Why not?" "Because there's someone behind you staring at me." Duguian turned around and saw that Yushinheng was dark-faced and glaring at them from behind. She felt a bit unhappy. When Yushinheng noticed that Duguian had spotted him, he quickly approached, his expression changing rapidly to a sunny smile. "Yin Yin, if you want to find a partner to practice with, come to me. Why look for him? He clearly looks tired from last night and hasn't slept well. Let him rest properly." This statement was actually a reminder to Duguian that Dai Yunhan already had a woman and that they had likely developed a relationship that would be sealed if written down. So, Yin Yin, don't look for him, otherwise people might think you're a third party. But Duguian seemed either genuinely unaware or pretended not to hear Yushinheng, and she disregarded him, saying, "Your strength is just average. We're already familiar with it. What else there practice?" Dai Yunhan, your martial soul is very special. Let's have a match. Dai Yunhan didn't say anything, just silently watched Yu Tianheng. He knew Yu Tianheng would definitely speak first. Sure enough, Yu Tianheng got anxious. "Yin Yin, my martial soul is just a tiger, nothing special. No matter how much I practice, it will be the same. My martial soul is a dragon, and your martial soul is a snake." Teacher Qin said our martial souls have similarities, so maybe we can practice a martial soul fusion technique together. Are you interested in trying? No. Dugian rejected him very decisively. She had never had a good impression of Yu Tianheng before Dai Yunhan appeared. She had only practiced with him because she couldn't find an opponent. Now that Dai Yunhan had shown up, she naturally wouldn't go back. "Dai Yunhan, do you want to practice with me?" Dugian, not wanting to pay attention to Dai Yunhan, directly asked him. His decision was the determining factor. Dai Yunhan glanced at her, then looked at Yu Tianheng, only to find that Yu Tianheng's face was full of warning. He immediately felt disdain in his heart. He originally didn't plan to agree, but since you're doing this, then I will definitely agree. Practice, but let's make it clear that for this afternoon, you can only practice with me. I'm not used to constantly switching partners, so if you can't do it, then forget it. Dai Yunhan looked at Yu Tianheng with a provocative gaze. "All right, just in time. I don't like being interrupted either." Dugian immediately agreed, looking quite excited. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng's face had turned extremely ugly, but he seemed to know that he couldn't change the outcome. Putting on a fake smile, he said, "Dai Yunhan, your martial soul is very special. I also want to practice with you. How about we practice together first? My martial soul is just a tiger, nothing special." "So forget it." Dai Yunhan rejected him with his words, sneering in his heart. "You little brat, what tricks are you hiding?" After being rejected, Yu Tianheng's face darkened again, but he still didn't want to give up. "How about the three of us practice together? Yin Yin, if you get tired, I can take your place and practice with him for a while." "No need. If I get tired, he will definitely get tired too, and it would be awkward for you to be left out." Duguyan didn't want Yu Tianheng to interrupt her. "No, I'm not awkward, Yu Qianheng quickly smiled. I still have a chance. I would be awkward. Du Guiyin coldly splashed a bucket of cold water on him. Ignoring Yu Tianheng's chaotic feelings, she directly took Dai Yunhan and walked towards a martial arts training ground. Chapter 31. Du Guiyan's favorability increased. Soul power level 36. Dai Yunhan shrugged at him, indicating that she was also quite helpless. Yu Qianheng did not expect that Du Guiyan had become so heartless. She was not like this before. She used to be very gentle. How could this happen? He stared at Dai Yunhan's proud back, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. All of this is because of you. He suddenly turned around and left the training room. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan was actually doing this on purpose to provoke Yu Tianheng. The reason was that she couldn't stand Yu Tianheng's attitude. Matters between men and women should be based on fair competition. If one lacks ability, threatening others is something she cannot tolerate. It's important to know that at the beginning, when she still didn't know that Du Guiyin and Yu Tianheng were not together, and when the system indicated that Du Guiyin had feelings for her, Dai Yunhan had decided to keep her distance from Du Guiyin. She believed that doing so would be an unethical act of undermining someone else's relationship. Now, agreeing to practice with Du Guiyin was also because she knew they were not together, and without any feelings of guilt, it didn't matter to her. As for the second reason, this guy's surname is Yu, and he belongs to the same family as Yu Xiaojiang. Dai Yunhan Atis Yu Xiaogang, and even the entire blue electric Tyrannosaurus family is hated as well. Hey, what are you thinking? Let's get started. Once on the training ground, Du Guiyin immediately summoned the green phosphor snake and urged. Beneath her feet, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, floated up and down. Good. Dai Yunhan immediately revealed his martial soul. However, he did not show his soul rings. Like yesterday, he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself with overly dazzling soul rings. He was already impressive enough, and if his soul rings exceeded everyone's expectations, there was a high chance he would be captured for research. Fortunately, soul rings can be controlled. They only need to be revealed when using soul skills. Not showing the soul rings has its downsides, as it weakens the martial soul's aura. At the same time, Dai Yunhan understood why it's necessary to shout out the names of soul skills during a fight. The names of these soul skills are somewhat similar to incantations in cultivation. They need to be spoken aloud to be effective. In the Douluo Continent, the names of soul skills are engraved in the Sea of Spirit after absorbing soul rings. When a soul skill is used, stating its name is equivalent to using mental power for guidance and connection. This allows the soul skill to be executed more smoothly and maximizes its power. Dai Yunhan had always been puzzled by this behavior, but now he understood. In summary, hiding soul rings has its pros and cons. I won't hold back, just so you know, said Du Guiyin with a raised eyebrow. Don't worry. I'm also capable when it comes to beautiful women. Then let's see your skills. Du Guiyin smiled, her eyes becoming sharp. Third soul skill, purple poison of biphosphor. A cloud of purple mist was quickly expelled from the mouth of the biphosphor snake, rolling forward towards Dai Yunhan. Damn, you're going all out right from the start? Dai Yunhan was speechless. Was she afraid of being poisoned to death? I already said, I won't be polite. Du Guiyin was saying this, but her eyes were fixed on Dai Yunhan, ready to retract the poisonous mist at the first sign of anything unusual. Faced with this poisonous mist, Dai Yunhan didn't dare to be careless. But after the events of the day before yesterday, he already had a way to deal with it in mind. The first soul skill activated. While mobilizing the soul power within his body, 2 balls of energy, 1 black and 1 white, appeared in his hands. Last time, his chaotic energy was able to suppress her toxins, so this time, it should work as well. The black and white balls of energy intertwined in his hands, forming a grayish gas. The gas spread out, first creating a protective barrier around Dai Yunhan, and then moving towards the purple poisonous mist to confront it. As soon as the two made contact, they instantly clashed together. It looked chaotic, but after a short while, the purple poisonous mist visibly disappeared. Dai Yunhan's face greeked in it. It seemed she was destined to be a perfect match for Du Guiyin. Du Guiyin, witnessing this scene, was somewhat shocked but also displayed a hint of joy. It seemed that this little guy really wasn't afraid of her poison. A smile crept onto Du Guiyan's lips, and her gaze towards Dai Yunhan grew fonder. Ding! The system detected that the goddess Du Guiyan's affection for the host had deepened, rewarding an increase in soul power level by 1. The sudden system voice left Dai Yunhan a bit stunned. How did this increase in affection happen? Am I already level 36? Can I really gain levels just by fighting? He looked at Du Guiyin, unable to understand what this woman was really thinking. It was inexplicable how she had developed feelings for him. Could it be that she was shaken by the kingly aura he inadvertently exuded? After practice ended, class was dismissed. Today had come to a close. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing returned to their dormitory together. As usual, they exchanged a kiss as a greeting. Then, Dai Yunhan walked into the kitchen. As he would be the one cooking dinner today, Zhu Zhuqing was naturally unwilling, in her opinion. Women should handle these household chores while men should be the pillars supporting the home. However, Dai Yunhan was not the type to be a chauvinist, and besides, in this world, they didn't need to struggle over the trivialities of life. Therefore, cooking a meal was no big deal. Of course, the two of them didn't really need to go through the trouble of cooking every day, as the cafeteria food was also delicious and required no effort. However, since Dai Yunhan wanted to eat food from his hometown, he had to make it himself. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't argue with Dai Yunhan, and since he was cooking, she felt a bit awkward just watching, so she helped out beside him. Their affectionate and warm appearance was the most beautiful expectation Dai Yunhan had for life in his previous life. Just when they were halfway through cooking, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhu Zhuqing went to open it and found a woman with purple hair and green eyes standing at the entrance. It was Duguyen. Is there something you need? Zhu Zhuqing asked. Duguyen, like them, lived in the villa area, but she was on the other side. Is Dai Yunhan here? Duguyen inquired. She wasn't surprised at all to see Zhu Zhuqing frequently in this room. Hearing the voice, Dai Yunhan also came out of the kitchen and, upon seeing Duguyen, asked, "What do you need me for?" Duguyen smiled slightly. "Well, I want to thank you for saving me, and I would like to invite you both to dinner at the Tiando Rinjin Hotel outside the school." Dinner? Dai Yunhan shook his head. "Forget it. It was just a casual act. No need to be so polite. Besides, I'm already cooking. It's almost done." Chapter 32. Showing affection in front of the third while you're cooking? Upon hearing this, Duguyen walked straight in without asking. Zhu Zhuqing frowned immediately, dissatisfied with her impolite behavior. Duguyen entered the kitchen and saw various utensils and seasonings arranged, along with dishes that smelled delicious in the pot. She looked surprised. "I didn't expect you really know how to cook. It's no big deal. Do you want to stay and eat with us?" "Sure, then I won't be polite." Dai Yunhan was taken aback. He had just asked casually and didn't expect this guy to actually agree. Because this is how Earth people greet each other. When they meet, they ask if you've eaten. If not, they invite you to stay and eat together. If you have eaten, then they suggest having a little more. Generally, when people hear such questions, they know it's a polite way of urging you to leave, and those who understand face will usually take the initiative to leave. Only a small number of people would stay to eat. It was unexpected that this Duguyen was one of those few. "All right, then you sit first. I'll add 2 more dishes." Dai Yunhan could only agree. Since others had already agreed, he couldn't just drive them away. "Zhuqing, you chat with her. You don't need to come over here. I'll be done soon." "Okay." Zhuqing sensed something unusual about this Duguyen. A woman's sense of smell is incredibly sharp. From the tone of Duguyen's speech and her gaze, she knew that her husband Yunhan was being targeted. She didn't want to pay attention to this woman, wanted to ignore her and make her retreat. However, she couldn't disregard Dai Yunhan's words, especially at this time. Not giving the man face also meant not giving herself face and would give others an opportunity. So she agreed. Furthermore, she wanted to act like a hostess and make Duguyen retreat. She poured a glass of water for Duguyen and then took out some fruit. Duguyen politely thanked her and then asked, "What is your relationship with him?" She naturally knew the relationship between the two, but knowing is one thing. Saying it out loud is another. Zhuqing sneered inwardly. This was stepping into a gunpoint. With a happy smile on her face, she replied, "I am his fiancée. Fiancé?" Duguyen pretended to be shocked. "How old are you? You're already fiancé, yes?" There was a hint of dimness in her eyes. Although she already knew the answer, hearing it brought a different feeling. It was like someone had gotten ahead of her. Indeed, good men were reserved from a young age. "We are indeed not very old, only 12 years old, but we made a marriage pact when we were 6, Zhuqing said proudly. This statement carried a hint of warning. One side was implying to Duguyen that at her age, she shouldn't try to steal her man. The other was saying that she and Dai Yunhan had grown up together, their relationship was deep, and even if Duguyen tried to steal, she couldn't succeed. However, Duguyen seemed not to understand. "That's great. When are you two getting married?" "Soon, once we finish something, we will get married." Zhuqing couldn't specify an exact time. She and Dai Yunhan had a rival, Davis. They needed to defeat Davis before they could get married. They were confident they could defeat Davis, but they still needed some time. However, she believed it would only take 2 or 3 years. "So it's still uncertain when you'll get married?" Duguyen suddenly smiled. "No marriage means it can still be stolen. Of course, even if married, it could still be stolen. In this world, monogamy is prevalent, but that doesn't mean there aren't polygamists." The look in her eyes made Zhuqing very displeased. "Do you want to attend our wedding?" Don't worry. We'll definitely notify you then. Zhu Qing also retorted strongly. She was now regretting saving her that night. Now she had saved a wolf in sheep's clothing, and it was starting to steal her man. I'll definitely come, Du Guiyin said with a smile. Her grandfather was a titled Douluo, and her own talent was also not to be underestimated, so she had developed a domineering personality since childhood, not allowing for opposition. As long as it was something she set her sights on, she would go after it without hesitation, including men. The two looked at each other and saw a hint of gunpowder in each other's eyes. However, the tension wasn't heavy. After all, Du Guiyin's demeanor was still very polite. From an outsider's perspective, her words and actions seemed like those of ordinary friends. Only Zhu Qing, the person involved, knew that the meaning of her every word was different. The dishes are ready, we can eat now. At this moment, Dai Yunhan's voice interrupted their standoff. I'll help you serve the dishes. Du Guiyin stood up, ready to help. But Zhu Qing was a bit quicker. Honey, I'll help you. Moreover, she stressed the word honey especially hard, as if afraid Du Guiyin wouldn't hear it. She stood up and cast a proud glance at her. See, I can call him honey. Can you? TCH, you want to steal my man? No way. Indeed, upon hearing this term, Du Guiyan's face looked a bit ugly. She also stopped in her tracks. She dared to love and hate. However, she was just a girl who had never been in a relationship. Her bold personality still retained a girl's shyness. She couldn't bring herself to compete for affection in front of others. Moreover, she had no relationship with Dai Yunhan at all. Therefore, when Zhu Qing openly called out honey, she only felt uncomfortable in her heart, but couldn't make any move. Coincidentally, Dai Yunhan also responded in time. Wife, you get the bowls and chopsticks, the dishes are hot. I'll carry them. Du Guiyin was even more frustrated. Okay, honey. Zhu Qing smiled sweetly, revealing a proud look. See? 6 years of affection isn't something you can steal away in a day or two. Dai Yunhan was holding the dishes and, seeing Du Guiyin still standing by, almost forgot that Du Guiyin was there. Thinking of the intimate moments he just had with Zhu Zhuqing, he felt a bit awkward. The third wheel here was indeed quite noticeable. The two were busy serving dishes, while Du Guiyin stood alone, feeling quite uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing occasionally made a point to interact intimately with Dai Yunhan, flaunting it in front of her. This made Du Guiyin feel even worse inside, but she could only endure it. Soon, the food was served on the table. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan sat together, while Du Guiyin sat across from them. As usual, they started the meal with soup. However, this time it was Zhu Zhuqing who served the soup to Dai Yunhan instead of the other way around. Chapter 33. Sweet? She was intentionally showing off their affection. Come on, darling, have some soup first. Then, acting like the hostess, she served a bowl of soup to Du Guiyin and said, I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't prepare anything special. It's all home-cooked dishes, hope you don't mind. This was a statement that needed translation. It implied, what are you doing here? I didn't prepare anything for you. At this moment, Du Guiyin had already sensed that Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing had a good relationship. But she didn't want to give up on Dai Yunhan because he was the only person who could overlook her toxicity. She had searched for someone like him for so many years and hadn't found anyone. Therefore, for her future happiness, she had to be with Dai Yunhan. However, from the current situation, she also knew that being eager wouldn't get her what she wanted. She had to pry at the wall, but she needed to wield the hoe slowly. She took the bowl of soup and politely said, Don't say that. It's my fault for interrupting you. There's no reason to complain. You saved me, and I haven't properly thanked you yet. I intended to treat you to a meal today, but instead, I feel like I'm just mooching off you. It's nothing, just a small effort. It's just a meal. Wherever we eat is the same. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand. This was also a statement that needed translation. It meant, it's just a meal, we can afford it. Hurry up and eat. Finish quickly so you can leave. Don't stick around here and be an eyesore. Du Guiyin smiled. How could she not understand the meaning behind those words? But she could only pretend not to understand. She couldn't show even a hint of dissatisfaction. First, she was in the wrong for trying to steal someone else's man, even if the other party was only engaged. Second, even if she were to compete now, she wouldn't have Dai Yunhan's support, which would only make Zhu Zhuqing more favored. She was like a snake, knowing how to utilize her greatest advantage. She silently ate her meal, looking at the dishes in front of her. She felt a bit curious because these were all dishes she had never seen before. She picked up one of the dishes and took a bite. The taste was surprisingly good and very unique, a flavor she had never experienced before. Did you make all these dishes? They taste amazing, Du Guiyin said to Dai Yunhan. This was a genuine compliment, not a false show of flattery. Similarly, this was also a shift in her strategy. All she wanted was Dai Yunhan. What did Zhu Zhuqing have to do with it? As long as she could win Dai Yunhan's favor, everything else was unimportant. Yes, if you like it, eat more. There's plenty of food. Dai Yunhan said. He is quite confident in his cooking skills. Over the years, his father and mother have praised his dishes endlessly. Such delicious food. Even if you don't let me eat it, I still want to have a bit more. Dai Yunhan's beautiful eyes sparkled. Every word she spoke was filled with admiration for Dai Yunhan. Of course, these dishes were truly to her taste. She was becoming more and more satisfied with Dai Yunhan. At first, she might have been drawn to his abilities, but now she realized that Dai Yunhan was indeed a good person. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, seeing her expression, felt quite unhappy. Although her conversation with Dai Yunhan had been normal, she just felt uncomfortable. It was as if she was not eating food, but rather her own private possession. This was completely green tea behavior. However, she couldn't make it too obvious, otherwise it would upset Dai Yunhan and create opportunities for her. The atmosphere during this meal was inexplicably strange. Zhu Zhuqing was very guarded and perceptive. Every word she spoke revealed her deep feelings for Dai Yunhan, filled with hidden barbs of exclusion. Deepening, however, acted like a soft yet solid shield, absorbing all of Zhu Zhuqing's attacks, with the pointed needles landing on the shield without bouncing back. This left Zhu Zhuqing feeling helpless. She knew this woman was a master, a true hidden viper. As the center of the storm, Dai Yunhan remained calm. But could he not see the war between women? No, of course he could. However, he could not express anything. After all, Deepening had not shown any feelings for him yet. She was just having a meal. She couldn't directly stand up and say, "I don't like you, get lost." Who would think you were normal then? Moreover, Dai Yunhan still needed Deepening's help. If he wanted the celestial herb, he had to rely on her. So, he could only pretend not to know. Of course, there was another point. He had a broad-minded heart. May I ask, what is the purpose of crossing into Douluo Continent? To defeat Tang San? That is not the goal. It is just a side task. The real purpose, of course, is to date beautiful women. Love is broad. Without broadness, where does love come from? Half an hour later, Deepening left the villa. Today's meal was great, and she felt very full. She thought she might not be able to eat other food in the future. Just one meal had spoiled her taste. Therefore, in order to be able to eat such meals every day in the future, she officially decided to take Dai Yunhan as her man. However, she also knew that this matter could not be rushed, because she could see that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had a good relationship. So, she had to take it step by step. Otherwise, she might not be able to get her way and could inadvertently speed up their relationship instead, which would be a loss for her. In the house, Zhu Zhuqing was washing the dishes, while Dai Yunhan was helping nearby. If you ask why Dai Yunhan never washes the dishes, the reason is simple. He can cook, but not washing dishes is his final bottom line. Go throw this bowl away. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly handed a bowl to him. It was the bowl that Deepening had just used. Why? Dai Yunhan looked at the bowl, which was perfectly fine and not broken. Because it's dirty, Zhu Zhuqing replied. But it won't be dirty once you wash it. Dai Yunhan didn't understand. A bowl is meant to be washed when it's dirty. So I think she's ugly. Is that okay? Zhu Zhuqing said again, glancing at Dai Yunhan. Ugly? Not ugly. If this is considered ugly, then what is beauty? I am beautiful. Dai Yunhan suddenly understood that she was not talking about a bowl, but about a person. Dai Yunhan suddenly bent down, getting close to Zhu Zhuqing's face, looking at her with a smile. Are you jealous? No. Then why do I smell a sour scent? I said no. I could tell you're jealous. I'm not. With a soft gasp, Dai Yunhan kissed Zhu Zhuqing's lips. 1 minute later, Dai Yunhan pulled away from Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Was it sweet? No, not sweet at all. It was quite sour. Zhu Zhuqing snorted. But her little mouth was still pouting. That attitude was self-evident. Dai Yunhan picked up a candy next to her, put it in her mouth, and then kissed again. Chapter 34. Zhu Zhuqing, Level 30. 2 minutes later. Is it sweet now? Still not sweet. Zhu Zhuqing was a bit out of breath and licked her lips. She said one thing, but her eyes were smiling. Dai Yunhan kissed her again without saying a word, and this time, he used his hands. Zhu Zhuqing began to struggle shyly and anxiously. But in Dai Yunhan's hands, her struggles were naturally futile. It lasted a full 3 minutes. Dai Yunhan mischievously released her. Is it sweet now? You're being tricky. You naughty guy. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red with embarrassment. While speaking, she tidied up her disheveled clothes. This guy, unable to win with words, resorts to using his hands. Definitely a big scoundrel. A big pervert. Being tricky is a man's nature. I just want to know, are you sweet now? As she spoke, Dai Yunhan revealed a mischievous look and a pair of agile yet wicked hands. Zhu Zhuqing panicked and quickly said, it's sweet. Really sweet? Dai Yunhan didn't believe her. It's really sweet. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. Well then, let me have a taste. Saying this, Dai Yunhan leaned in to kiss her again. Here it comes again. Another 2 minutes. Dai Yunhan separated from Zhu Zhuqing's lips, satisfied as he wiped his mouth. It really is sweet. Zhu Zhuqing was panting, her full figure rising and falling like waves. She didn't expect that in such a short time, she would almost choke 3 times. She was genuinely a bit scared. She no longer dared to joke with Dai Yunhan, because she always ended up at a disadvantage. With this kind of kiss, my lips are going to be kiss black. No way. My wife is young and beautiful, always so rosy, but I will eventually grow old. Zhu Zhuqing felt a slight sadness. Just thinking about aging made her a little downcast. But Dai Yunhan held her in his arms, confidently saying, "Don't worry, with me around, you'll never grow old. I believe you." Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly. Is that all it takes to believe? Dai Yunhan was a bit confused. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with loving eyes, saying, "I don't believe you. Do you still trust other men?" "That's true." Dai Yunhan smiled and said. In fact, at this moment, the two of them were not on the same wavelength. Dai Yunhan's notion of not aging is truly about not letting her grow old. He wants to lead her to become a deity. On the other hand, Zhu Zhuqing's understanding of not aging is believing that Dai Yunhan's passionate heart will never grow old. Both of them have clearly misunderstood each other. But so what? Even if they misunderstood, the outcome still aligns perfectly. This is fate. The time that followed passed quickly. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing are diligently studying every day, with Zhu Zhuqing responsible for studying and Dai Yunhan responsible for interacting. He doesn't need to cultivate. All he has to do is interact with Zhu Zhuqing daily to strengthen their relationship. Since that day, Dugu Yin has become more diligent, occasionally coming over to their house for meals. As time goes on, the frequency of her visits increases, eventually coming over every night. Dai Yunhan is indifferent to this because he needs Dugu Yan's help to enter the ice and fire yin yang I to obtain celestial herbs. So her coming for meals actually helps to improve their relationship. After all, if he were to go to her, others might think he has ulterior motives. But since she comes to him, it will be much easier for him to ask her to take him in. Of course, there's another reason he doesn't refuse. He wants to fulfill his great ideal of universal love. Although he wasn't fond of Dugu Yin before, it was because he thought she was dating Yu Tianheng. When he found out they weren't, he naturally felt indifferent. Moreover, his dislike for Dugu Yin was only a stereotype from the original story. When the real Dugu Yin came to his side and treated him well, he naturally changed his view. After all, who would refuse a beautiful woman from another land orbiting around them every day? Although she can be annoying, when she treats him well, she becomes less annoying. However, unlike Dai Yunhan's happiness, Zhu Zhuqing is very displeased with Dugu Yan's arrival. She knows Dugu Yan's intentions are to steal her man, and this scheming woman is very skilled at slowly infiltrating and subtly manipulating Dai Yunhan. Therefore, she is constantly on guard against Dugu Yan's approach. Yet, she has no way to counter it. Dugu Yan is very tactful. She comes over for dinner every day and behaves very politely. Not only does she bring ingredients each time, but she also brings small gifts for both of them. Moreover, during dinner, she just eats and leaves without lingering. She never does anything out of line or says anything provocative, acting like an ordinary friend visiting. Of course, this is just on the surface. What she does behind the scenes when Zhu Zhuqing is not around, she doesn't know. This feeling makes Zhu Zhuqing feel worse than if she had eaten feces. Another person feeling even worse than Zhu Zhuqing is Yu Tianheng. He watches as Dugu Yin becomes increasingly indifferent to him, seeing her like a lovesick dog going to Dai Yunhan's house every day, yet he can't do anything about it. He privately approached Dugu Yin, asking her not to pursue Dai Yunhan. But Dugu Yin advised him not to meddle in others' affairs and to take care of himself. In a fit of anger, he scolded her, saying, "Others already have a fiancé. What's the difference between your behavior and that of a mistress?" After scolding her, he regretted it. Indeed, Dugu Yan's cold demeanor made his heart plunge into an icy abyss. She directly slapped him and never spoke to him again. Thus, the deeply hurt Yu Tianheng's anger continued to build up. 2 months later, Zhu Zhuqing broke through to level 30 and needed a hunt for a soul ring. For such a gifted student, the school has a special team to help hunt soul rings, and since she is an exchange student, the soul ring hunts are free. However, she doesn't need it. She has a powerful protector from the Star Luo Empire who can help her hunt soul rings. Moreover, she always goes hunting for soul rings with Dai Yunhan, which helps add to their practical experience and enhance their combat strength. The hunting location is naturally chosen to be the nearby Sunset Forest. Upon learning about this, Dugu Yin insisted on joining the soul ring hunting team. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan didn't want her to come along, but she was very persistent, and they had no choice. Chapter 35, 1300 Years, the Netherworld Silver Snake. After all, Her legs are her own, and they can't just break her legs because they don't want her to come. Why don't you let the academy help with the hunting? Doing it yourself is troublesome and dangerous, Zhu Zhuqing asked. Although her soul ring wasn't obtained with the academy's help, it was caught by her grandfather, which was convenient and quick. She didn't quite understand why they would choose to suffer instead of utilizing good resources. Dai Yunhan replied that hunting for soul rings is a simple matter. Whether one hunts for them oneself or receives them from others, the ultimate goal is the same. But the gains from self-hunting are much less. Moreover, the experience of life-and-death battles with soul beasts cannot be achieved through practice battles in the academy. Then why did you sneak out? It's good to have the academy teachers following you for protection. Don't worry, the safety issue is guaranteed. We wouldn't be foolish enough to stake our lives on it, Dai Yunhan said confidently. Regarding this, he was naturally very sure. Not to mention their own strength. They had the ability to fight against Soul Sect. Moreover, there was secretly a Soul Sage and a Soul Emperor protecting them, so there would definitely be no problems. However, the presence of Zhu Zhuqing made it difficult for Dai Yunhan to let loose. It was fine if something happened to them, but if something happened to Zhu Zhuqing, that would be troublesome. After all, given Zhu Zhuqing's temperament, if he found out that his granddaughter was in trouble, he definitely wouldn't ask for the reason. This could be seen from how Tang Sen openly defeated Tang San in the duel arena. This was also the reason why Dai Yunhan didn't want Zhu Zhuqing to follow them. He not only had to protect Zhu Zhuqing, but also Zhu Zhuqing. The three of them walked together. Soon, they discovered a suitable soul beast. It was a nether silver snake, nearly 5 meters long, with a body as thick as a bowl. Its entire body was pitch black, and its eyes were a ghostly blue, looking like ghost fire. There was also a silver line running from its head to its tail on its back. This feature was the source of the snake's name. Upon seeing the snake, Dai Yunhan estimated its age to be around 1,300 years based on its size, which was still very suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, he warned Zhu Zhuqing and then prepared to launch an attack with Zhu Zhuqing. I'll help you guys, Zhu Zhuqing said. She came to help, and now that the battle was about to start, how could she just stand by and watch? Dai Yunhan glanced at her and still refused, saying, "It's okay. This snake can be dealt with by me and Zhu Zhuqing. You just need to protect yourselves." After saying that, she charged forward with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was somewhat unhappy. Dai Yunhan's rejection indicated that she still didn't hold her in her heart. Ignoring this, she released her martial soul, the green phosphor snake, and charged towards the nether silver snake. At this moment, the nether silver snake was also running in the direction of Dai Yunhan and the others, and its speed was very fast, like a shadow darting through the forest. Moreover, while running, it would occasionally look back, as if sensing some danger behind it. This caused it to not pay much attention to Dai Yunhan and the others ahead. By the time it noticed them, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's attacks had already reached in front of it. Dai Yunhan chose a frontal attack. He activated his first soul skill, and his entire body, including his hair and wings, turned black. Then he swung his fist, aiming to strike the head of the nether silver snake. At that moment, the nether silver snake's attention was focused behind it, so it was caught off guard by this punch and had no time to react. When the punch landed, its rapidly moving body seemed to hit an emergency brake, suddenly compressing together. It let out a painful sound. However, its head was very hard, and Dai Yunhan could feel that the damage he inflicted was minimal. It only halted its speed. Sure enough, a flicker of flame appeared in its bluish eyes, and then its body unexpectedly coiled towards Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. This guy's strength was a bit beyond his expectations. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's voice rang out. First soul skill, Phantom Spike. A shining blade swept through the shadows, piercing directly towards the body of the nether silver snake. Striking at the weak point, Zhu Zhuqing had a good grasp of this vulnerability. However, the defense of the nether silver snake was evidently quite high. The silver light behind it shone brightly, and when Zhu Zhuqing's sharp blade struck its body, it was as if it had hit iron armor, only sparking a few scattered sparks. But Zhu Zhuqing was undeterred. Her sharp claws directly pierced into the gaps between the scales. Then she yanked forcefully. Although there wasn't the expected explosion of flesh and blood, she did scrape off several scales, exposing the unprotected flesh underneath. Zhu Zhuqing waved her hand again, preparing to inflict heavier damage on this breakthrough point. But the nether silver snake also made a counterattack, sweeping its tail towards her, creating a howling wind. Zhu Zhuqing could only retreat to avoid the attack. Taking this opportunity, Dai Yunhan also found a moment to catch his breath, spreading his wings to create some distance. Zhuqing, be careful, this guy is a bit stubborn. Dai Yunhan gave a reminder and then continued to launch an attack. At that moment, a burst of purple mist suddenly spread, quickly enveloping the nether silver snake. Like a mouth that could devour, the nether silver snake let out an extremely painful cry. Dai Yunhan looked down. It was Zhu Zhuqing, and she unleashed her third spirit ability. Her poison was extremely potent, and the nether silver snake was tormented painfully by this attack. However, her poison also had limitations against Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, which meant he couldn't attack closely. With this in mind, he directly used his second spirit ability, Tiger, shattering mountains and rivers. But just to be safe, he didn't call out the name of the spirit ability, and only one of his spirit rings lit up. The purple spirit ring shone brightly, and a tiger roar seemed to resonate from the heavens, suppressing the pained cries of a nether silver snake. Then, a black and white tiger extended its thick forelimbs and stomped heavily on the ground. In an instant, the ground trembled, and a powerful soul force swept towards the nether silver snake shrouded in purple mist. Roar! A cry of pain echoed. The formidable soul power surged like an invisible wave, splitting the toxic purple mist in two, and the residual waves further divided the separated mist, ultimately causing it to dissipate. This revealed the nether silver snake, now dulled and corroded by the poisonous mist, its azure blue pupils devoid of light, its enormous mouth dripping with blood, and its scales lacking the previous metallic sheen. It now resembled dry tree bark, easily torn apart with a single claw. At that moment, another light shout rang out. Second spirit ability, Nether Hunter Claws. Chapter 36. The acting is very realistic. It's clearly an act. Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared in an instant, her sharp cat claws targeting the area where the scales had just been torn. That spot, under Zhu Zhuqing's poisonous mist, had lost the protection of scales and had become a patch of purple, with flesh corroded, yellow and white. Her speed was swift, almost launching the attack the moment the poisonous mist dissipated. Meanwhile, the head of the nether silver snake was still dazed from Dai Yunhan's second spirit ability, Tiger, shattering mountains and rivers, and was unable to find its bearings. By the time Zhu Zhuqing's attack reached its body, it had not even sensed it, until a wave of immense pain surged through its body, and it finally saw Zhu Zhuqing tearing at its flesh. However, it was evidently too late. The wound had already been torn open by her. Her speed was incredible, with her hands moving in a blur. Each claw dug deep into the bone, and each withdrawal brought chunks of flesh with it. After a series of spirit abilities, the nether silver snake had been torn in half, only connected by its bones. Without flesh to support it, it let out a furious roar towards the sky, then succumbed to the ground in defeat. Dai Yunhan remained vigilant until he sensed the presence of the nether silver serpent gradually fading away, and only then did he feel relieved. Looking at the nearly lifeless nether silver serpent, he did not expect that the three of them would cooperate so harmoniously for the first time. There was little struggle. Just a series of combo attacks perfectly resolved the battle. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You give it the final blow. We will protect you afterward." Zhu Zhuqing nodded and then extended her sharp claws. But at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The dying nether silver serpent suddenly unleashed a fierce glare, its eerie blue pupils igniting with flames, and then it opened its mouth to spit out an energy sphere aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. "Be careful." Dai Yunhan quickly took action to protect Zhu Zhuqing, not expecting that this beast would pretend to be dead. However, Zhu Zhuqing was too close to the infernal silver snake, and even though Dai Yunhan noticed the anomaly immediately, he still couldn't make it in time. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to get hurt, a striking figure suddenly rushed forward with incredible speed, tackling Zhu Zhuqing to the side. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was safe, but at the same time, Zhu Zhuqing was not so lucky and was hit by the energy ball. Both of them fell to the ground. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, enduring the pain. Dai Yunhan also arrived in front of the two at the fastest speed, kicking the silver snake away, and then checking on their conditions. "I'm fine. Let's see how Zhu Zhuqing is doing," Zhu Zhuqing said anxiously. Dai Yunhan looked at Zhu Zhuqing again, and, after discovering that her injuries were not very serious, let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the nether silver serpent had launched a sneak attack, it was ultimately at the end of its strength, and its attacking power was insufficient. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power automatically protected her, so although she was injured, her life was not in danger. Dai Yunhan took out a bottle of healing potion for her to take, and then used her soul power to help her alleviate her injuries. Her complexion gradually improved. "Is there any discomfort?" Dai Yunhan asked with concern. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was slightly unpleasant, but she shook her head. "I'm fine." Then she turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Hurry and absorb the soul ring, or it will be troublesome if something unexpected happens later. Zhu Zhuqing looked at the nether silver snake, which was completely still at this moment. If it had been any later, it might have really died. Thank you, she said gratefully, and then approached the nether silver snake, completely severing its life force. Soon, a purple soul ring floated above the corpse of the nether silver snake. She sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Dai Yunhan was taking care of Dueling while providing her protection. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Zhuqing completed the absorption of the soul ring. She gained her third soul skill, Phantom of the Underworld, which is a movement-type soul skill that creates several phantoms to confuse the enemy while launching surprise attacks. The number of phantoms is unlimited. The higher the soul power level, the more phantoms there are. This aspect is better than the Underworld Shadow Clone. However, the drawback is also obvious. The phantoms only possess the aura of Zhu Zhuqing's main body but lack its strength to inflict damage on the enemy. She still has to rely on the attacks of her main body. Nevertheless, she can quickly and freely switch between her main body and the phantoms, making it difficult for opponents to defend themselves. After absorbing the soul ring, her soul power level also increased by 1 level, reaching level 31. At just over 12 years old, a soul power level of 31 is much faster than her training at Shrek Academy. After absorbing the soul ring, Zhu Zhuqing's height increased slightly, and her demeanor became even more proud and mature. However, this was not the most important thing. For Dai Yunhan, what mattered was that Zhu Zhuqing's long legs became even longer, and her notably strong curves appeared even more exaggerated. Dai Yunhan is very confident. If this level of development continues, Zhu Zhuqing will definitely grow into an aircraft carrier. He couldn't help but recall a poem from his previous life. She is the beauty of the world, harboring grand ideals. True knowledge and insight leap to the forefront of his mind, and the vast world does not let her down. He looks forward to the day that will come. Zhu Zhuqing noticed Dai Yunhan's fiery gaze scanning her body, and a blush suddenly crept onto her face. She liked being looked at by Dai Yunhan with such eyes, but with outsiders present, she felt a bit shy. Meanwhile, Dueling saw this scene and felt a bit unhappy. Especially when she saw Dai Yunhan's infatuated expression, her heart sank even more. Looking down at her own little peaks, she felt a sense of failure. She was nearly 6 years older than Zhu Zhuqing, yet still couldn't compare to her in terms of figure. No wonder Dai Yunhan was so deeply attracted to her. Suddenly, she understood. She would drink milk and eat papaya every day from now on. All right, since we are done, let's go back, said Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Oh no. At that moment, Dueling suddenly cried out in pain. What's wrong? Dai Yunhan thought her injury had worsened and quickly asked. Dueling rubbed her leg and said pitifully, It seems my leg is injured. I can't stand up. Leg? Dai Yunhan looked at her legs, round and smooth, straight and proportionate, still wearing black stockings. They were a pair of excellent legs. However, the attack from the head not knocked her legs down, right? What pain could there be? It seemed that Dueling noticed Dai Yunhan's suspicion and became even more distressed, saying, Oh, it hurts so much, oh dear. The acting was very convincing. It was obvious she was faking it. At least Zhu Zhuqing noticed it immediately, and she could even smell the scent of green tea. Chapter 37. Boiling a frog in warm water using a 9 grit. Does it really hurt? Let me check for you. Dai Yunhan squatted down, still a bit worried. What if her leg was really injured? She used her soul power to check her. But as expected, there were no issues found. No problems at all. But it really hurts. Dueling looked at Dai Yunhan, showing a weak expression that needed love. Zhu Zhuqing felt disgusted. What a green tea. Although Dueling had just saved her, she would remember this favor and repay it when the opportunity arose. But stealing her man was a different matter. That was unacceptable and should not be confused with the previous favor. Then I'll help you walk, Zhu Zhuqing said, unable to tolerate her behavior any longer. Dueling glanced at her. Both my legs hurt. Then I'll carry you, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth. But Dueling refused again. You just absorbed a soul ring. Your soul power is still unstable. It's not suitable for you to exert yourself too much. Let's forget it. It's okay. I can do it. Your injury is more important. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing squatted down, indicating for Dueling to get on her back. But Dueling said again, You're too thin. It's all bones on your back. It will hurt my wounds. Zhu Zhuqing was furious. You are being too much, woman. I'll carry you, and you still complain that I'm all bones? My chest is twice the size of yours. How dare you say I'm all bones? In short, she just wanted Dai Yunhan to carry her. Zhu Zhuqing was filled with anger. If it weren't for Dueling saving her just now, she would have exploded right there. At this moment, Dai Yunhan was watching from the side, and he really didn't dare to say a word. This world allows for polygamy. However, monogamy is also quite prevalent. If he wanted to take them all, he couldn't appear too anxious. He had to use a slow approach, like boiling a frog in warm water, and with a grid-like strategy. Only after they were all familiar could he remove the grid. Otherwise, even with the system's help, he could easily end up with nothing. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't dare to make a move during the standoff between the two women. Zhu Qing, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I need strength to protect you. Only with strength can I protect you. If you want to blame someone, blame that dog system. It's restricting me so tightly. The two women were at a stalemate, but in the end, Zhu Zhuqing chose to compromise. After all, Dai Yunhan had really saved her just now. Although the injury on her waist was different from the injury on her legs, she still had an injury. Yunhan, you carry her, Zhu Zhuqing said coldly. She was very reluctant. Dai Yunhan was overjoyed. Her plan succeeded. Oh, okay, Dai Yunhan responded. He could only pretend that nothing had happened, pretending not to understand the war between women. So when it came to carrying someone, he had to act very natural. Dai Yunhan achieved her goal and immediately beamed, happily climbing onto Dai Yunhan's back. Moreover, as she got on, she threw a triumphant glance at Zhu Zhuqing. This made Zhu Zhuqing so angry that she wished she could grab her down immediately. She really couldn't stand Dai Yunhan's smugness. And Dai Yunhan was not afraid of her warning gaze. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Dai Yunhan's neck, leaning her body forward significantly, pressing closely against him. This scene made Zhu Zhuqing furious. Dai Yunhan's expression remained calm, but secretly he was terrified. He didn't expect that although Dai Yunhan seemed weak, the energy contained within her was exceptionally exaggerated. It was like a spring, making his mind restless. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't do anything about Dai Yunhan, so she could only observe Dai Yunhan's performance. When she found him looking very composed, she felt much better inside. Indeed, those alluring and cheap women are nothing but insignificant dust in front of my husband. When they returned to the academy, due to Dai Yunhan's leg issues, Dai Yunhan could only leave her at the villa. Dai Yunhan was naturally willing to stay at his villa, because even if he didn't want her to, she had to stay. Only in this way could they increase their chances. It was already quite late when they returned, so they bought some food at the school cafeteria and had it for dinner. After dinner, Dai Yunhan went to sleep in the previous bedroom. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing naturally slept together. Seeing them walk into the house so naturally, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but feel a pang in her heart. When she was first brought here, she didn't know that the two of them slept together. Later, when she often came over for meals, she learned that they lived together. But she thought they should be living separately. After all, they weren't married yet. However, now, seeing them walk into a room together so naturally, she suddenly felt a deep sense of discomfort. It felt as if something that belonged to her had been taken away. She walked into the room with a gloomy expression, lay down on the bed, her face expressionless and calm. She began to ponder whether she should continue on or not. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing really love each other. She speaks the truth and doesn't want to ruin their relationship. However, if she loses Dai Yunhan, how could she find another person who is immune to her snake venom? In another room, Zhu Zhuqing is fuming, expressing all the grievances she felt during the day on her face. What's wrong with you? Dai Yunhan asked. He pretended to be confused while knowing the truth. Zhu Zhuqing looked at him with a piercing gaze, calm and captivating, like a small wild cat ready to pounce. This made Dai Yunhan feel a hint of unease. Just as the atmosphere became increasingly tense, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly kissed him forcefully on the lips without saying a word. Yes, this time it was her, and it was very aggressive. She cradled Dai Yunhan's head with both hands, seemingly wanting to kiss him into breathlessness. It lasted for 3 to 4 minutes before she finally let go. Dai Yunhan was panting heavily as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing and noticed that there were already sparkling tear marks at the corners of her eyes. A pang of pain struck his heart. He hadn't expected that Dai Yunhan's actions today would have such a big impact on Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Yunhan wanted to apologize. He felt like he had done something wrong. Zhu Zhuqing was a very innocent girl, and his feelings for her were genuine, but now he felt a bit greedy, which would inevitably hurt this innocent girl. However, just as he was about to say a word, Zhu Zhuqing stretched out a finger and blocked his lips. She gently shook her head and asked, "Will you love me forever?" Dai Yunhan felt as if there was an in her throat upon hearing this. Her voice was somewhat hoarse, but incredibly firm. Zhu Zhuqing smiled gently, her eyes sparkling even more, then tilted her head and kissed Dai Yunhan's lips again. This time, her attitude had completely reversed, becoming extremely gentle. Dai Yunhan savored it carefully, as if kissing a pool of spring water. It gave him a sense of being wrapped in happiness. Yunhan, take me, Chapter 38, Zhu Zhuqing's unease. Zhu Zhuqing guided him, urging him to ask for more. However, when Dai Yunhan heard this, a sharp pain gripped his heart. From Zhu Zhuqing's words, he sensed humility and feelings of insecurity. He withdrew his hand, kissed her forehead, and then gently held her in his arms, saying nothing, simply using his embrace to prove his feelings. He knew that, in such a situation, no words would be reassuring to Zhu Zhuqing. Rather than that, it was better to give her the most genuine sense of security. Indeed, nestled in Dai Yunhan's warm embrace, Zhu Zhuqing's worries and anxieties began to dissipate step by step. She inhaled the masculine scent on Dai Yunhan, feeling an immense sense of security, like a wounded bird being cared for by his warm hands. Her restless heart gradually calmed down. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. When she woke up the next morning, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the sleeping Dai Yunhan and kissed him before getting out of bed. Habitually searching for her clothes and the blankets, she suddenly blushed. More than ever before, she looked at Dai Yunhan. Her hands stiffened, her throat involuntarily swallowed, and her gaze became strange. At that moment, Dai Yunhan also woke up. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's unusual gaze and actions, he rarely displayed an embarrassed expression, understanding that this was a normal physiological phenomenon, just like when women have their periods. Zhu Zhuqing heard this but said nothing, lowering her head. Her gaze was somewhat shy, somewhat evasive, and somewhat hesitant, as if lost in thought. Dai Yunhan felt extremely embarrassed upon seeing himself like this. He never expected that such a thing could happen in this world. He remembered that when he read cultivation novels in the past, such things never occurred. The essence of energy wouldn't leak at all. But in the end, experiencing such an embarrassing situation in front of a girl was truly overwhelming. Although she was his future wife, he still said, "You should go out first. I'll wash up on myself later." It was the first time Dai Yunhan blushed. He never thought he would have such an awkward day. Zhu Zhuqing saw his flushed face and couldn't help but chuckle. After all these years, she had always been the one teased. She had never seen him shy before. For a moment, she felt less shy herself and teased Dai Yunhan with a smile, saying, "What's this? You aren't shy when you look at me, but you're shy when I look at you? Isn't that different?" Dai Yunhan forced a smile. "What's different?" Zhu Zhuqing blurted out. However, after saying that, her face turned red again, clearly realizing that she had misspoken. Dai Yunhan was also speechless. When did Zhu Qing's wife become so bold? Seeing that she wasn't leaving, he simply decided to let it go, since they were all in the same situation as husband and wife, and there would be plenty of opportunities to meet honestly in the future. Let her look. However, just as he was about to get up, Zhu Qing asked again, "Are you feeling very uncomfortable right now? Or is it okay?" Dai Yunhan didn't know why she was asking this question. Men, it's always hard every morning. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation reappeared in her eyes, but in just a few seconds, it turned into determination. She lunged at Dai Yunhan and kissed her lips. Dai Yunhan didn't know what she was doing, but she didn't refuse, just quietly savoring it. However, suddenly, Dai Yunhan was startled. She quickly pushed Zhu Zhuqing away. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were filled with spring warmth. Her cheeks flushed, and she exuded a mature aura all over. "I want to help you." "No way." Dai Yunhan firmly refused. He was not a man of futile thinking, but he was also not a man without bottom lines. In his eyes, such matters must involve a fusion of souls. In a situation like this, merely to satisfy physical desires was, in his view, a sign of irresponsibility towards Zhu Zhuqing. Therefore, he firmly refused. However, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's face darkened. "Do you not like me?" "Of course I like you. But it is precisely because I like you and love you that we cannot do such things right now. I want to wait until the day you truly let go." Dai Yunhan's sincere words deeply moved Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, as Dai Yunhan said, although she can now be with Dai Yunhan and even take the initiative to be with him, she knows that there is a crack in her heart. This crack may be filled in the future, but right now, it undeniably exists. The appearance of Dugu Yin has made her feel threatened. In order to eliminate this threat, she chooses to accelerate her pace to secure her position in Dai Yunhan's heart. To put it simply, she no longer feels an absolute sense of security with Dai Yunhan. Therefore, she needs to take some actions to maintain this sense of security. Dai Yunhan is also well aware of this, which is why he rejected Zhu Zhuqing. Because once he agrees, it would only hurt Zhu Zhuqing even more. Perhaps in the following days, she might feel at ease, but once there is any disturbance, she will become like a startled bird, falling into even more endless worries. Restless day and night, and in a much more serious state. Dai Yunhan has already caused Zhu Zhuqing harm due to his greed. So how can he hurt her again for his momentary desires? Therefore, he must stick to his bottom line. Feeling Dai Yunhan's intentions, Zhu Zhuqing is warmed in her heart and moved in her eyes. In fact, deep down, she is also unwilling to develop things so quickly. It's just that she fears losing Dai Yunhan. She is afraid of returning to the dark and lonely times of 6 years ago, an era devoid of hope. Dai Yunhan finally gave her hope, and all she wanted was to hold on tightly to it. So, even though Deepening and Dai Yunhan haven't made any actual progress yet, she still feels a sense of danger. However, Dai Yunhan really understands her and has carefully noticed her little thoughts. This reassures her greatly, making her realize that Dai Yunhan is not after her body, but truly loves her in a meaningful way. Zhu Zhuqing feels somewhat relieved, but as she looks at Dai Yunhan's expression, a sly glimmer suddenly flashes in her eyes. Dai Yunhan didn't see it, just shook her head. It's okay. Such things happen every day. It will be fine after a while. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing calm down, Dai Yunhan was also very happy because he really didn't want the pure her to get hurt. Chapter 39. Zhu Zhuqing, the body of a 10,000-year ghostly spirit cat. Sure enough, he was a scumbag. He patted Zhu Zhuqing, which instantly stirred up a wave. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the room with a shy expression. When she turned around and saw Dai Yunhan's expression, she also smiled with satisfaction in her heart. Although her inner anxiety had dissipated, she still couldn't be careless. As a prince and the future emperor, Dai Yunhan will definitely have multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Dai Yunhan's talent is unparalleled in the world, and such an outstanding person will surely attract many exceptional women. Therefore, deep down, she has already accepted the fact that Dai Yunhan will have many women in the future. After all, even the current Star Luo Emperor has more than just one wife from the Zhu family. However, before becoming the crown prince and succeeding in the competition, they generally only have one woman from the Zhu family. It is only after becoming emperor that they will have more women. As a member of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing naturally understands this. Thus, her many actions are not solely aimed at monopolizing Dai Yunhan. She simply wants to secure a primary position in Dai Yunhan's heart. She does not want to be just a tool for Dai Yunhan in his pursuit of the throne, only to be cast aside once he ascends. Fortunately, she has found the answer in Dai Yunhan. However, she will not become complacent because of it, although she has obtained the answer. The temptations from the outside world are deadly. There are many flirtatious women who could do anything. In her family, there are countless shameless women. Therefore, if she wants to bind Dai Yunhan's heart, she needs to use some other little tactics. This is what her mother taught her. Merely painting a grand picture for a man will not keep him. She must give him a taste of something sweet. In the room, after Zhu Zhuqing left, Dai Yunhan heard the voice of the system in his mind. Ding, reward. 1 piece of a 10,000-year soul bone. The body bone of the nether cat, upgradable, exclusive soul bone for Zhu Zhuqing, with no backlash effects, can be easily absorbed without any obstacles. Upon seeing this reward, Dai Yunhan was momentarily stunned, then filled with immense joy. Although this reward belonged to Zhu Zhuqing, he was even happier than if he had received a soul bone himself. Deep down, he was more concerned about how to enhance Zhu Zhuqing's strength than his own. He had the system, and while his own power increased slowly, he believed that one day he would break through to level 100 and become a deity. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, was different. She didn't have a system, and her advancement required not only hard work but also opportunities. He had always worried that his presence might disrupt Zhu Zhuqing's original path, making it impossible for her to become a deity. Dai Yunhan didn't want to be a lonely god. Therefore, he had always been worried about such things. However, now, the sudden reward from the system has shattered all his worries. He initially thought the reward was only for himself, but unexpectedly, it was also useful for Zhu Zhuqing. Now he no longer has to worry about his wife not having enough to eat. System, although you are stingy, you're not too stingy either. Dai Yunhan praised, feeling very happy, then got dressed and prepared to send this soul bone to Zhu Zhuqing. However, as soon as she went downstairs, she found that Deepening had already made breakfast. This woman is quite interesting. Seeing Dai Yunhan's radiant expression, Deepeng's eyes darkened, but she started to greet her on the surface, saying, "I've already made breakfast. You should come eat soon. Isn't your foot injured? It's much better now. I can stand for a little while without any problem. Acting the whole part." Now, all 3 people in the room knew they were acting, but they all had to keep up the act. "That is very kind of you," Dai Yunhan said. Deepening smiled and said, "Come eat quickly. It's been ready for a while now, and if you don't eat soon, it will get cold." My cooking skills aren't that great, so I don't know if it will suit your taste. Dai Yunhan then noticed that the breakfast on the table was not milk and bread, but the porridge she had cooked herself, along with 2 or 3 delicately prepared side dishes. This surprised Dai Yunhan. She didn't expect that Dugu Yin could cook as well. Having something to eat was already great, and being picky would just be ungrateful. Dai Yunhan sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. He was not a picky eater. Although he had some dietary restrictions, he wouldn't voice them. If the dishes on the table were tasty, he would eat a bit more. If the dishes were not good, he would eat a bit less. In any case, he wouldn't comment on how others cooked. Of course, if something was delicious, he wouldn't hesitate to give compliments. Zhu Zhuqing quietly ate beside him, her expression calm, but Dai Yunhan could sense that she was not very happy. He sighed inwardly. Sharing a bed with someone, the responsibilities ahead were heavy. After finishing their meal, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing went to class, while Dugu Yin stayed at home. After all, she still needed to pretend to be sick. Once they arrived in class, he helped Dugu Yin request a few days of sick leave, and then they began their lessons. Today's class was nothing special, still a morning theory class. In the afternoon, there was mimicry training, which was a free training opportunity available once a week. If they wanted to use it at other times, they would have to pay a hefty fee. Dai Yunhan didn't need to train, so he was bored and sleeping outside. At that moment, he heard the voices of 2 people talking nearby. It was Qin Ming and Yi Lingling. Lingling, in 2 months, the Tiandou Royal Academy will hold a simple inter-academy exchange competition to prepare for the upcoming Elite Soul Master Tournament. All the major academies in Tiandou City will participate. Therefore, I want to invite you to join the Royal Combat Team to bring glory to our Tiandou Royal Academy, Qin Ming said. It turned out that this was when he was extending the invitation. He handed a registration form to Yi Lingling, saying, "I've already spoken to the academy about this, and they agreed to your joining the team. Now you just need to fill in your information on this form, and you can join." He looked at Yi Lingling with confidence. He had actually thought for a long time before deciding on Yi Lingling as the last auxiliary member of the team. Because of the nature of Yi Lingling's martial soul, her presence posed a significant drawback for the team. Other auxiliary soul masters usually have amplification effects that can allow team members to perform beyond their normal capabilities, achieving an effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. However, Yi Lingling was different. She only had a healing effect and no amplification effect, which meant that a team with her would only have 6 members able to fight, leading to a situation where 1 + 1 could actually be less than 2. Facing teams of similar strength, a shortcoming appeared even before the competition started. However, having Yi Lingling also had significant advantages. That was, the team would not be unable to continue fighting due to injuries. The rules of the Soul Master Tournament do not allow for intentional fatalities, which requires competitors to usually hold back during attacks and not go all out. This rule was completely advantageous to Yi Lingling. As long as she wasn't dead, she could keep fighting. Therefore, based on this rule, he unhesitatingly chose the weaker Yi Lingling. Otherwise, he would have chosen Zhang Wan, who had the Red Umbrella martial soul and a higher soul power level than Yi Lingling. He was very confident that Yi Lingling would agree. After all, the Royal Combat Team was the team that all students aspired to join. Thus, before receiving an answer from Yi Lingling, he had already spoken to the school committee about it. However, what he didn't expect was that Yi Lingling, upon hearing the news, did not seem very excited. "I'm sorry, I don't want to join the team," she said. Qin Ming was taken aback for a moment, unable to believe it. "Why?" Yi Lingling shook her head, seeming unwilling to explain too much, and simply said, "I'm sorry," again before walking away. Qin Ming looked at Yi Lingling's back in confusion, feeling that this female student must have something going on. There was no rush to figure it out. He needed to investigate. Turning to leave, he saw Dai Yunhan watching him from the side and asked, "Do you know what's going on with her?" "I don't know," Dai Yunhan replied. Dai Yunhan shook his head, saying that this matter should be clearer to you than to me. Qin Ming showed a hint of disappointment and then asked, "Why aren't you cultivating?" "I have already finished my cultivation and came out." "So soon?" "The mimicry cultivation is all about the number of times. There's only this one free opportunity in a week. Usually, students will stay inside for enough time, and it's rare for anyone to come out early. But Dai Yunhan is not an ordinary person." He nodded firmly. Qin Ming didn't ask further. After all, Dai Yunhan is from the Star Luo Empire, and he didn't want to get too involved, nor did he need to. What he needed to do was simply to carry out his teaching duties as usual. As for how Dai Yunhan learned and what he achieved, it didn't concern him much. This is a clash of ideologies. "By the way, have you seen Yu Tianheng? He was here in the morning, but why is he missing in the afternoon?" After walking a few steps, Qin Ming suddenly asked again. No. Dai Yunhan shook his head again. Whether Yu Qianheng comes to class or not has nothing to do with him. Well, since you finish your training and have nothing else to do, you can go back. Qin Ming glanced at him one more time, then left. Dai Yunhan's face lit up upon hearing this. This meant an early release. Meanwhile, inside the palace, an old man with green hair was leisurely watering the flowers and plants he had grown. At that moment, a voice from outside the door interrupted him. Your Excellency, the poisoned law, Yu Qianheng, the grandson of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect's leader, wishes to see you. Bo paused his actions. Yu Qianheng? What does he want with me? Could it be that the Blue Lightning Overlord sect has something to discuss? After thinking it over, he concluded it likely wasn't the case. If the Blue Lightning Overlord sect truly had business, they would never send Yu Qianheng to handle it, given their unequal statuses. It must be related to his own affairs. But wasn't he attending class at the academy? How would he find time to come here? Bo had heard about Yu Qianheng from Yin. He was a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect, and at less than 20 years old, he was already a soul master. His talent and cultivation were slightly higher than Yan's, making him a rare genius among the youth. The key point was that this fellow seemed to be pursuing Yin. However, due to the issue of her snake venom, Yin had always kept her distance from anyone. Now that he was here to see him, it couldn't be about Yin, could it? With this thought, Bo felt a slight tightening in his heart and immediately allowed him to enter. As far as Bo was concerned, he was very attentive to anything related to Yin. Soon, Yu Qianheng walked in. Greetings, Your Excellency, the poisoned Douluo, millimetrov, double scrutinized y Qianheng. This was the first time he had met him. Previously, he had only heard Yin mention him. Now that he looked at him, he appeared quite imposing, and indeed somewhat matched with Yin. What brings you here? Bo's voice was not angry, but carried an intimidating chill. Yu Qianheng was about 10 meters away from him, yet he still had to expend soul power to resist Bo's oppressive aura. Is this the strength of the poisoned Douluo? It truly feels completely different from Grandpa's. Struggling against the pressure, Yu Qianheng said, Your Excellency, I am here to inform you about some recent events concerning Yin. At this moment, he dare not call her Yin. Bo was notoriously protective, and he feared that calling her by a casual name before confirming their relationship might lead to misunderstandings. Upon hearing that it was about Yin, Bo immediately became tense. What is it? Yu Qianheng felt the pressure on his head increase and hurriedly said, Recently, an exchange student has come to the academy named Dai Yunhan from the Star Luo Empire. He has been getting very close to Yin, and their relationship is quite intimate. Upon hearing this, Bo frowned slightly. Someone from the Star Luo Empire? However, he soon felt a bit pleased, as it was not common for someone to get close to Yin, especially someone she was willing to be close to. After all, her snake venom, which could erupt at any moment, had caused her to be ostracized and neglected throughout her life. Naturally, he was happy that someone could stand by her side, even if it wasn't Yu Qianheng. Isn't that a normal thing? Your Excellency, please let me finish. Then speak. Bo's voice turned cold. If you have something to say it quickly. What kind of nonsense is this? Yu Qianheng was startled by a shout and immediately broke out in a cold sweat, not daring to hesitate any longer. He quickly said, That Dai Yunhan, I feel he has ulterior motives in approaching Yin. About a month ago, Yan's snake venom flared up, and without any medication, Dai Yunhan helped her stop the venom. At that time, I suspected he must have used some strange method, but he didn't say anything. Ever since that day, Yin seems to have changed into a different person, getting very close to him, seeking him out every day, eating together, playing around, and it has continued until today. Hearing this, Bo's expression showed a hint of shock. He was very familiar with Yan's snake venom. It was extremely toxic, comparable to all poisons in the world. It was something she had carried since birth, and even her mother had been eroded by it, passing away shortly after giving birth to her. This venom came from her martial spirit and was almost untreatable. Bo had spent many years researching medicine to find a cure for this snake venom. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited, and over the years, he had only managed to barely suppress the venom. He could not slow its erosion, let alone eradicate it. Now hearing that someone could suppress Yan's snake venom without relying on medication shocked him, and in a daze, a small glimmer of hope arose in his heart. If possible, could this person be? He dared not expect too much, for the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Yu Qianheng's next words, that Yin had become very close to Dai Yunhan, were not difficult for him to understand. After all, having no one dare to approach her throughout her life, or those who did could not withstand her poison. meant that finding someone who could suppress her snake venom would naturally make her very happy. She longed for love, and now, encountering someone who could reach out to her, she would certainly grasp at him blindly. Dugubo understood the situation very well. Seeing Dugubo's reaction, Yu Tianheng frowned, as Dugubo's response seemed to be beyond his expectations. He immediately continued, "Your Excellency, that Dai Yunhan is not a good person. He already has a fiancée, and is deceiving Duguyen. Moreover, just yesterday, he actually took Duguyen to the Sunset Forest, and it was a secret trip, claiming he was helping his fiancée, hunt soul rings. As a result, when they returned, Duguyen was limping, and she didn't come to class today. I went to check on her and found she was actually staying in Dai Yunhan's house, and her leg was not injured. Your Excellency, I am not being petty. I'm just worried about Duguyen. After all, Dai Yunhan's methods are too strange. They went into the forest, and no one knows what happened. I am very suspicious. Enough." Dugubo suddenly interrupted Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng felt as if a giant poisonous snake was about to swallow him whole. Sweat beads gathered on his forehead and flowed down like a small river. He struggled to raise his head to look at Dugubo, only to find that at some point, his face had turned extremely cold. His green hair was moving without wind, and a chilling aura surrounded him, causing his complexion to turn green as well. However, seeing Dugubo like this made Yu Tianheng very happy. This meant his purpose was about to be achieved. Dugubo's face was grim, his voice icy as he asked, "Is what you said true? I swear on my life that not a word is false. The students in our class can testify," Yu Tianheng assured. Dugubo's expression darkened even further, and the cold, poisonous gas uncontrollably spread out. The carefully cultivated flowers and plants around him withered and rotted upon contact. Yu Tianheng was frightened and hurriedly tried to retreat, only to find that he couldn't move at all. As he watched the poisonous gas approach him, he couldn't help but feel terrified. Fortunately, in the next moment, Dugubo noticed him and retracted the poisonous gas. But did he have a portrait of Dai Yunhan? Yes. Yu Tianheng was naturally prepared and immediately took out the portrait. Dugubo glanced at it and then turned into a shadow, heading towards the Tiandou Royal Academy. "Kid, if you dare to deceive me, I will definitely make you regret it." Dugubo left a harsh remark. Yu Tianheng didn't care about his threat at all. He only sneered in his heart. So what if he was a prince of the Star Luo Empire? Once he provoked Dugubo, he would still end up dead. Did Yu Tianheng just lie? He did not. Everything he said was the truth. However, half of his truth was fabricated in his imagination, and the other half was selectively stated, coupled with his subjective malice. These words gave Dugubo room for imagination, leading to Dai Yunhan being sentenced to death in his mind. If these same words were spoken by someone else, it would not have been the same situation. What is this called? This is called the art of language. Mastering language and expressing suitable words is often more effective than brute violence. So, kids, don't ever say that reading is useless again. On the other side, Dugubo rushed towards the academy. Deep down, he believed 88 of Yu Tianheng's words. Why? Because Yu Tianheng had ulterior motives. Dugubo could easily see through Yu Tianheng's obvious intentions. In short, he was jealous of Dai Yunhan. However, Dugubo didn't care about that. He only cared about the truth of the matter. He chose to believe a part of it, because he understood Duguyen's character very well. Proud, having been arrogant since childhood, looking down on others. This was originally a facade she wore in her childhood, but over time, it became her true character, one she could no longer shed. Hence, his doubts arose. He could understand Duguyen, a proud person, actively pursuing someone. However, when she knew that the other party had a fiancé, and still pursued them, he couldn't comprehend that. In his view, pride often comes with a domineering possessiveness. If Duguyen, a proud and domineering person with strong possessiveness, truly liked someone, would she share a man with others? She wouldn't, but the reality was that she did just that. So Dugubo had reason to suspect that Dai Yunhan must have used some underhanded means. Of course, this alone wouldn't make him so angry. What truly enraged him was that Dai Yunhan actually took Duguyen to hunt for soul rings. And for his fiancée, fine. Let us not mention that Duguyen was willing to do such a dramatic thing. But why didn't they bring bodyguards? Why didn't they let the academy's people go? Instead, the three of them sneaked out. Moreover, they even got injured. When they returned, they were limping. The key point was that their legs were fine. What the hell did Dai Yunhan do? It goes without saying. Just think about it. Under what circumstances would a girl walk with a limp while having perfectly fine legs and with a smile on her face? Thus, Dugubo became furious. If everything was true, it would mean that this Dai Yunhan had actually taken down his granddaughter. Chapter 42. Duguyen washes Dai Yunhan's underwear with extremely dirty means. A gentleman can endure, but this is intolerable. He couldn't take it anymore. The Tiandou Royal Academy is located on the outskirts of Tiandou City, while the Tiandou Palace is at the center of the city. So the relative distance is still a bit far. However, this distance is insignificant for a titled duel like Dai Mubai. A few minutes later, he arrived at the academy. Then, he quickly made his way to the villa dormitory area. He had been there once because Zhu Zhuqing also lived there, but this time, he went straight to Dai Yunhan's Qingfeng villa. Of course, the name was also provided by Zhu Zhuqing. Upon arriving, he sensed the aura and immediately confirmed that Zhu Zhuqing was inside the Qingfeng villa. Suddenly, his heart tightened. He pushed open the door. Inside the room, Zhu Zhuqing was wearing casual clothes, her beautiful long legs exposed, sitting on a small stool. In front of her was a basin filled with laundry water, and in her hands, she was rubbing a pair of underwear. Black men's underwear. If Dai Yunhan were there at that moment, he would realize that this was the very pair he had worn that morning. He had intended to wash it, but forgot due to the soul bone matter. He had tossed it into the room and hadn't hidden it. As a result, Zhu Zhuqing, feeling bored at home, wanted to learn more about Dai Yunhan and had intruded into his room. She had thought about it all night and ultimately confirmed her feelings. She could not miss out on Dai Yunhan because, after a month of interaction, she realized that she genuinely liked Dai Yunhan, not merely because he was unafraid of her poison. At first, she had approached him because of his uniqueness. However, after calming down and reflecting last night, she found that she had unknowingly fallen for Dai Yunhan. Therefore, after careful consideration, she decided to launch a real offensive against Dai Yunhan because she believed that men must be taken, especially excellent men. Waiting for men to come to you usually results in encountering scumbags. After entering Dai Yunhan's room, she was greeted by a fresh scent. This scent was familiar. It was the fragrance of Zhu Zhuqing. Looking at the unmade bed and the creases on the two pillows, she knew that Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had indeed slept together, and it wasn't the pretense of one sleeping on the floor while the other slept on the bed. She felt a pang of anxiety in her heart. However, she quickly composed herself. Then, as she wandered around the room, she discovered many things she had never seen before, which were quite interesting. She knew these should be toys, but she didn't know how to play with them. Next, she found many books, also ones she had never read, and upon seeing the signatures, she discovered they were actually by Dai Yunhan. When she opened them, she found they contained various love words and poems. She was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Dai Yunhan to be so talented. But then, upon seeing that every page was inscribed with "For my dearest Zhuqing wife," she instantly felt unhappy and closed the book. She didn't expect his feelings for Zhu Zhuqing to be so deep. Zhu Zhuqing momentarily lost confidence in herself. Excellent men are not easy to obtain, not only because they might be taken first, but also because excellent men possess truly outstanding qualities. These qualities often include loyalty. Therefore, upon seeing these deeply emotional items belonging to Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily doubted whether she could really take Dai Yunhan away from Zhu Zhuqing. She sighed and was about to leave the room when she suddenly discovered a piece of black fabric under the pillow. Curiously, she stepped forward to check and found it was a pair of underwear. She felt extremely embarrassed, relieved that no one was around to see it. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. She hurriedly wanted to put the underwear back, but then she noticed something unusual about it. A look of surprise and confusion appeared on her face. How could this be? Could it be? Zhu Zhuqing's heart suddenly raced with excitement as she thought of a possibility. And it was a very high possibility. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan had not really taken the final step. Yes, it must be so. This pair of underwear was the best proof. She was overjoyed, feeling that this was a rare opportunity. After thinking for a moment, she decided to wash the underwear. Since she had already decided to pursue Dai Yunhan, she needed to take action. It couldn't be too direct, but it also couldn't be too subtle. Otherwise, Dai Yunhan wouldn't notice. If she washed his underwear, he would definitely know who did it when he returned. And if she was willing to wash such a private item for a man, he would surely understand her feelings. Thus, the scene that Zhu Zhuqing saw when he pushed the door open came to be. Zhu Zhuqing was washing it with great care. She wasn't using her soul power, but was simply washing it by hand, a smile on her face as if she could see her future happiness. But just then, Zhu Zhuqing barged in. "Grandpa, what are you doing here?" Zhu Zhuqing was both surprised and happy. However, Zhu Zhuqing's face was cold. He walked up to her and found that she was actually doing such rough work as washing clothes. And in her hands, she was holding a pair of men's underwear. What the hell? Has she been brainwashed like this? Anger surged up in his heart. What are you doing? Whose underwear is this? Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she hurriedly hid the underwear in the water. It's no one's. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing became even angrier. Her shy demeanor clearly indicated that she had a man. He looked at Zhu Zhuqing's legs, smooth and white, with no scars at all, and she was happily wiggling her toes. This was not how someone with injured legs would behave. I heard you were injured? How did you know? Goodness, this is solid evidence. Dai Yunhan, that little beast, has indeed taken down his own granddaughter. Where is he? Who? Dai Yunhan. Zhu Zhuqing was surprised for a moment, but then her face turned red. Grandpa. How do you know him? What? Do you want to hide it from me? Only telling me after the child is born? Trying to play a childbearing warning game with me? Child? Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? There's no child. Zhu Zhuqing was both shy and angry. When did Grandpa start speaking so absurdly? Dugubo, seeing her expression, felt a pain in his heart. I ask you, did he force you? Or did he use some special soul technique on you? You don't have to be afraid. Just tell me the truth. Grandpa is here for everything. Force? Zhu Zhuqing was confused. What are you talking about, Grandpa? Chapter 43. Definitely brainwashed you're still playing dumb. Yu Qianheng has already told me everything. Dai Yunhan took you to the small grove, and when you came back, you were limping. Dugubo sighed in anger and frustration. Yin, how could you be so foolish? Zhu Zhuqing widened her eyes in confusion. What on earth are you talking about? She couldn't understand anything. What exactly did Yu Qianheng say to you? Also, that was the sunset forest, not some small grove. What does a small grove have to do with a limp? Were you thinking? Her face flushed red. Just as she was about to clarify, Dai Yunhan's voice came from outside the door. I'm back. I finished the morning class today, and I'm preparing to make Buddha jumps over the wall for you. Dai Yunhan happily walked into the villa, but suddenly saw an old man dressed in green. You little ghost, dare to bully Yin? I'll make sure you have a bad end. Upon seeing him, Dugubo immediately recognized Dai Yunhan. Without any hesitation, the pent-up rage exploded violently, and his palm transformed into a claw, reaching out to grab Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was bewildered. How dare he break into a private residence and even attempt to kill? He immediately wanted to resist, but found himself unable to move even an inch. The pressure from Dugubo, the title Daw, was too overwhelming. Even channeling his soul power felt incredibly difficult, let alone releasing soul skills. In a moment of desperation, the right arm soul bone skill of the Chaos Twin Wing Tiger was activated. Bright Kingdom. A white light shield enveloped Dai Yunhan, blocking the poisonous gas that was rushing towards him. Not a single drop managed to seep through. Inside, he felt a bit better. Huh? Dugubo let out a light sound of surprise. A mere soul master could actually block his poison gas. It really had some ability. Just a small trick. But it was merely a small trick. Dugubo snorted coldly and unleashed his soul power, summoning a gigantic green poisonous snake that bound Dai Yunhan along with his spirit. Soon, Dai Yunhan was grabbed by the throat by Dugubo. Grandpa, let him go. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Duguin reacted, Dai Yunhan was already firmly in Dugubo's grasp. Her heart ached sharply, and her eyes were filled with fear and panic. Terrified that Dugubo might kill Dai Yunhan in an instant. Grandpa, please let him go. She grabbed Dugubo's arm and shook it, her voice already tinged with tears, and tears flowed quickly from her eyes. Dugubo glanced at Duguin and coldly said, Yin, don't worry. I won't let him die so easily. I want him to wish for death, but be unable to achieve it. After saying this, he prepared to take Dai Yunhan away. But at that moment, two figures flew in from the distance. Boldly, let go of our young master. They were two experts hiding in the shadows to protect Dai Yunhan. However, Dugubo merely glanced at them, not taking them seriously at all. A soul sage and a soul emperor actually dared to act recklessly in front of me. With that, he extended his hand, and a cloud of poisonous mist surged towards them. The soul sage and soul emperor were alarmed. This chilling poison gas made them tremble even before it got close. Quick dodge. The two immediately retreated. Dugubo let out a cold laugh, then grabbed Duguin and vanished like a shadow from the Qingfeng Villa. Sunset Forest. Dugubo's medicinal garden stronghold. Dai Yunhan was tied up in a dark small room. His face was dark blue, his lips purple, and his whole body trembled as if he were poisoned. Fortunately, he emitted a faint gray aura that seemed to have the effect of devouring toxins, helping him cleanse the poison from his body, gradually restoring his complexion to normal. Meanwhile, Duguin was pressed down on a chair by Dugubo. Yin, don't move for now, let me check on you. But Duguin didn't listen at all. Struggling to stand up, her face filled with anxiety, and there were tear stains at the corners of her eyes, clearly indicating that she had already cried. Grandpa, why are you grabbing him? Hurry and let him go. If this goes on, he will die. Better if he dies. Who told him to bully you? I was going to kill him anyway, just letting him live a bit longer for now. When did he bully me? Grandpa, can you just let him go? Let's calm down and talk it through. Du Guiyin was so anxious that she stamped her feet. She knew very well the toxicity of Du Guo's poison, which was hundreds of times stronger than her own. Even if Dai Yunhan had a unique martial spirit, he definitely couldn't withstand it. Du Guo frowned. He did that to you, and you still speak for him? I think Yu Tianheng is right. He must have used some secret method on you. Yin Yin, don't move. I'll lift the secret method right now. Du Guiyin slapped his hand away, furious. What secret method? What are you talking about? Do you also believe Yu Tianheng's words? You don't believe me? Hurry and let him go. If he dies, I won't live either. Saying this, Du Guiyin ran towards the door to save Dai Yunhan. But she was pulled back by Du Guo. Stop right there. No. Du Guo also grew angry, using his soul power to forcibly suppress her. Look at what you've become. You weren't like this before. In just a month, you were completely infatuated, willingly washing his underwear, and you say you haven't been controlled? Now I'll make you wake up. Du Guo released his spiritual sense, searching for the special secret method that Dai Yunhan had cast on Du Guiyin. But at that moment, Du Guiyin turned pale and suddenly fell into pain. Yin Yin, what's wrong? Du Guo panicked and hurriedly stopped his actions. Du Guiyin lay on the ground, instantly drenched in cold sweat, writhing in agony, trembling all over, and her body was ice cold, exuding green poisonous gas. It's the snake venom acting up, Yin Yin. Quickly take this medicine. Du Guo quickly took out a medicine bottle, poured out a few pills, and held them to Du Guiyin's mouth. But Du Guiyin tightly closed her mouth and refused to eat. Let him go. At this moment, she was still worried about Dai Yunhan. Oh, Yin Yin, just take the medicine first, and we'll talk after that. Du Guo was anxious, directly shoving the medicine into her mouth. However, Du Guiyin refused to eat. Even spitting it out after it was in her mouth, saying, if you don't let him go, I won't eat. Du Guo was both angry and frustrated. Even at this point, Du Guiyin still thought about Dai Yunhan. He was almost certain that Dai Yunhan had used a soul technique on Du Guiyin. He had never seen Du Guiyin like this before. But for Du Guiyin's life, he had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I'll let him go. You take the medicine first. Let him go. Du Guiyin was already in unbearable pain, lacking the strength to speak. Chapter 44. Reward. Immunity to poisonous physique. Du Guo was exasperated, cursing loudly, then swiftly moved in front of Dai Yunhan, unbinding him without saying a word, and drag him to Du Guiyin's side. I'll let him go. Hurry and take your medicine. What's wrong with you? Dai Yunhan asked anxiously. Hearing his voice, Du Guiyin struggled to open her eyes, and upon seeing that Dai Yunhan was fine, she finally opened her mouth to take the medicine. However, after taking the medicine, she did not improve. Instead, her condition worsened. What's going on? Why isn't it working? Du Guo panicked and immediately checked Du Guiyin's condition, only to find that due to the recent delay, the poison in her body had worsened, and the medicine he had prepared was no longer effective. If this continued, she would surely die. Du Guo felt immense regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would have agreed to her request from the start. He circulated his soul power to suppress the toxins within her. Even if there was no hope, he couldn't give up. However, his soul power itself carried a toxic attribute. While it could suppress Du Guiyin's poison, it was different for him. He was Du Guo, and the poison in his soul power would merge with the poison in Du Guiyin's body, causing greater harm. As a result of this decrease and increase, Du Guiyin showed no signs of improvement. Instead, her condition became even more serious. Alarmed, Du Guo quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to continue. He watched as Du Guiyin's breath grew weaker. At that moment, he suddenly thought of Dai Yunhan. Hadn't Dai Yunhan suppressed Du Guiyin's toxins before? He quickly said, kid, you can suppress Yin Yan's toxins, right? Hurry and heal her. If you heal her, I'll let you go. If you can't, you stay here and keep her company today. Dai Yunhan looked at him with disgust after hearing this. Du Guo, this old poisoner, was not a good person when reading the original work. Because of Du Guiyin, she thought his attitude might be a bit better. But unexpectedly, he was still the same, indiscriminately grabbing people without distinguishing right from wrong. Truly a venomous snake, and a venomous person. Today she had seen it for herself. However, faced with Du Guiyin's current situation, Dai Yunhan did not dare to waste time, and quickly took out the antidote pill given by the system, and made her take one. After thinking for a moment, she simply gave her another one. After all, this thing wasn't worth much. Moreover, the system had also said that one was not enough, so she might as well give her another. Since she was already here, she might as well clear all of Du Guiyin's poison. After finishing the pills, for safety's sake, Dai Yunhan went to Du Guiyin's back, and the Chaos Dual Wings Tiger Martial Soul appeared, with the chaos energy in her hands being transmitted into Du Guiyin's body. Dugubo watched anxiously, somewhat dismissive of the antidote pills Dai Yunhan had taken out, as he believed that no one in this world could surpass him in pharmacological research. However, he didn't say anything, as he had no way to help Duguyen in her current condition. When he saw Dai Yunhan's martial soul and the chaos energy being released from her hands, his expression improved slightly. He could clearly feel that the chaos energy had a restraining effect on his poisonous gas. At this moment, he realized that Dai Yunhan's current state was actually no different from that of a normal person. He was somewhat surprised. It should be noted that when Dai Yunhan had just been captured, he had already poisoned her. The amount of poison wasn't very large, so it wouldn't cause immediate death, but even a soul master with healing soul skills would definitely be mentally eroded by the toxin by now, appearing like a wretched ghost. Yet this guy was completely unharmed. It seemed that Dai Yunhan indeed had some skill. With the antidote pills taken, in just a few seconds, Duguyen's breath gradually stabilized. The poisonous gas emanating from her body also began to recede, and her pained expression started to calm down. Before long, she was breathing evenly. Seeing this scene, Dugubo finally showed a joyful expression. He looked at Dai Yunhan, not expecting that this kid could really suppress snake poison. A minute later, Duguyen opened her eyes, her complexion rosy, and her demeanor restored, now no different from an ordinary person. The first thing she did after opening her eyes was to look for Dai Yunhan. Upon discovering him behind her, she immediately blocked him and sternly warned Dugubo Grandpa, "You are not allowed to make a move against him. If you try to harm him again, I will die with him in front of you." Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised, not expecting that she would care about him so much, to the point of saying such things. Ding! Detected that the goddess Duguyen has increased her favorability towards the host, reward, immunity to toxins. The system's voice sounded. Dai Yunhan was a little surprised. This reward was actually a poison immunity physique. This was quite interesting. It was simply the nemesis of Dugubo. Dugubo was originally filled with joy, but upon seeing Duguyen open her eyes, his first instinct was to protect this man, which made him feel quite uncomfortable. The little girl who used to revolve around him now actually started to care for another man. He sighed and tried to calm himself down to avoid the same situation as before. He looked coldly at Dai Yunhan and said, "Kid, what secret method did you use on Yin Yan? If you release it now, I can let you go. Food can be eaten randomly, but words should not be spoken carelessly." "What do you mean I used a secret method on her? Which of your eyes saw that? Provide evidence. If you simply want to kill me, there's no need to find a reason." Dai Yunhan immediately retorted without holding back. He didn't need to worry about Dugubo for now, because Dugubo loved his granddaughter very much. As long as Duguyen protected him, Dugubo, no matter how much he hated him, wouldn't take action. Just now was the best proof. Indeed, when Dugubo heard Dai Yunhan's not-so-good attitude, cold light flashed across his face. But he just endured it and didn't say anything. At this time, Duguyen also spoke up, "Grandpa, you keep talking about secret methods. Where did you hear that from? I have never been subjected to any secret method by him. If you don't believe me, you can check." "Really?" Dugubo was also a bit skeptical. To be honest, looking at Duguyen's current expression and state, she really didn't seem to be under the influence of a secret method. Although secret methods were powerful, not everyone could master them. Moreover, secret methods that could control the mind usually had significant flaws. With a little attention, differences could be observed. Chapter 45. Misunderstanding cleared. Duguyen's actions were somewhat different from before, but her consciousness and state were not abnormal. However, thinking about the fact that his granddaughter had been deceived by him, he decided to check Duguyen just in case. A strand of soul power with spiritual sensing entered Duguyen's body. 1 minute later, the soul power withdrew. Dugubo frowned because he indeed did not sense any other person's soul power aura on Duguyen. Could it be that this was truly a misunderstanding? Was his granddaughter doing this voluntarily? But that seemed too exaggerated. They had only known each other for a month, and they were so open with each other. Of course, being open could be understood, as love was unpredictable. However, in a small grove, with 1 man and 2 women, that was a bit unbelievable, right? After thinking for a moment, Dugubo still asked his doubts. "Did you and him, you know?" "What?" Duguyen didn't react for a moment. "That, what?" Duguyen was still a bit confused, but then she saw her grandfather's ambiguous and gossipy expression, and she immediately understood. "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about? How could that be possible?" Duguyen yelled in a low voice, her face turning red with embarrassment, fearing that Dai Yunhan would overhear. "How could that be possible? Even if I wanted to, he might not want to. Zhu Zhuqing has such a good figure. He would definitely be infatuated with her." Dugubo was shocked. "You didn't do that? Then why are you limping?" "When did I limp?" Duguyen stomped her long legs, walking back and forth. "Do I look like I'm limping now?" Yushinheng told me, and he saw you limping. That was just me pretending. Pretending? Why would you pretend? At this point, Duguian's face turned red again, and she didn't dare to say it out loud. But thinking about Dai Yunhan's safety, she still spoke despite her shyness. Because I wanted to attract his attention and make him care about me. Who? Grandpa, you were going too far. Duguian's face was filled with anger. If she had to say the name, she would really be too embarrassed. I think she should be talking about me. At this moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly chimed in with a grin. Hearing that voice and seeing Dai Yunhan's mischievous expression, Duguian was instantly dumbfounded, her body stiff as iron, her face burning red as if it were about to smoke. Dai Yunhan, you're going too far. Seeing this scene, Dugubo couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He began to understand. It turned out that his granddaughter liked someone else, but that person didn't seem to like her much, so she played some little tricks. However, she didn't expect Yushinheng to know and then deliberately distort the facts in front of him. All of this was actually a misunderstanding. Instantly, Dugubo felt a bit awkward. He almost harmed Duguian's lifesaver and the person she liked. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan had some skills, otherwise, Yin would hate him for life. Kid, step outside for a moment. I have something to discuss with Yin. Dugubo said to Dai Yunhan at this time. This was also to help relieve Duguian's embarrassment. Dai Yunhan turned around and walked outside. It seems that Dugubo won't take action against him anymore. Although the poison immunity physique counters Dugubo, his soul power is still there. Relying solely on the strength of soul power could lead to several injuries or even death. By the way, kid, don't mess with the flowers and plants outside. Some of them are highly toxic, and many I don't even know about. If you get poisoned, don't blame it on me, Dugubo said. He wasn't afraid of Dai Yunhan dying, but rather worried that Duguian would be heartbroken. After Dai Yunhan went outside, Dugubo's expression suddenly softened. Yin, do you really like that guy? Yeah, but it seems he doesn't like you much. That's why I'm pursuing him. Now that you're meddling, he's definitely going to hate me. What should I do? As she spoke, Duguian's eyes filled with tears of grievance. Dai Yunhan had deep feelings for Zhu Zhuqing, and it would be very difficult for her to take him away. Now, her grandfather had increased the difficulty. She felt speechless. Dugubo also felt a bit awkward. He had no idea that love could change a person so much. He comforted her. Yin, don't worry. I can see that the kid likes you a little. Really? Duguian suddenly looked up. Dugubo confirmed, not to mention, just now, when he was suppressing the toxins for you, the anxious look in his eyes was genuine. Think about it. If he had no feelings for you, would he save you? Even if I forced him to save you, would he be anxious? He would probably look unwilling, right? If you analyze it this way, it makes some sense. So, does that mean I have hope? Dugubo saw her happy expression, but felt worried. Yin, actually, I don't really agree with you two. Why? Dugubo sighed. Although you two are indeed a good match, he has a fiancée, and as far as I know, he is a prince of the Star Luo Empire. That Zhu Zhuqing is from the Yuming family. They've been tied together since birth and will definitely not be separated. Do you understand what I'm saying? Upon hearing this, Duguian's face darkened. Of course I understand what you're saying, but what do you want me to do? I finally met someone. Do you want me to just watch him slip away? This was another difficult question. Duguian's toxin had only encountered Dai Yunhan, who wasn't afraid of it. In all these years, if the two couldn't be together, what would Duguian do for the rest of her life? Maybe that kid has a way to help you completely resolve the snake poison, Dugubo said. Really? We can ask him, and if he really has a solution, then you won't have to worry about her anymore. With that, Dugubo walked out of the room. Duguian's joy faded into a sense of desolation. Was her liking for him really just because of the poison? She felt like it was, yet also not quite. Following Dugubo outside at that moment, Dai Yunhan had arrived at the ice and fire Yin-Yang-I. Looking at the colorful and glowing celestial herbs, Dai Yunhan felt extremely excited. Such good things. How could he let Tang San have them? Of course, he had to take them all for himself. He was thinking about how to divide these celestial herbs when Dugubo and Duguian approached. Chapter 46. Talking Terms with Dugubo Kid. Do you have a way to completely eliminate Yin-Yan's poison? Dugubo asked Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was taken aback and turned to look at Duguian, saying, Isn't her poison completely cured? The antidote I just gave her can completely eliminate snake venom. Now she's just like a normal person and will no longer be affected by the snake venom. Dai Yunhan had just used chaotic energy to help suppress her, but found that the system's product was indeed a high-quality item, rendering the chaotic energy ineffective. The detoxification pill had completely cleared her poison. Now there was still a large bottle of detoxification pills left, and he didn't even know who to give them to. What did you say? When Dugubo heard this, his mouth dropped in disbelief. If you don't believe it, you can check. Dugubo turned and approached Duguian, using a bit of soul power to examine her body. To his shock, upon checking, Dugubo revealed an expression of immense astonishment. It was indeed all eliminated. Not a drop remained. This is too unbelievable. Seeing this, Duguian was equally shocked. The poison that had plagued her for nearly 20 years was resolved just like that. She couldn't help but probe herself. Upon checking, she found that the previously cold meridians felt completely normal, warm, and comfortable. Moreover, to her surprise, her soul power had actually risen by 3 levels, from the original 35 to 38. Grandpa, my soul power level has increased. What's going on? Dugubo replied. As expected, this is very normal. Although our martial soul is powerful and we have extensive poison skills, we have also been suffering from the backlash of toxins, which suppressed our strength. Now that the backlash toxins have been removed, the suppression of cultivation is naturally released. Hearing this, Duguian understood. She couldn't help but feel incredibly happy. Now her cultivation level was among the top in the Tiando Royal Academy. Oh, except for the 2 freaks, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. However, amidst her joy, Dugubo's gaze involuntarily fell, because he remembered what he had just said. Dai Yunhan cannot be separated from Zhu Zhuqing, as this concerns his claim to the throne. In other words, if she insists on being with him, she must accept that he has Zhu Zhuqing. In other words, she can only be one of his women and cannot receive his selfish love entirely. This is something she finds hard to accept. In her eyes, the man that Duguian likes can only have her. Therefore, she begins to contemplate her future again. Previously, due to the poison issue, Dai Yunhan was her only choice. So, the idea of being with Dai Yunhan became even stronger. However, now that she is no longer bound, it means she can restart her life. She will not be limited by Dai Yunhan's special existence. She feels that she should be happier, but why can't she feel happy? As she is deep in thought, Dugubo suddenly flashes in front of Dai Yunhan and excitedly grabs his shoulders. Kid, can you solve the poison in me? Damn it, let go, okay? I don't like being touched by a big guy. Dai Yunhan distanced herself in disgust. Dugubo awkwardly smiled and said, I'm sorry, I was too abrupt. I apologize. Could you help me resolve the poison as well? Is there any of that pill you just gave to Yin Yin? Dai Yunhan sneered. Now you know to ask me for help. Huh? You were so arrogant just a moment ago. He said, your poison is much stronger than Duguian's. But in front of me, it's all the same. Just now you treated me like that, and now you want me to save you. Do you think I would do that? Upon hearing this, Dugubo's expression darkened. Yes, he had just wanted to kill him, and now he was asking him to save him. Anyone would hesitate. Kid, I apologize. It was my fault. As long as you help me clear my poison, I can agree to any request of yours. Dugubo said sincerely. His situation was indeed dire. The poison had already eroded his bones and blood, and if it wasn't cleared out, he would die in 3 to 5 years. And if he died, no one would take care of Duguian. He was worried. Behind him, Duguian also pleaded, Yunhan, please help my grandfather. He was just deceived by Yu Tianheng, which is why he acted so impulsively. I also apologize on behalf of my grandfather. I'm really sorry. Dai Yunhan wants the conditions set by Dugubo, so he can obtain these immortal herbs. Therefore, he said, all right, I agree to treat you, but you must agree to my conditions. Feel free to say. Dugubo agreed without hesitation. The first condition is that all the immortal herbs in this place must be given to me. Dai Yunhan is not afraid that Dugubo will know these are celestial herbs, because even if Dugubo knows, it wouldn't matter. He doesn't recognize them. A treasure is a treasure in someone else's hands, but in his own hands, it's just waste. So what's the point of snatching them? These are celestial herbs? Upon hearing this term, Dugubo's face showed a look of shock. He has been guarding this place for so many years and didn't even know these were celestial herbs. He has indeed heard of the name of celestial herbs. Something rare and hard to come by. That's right. Are you having regrets? Dugubo regained his composure and smiled, saying, knowing they're celestial herbs, so what? I don't understand them at all. Occupying them is useless. It's better to just give them to you. Dai Yunhan smiled as well. When Dugubo was not bad, he was still not bad. What about the second condition? Dugubo asked again. Dai Yunhan scratched his head, realizing that he didn't seem to have any other requirements. I haven't thought of the second condition yet. I'll let you know when I do. All right, just tell me whenever you've thought of it, Dugubo said very seriously. Okay, once I pick this herb, I'll make it a detox pill. It contains the medicinal materials I need. Dai Yunhan fabricated a reason to prevent Dugubo from having second thoughts. He then took out the tools he had prepared 6 years ago and began to pick these celestial herbs. Fortunately, he had researched a lot about celestial herbs back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to handle them. Seeing this, Dugubo didn't dare to interrupt and stepped aside, quietly watching Dai Yunhan's actions. Dai Yunhan is well-versed in these unfamiliar herbs. No wonder he can create the antidote. It seems this guy is quite capable. Thinking about his terrifying talent, Dugubo suddenly feels that his granddaughter following him might not be a bad idea. Chapter 47. Duguian, 8-petal fairy orchid. Moreover, with his help, Dai Yunhan could definitely ascend to the throne. It's just that now it depends on whether Yin Yin is willing. After all, being with Dai Yunhan means there will be many women around. But upon reflection, he also thinks that Duguian probably won't remain foolish for long, considering they have only been together for a month at most. Initially, there was a purpose behind their relationship, so how deep could it be? Time passes quickly, and after a busy day, Dai Yunhan finally packed all the celestial herbs into her storage ring, including the 2 highly toxic fire apricot blossoms and the 8-pointed ice grass. These 2 poisonous herbs would likely be of no use to her, but Dai Yunhan didn't care. Feeding them to pigs was better than leaving them for Tang San. After picking all the celestial herbs, Dai Yunhan handed 2 detoxification pills to Dugubo. Dugubo received them with great joy, examining the mysterious pills with excitement, albeit with a hint of reluctance to consume them. However, after a moment of reflection, he swallowed them down. After all, his own life was more important. The effects of the pills manifested quickly. A few minutes later, he checked his body and found that all the toxins had indeed disappeared. Of course, his appearance had also changed. His hair reverted from green back to black. The sinister aura on his face vanished, and his skin improved, making him look like a normal old man. Most importantly, his soul power level had broken through from level 91 to level 92. This thrilled him, as he had been stuck at level 91 for many years. After years of hard training, he thought he would never break through another level in his lifetime. Now, the surging soul power at level 92 filled his body, making him feel ecstatic. This pain-free and transparent soul power was truly what he had always dreamed of. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Kid, I, Dugubo, may be ruthless, but I am not ungrateful. You have cured my poison today, which is equivalent to giving me a chance at rebirth. If you encounter any trouble in the future, as long as it doesn't cross the bottom line, feel free to come to me. Dugubo had effectively made a promise to him. Dai Yunhan had anticipated that he would act this way, but she didn't expect him to be so straightforward. This revealed all his bottom lines at once. Naturally, Dai Yunhan was pleased with his statement. In this day and age, it's a good deal to have a free title of a Douluo powerhouse. She nodded, accepting his promise. All right, the poison has been resolved for you, and I should head back. I've stayed here for such a long time. Zhu Zhuqing must be anxious by now. Dugubo glanced at the sky and said, I'll send you back tomorrow. It's too late today, so just stay here for the night. I also want to ask you about some pharmacology matters, if you don't mind. Dai Yunhan found this a bit awkward. He only had the medicine, and he didn't understand the principles behind it. If he asked him, it would just expose the truth. I'm sorry, but these are family secrets, and I can't tell you. Dai Yunhan straightforwardly stated that it's better not to pretend when one shouldn't, to avoid making a fool of oneself later. It's just a simple discussion and won't involve your secrets. Dugubo still didn't want to give up. He believed that anyone who could develop an antidote must be a very skilled physician. But he really misunderstood. Dai Yunhan had nothing but a powerful system. Seeing how persistent he was, Dai Yunhan knew that without giving him a little incentive, he wouldn't leave. It wasn't about forcibly preventing him from leaving, but rather about being shamelessly persistent in keeping him there. As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Dai Yunhan immediately took out an antidote pill and said, Family rules, I really cannot tell you too much. If you really want to know, this antidote pill is a gift for you. You can take it for research. Dugubo looked at the antidote pill, thought for a moment, and agreed. He knew that Dai Yunhan was from the royal family, and there were many things that could not be disclosed. If they were revealed, it would be a leak of royal secrets. The fact that he could take out the antidote pill for him to study was already a significant concession. Then I won't be polite. However, it is already late. You should go back tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will send you back. No, I've already stayed here long enough, and I haven't sent any news back. They will definitely be very worried. If it reaches my father, it might cause some misunderstandings. All right then. Dugubo thought for a moment. Since Dai Yunhan was a prince and had 2 people protecting him before, they must have already sent the news back. If he didn't let Dai Yunhan return early, it might lead to major events between the 2 countries. So he said, then I'll send you back. The poison barrier is fierce at night, and soul beasts are active frequently. Okay, Yin Yin, do you want to go back to the academy together? Dugubo looked at the side of Duguian. He didn't know what was wrong, but after she was cured of the poison, she seemed distracted. No, I want to stay for a couple more days. It's been a long time since I've been back here, Dugwian said with a smile. She actually hadn't figured out how to continue interacting with Dai Yunhan. Rationally, she told herself that now that her poison was cured, she could pursue love freely and seek the man she deemed best. But emotionally, she felt that she seemed to have developed feelings for Dai Yunhan. She didn't know if these feelings were imposed by her subconscious or arose from her own heart. So she was very confused. She needed time to calm down and see her own heart clearly. Hearing her words, Dugubo and Dai Yunhan did not notice anything unusual. However, since she didn't want to go back, Dai Yunhan thought for a moment and took out a celestial herb. 8-petal celestial orchid. Dai Yunhan is not someone who takes everything for himself. He took advantage of Dugubo, but didn't leave him anything at all. How is he any different from Tang San? Of course, giving it to Dugu Yin is because she is one of his concubines. Once he becomes a god, they must also become gods. Speaking of which, this celestial herb is called the 8-petal immortal orchid. Its effects are remarkable. After consuming it, it will enhance your physical quality and help you break through future bottlenecks. Dugu Yin was still lost in her thoughts when she suddenly saw a blooming flower appear in front of her, and then she heard Dai Yunhan's voice, which made her freeze in surprise. For me? Of course, there are other people here, right? Dugu Yin's forehead darkened. Isn't my grandfather a person too? Dai Yunhan awkwardly shook his head. What I mean is that there are other girls here, you know? Flowers are definitely given to beauties. Chapter 48. Martial Soul Evolution. Queen Medusa. Hearing this exchange, Dugubo's face darkened as well. Cough, kid, isn't it a bit excessive to flirt with my granddaughter in front of me? Dai Yunhan had an awkward expression, which was a bit excessive. Why don't you turn your back? Dugubo. Hey, you little brat. I didn't realize you had such thick skin. So, do you want the immortal herb or not? Yes, I absolutely want it. Dugubo certainly couldn't refuse. What a joke. This is an immortal herb. It's rarer than a soul bone, a treasure gathered from the essence of heaven and earth. If it were to be taken out, others would probably fight over it. If he weren't clueless about the uses of these items, he would have been tempted to deal with Dai Yunhan. Dugu Yin looked at the immortal herb given to her, still somewhat in disbelief. She knew the preciousness of the herb, but she didn't expect Dai Yunhan to give her such a valuable item. Shouldn't he have given it to Zhu Zhuqing first? Could it be that he has feelings for me too? She couldn't help but feel a little flutter in her heart. Thank you. Dugu Yin accepted the immortal herb. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, you can eat it now, just in time for us to be here to protect you. Dugu Yin looked grateful and then put the celestial herb into her mouth. The herb melted instantly, and it all went into Dugu Yin's mouth. Seeing the scene, Dugubeo felt both nervous and envious, wishing he could also have a celestial herb to eat. At the same time, he was very curious about what earth-shattering changes would happen after Dugu Yin consumed the herb. After all, it was the first time he had seen someone eat a celestial herb. Kid, will there be any issues for Yin Yin? Dugubeo asked worriedly. Though he claimed to be worried, he was actually nervous. Do you want to eat some too? Dugubeo's old face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. If there is some to eat, of course, that would be good. Dai Yunhan shook her head and said, you're too old. The effect of the immortal grass on you is far less than that on Dugu Yin. She can unleash her full potential, but you can't. Dugubo felt a bit disappointed, but he also took it lightly. I'm just thinking about it. I'm already very content that I can cure the poison in my lifetime and spend more time with Yin Yin. Dai Yunhan glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Although Dugubo was a bit toxic, he was still very good at being a person since you helped him. If possible, Dai Yunhan certainly wouldn't mind helping him. However, giving him the immortal herb would truly be a waste. It all depends on whether there will be opportunities to help him improve in the future. The two then assisted Dugu Yin in protecting the law. After absorbing the effects of the medicine, one could clearly feel her soul power changing, her momentum rising, and her level continuously breaking through. Seeing this scene, Dugubo was extremely delighted, but Dai Yunhan found it to be expected. What he hoped to see more was whether Dugu Yin would have any breakthroughs or evolutions in her martial soul. Although the chance brought by the 8-petal immortal orchid was quite small, it wasn't impossible. After all, it was an immortal herb, and the effects varied for each person after consumption. Time ticked away, and just as Dai Yunhan was getting a bit anxious, a strong fluctuation suddenly occurred around Dugu Yin. Then, a green snake appeared behind her. What is this? Dai Yunhan was shocked. Could it be that the martial soul really changed? Just as his thoughts settled, the emerald phosphor serpent martial soul suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a roar, and then he saw its body undergo a tremendous transformation. First, its body, which was originally the size of an ordinary snake, began to swell uncontrollably, and in no time, it became as thick as her human body. The green scales on its body also changed color, with green receding and black emerging, merging into a gloomy black-green hue. The most significant change was in its upper body. Its upper body was no longer a serpent's, but a human's. It had 2 arms, a graceful figure, a full chest, and a beautiful face. And this face was none other than that of Duguian. Moreover, her eyes were now shining with bright golden light. The only difference from Duguian was that her hair was made up of snakes swirling around, giving a somewhat terrifying appearance. Seeing this change, Dai Yunhan's mind conjured up a term, Queen Medusa. Her martial soul had indeed evolved, transforming from the emerald phosphor serpent into the Queen Medusa. Amazing. It was such a waste to have made Tang San eat the autumn water dew. Beside them, Dugubo watched this mutated evolution of the martial soul, his eyes trembling as if an earthquake had struck, breathing rapidly, filled with excitement. This was the Queen Medusa martial soul, a legendary martial soul. Dugubo's voice trembled. His Emerald Phosphor Serpent King was already a top-tier existence among beast martial souls, but this Queen Medusa martial soul would undoubtedly surpass the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King. He looked at his granddaughter Duguian, realizing that with this martial soul, she would undoubtedly achieve the title of Douluo in the future, and she would even surpass him. Advancing to that unparalleled Douluo would not be a problem. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but laugh with excitement. It was truly a blessing from heaven. What he thought was just an ordinary warning incident turned out to be a treasure. Not only were the snake poisons of the grandfather and granddaughter resolved, but his granddaughter also obtained a celestial herb, and her martial soul underwent a tremendous change. In such a fortuitous encounter, Dugubo asked himself who else in the world could have such luck. Amidst his laughter, he turned his gaze to Dai Yunhan. All these changes were because of this man before him. He carefully observed Dai Yunhan, who was 12 years old, at level 36 of soul power, possessing a mutated martial soul that was not inferior to the Queen Medusa, with a knowledge reserve that surpassed ordinary people, and was the next generation Star Luo Emperor. He was also 100 capable of becoming a title de law, and even had the chance to glimpse the mysterious existence beyond level 99. He came to his senses and realized that this child was the true son of the Douluo Continent's future. Previously, he hadn't noticed due to his anger, but now he suddenly understood. With such age and such talent, this kid's future was limitless. No wonder his granddaughter was so infatuated with him. He had previously thought the two were not very suitable, but now it seemed they were a perfect match. As for his numerous women, it didn't really matter. Behind every strong man, aren't there beauties everywhere? Just like Ning Fingji with a whole bunch of women at home, who still like to visit auction houses to buy some special women to play with. Therefore, he decided not to interfere with Duguian and Dai Yunhan's matters anymore. Let their fate entangle itself. After a while, Duguian finished absorbing the celestial herb, retracted her martial soul, and opened her eyes. Her first reaction was to notice something sticky on her body. Looking at herself, she was as black as a coal miner. Ah, what is this? This is the impurities that were invisible within your body, now expelled. You will find that your cultivation will be much more efficient in the future, Dai Yunhan explained. Duguian felt very embarrassed. This stuff was too dirty and completely ruined her image. She quickly got up to wash herself. However, as she moved, she left behind a series of dark footprints on the ground, looking quite funny. Haha! Both Dugubo and Dai Yunhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing the laughter, Duguian felt even more embarrassed. It took a full hour for Duguian to come out again. At this moment, she exuded a mature aura. Her originally fair skin glowed with a baby-like blush, resembling a ripe peach, making one unable to resist wanting to take a bite. Her hair had also turned back to black, and her pupils returned to normal. Compared to before, she lacked the exotic beauty, but appeared even more charming and graceful. Seeing her fresh appearance, Dai Yunhan was momentarily captivated. Duguian happened to notice Dai Yunhan's infatuated gaze, and for some reason, her heart felt sweet, and she enjoyed being looked at like this. Yingyan, what level are you at now? How does your martial soul feel? Dugubo asked eagerly, more concerned about the change in strength. He clearly did not understand the beauty of girls. Duguian calmed down and said, my soul power was level 35 before, and after detoxifying, it increased by 3 levels, reaching level 38. Then, after just eating the celestial herb, my soul power increased by 2 more levels. So now I'm exactly at level 40. My martial soul has evolved into Queen Medusa. I used to focus on poison techniques, but now I have many more options. Power, defense, speed, and even illusions can all be developed. In addition, I also gained a talent soul skill, Medusa's Gaze. What? Medusa's gaze? Upon hearing this soul skill, Dugubo jumped up in surprise because he was very familiar with it, and he had such a soul skill himself. However, his was a soul bone skill. Back then, he had almost paid with his life to obtain that soul bone. Yet Duguian had this soul skill by default. He suddenly didn't know how to express the emotions in his heart. The soul skill he had fought so hard to obtain, yet others had it naturally. It truly proved that saying, comparing oneself to others can make one die of anger. And when Dai Yunhan heard that she had not only evolved her martial soul, but also increased her soul power by 2 levels, he couldn't help but sigh. Look at her. How impressive is that? All right, it's really getting late now. I must head back. Dai Yunhan finished what he needed to do, and staying here no longer served any purpose. Okay, I'll see you off. Dugubo said he was very happy today. Originally, he was going to cause trouble, but unexpectedly, he picked up a treasure. Thus, Dugubo took Dai Yunhan back with him. About 10 minutes later, the two appeared at the Qingfeng villa. At this moment, besides Zhu Zhuqing and the 2 soul saints and soul emperors secretly protecting them, there were also Meng Xinji from the Tiandou Royal Academy and some royal guards present. Clearly, the news of Dai Yunhan being taken by Dugubo had already reached the palace. When everyone saw Dugubo returning with Dai Yunhan, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Zhu Zhuqing, with tears in her eyes, rushed into Dai Yunhan's arms, crying, "Yunhan, you're back. You scared me to death. I thought you would never return, boo-hoo." Zhu Zhuqing cried out loud, completely unconcerned about the opinions of those around her. The hot tears fell on Dai Yunhan's chest, and he could feel that Zhu Zhuqing was very sad at that moment. Dai Yunhan gently stroked her smooth long hair and said softly, "It's okay. Senior Dugubo is looking for my help with something. He asked me to help him with detoxification." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing only felt more heartbroken, tightly hugging Dai Yunhan's waist with both hands, fearing that she would disappear once again. However, the 2 powerful beings from the Star Luo Empire beside them would not believe Dai Yunhan's words. They had witnessed Dai Yunhan being taken away and had almost died on the spot. Dugubo was a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire, and they had reported this matter to the Star Luo Emperor. The Heaven Dou Empire had to give them an explanation. Dream God Machine, seeing that Dai Yunhan was safe and sound, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Your Highness the 4th Prince, it's so good that you were safe." If Dai Yunhan had really died in their Heaven Dou Empire, the Star Luo Emperor would definitely go berserk, meaning a war was about to break out. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine," Dai Yunhan replied. Dream God Machine nodded and then spoke to Dugubo, titled Law. "His Majesty the Snow Knight requests your presence." Dugubo smiled, knowing that the Snow Knight Emperor was looking for him because of Dai Yunhan, and said to her, "Kid, your family moves pretty fast. What's the matter? Are you scared?" Dai Yunhan teased back. Dugubo laughed heartily. "Am I scared? If I dared to act against you, I wouldn't be afraid. You are a titled Douluo. Of course you don't need to be afraid. However, you are now a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire, and your actions somewhat represent the royal family. Now you should go back and explain it properly. I will also appease my father." "All right, then I will leave first. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come directly to the palace to find me, where you can also find Yin Yin." After speaking, Dugubo followed Dream God Machine to the palace. He truly feared nothing, but Dai Yunhan was right. He had to go explain. The 2 soul saints and soul emperors, hearing their previous conversation, suddenly felt a curiosity arise, realizing that the relationship between the 2 was not as they had guessed. "Your Highness the 4th Prince, did anything happen?" "It's nothing, just a misunderstanding. You tell my father that everything is fine and he doesn't need to worry." "Yes, Your Highness." "Well, thank you for your hard work. I'm tired. You should go back and rest." "Yes." The 2 left, and then Dai Yunhan took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and entered the villa. "I am hungry. Is there anything to eat?" Dai Yunhan said as soon as she entered the house, her stomach growling. "I spent the whole day working with the fairy grass and forgot to eat. I should have eaten before coming back. There's no food left. How about I give you something later?" Zhu Zhuqing, having no mood to cook all day, couldn't even eat herself. "Later?" Dai Yunhan couldn't help but reveal a mischievous look in his eyes upon hearing the word, sizing up Zhu Zhuqing from head to toe. Zhu Zhuqing was still waiting for his return, but found his gaze inexplicably becoming ambiguous, leaving her somewhat confused. Did she say something wrong? But then she suddenly realized. TSK. What on earth is this guy thinking? So naughty. She dare not look at Dai Yunhan. Sure enough, the next moment, Dai Yunhan leaned in and kissed her. This time, it lasted longer than any previous occasion. Zhu Zhuqing felt her lips were dry. Blushing, she tidied her clothes and chided. "Are you going to eat the noodles or not? If not, then forget it. Of course I'm going to eat. I was just getting my appetite ready. I still have to wait for your main dish. Then I'll go make it for you now. Wait a moment. Zhu Zhuqing then rushed into the kitchen to cook noodles for him. Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan called from behind. What is it? If you're going to be at home in the future, don't wear such tight clothes. Zhu Zhuqing seemed particularly fond of tight leather outfits, wearing them almost every day. The last time Dai Yunhan bought her a dress, she only wore it once and hasn't worn it since. If it were for a battle, her outfit would be fine, but at home and in school, there was really no need for it. Dai Yunhan, although pleasing to the eye, always felt a bit strange. Zhu Zhuqing blinked curiously, wondering why. Because Dai Yunhan suddenly chuckled and said, because it's inconvenient for me. Inconvenient? Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what that meant, but soon after, her face turned red in an instant. Hentai. She turned and walked away, completely ignoring him. Dai Yunhan smiled again. It's indeed inconvenient. Just now, he had to solve it several times to create a gap before he could put his hand in. If it were another piece of clothing, he would have enjoyed it long ago. About 10 minutes later, Zhu Zhuqing finished a bowl of fragrant beef noodles, which was full of beef and almost no noodles. Dai Yunhan was very fond of it, and was glad that this wasn't her past life. Otherwise, if she were to open a noodle shop, she would have to close it after just a few hours in the morning. By the way, this trip made you worry, and I didn't bring back any gifts for you, so I'll give you a soul bone. Saying this, Dai Yunhan took out the ancient ghostly cat torso bone and placed it in front of Zhu Zhuqing. It was shiny, a completely black soul bone that resembled jade. Zhu Zhuqing listened to what he said and almost couldn't process it. No gifts. So you're giving me a soul bone to make me happy? Come on. Is that even human language? Is a soul bone like a dish? She thought he was joking, picked up the soul bone to examine it, and felt the surging soul power within it. Zhu Zhuqing was stunned. This was actually a soul bone? Where did you get this? This is really a soul bone. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't believe it. After being captured, not only was she fine, but she even brought back a soul bone? Is there such good luck? I want to be captured too. Do you think I bought you a toy? Dai Yunhan chuckled, and then said, how about it? Do you like it? I like it. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, but hesitated. This thing is too precious. I can't take it. You should absorb it. She pushed the soul bone back. Dai Yunhan shook his head and said, this soul bone is the torso bone of the nether cat. It's 10,000 years old. I specifically got it for you. It will be most effective only when you absorb it. I don't need it. How can there be a soul bone that is unnecessary? Zhu Zhuqing certainly didn't believe his words. However, upon hearing that it was the torso bone of the nether cat, she couldn't help but be tempted. Soul bones are rare in this world, and finding a soul bone that matches one's martial soul is even rarer. Having a soul bone that is exactly the same as one's martial soul is almost a 1 in a million chance. Nevertheless, she still suppressed her excitement and rejected the soul bone. To her, Dai Yunhan's improvement was the most important. He must come first between the two of them. However, this soul bone was originally meant for her. So how could he want it? Besides, even if he wanted it, he couldn't absorb it. All right, my lovely wife. This soul bone was originally prepared for you and is the most suitable for you. So don't refuse me. What kind of relationship do we have that we need to be so clear about everything? Dai Yunhan gently questioned. Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply moved. Indeed, following Dai Yunhan was the best choice of her life. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly changed the subject. If you really care about me, how about you? He gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with an aggressive look. Zhu Zhuqing, who had just felt touched, suddenly felt flustered under his gaze. Nevertheless, she mustered her courage and asked in a barely audible voice, what do you want to do at night? Wear black stockings for me to see. Black stockings? Zhu Zhuqing was surprised by this request. Is that all? What about the rest? I was ready to take off my pants. And you say you just want to see black stockings? Do you even have any sense? She looked at Dai Yunhan with a resentful gaze, only to find that he was secretly laughing. She immediately understood that he was deliberately teasing her. This bad guy, I won't wear black stockings for you. Zhu Zhuqing felt angry and decided to teach this bad guy a lesson. She couldn't let him have his way every time, or else he would think he could easily bully her. Dai Yunhan felt regretful. Then what will you wear? White silk. How about it? Are you scared now? Zhu Zhuqing had a proud little expression. Now you know my strength, right? Dai Yunhan, I lost. After that, Dai Yunhan was eating noodles while Zhu Zhuqing, at his request, began to absorb the soul bone. Because this soul bone was a system reward, it wouldn't harm Zhu Zhuqing at all and was a perfect fit. So Dai Yunhan didn't have to worry about any problems arising. By the time he finished his noodles, Zhu Zhuqing had successfully completed the absorption of the soul bone. Dai Yunhan could feel her soul power had increased by several levels. How much has your strength improved? Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, which were filled with surprise. She said, absorbing this soul bone felt very smooth, almost like it was tailor-made for me. After absorbing it, my soul power has increased by 5 levels. I am now at level 36. Chapter 51. Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone Zhu Zhuqing, with black and white dual strands as her baseline. In terms of soul bone skills, she obtained an attack skill, the Nether Shadow Killing Formation. It seals the 6 senses of enemies within a certain area, allowing for their execution, and can be combined with other soul skills. That's good. Dai Yunhan nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care much about the soul skills. He just wanted to see how much soul power the system's soul bone could provide Zhu Zhuqing. A 10,000-year soul ring absorbed by a soul master, especially one that perfectly matched her soul bone, should yield a significant increase in soul power. Hearing that it was 5 levels was within his expectations. Next, he took out the fairy herb, Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone. Since today was to increase soul power, he wanted to maximize the enhancement in one go. This is a fairy herb called Water Fairy Jade Skin Bone, which I obtained on this trip. Eating, it can enhance your physical constitution, strengthen your tendons and bones, and promote the flow of qi through the 7 channels and 8 meridians. And what about you? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, having just finished absorbing the soul bone and now presented with another fairy herb. You don't need to worry about me. I will definitely not shortchange myself. Dai Yunhan said that honestly, it feels a bit bitter right now. Why does the system have to limit me? Zhu Zhuqing is already level 36. And after eating this divine herb, she is probably going to directly break through to level 40. Meanwhile, I am still level 36. Isn't this too unfair? Besides, I have innate soul power of level 20. Woohoo! But the system pays no attention to him. This time, Zhu Zhuqing was not polite at all, because she had already realized that her life was destined to belong to Dai Yunhan. In life, she is his, and in death, she is his ghost. Since Dai Yunhan has given it to her, she will accept it calmly. Improving her own strength and not holding Dai Yunhan back is the best way to repay him. She immediately consumed the immortal, sat cross-legged, and began to refine the medicinal effects. Dai Yunhan stood beside her, providing protection. An hour later, Zhu Zhuqing's whole body turned into a mud person. She opened her eyes in surprise, wanting to share her joy, but found her body sticky and emitting a foul odor. The pungent smell nearly made her gag. Go wash up quickly, you smell terrible. You're not allowed in my bed tonight, Dai Yunhan said disdainfully. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at him and quickly went into the bathroom. 2 hours later, Zhu Zhuqing finally came out. However, by this time, Dai Yunhan had already gone upstairs. Zhu Zhuqing also prepared to go upstairs, but hesitated for a moment, took out 2 pairs of stockings from the nearby cabinet, and put them on her long, fair thighs before heading upstairs. In the upstairs bedroom, Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in loose clothing and wearing stockings, shyly walked into the room. Dai Yunhan, who had been waiting and was nearly dozing off, turned to look when he heard the sound of the door. Upon seeing her, his breath instantly caught in his throat. Zhu Zhuqing's outfit was simply too alluring. The loose white top concealed her beautiful upper body, but it couldn't hide her proud peaks, full and round, breathtakingly beautiful. As for her lower body, she wore the stockings he had been thinking about, and because of the oversized top, it looked as if she wasn't wearing any pants. Moreover, she was indeed barefoot, her cute, delicate soles pressed against the carpet, making one unable to resist wanting to play with them. What made Dai Yunhan's breath quicken was that although she wore stockings, they were one white and one black. The ultimate fantasy of a man. What are you staring at? I'm only wearing one black stocking. That is already my biggest limit. Zhu Zhuqing pouted and huffed. Next time you dare to tease me, I'll wear 2 white stockings to drive you crazy. She thought to herself, considering it a punishment for Dai Yunhan. However, seeing Dai Yunhan's lecherous expression, she felt both shy and pleased. Zhuqing, come here quickly and let me smell if you cleaned up, Dai Yunhan said, feeling extremely thirsty and unable to hold back any longer. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing didn't walk over, but instinctively raised her arm to smell her armpit. I've washed for 2 hours. It must smell great, she said to Dai Yunhan, only to find that Dai Yunhan's gaze was suddenly fixed on the area below her abdomen. She didn't understand and looked down. Instantly, she let out a small gasp. Embarrassed, she quickly lowered her hand and closed her legs. She then realized that the action of raising her hand had lifted her clothes as well, exposing the beautiful scenery below clearly to him. Blushing fiercely, her face turned as red as a sunset, with even the back of her ears and neck turning slightly red. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan's heart raced, a surge of heat igniting within him, and he could no longer hold back. With a leap, he was in front of Zhu Zhuqing, and before she knew it, he had embraced her and flung her onto the bed. Instantly, their heated breaths mingled. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan exclaimed, "Why aren't you wearing anything?" Zhu Zhuqing, eyes tightly shut, whispered, "Didn't you say it was inconvenient?" "I really love you, my darling," he replied. Dai Yunhan covered her mouth. The next morning, Dai Yunhan was awakened by a gentle movement. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's efforts in the quilt, Dai Yunhan felt both happy and surprised. "What are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing blushed, her voice unclear. "You must have been too tired these past 2 days. Last night, you held me and fell asleep shortly after. I'm just helping you relieve some stress this morning." With that, she continued her efforts. Dai Yunhan suddenly recalled that he hadn't slept for almost 2 days. He was so tired last night that he just wanted to embrace Zhu Zhuqing and achieve something meaningful. As a result, he merely held her, and that warm feeling made him fall asleep. He didn't do anything at all. Zhu Zhuqing also didn't disturb him at that time. Now, seeing Zhu Zhuqing being so understanding, he felt a bit touched inside. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing finally finished. After taking a shower, she got dressed and prepared to make breakfast. However, Dai Yunhan suddenly snatched her clothes away. Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what he was doing, and with a flick of her beautiful eyes, she asked, "What? Do you want it too?" Dai Yunhan shook her head, saying that breakfast was good, but one shouldn't be greedy. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, retorted, "What do you mean by that?" Dai Yunhan smiled and took out a beautiful outfit from the ring, a luxurious and elegant dress. "You forget you shouldn't wear that kind of black battle outfit anymore. Girls should be pretty and not always think about fighting and killing." "What about during battles?" Zhu Zhuqing asked. Dai Yunhan thought for a moment and replied, "You can't wear it while fighting with me either." Chapter 52, Level 43. Zhu Zhuqing understood this sentence and gave him an annoyed glance, but she didn't refuse. Girls naturally like beautiful things, and she had been wearing close-fitting combat clothes because the pressure she faced forced her to do so. Now, with her rapidly increasing strength, her mood also lightened up. Therefore, she didn't tea refuse and put on the beautiful outfit. Then, right in front of Dai Yunhan, she twirled around. "How is it? Does it look good?" Dai Yunhan pouted and shook her head. Zhu Zhuqing's little face instantly turned cold. "What do you mean?" Dai Yunhan said, "My dear wife, I think you should wear your battle outfit." "Why?" Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, her small fists clenched, clearly showing that if she didn't get an explanation today, she wouldn't let him get out of bed. Dai Yunhan said, "You're already so beautiful, and now you look like this. How can other women live?" "Poochie." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but laugh. The previous chill completely dissipated. "You're such a bad guy with your sweet talk." She walked up to him and rewarded him with a sweet kiss. Then she happily walked downstairs. Dai Yunhan then took a shower and went downstairs. While having breakfast, she remembered that she had absorbed the fairy grass last night and still didn't know her level. So she asked, "What is your soul power level now?" "Guess," Zhu Zhuqing said with a smile. "Has your martial soul evolved?" Dai Yunhan asked this question first. "No." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "Oh." Dai Yunhan felt a bit disappointed. Although he already knew that it was unlikely for his martial soul to evolve, he still felt a little down. After all, the surprise that Dueling had given him was quite significant. It seems that each celestial herb has a different enhancement effect for different people. Some focus on martial souls, resulting in a smaller increase in soul power, while others emphasize soul power, preventing the martial soul from evolving. Dueling by phosphorus snake can actually be considered a flawed martial soul in a strict sense, just like the fatty's evil fire phoenix, which can also backfire on the host. This helps to understand why Dueuling's martial soul was able to evolve. Let me guess. Your soul power should be around level 42. Dai Yunhan said. In the original work, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the water fairy's jade skin, which increased her soul power by 7 levels, but at that time her own soul power level wasn't very high. She absorbed the fairy grass at level 36. So under the same total soul power, an increase of 6 levels is about right. Zhu Zhuqing was slightly surprised. "How did you guess so accurately?" "But unfortunately, it's still a bit short. I'm now at level 43. 43? Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised to find that she had actually increased her soul power by 7 levels. However, after a moment's thought, she understood why. Although her soul power level was already higher than before when she absorbed it, she had consumed blood dragon ginseng when she was younger to improve her physique. Moreover, her current age is even younger than when she absorbed the celestial herb in the original story. The younger one is when absorbing the celestial herb. The more impurities are expelled from the body. Therefore, a 7-level increase was expected. "My wife is so amazing. She used to be my little follower, and now she has surpassed me in the blink of an eye. How can I, with a natural soul power of level 20, live with this? Dai Yunhan self-deprecatingly lamented. Zhu Zhuqing also praised. I think your wife is really impressive. Why? Because she found a good husband. Haha. Dai Yunhan suddenly burst into laughter, not expecting that Zhu Qing's wife had also learned this cheesy pickup line. She leaned closer to her, and the two of them prepared to hunt for soul rings. Just then, a few people suddenly appeared at the door. At the forefront was a handsome young man with golden hair, dressed in luxurious court attire. Behind him were Meng Xinji and Dugubo, along with a group of palace guards. They were carrying some exquisite items in their hands. Hello, fourth prince. I am Xueqinghe, the crown prince of the Tiandou Empire, Xueqinghe said politely. Dai Yunhan was a bit confused, not knowing what he was here for. Looking at his demeanor, could it be that he came to apologize? Hello, your highness. May I ask what this is about? Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while? I apologize for my rudeness. Dai Yunhan quickly invited everyone into the room, and then asked Zhu Zhuqing to pour them a cup of tea. Once everyone was seated, Dai Yunhan said, This is a type of tea I've been researching. You can give it a try and see how it tastes. Xueqinghe looked at the drink in the cup, which resembled yellowed milk, and hesitated to take a sip. You say this is tea? Yes, it's milk tea. Ming de, a novel term that Xueqinghe had never heard before. You can give it a try. It tastes really good, and you might find yourself unable to put it down. Dai Yunhan looked at Xueqinghe, knowing that the current Xueqinghe was actually Qian Renxue. He was now thinking about how to get closer to Qian Renxue and initiate a romantic exchange. In his previous life, his favorite character was indeed Qian Renxue, beautiful, elegant, and pure. Such a person, in the end, was forced to have her intelligence diminished to highlight Tang San's greatness, and her combat power was also weakened. Ultimately, she did not meet a good ending. If Dai Yunhan were not the identity of Prince Xingluo, he would have already joined the Wuhuan Palace and gone to find Qian Renxue. However, now he feels it's not bad at all. At least he can use his identity as a prince to interact with Qian Renxue without any obstacles. Xueqinghe took a sip of this so-called milk tea, which looked a bit yellowish. To be honest, if it weren't for the strange roasted aroma it emitted, she wouldn't have been willing to taste it. After a light sip, she found the texture to be delicate and indeed creamy. A faint tea fragrance mixed with a slight roasted scent filled her mouth, involuntarily stirring her appetite. One sip led to another, as she couldn't help but take a second sip. It was a novel flavor, quite good. Xueqinghe gave her assessment. Being in a high position, she had tasted all kinds of delicacies from all over, and to say it was good was already a very high compliment. Dai Yunhan smiled as well, taking a sip of milk tea. Compared to Xueqinghe's elegance, he was much more rugged. After finishing the milk tea, Xueqinghe said, This time I am representing the Tiandou Empire to apologize to the fourth prince. I am very sorry for not ensuring your safety, which caused you to suffer some unfortunate incidents. I sincerely apologize to you here. As he spoke, he signaled the guards to bring forth the items prepared for the apology. These are gifts of apology, specially selected by my father for you. They are not anything precious, but they represent the most sincere intentions of the Tiandou Empire. I hope the fourth prince will not mind. Chapter 53. Hunting for Soul Rings. Encountering Yi Lingling, of course. The term not precious here was modesty and not meant to imply they were truly worthless. Then, Xueqinghe looked at Meng Xinji and Dugubo. Meng Xinji also expressed his apologies, saying, Such matters occurring in the academy are my responsibility, and I ask for the fourth prince's understanding. Dugubo also began to apologize, but he did not seem apologetic at all. Instead, he chuckled and said, Kid, I don't need to apologize, right? Dai Yunhan smiled wryly and waved his hand. You're a titled Douluo. Who would dare to make you apologize? Dugubo, a titled Douluo, to be honest, as long as he didn't kill him. Even the Star Luo Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, opposing a titled Douluo comes with a huge cost. Moreover, the key point is that this titled Douluo is a poisoned Douluo capable of destroying a city. Regarding the conversation between the two, which was somewhat like friends, Xueqinghe didn't say anything. He already knew what had happened between them before coming. He was just going through the motions. After all, Dai Yunhan was still a prince of an empire. The necessary etiquette for an apology couldn't be overlooked. All right, if the fourth prince has no other requests, then I won't disturb you any longer. Xueqinghe stood up, preparing to leave. However, at that moment, Dai Yunhan grabbed him. Wait a moment. With Dai Yunhan holding his hand, Xueqinghe's brows furrowed slightly. Then he discreetly pulled his hand back. Does the fourth prince have anything else? You are a guest. You came all the way here. Are you just here to apologize? What else? An apology should at least come with a meal, right? Shui Qinghe looked into Dai Yunhan's eyes, unsure of what he was trying to do, but since he had made such a request, Shui Qinghe wouldn't refuse. All right then. Tonight, at the Tianshang Ruin Jian Hotel, I'll host a banquet. How about that? No problem, it's settled. With that, Dai Yunhan actively opened the door for him. Shui Qinghe was taken aback, somewhat unaccustomed to his sudden change in attitude. He smiled in surprise and then walked out the door. This Dai Yunhan was quite interesting. When everyone had left, Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion, "Why do we need to treat him to a meal?" Apologizing and inviting someone to dinner has been a principle since ancient times. Of course it has to be this way. Dai Yunhan certainly wouldn't express his thoughts. Eating is just an excuse. The real intention is to take the opportunity to get closer to Qian Renxue. The meaning of the drunken man lies not in the wine, but in the mountains and waters. It's the same principle. Let's go. I'll take you to hunt for a soul ring. Then the two of them left the academy and returned to the sunset forest once again. The fourth soul ring has a lifespan of around 5,000 years. But Zhu Zhuqing's physical quality has greatly improved, so surpassing 5,000 years is not a problem. However, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is still quite difficult. But Dai Yunhan doesn't care about these things. He only needs Zhu Zhuqing to be safe. With the system on him, as long as there is time, they can both become gods. A 5,000-year soul beast already belongs to a relatively dangerous category. However, Dai Yunhan's strength cannot be measured by common sense. Therefore, this time for the soul ring, Dai Yunhan decided that he and Zhu Zhuqing would take action together, not allowing the two hidden protectors, a soul emperor and a soul saint, to intervene. The two quickly delved deep into the interior of the sunset forest. They encountered many soul beasts along the way, but none were suitable for them. Either the attributes were not right, or the lifespan was not suitable. After a hard time, they finally encountered a suitable extreme shadow leopard. But this guy was very sharp. Before they could get close, it ran away. They chased for a bit, but couldn't catch up, so they simply gave up. Shortly after searching for about 2 more hours and finding nothing, they decided to take a break. Here, have a cup of milk tea to rest a bit. Zhu Zhuqing handed him a cup of milk tea. This is what she hadn't finished drinking earlier. Dai Yunhan took a sip, smacked her lips, and said that just having milk tea isn't good enough. Next time, she should add some fruit and boba. What is boba? Adding some fruit pieces is understandable, but she didn't quite get the boba part. Boba is that kind of QQ chewy thing that has a slightly glutinous texture. I don't know. Dai Yunhan knew that it was hard to explain. She had to experience it to understand. However, suddenly, a hint of a smile flashed in his eyes. Then, he leaned in and kissed her lips. This kiss was different from the ones before. He slightly puckered his lips, and when he pulled away, there was a bit of suction, followed by a pop sound. Got it? Zhu Zhuqing was puzzled, asking why he kissed her when she wanted an explanation about the pop. She still looked confused. Dai Yunhan kissed twice again, and this time it was faster, with a clearer sound that turned into bo-bo. Now what do you understand? Zhu Zhuqing realized that bo-bo was an onomatopoeia for kissing, right? She immediately punched his chest with a small fist in annoyance. Is this what you call bo-bo? Your excuse for taking advantage is too poor, right? You're wrong to say that. How am I wrong? Zhu Zhuqing was unconvinced. Dai Yunhan smirked, then reached out to wrap his arms around her waist, leaning towards her. Do I need a reason to take advantage of you? Without waiting for her response, he gave her a deep kiss. After they parted, Zhu Zhuqing blushed and pouted. They're still watching us secretly. So what if they are? Is it against the law for me to kiss my wife? Dai Yunhan said nonchalantly. However, despite saying that, he didn't continue. After taking a break, the two of them resumed their search. Finding a suitable soul ring was not an easy task. If luck was on their side, it might be done in a day. But if luck was not, it could take 10 days or even half a month. Dai Yunhan didn't want to delay too long. He still needed to finish his work and wait to go back for dinner. So, he had to be proactive and work hard. He aimed to improve every day. Just then, they suddenly heard some movement not far away. The two immediately became alert, exchanged glances, and decided to go see what was happening. They quietly approached behind a tree and saw a group of 5 people, both men and women, being attacked by 2 soul beasts. Among them, the strongest was a soul king over level 50, while the weakest was a soul master in their 30s. Most of the others were soul sect members in their 40s. To Dai Yunhan's surprise, one of the people was a familiar face, Yi Lingling. The soul beasts they were facing were none other than the extreme shadow leopards. However, their luck wasn't great, as there were 2 of them. Chapter 54, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. chaotic netherworld, one of the leopards was the one Dai Yunhan and the others had just lost track of, with a wound on its shoulder. It seemed to be a pair of mate leopards, or sibling leopards. At this moment, the team of 5 was clearly struggling against the 2 extreme shadow leopards, which were around 5,000 years old. The strongest among them, the Soul King, already had numerous wounds on his body. The other 3 fighters also had varying degrees of injuries. Moreover, their fighting morale was low, with despair evident in their eyes. However, despite the situation, their tactics were still well arranged, keeping the most important Yi Lingling protected in the center while the other 4 guarded the 4 directions. As long as Yi Lingling remained unharmed, they had the ability to keep up the fight against the extreme shadow leopards. However, Dai Yunhan could also see that this was not a long-term solution, as the gap in strength was evident. Injuries could be treated, but the consumed soul power could not be replenished, so if the battle dragged on, they would fall into a deadlock. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan immediately instructed the 2 soul saints and the soul emperor protecting them to guard the escape route of the extreme shadow leopard and not let it escape again. Then, he and Zhu Zhuqing summoned their martial souls and launched a surprise attack on one of the extreme shadow leopards. The extreme shadow leopard had keen senses and sensed danger the moment he attacked, immediately dodging out of the way. Unfortunately for it, it did not realize that Zhu Zhuqing was also launching a surprise attack. The sharp claws hit the skin of the extreme shadow leopard, but to Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, its skin seemed to be like a void. When she clawed down, it felt as if she was grabbing at air, causing no damage at all. Failing to hit, Zhu Zhuqing quickly dodged and stood beside Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan explained that the extreme shadow leopard is just as its name suggests, extremely fast. What you just caught is actually its afterimage. To deal with it, you can't rely too much on the naked eye. I understand. Zhu Zhuqing nodded seriously. With her martial soul manifested, her cat ears stood upright, occasionally twitching quickly like a radar, locating the position of the extreme shadow leopard. At this moment, seeing Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing's appearance, the 5 people all showed expressions of surprise in unison. However, Yi Lingling's expression was more varied, containing not only surprise but also astonishment and confusion. Brothers, thank you for coming to our rescue. These 2 soul beasts have caused us a lot of trouble. If you 2 can just help us hold one down, we can quickly take care of the other, said the Soul King in charge. Dai Yunhan did not look at him. His attention was focused on the shadow leopard. However, he still replied, "First of all, I want one of these 2 soul beasts." "No problem. I only need one as well." "That would be the best." As Dai Yunhan's voice fell, she looked towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing understood Dai Yunhan's meaning. Immediately, the martial souls behind the 2 roared and then charged towards each other. Martial soul fusion technique, chaotic nether. They unleashed their strongest martial soul fusion technique at the first opportunity. Because they had previously fought against this extreme shadow leopard, they knew that this creature was extremely fast, making it difficult to land hits on it. Of course, speed was one thing, but the key was that it was also very elusive, its speed like a phantom, making it hard to capture. Therefore, in order to quickly deal with it, Dai Yunhan directly unleashed the martial soul fusion skill, chaotic nether. This is not like the nether white tiger, which is purely an offensive soul skill without any self-awareness, just charging recklessly. Their chaotic nether is more akin to the fusion skill demon charm of Hulayina and Xiaoyu, possessing self-combat awareness. The 2 martial souls merged in a burst of dazzling light. Subsequently, a black, white, and purple striped tiger appeared, still with a pair of wings on its back, which were black and white, without any purple. The entire tiger's body had shrunk significantly, now about the same size as the original nether spirit cat martial soul. However, in terms of momentum, the chaotic nether was evidently much stronger, and it exuded a greater sense of intimidation. The 5 people beside Yi Lingling were all astonished at this explosive scene, each displaying an incredibly shocked expression. Wow, is this really a martial soul fusion skill? I've never seen a martial soul fusion skill in my life, and today I've finally been enlightened. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes trembled as well. The martial soul fusion skill is said to be usable only by those who share a deep bond. She knew Dai Yunhan's age. He was only 12. But at 12, he could already perform a martial soul fusion skill, and with a girl at that. It's clear that the girl must have a very profound connection with Dai Yunhan. Unconsciously, a look of envy appeared in her eyes. "All right, stop looking at him. We need to fight now." The leader, a soul king, managed to calm everyone's thoughts. "You don't have to worry about the strength of Dai Yunhan and the other 2. they can fully concentrate on dealing with another soul beast. Third soul skill, Blazing Fire. Over here, after the appearance of the Chaos Nether, it jumped into the middle, first separating the battlefield to prevent the two soul beasts from gathering together. Then, it spread its wings, and a gray mist suddenly rose from all directions, wrapping around the extreme shadow leopard. The extreme shadow leopard was fast, but faced with this omnipresent gray mist, it clearly had no way to escape. The mist enveloped it, and fear inevitably appeared in its eyes. Looking around, it found that all objects had disappeared, and its line of sight was greatly obstructed. In this gray mist, the senses of the Chaos Nether were extended. Any movement from the extreme shadow leopard wrapped within would immediately be reflected in its mind. It could respond at the fastest speed. With a tiger's roar, the Chaos Nether appeared next to the extreme shadow leopard. Accompanied by the howling of sharp claws, it delivered a solid slap to the extreme shadow leopard. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The extreme shadow leopard cried out in pain, opening its mouth to shoot an energy blast at the Chaos Nether. But the Chaos Nether had already sensed it, and its attack missed. It wanted to escape, but before it could make its next move, its side was struck hard again. Accompanied by a low, mournful sound, it let out a roar that contained a hint of despair and hope. However, the other extreme shadow leopard was also in danger. How could it come to save it? The Chaos Nether launched another attack, expelling a mixed energy ball of black, white, and purple from its mouth. The extreme shadow leopard tried to dodge, but unfortunately crashed into a huge rock. Chapter 55, Yi Lingling's Favor, Reward of the Life Body. Falling to the ground caused it, already severely injured, to howl even more. It wanted to get up, but it was clearly too late now. It had missed its chance and had no opportunity left. The energy ball struck down, erupting with a tremendous roar that drowned out the extreme shadow leopard's desperate scream before death. Dust scattered, and the gray mist echoed, as if to tear apart. But the gray mist was obviously more adhesive. The powerful impact sent fragments flying, yet the mist still did not create a single vacuum. The Chaos Nether landed on the ground. The extreme shadow leopard was already dead, and a purple soul ring condensed on its corpse. Looking over at Yi Lingling's side, the five were dealing with a soul beast, and the situation had shifted as they approached the end. The mist was retracted, followed by the dissolution of the martial soul fusion technique, revealing the two. Because the soul beast was killed using the martial soul fusion technique, both of them could absorb the soul ring. Of course, it would definitely be Zhu Zhuqing who would absorb it. However, for safety, they waited a while for Yi Lingling and the others. About 3 minutes later, they also resolved their battle, with a young man from the team stepping forward to kill that soul beast. Brother, thank you so much today. If it weren't for your help, we might have met our end here, the Soul King at the forefront said gratefully. Dai Yunhan said, no need to be polite. I came here for the soul beast as well. It was just a coincidence. What a coincidence. We are also here to hunt for soul rings. But I really admire your courage to come hunt with just the two of you. The Soul King had just witnessed their strength. Young and powerful, they genuinely admired them. Are you guys specifically hired to hunt soul rings? Dai Yunhan asked curiously. Among the 5 people, except for Yi Lingling, the others varied in age and all wore simple clothing, looking rather unwealthy. Yes, we are all hired to hunt for soul rings. Today we are helping him to obtain one, but unfortunately, we ran into 2 soul beasts at once. The Soul King pointed to the young man who had just dealt the final blow to the soul beast. The young man was also looking toward Dai Yunhan, his expression somewhat wary. Hearing this, Dai Yunhan glanced at Yi Lingling, not expecting that a proper noble would engage in such hired activities. Could it be that she was in desperate need of money? However, as far as Dai Yunhan knew, nobles generally weren't short on funds, as they had territories, taxes, and a large amount of property and food. As long as they didn't get into trouble, they wouldn't lack for money at all. Nevertheless, this was Yi Lingling's private matter, and Dai Yunhan felt it was not appropriate to pry too much, at least not for now. The crisis had been averted, but there were still many dangers in the forest. It would be better to wait until they absorbed their soul rings and then leave together. At this moment, the Soul King extended an invitation to Dai Yunhan. The dangers in the forest were unpredictable, and having one more person would mean one more chance of survival, even though the way back was much safer. Dai Yunhan thought for a moment and agreed. All right. Then she turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, Zhuqing, you go absorb the soul ring. I'll keep an eye on you. The Soul King also nodded and looked at the young man, Xiao Wu. You should go absorb the soul ring too. Then he turned to Dai Yunhan and said, my name is Hua Fei. And you? Dai Yunhan. You all look so young. Are you still students? Yes. Then you are really impressive, hunting soul rings on your own while still being students. When I was in school, it was always the teachers who helped with the hunting. Is that so? That sounds pretty good. Soon, the two chatted for a while, and Dai Yunhan found this person quite straightforward and interesting to talk to. He took out some food and fruit wine to treat Dai Yunhan, and she didn't hold back, joining them in the feast. They chatted and ate together. Thank you. At this moment, Yi Lingling, who was sitting next to Dai Yunhan, also expressed her gratitude to him. Dai Yunhan was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Yi Lingling's indifferent expression, he thought she would continue to remain silent and pretend not to know him. It was only right to help those in need. However, after Yi Lingling said this, she fell silent again. Dai Yunhan touched his nose and suddenly felt a bit awkward. He had just prepared to have a good chat with Yi Lingling, but he didn't expect that she had only started the conversation and then became dispirited again. Ding! Detected that the goddess Yi Lingling has developed a preliminary fondness for the host, reward, body of life. As the name suggests, the body of life means that life does not end and one is immortal. Any damage the host receives will automatically heal. The sudden system voice left Dai Yunhan a bit dazed. He had already gained Yi Lingling's fondness. He looked at Yi Lingling and found her with her head down, lost in thought. What was once a lively atmosphere was now torn apart by her solitude. However, Dai Yunhan was extremely excited about this reward. The body of life. Immortal. Doesn't that mean he could indulge without any reservations? Even if he got hurt, he would automatically heal, so he wouldn't have to be cautious when fighting. Didn't he expect the system to be so generous this time, giving him such a great reward? It was truly wonderful. His excitement was evident, and he didn't notice any issues, but it looked different to others, especially the direction of his gaze, which happened to be on Yi Lingling. Hua Fei, a straightforward person, saw this scene and immediately joked, "Does Brother Dai think Miss Yi Lingling is very beautiful too?" Dai Yunhan came back to his senses, looked at him, and then at Yi Lingling, not understanding what he meant. He was puzzled, but Hua Fei thought he was deliberately pretending, so he continued. Although none of us have seen Miss Yi Lingling's face, just looking at her eyes, we can tell that she must be a great beauty. Dai Yunhan still didn't understand his meaning. Do you need me to say that Yi Lingling is very beautiful? I came here for her, okay? Hua Fei continued. Miss Yi Lingling doesn't have a partner yet, and I don't know who is so fortunate to be able to marry her. When saying this, Hua Fei raised his eyebrows at Dai Yunhan, implying you know what I mean and I can only help you this far. Sarcastic. Dai Yunhan suddenly understood that Hua Fei was actually a good brother. Hey bro, I've been having some issues with my cultivation lately. Can you help me out? You need me to help? Don't joke around. You really do need my guidance. Your problem is quite serious. Hua Fei was too straightforward. So straightforward that he couldn't think around it. Chapter 56. The Straightforward Boy. Profession. Making money. Fortunately, Dai Yunhan timely raised an eyebrow at him as a good brother. Only then did Hua Fei understand. Then, the two of them got up and went aside. Dai Yunhan was straightforward and got to the point. Fire brother. Can you tell me about Yi Lingling? What do you want to do? I want. Dai Yunhan felt embarrassed. Her mouth was too fast, and she accidentally said what she was thinking. Fire bro, don't get me wrong, I just want to watch the sunrise with her. Stroll hand in hand on beautiful tree-lined paths. Take her to travel the world. Share breakfast with her every day, and have many children with her. You want to sleep with her. Fire Fei understood. Fire bro, are you pretending to be an honest person? I said it so euphemistically, and you figured it out right away? What about your humanities skills in summarizing the main idea? She's the darling of our team. If you do this, I'd have to pay more, which puts me in a difficult position. Damn, it turns out you're the real dog. Dai Yunhan thought this guy was a straightforward boy, but didn't expect him to be so secretly lewd. It was all an act, but he liked it. He took out 10 gold coins and asked, "Now, how can we talk?" Hua Fei received the money and became very pleased, immediately saying, Yi Lingling's family situation is not good. Although she is a noble, her father is a useless man, drinking all day and neglecting his responsibilities. He squandered their vast fortune and is now borrowing money everywhere, racking up a mountain of debt. Yi Lingling, having no choice, can only go out to earn money to pay off the debts. Fortunately, her martial soul is very powerful, and as long as she has a team to take on missions, they are willing to take her along. Plus, she is very beautiful, and many people want to get close to her, so she can earn quite a bit of reward. If Brother Dai wants to make a move, you'd better hurry, or else you might regret it when those big shots in the mercenary guild get to her first. I can see you're a noble. You're different from us. You have money and power, and with just a little effort, those people in the mercenary guild will reach their limits. Saying this, Hua Fei stretched out his hand and rubbed his 2 fingers together. Dai Yunhan was listening intently, but as soon as he saw the action, his face darkened. What a kid, so skilled. Must be a professional information dealer. Oh, Huafei was discovered, looking embarrassed. Damn it, it really is. Huafei smiled and said, since you saved me, I'll let you off the hook for the food and give you the information for free. According to a friend of my friend, the leader of the mercenary guild's wolf pack has already targeted Yi Lingling. He colluded with the casino to set a trap for Yi Lingling's father and then forced Yi Lingling to marry him under the pretext of huge debts. Moreover, the time frame is in the next couple of days. Dai, if you really have feelings for Yi Lingling, you need to act quickly, as opportunities to be a hero, saving a beauty, are rare. After saying this, Huafei patted Dai Yunhan's shoulder and gave him a meaningful look. Brother Fei, I've absorbed enough, let's head back. At this moment, the young man who had finished absorbing the soul ring suddenly shouted, all right, let's pack up and return. Dai Yunhan also looked towards Zhu Zhuqing, seeing that she had completed her absorption and was walking towards him. Huafei glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, showing a hint of envy. Dai, it's still good for you nobles. Your wives can have more than others. In this world, being a noble isn't everything. Strength is what truly matters. If your strength is strong enough, you can have it too. Hearing this, Huafei suddenly became a bit melancholic. As for me, I'm just getting by on a knife's edge every day. Such beautiful things like women, I don't deserve to have. Don't belittle yourself. Study hard and improve every day. There will be a day when you can rise, Dai Yunhan encouraged. What are you guys talking about? Zhu Zhuqing approached Dai Yunhan and asked. Nothing much, just discussing some issues, Dai Yunhan replied. Since we have all absorbed well, let's head back, he suggested. So, everyone left the Sunset Forest together. On the way, Dai Yunhan learned that after Zhu Zhuqing absorbed her soul ring, her soul power level had increased by 1 level to level 44. She also gained her 4th soul skill, which was a movement-type soul skill, strange and flexible, making her position hard to grasp. Once they exited the Sunset Forest, everyone naturally went their separate ways. Dai Yunhan took Zhu Zhuqing to Tianshang Renjian for their appointment, as they still had a meal to enjoy that evening. Upon arriving at Tianshang Renjian, there were already people from Shui Qinghe waiting at the entrance, who led them to a private room. Inside the private room, there weren't many people. In addition to Shui Qinghe, there were also Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin. Dai Yunhan was somewhat surprised by the arrival of Dugu Yin. After all, she didn't need to participate in such a gathering. But since she was here, it didn't matter. After taking a seat, the dishes began to be served. The speed of serving was quite fast. Within a few minutes, all the dishes were brought out, filling the large round table. Shui Qinghe immediately raised a glass and said, Fourth Prince, on behalf of the Heaven Dou Empire, I sincerely apologize to you once again. Dai Yunhan also raised his glass, saying, Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. Today we are just having a meal, and there's no need to say apologies. I've already accepted them. Let's drink this cup of wine, and we can turn the page. The fourth prince was a straightforward person, so he replied, Then I won't be polite either. Cheers. The two drank it all in one go. After that, everyone began to eat, and the maid nearby continued to pour wine, but Dai Yunhan stopped her. Shui Qinghe frowned at this scene. They had just said to turn the page, so why was he stopping the maid from pouring wine? It should be noted that stopping the host's wine is very impolite, especially in a situation of apology. Stopping the wine means not accepting the apology. Could it be that Dai Yunhan's words did not match his heart? However, Dai Yunhan's subsequent words dispelled his doubts. Dai Yunhan took out a bottle of and said, I see that His Royal Highness has an extraordinary temperament and handsome appearance, which I greatly admire. I would like to be friends with you. I wonder if there is such an opportunity. Of course, as long as the fourth prince doesn't mind my identity, we can certainly be friends. Then in the future, don't call me the fourth prince. Since you are older than me, just call me younger brother, and I'll call you older brother. How about that? Shui Qinghe was unsure of what Dai Yunhan was really up to, but as the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. So he agreed. All right. Then I will call you Yunhan younger brother from now on. Qinghe brother. Ha! The two exchanged smiles. Immediately afterward, Dai Yunhan brought thee in front of Shui Qinghe and said, Today, we become brothers, a good day indeed. How can we celebrate such a good day with just this red wine? I have a bottle of homemade that I've been reluctant to drink. Today, I will share it with you, my older brother. Chapter 57. Persuading Shui Qinghe to drink. Saying this, he took out special cups and poured a full glass for Shui Qinghe. Then he poured a glass for himself. This was something he had specifically prepared, determined to make Shui Qinghe completely lose his bearings tonight. As Shui Qinghe smelled the intense aroma, his eyes showed hesitation, as he still did not understand what Dai Yunhan was really planning. Dai Yunhan is, after all, a prince of the Luo Empire. Now that the two countries are at peace, they can naturally eat, drink, and have fun together. However, once war breaks out, it will be a matter of life and death for the two of them. Dai Yunhan also knew what he was worried about. You don't think I would poison you, do you? Saying this, he lifted his wine cup and drank it in one gulp, then looked at Xue Qinghe. Of course, Xue Qinghe was worried that he would be poisoned. After all, he knew that Dai Yunhan had cured the bone-aching poison in Dugubo. With such a skill, if he were to poison him, he might not even be able to detect it. Even if there was a detoxification master behind him, the Stingray de Law. After all, he was also poisoning the Emperor Shui Yi. At this moment, Dugubo also noticed Xue Qinghe's distrust. He asked Dai Yunhan for a cup and said, "Kid, pull my cup too. This wine smells really good. I can't resist it." Dai Yunhan knew he was trying to smooth things over. So, of course, she wouldn't refuse and poured him a glass. Dugubo immediately took a sip, and with his ability, he could tell that this was brewed from pure grain. However, he was also very aware of Dai Yunhan's capabilities. Even if he believed the wine was not toxic, he didn't dare to suggest it to Xue Qinghe. Seeing that Xue Qinghe was still hesitating, Dai Yunhan was surprised that he was so timid, not even daring to drink a glass of wine. Just as she was about to provoke him a bit more, she saw Xue Qinghe pick up the wine glass and down it in one gulp. Brother Qinghe has a good capacity for wine. Dai Yunhan's eyes lit up as she praised it. However, Xue Qinghe clearly underestimated this liquor. As someone who was drinking it for the first time, he was obviously unable to adapt. His face turned red from the sudden burn, and he couldn't stop coughing. Dai Yunhan laughed heartily again and took the opportunity to pat his back. Xue Qinghe, now also known as Qianren Xue, felt her body tense up instinctively at Dai Yunhan's sudden physical contact. She quickly shifted to the side to avoid his hand, while her eyes became alert. "Brother Qinghe, why are you so nervous? You don't think I'm going to harm you, do you?" Dai Yunhan said with her mouth, but in her heart, she was laughing wildly. "Qianren Xue, oh, Qianren Xue, you like to dress as a man, right? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of cross-dressing. This is simply giving me a legitimate opportunity to take advantage of you." "No, I just choked on a wine. I'm not used to it," Xue Qinghe explained, then sat back down properly. Dai Yunhan didn't leave and instead brought over a stool to sit right next to him. "Qinghe, what do you think of this wine? It tastes pretty good." "All right, it tastes good. Then let's drink a bit more, I toast to you." Dai Yunhan raised his glass again. Xue Qinghe had no choice. To be honest, he was a bit reluctant to drink this wine, but since someone was already toasting, he couldn't refuse. He could only raise his glass. After taking a sip, he frowned slightly. Dai Yunhan noticed that his alcohol tolerance wasn't very good and immediately said, "Come on, eat some dishes. This fish is delicious. I really like it. You should try it." Xue Qinghe picked up his chopsticks and then took the most tender piece of meat from the fish's belly. Just as he swallowed it, Dai Yunhan spoke again. "Brother Qinghe, you picked a good piece of meat. This is the most tender belly meat from a fish. In our empire, there's a saying about the dining table. The head is the first, the tail is the fourth, the back is the fifth, and the belly is the sixth. Brother Qinghe, if you eat this piece of fish, you have to drink 6 cups of wine." Saying this, he directly poured wine for him. Xue Qinghe was a bit stunned. Does the Luo Empire have such a saying? But unable to refuse the warm invitation, Dai Yunhan brought the wine to his lips, and he could only grit his teeth and drink it down. After 6 cups of wine, Xue Qinghe felt a bit dizzy. He hurriedly picked up his chopsticks again, and just as he took a bite, Dai Yunhan giggled and spoke again. "Brother Qinghe, I can see you're craving for more wine. This wine is good, but you can't drink it like this. But since we are brothers, you can drink to your heart's content today." Watching Dai Yunhan pour wine for himself again, Xue Qinghe was a bit confused. "What's going on? The piece of meat you just ate isn't ordinary. It's the part where the bone and meat are connected, which means bone and meat are united. And good things come in pairs, so you should drink 2 cups. Drink again?" Xue Qinghe had just barely recovered from the 6 cups. And now he had to drink again? "Of course, you have to drink. This is auspicious and brings good fortune. Eating and drinking together leads to good things coming in pairs and everything going smoothly." Dai Yunhan raised his wine glass while speaking to him. Xue Qinghe wanted to refuse, but after a moment's thought, he endured his discomfort and drank it down. After drinking, Dai Yunhan urged him to eat something. However, this time he was a bit hesitant to eat. Meanwhile, Dugubo also realized that Dai Yunhan seemed to be trying to get Xue Qinghe drunk, and quickly stepped in to speak up. But Dai Yunhan was not going to let him have his way. 1 cup for affection, 2 cups for sentiment. Senior poisoned all. We could be considered acquaintances through this exchange. I toast you." Dugubo frowned, realizing he was getting himself into trouble. After downing a cup of wine, he immediately dared not speak anymore. As long as he remained sober, Dai Yunhan wouldn't be able to do anything to Xue Qinghe. Brother Qinghe, aren't we good brothers? Yes. Then, to deepen our bond, let's drink this cup. For our beautiful tomorrow, cheers. The bright moonlight before my bed, suspected frost on the ground. Let's raise our cups and drink together. Cheers again. The fragrance of fine wine wafts for miles. How can we let the cup go empty? Fill it up. 1 cup to toast the morning sun, 1 cup to toast the moonlight, 1 cup to toast our hometown, and 1 cup to toast the distance. Cheers. 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 Xue Qinghe gradually lost himself in Dai Yunhan's drunkenness. After 5,000 years of wine culture, how could he handle it? Dai Yunhan also drank quite a bit, but he was still somewhat clear-headed because he hadn't forgotten his own matters. He looked at Xue Qinghe's rosy face, smirked oddly, and then unceremoniously put his arm around his shoulder. With a tipsy tone, he said, "Good brother, it's a shame we met so late. Drinking with you is really enjoyable. No one dislikes being praised, and Dai Yunhan's constant flattery since they started drinking had already made Xue Qinghe feel a bit giddy. He could have refused a drink, but this dinner was a gesture of apology. If he didn't drink, it would surely upset Dai Yunhan, and that would make the apology lack sincerity. Therefore, he had a drink tonight. However, as the night went on, he also started to feel the effects of the alcohol. Chapter 58. Together with Xue Qinghe, but when it came to Dai Yunhan's intimate contact, he instinctively wanted to dodge. However, Dai Yunhan was quite forceful, and he couldn't avoid it in time. Coupled with the haze of alcohol, he decided to let it be. Dai Yunhan was even more pleased, grabbing Xue Qinghe's hand. He said, "Brother Qinghe, you're drunk." "I'm not drunk," he replied with a giggle. No one would admit to being drunk. If you're not drunk, then keep drinking. Okay, let us drink. Xue Qinghe was now completely led by Dai Yunhan. Once alcohol takes effect, it becomes uncontrollable. "Brother Qinghe, you can't do this. You haven't drunk as much as I have." Dai Yunhan continued to provoke him. "Who says I haven't drunk as much as you? Pour moi drink." Xue Qinghe huffed defiantly, then raised his glass and downed it in one go. At this point, his gaze was unfocused, and his mind was in a daze. He was clearly already drunk. Dai Yunhan was also drunk, but since he dared to bring out the liquor, he naturally believed in his drinking capacity. Therefore, he needed to be a little more sober than Xue Qinghe. He also had to keep Xue Qinghe sober. After a while, he said, "Brother Qinghe, what do we do when this liquor is finished? There's no more liquor, and I haven't had enough to drink yet." Dai Yunhan shook the bottle, but there wasn't a single drop left. "If there's no liquor, go buy some. Someone go buy some liquor." Dai Yunhan didn't drink to his heart's content, so his apology lacks sincerity, which means he has to continue drinking. Dai Yunhan stopped the maid, preventing her from going to buy wine, and said, "Qinghe, their wine is not good. Only my wine is interesting to drink. I still have some good wine stored in my dormitory. Shall we continue the fun? Are you brave enough? What is there to be afraid of? I'm a prince. Would I be afraid of you?" He replied, "Let us go to your dormitory right now." Hearing this, Dai Yunhan knew that Xue Qinghe was completely drunk, because according to his character, he would never say such arrogant things, but now he did, which indicated that his thinking was already disordered. This was exactly in line with Dai Yunhan's intentions. "All right, let us go now." Dai Yunhan immediately stood up, putting his arm around Xue Qinghe's shoulder and walking away. Dugubo hesitated for a moment, feeling that it was too late and not very appropriate. He stepped forward and said, "Kid, it's too late to drink now. His Highness the Crown Prince should also return to the palace." Dai Yunhan pretended to be a bit carefree under the influence of alcohol, saying, "I've met with His Highness the Crown Prince as usual. We're good brothers. What's wrong with having a drink? It's not like I can't host anyone. If you think I would harm him, then you can come along." With that, he took Xue Qinghe and left. Zhu Zhuqing kindly stepped forward to support Dai Yunhan. However, since Dai Yunhan still needed to support Xue Qinghe, it was unnecessary. Dong Bo watched the backs of the three and ultimately sighed, following them. After all, this matter was ultimately caused by him. He could see that Dai Yunhan was a petty person. Although he accepted the apology on the surface, he still held some grievances against him, but he couldn't vent his anger, so he took it out on Xue Qinghe instead. His goal was to get Xue Qinghe drunk to the point of unconsciousness, making it a memorable experience for him. Dong Bo could only shake his head helplessly. This little brat, why is he so petty? Once outside the hotel, a light breeze made everyone feel a bit better. With Dai Yunhan's support, Xue Qinghe's eyelids were already drooping, but he stubbornly tried to stay awake. However, looking at the road ahead, he questioned, "Why is this road slanted? Someone, straighten the road for me. You're drunk. The road is straight." Dai Yunhan replied with a smile. "Nonsense. This road is clearly slanted. Shui Qinghe retorted angrily. Those damn corrupt officials even had the road built slanted. Just wait until tomorrow when I raid their homes. Dai Yunhan smiled. This guy was too drunk to get up. She quickly helped him onto the carriage and then instructed the driver to head toward her dormitory. On the carriage, Dai Yunhan kept talking to Shui Qinghe, urging him not to fall asleep or else her plan would be ruined. Finally, they arrived at the dormitory. Dai Yunhan took out the white wine from the room and then asked Zhu Zhuqing to bring some snacks, and they continued drinking. To ensure the plan could proceed better, Dai Yunhan took him to the bedroom to drink. Dugubo found it a bit strange. Why drink in the bedroom instead of the restaurant? However, he didn't say much. He didn't think Dai Yunhan would harm Shui Qinghe, at least not now. In the bedroom, they toasted, pouring the wine. The two clinked their glasses and drank heartily. But after this cup, Shui Qinghe suddenly collapsed and laid down on the table. He was completely drunk and passed out. Dai Yunhan grinned and then nudged him to see if he was deeply asleep. Obviously, he was completely unconscious, lying still like a dead pig. Dai Yunhan also stood up unsteadily. He was actually at the end of his strength now. Maintaining the last trace of clarity, he placed Shui Qinghe on the bed, and then he himself fell beside him with a thud. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing happened to come in carrying dishes. Dai Yunhan could only murmur, "Wife, I can't sleep with you tonight." After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling helpless, could only tidy up the things in the room. She truly couldn't understand why her man had to be so close to this prince who might become an enemy in the future. Didn't he fear that having a good relationship now might lead to life and death confrontations later? However, this was her man's decision, and she wouldn't pry too much. After tidying up, she casually closed the door. When she went downstairs, Dugubo saw the things in her hands and asked, "Aren't they drinking anymore?" "They've already fallen asleep," Zhu Zhuqing replied. "They fell asleep that quickly? I thought they would drink all night." Dugubo pouted. "Is their alcohol tolerance really that low?" Then he stood up. "Since they are asleep, let's go back." "Grandpa, aren't we going to check on His Highness the Crown Prince?" Duguyen asked. Normally, the Crown Prince shouldn't stay out overnight to prevent assassination attempts. Dugubo shook his head. "Don't worry, His Highness won't have any problems. Shui Qinghe is in Dai Yunhan's dormitory, and its safety is as secure as if Dai Yunhan were in the Dou Empire. Not only can he not be assassinated, but he must also be protected. Otherwise, if anything happens to either of them, the other will definitely be implicated." After that, he walked out and instructed the guards to keep watch over the villa and not let anyone intrude before leaving. Duguyen glanced at the room, feeling a bit reluctant, but could only follow him out. Once they were gone, Zhu Zhuqing quickly washed up and went to sleep in another room. Chapter 59. Lung Capacity Practice Since Age 6. Morning. Gentle sunlight shone on Shui Qinghe's face, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was an unfamiliar environment. He immediately became alert, but then felt something pressing against his chest, making it hard to breathe. He looked down and saw an arm, then turned to see its owner, a handsome man's face. A man. Shui Qinghe suddenly sat up. How could there be a man in his bed? Anger flashed in his eyes, but as he recognized the face as Dai Yunhan's, memories of last night began to surface. Wasn't he hosting a banquet at the hotel? How did he end up here? Where was this? At that moment, Dai Yunhan also woke up. Seeing him, a barely perceptible smile appeared in his eyes. "Brother Qinghe, you're awake." Shui Qinghe glanced at himself. His clothes were intact, and he hadn't even removed his pants, so he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, after the relief, deep frustration and anger filled his eyes, because he had actually slept in the same bed as a man. How could this be? He was a woman, a 20-something unmarried girl. Throughout her life, not even her mother had slept with her, and now she was in bed with a man. How could this happen? She felt so wronged, her fists clenched tightly, her teeth gritted together. She really wanted to slap this smelly man in front of her, but she couldn't. Where's this? Shui Qinghe struggled to suppress his anger. He didn't want to see this man for even a moment. "This is my home. We were drinking together here last night, and you got drunk and fell asleep here." Dai Yunhan sensed that Shui Qinghe's emotions were a bit off, but he felt amused inside because seeing him so frustrated was incredibly satisfying. It felt like eating tofu from a girl who clearly hated you, but had no choice but to let you do it. Very thrilling. "Okay, I admit I'm a pervert," Dai Yunhan thought. "Then why did you sleep with me?" Shui Qinghe asked. "I don't know. I was drunk too," Dai Yunhan replied with a smile. "Are you still dizzy? Do you want to drink a bit more? It's like using poison to attack poison. Drinking more will make you feel better." "I'm fine now," Shui Qinghe said, then walked toward the outside. Dai Yunhan felt even happier seeing him so angry. He didn't chase after him because he knew that Xue Qinghe was very upset right now and needed some time to calm down. If he approached her at that moment, although she might endure it due to her temper, there was no telling what she might do. So after getting up, he went straight to take a shower to get rid of the smell of alcohol. After showering, he went downstairs, and Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Dai Yunhan, she said, "His Highness has already left. I waited for him to have breakfast, but he didn't eat. If he doesn't want to eat, then I'll have it myself." Then she walked up to Zhu Zhuqing, wrapped his arms around her waist, and gave her a deep kiss. After parting, Zhu Zhuqing frowned in disdain. "You reek of alcohol. I'm almost drunk from your kiss." "You're not drunk from the alcohol. You're drunk from me," he replied. So narcissistic." "I'm not narcissistic. You're the one who's in love." "Smooth talker." Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glance. Dai Yunhan paused his movements, the corners of his mouth lifting at a 15-degree angle. "Don't you know how slick I am?" Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to react, he blocked her mouth again. Their tongues intertwined. Moments later, Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her face flushed. "Are you trying to kiss me to death so you can inherit my soul bone?" "No way, absolutely not." "What do you mean, no way? Haven't you noticed your lung capacity is getting bigger?" Dai Yunhan suden liwore a miskievus smide. Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what he meant, but seeing his wicked expression made her feel uneasy. Sure enough, the next second, Dai Yunhan pressed her shoulders down, making her squat. Zhu Zhuqing's pupils shrank sharply. "Are you crazy? This is the kitchen." Gurgle, gurgle. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of drowning followed. Zhu Zhuqing now understood what lung capacity meant. Half an hour later, the two sat at the dining table having breakfast. The breakfast had already cooled down, but Dai Yunhan found it incredibly sweet. Zhu Zhuqing's face was flushed, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at Dai Yunhan. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have given him too much sweetness. Ever since she took a significant step last time, it felt like she had unlocked a chain for this guy, and now he was unruly and carefree. He was getting bolder, more audacious, and more thrilling. Ahem. In short, it was no longer her giving him sweetness, but him giving her bitterness. This was a bad habit that needed to be corrected, absolutely unacceptable. She glared at the smirking Dai Yunhan, thinking about what he just said about lung capacity, and suddenly understood something. This guy had been subtly extending their kissing time since the first day they kissed. Previously, she hadn't realized or noticed it. But after what just happened, she knew it was all premeditated by him. He was indeed a bad guy, plotting against her since 6 years ago. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, and suddenly, she stabbed a sausage from Dai Yunhan's plate with her fork, then deliberately waved it in front of him. Finally, she gave a warning look, put it in her mouth, and with a crunch, bit it in half. Dai Yunhan's mischievous smile froze. A chill washed over him. Zhu Zhuqing noticed his fear and felt a sense of pride in her heart, thinking to herself, "Next time you dare to be so rude, I'll make sure you can never be rude again." After having breakfast, the two went to class. Since Zhu Zhuqing absorbed her third spirit ring last time, she was now in the same class as Dai Yunhan. Now that her soul power had upgraded again, she should be entering the soul master class. However, Dai Yunhan didn't want her to reveal this, as it was too astonishing and could easily provoke jealousy. So, he decided that Zhu Zhuqing could attend theory classes every day, and during other times, she could just focus on her own cultivation. As for participating in practical training sessions, she would not take part. Given her status, the teachers also did not force her to join. After the morning theory class, the afternoon was dedicated to collective soul power cultivation. Dai Yunhan didn't need to cultivate, so he just lay down and slept, while Zhu Zhuqing quietly sat beside him in meditation. At that moment, Dai Yunhan saw Qin Ming walking towards Yi Lingling. Chapter 60. Envying the Nobility Every Day. Yi Lingling, how have you considered what I told you last time? Qin Ming asked. Teacher Qin, I've thought about it. I don't want to join the Imperial combat team. Yi Lingling gave the same answer as last time. However, this time, Qin Ming was clearly prepared. He said, Yi Lingling, I know you might be unable to make a better choice because of certain things, but I want to tell you that you shouldn't be bound. You have a better future ahead. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Yi Lingling appeared very calm. Qin Ming knew she hadn't taken it in, and his expression showed some frustration. But he still spoke patiently. If you join the Imperial combat team, I can specially apply for training funds for you. This amount is not small and can alleviate a significant part of your problems. Hearing this, Yi Lingling was clearly taken aback, as it was evident that Qin Ming had hit a sore spot. Qin Ming also clearly understood Yi Lingling's family situation. However, she still did not agree. I'll think about it seriously. After saying this, Yi Lingling didn't want to stay any longer and left. Dai Yunhan watched the scene closely. And recalling what Huo Fei had said, He felt that Yi Lingling was very likely to agree to join the imperial battle team after this incident. If that were the case, his chances would obviously diminish. Remembering how Yi Lingling had shown interest in him last time, Dai Yunhan felt he needed to take the initiative. Otherwise, this girl would end up with someone else. So, during class time, he told Zhu Zhuqing and then rushed outside. Once he left the academy, Dai Yunhan headed straight for the Mercenary Guild. The Mercenary Guild is similar to mercenary groups in Western fantasy worlds, accepting tasks in exchange for rewards. Mostly composed of lower-rank soul masters or those who prefer to cultivate alone. Of course, over time, the forces within have become quite complex. Upon arriving at the Mercenary Guild, Dai Yunhan found the front desk, which was attended by a very beautiful and well-endowed sister, who had a sweet face and treated every customer with great seriousness. "Hello, how can I assist you?" The well-endowed sister asked with a smile. Dai Yunhan said, "I want to find someone named Hua Fei. He is a mercenary." "I'm sorry. Customers cannot directly inquire about the identity of mercenaries through us, as this is a privacy protection regulation. So how can I find him?" Dai Yunhan asked. "Dear customer, you can find him by posting a task. This is a good method." Dai Yunhan nodded and immediately asked her to publish the task. The big-chested sister then quickly operated for a while, and 1 minute later, she smiled and handed over a bill, seeking a mercenary for the Firefly task, which was of simple difficulty and cost 10 gold soul coins. 10 gold coins? Just to find someone it's so expensive? Dai Yunhan was taken aback. It seemed that this hiring business was quite profitable. No wonder Yi Lingling came here to make money. She took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the busted sister. Just as she put the money away, a voice rang out. "Oh dear, I said you have money, but you can't spend it so recklessly. If you want to find me, just give me the money directly. There's no need to issue a task. Look, now you've already lost 3 gold coins in handling fees." Dai Yunhan turned around and saw that it was the Firefly he was looking for. He didn't expect the guild to be so efficient. It seems that spending 10 gold coins was worth it. Firefly laughed as he approached Dai Yunhan, then showed a look of disappointment. "I really don't understand you rich people." He sighed. As he spoke, he took out something like a token and handed it to the busted sister. After she took it and did some operations, she returned the token to Firefly. "After deducting a service fee of 3 gold soul coins, you will receive 7 gold soul coins." Then she turned to Dai Yunhan and said, "Dear guest, your task has been completed. Is there any other business you need to handle?" "No, thank you." He then turned to Firefly. "So, it was you who took the task. I didn't expect your speed in accepting tasks to be so fast. What can I do? My family is poor, and I have a younger sister to support. I have to be quick," Firefly said proudly. "This money today is the easiest I've ever earned." He remembered the last time it was this easy was. Indeed, the speed he had honed over 30 years of being single was not in vain. "Brother, what can I do for you?" Firefly then asked. Dai Yunhan came to find him, definitely not just to find him. "I want you to..." Dai Yunhan hadn't finished speaking when Hua Fei took Dai Yunhan out of the Mercenary Guild. Dai Yunhan was a bit confused, not knowing what he was supposed to do. After they came out and walked a distance away, they arrived at an old alley. Hua Fei then relaxed and said, "All right, now you can speak. Why come out to talk? Wasn't it nice inside? We could have tea and coffee." And there was a big-chested lady to look at, Dai Yunhan asked. This dirty and chaotic place wasn't where he intended to come to commit a crime. Upon hearing this, Hua Fei realized he was just a clueless novice and said, "Are you here to ask me for help?" "Yes." "Then that's right. If you had said it directly in the guild, the task would be considered a guild task, and you'd have to pay a processing fee. But if we say it out here, it's considered a private task, so no processing fee is needed." "I understand now." Dai Yunhan realized this was similar to the unlicensed taxis outside a bus station in his previous life. Seeing that he understood, Hua Fei immediately asked, "Now you can tell me what you need me for? I want to find out some information." "What information?" "Information about Yi Lingling." As soon as this was said, Hua Fei was taken aback for a moment, then showed an understanding expression. "Is it about the demon wolf gang wanting to threaten Yi Lingling?" "Yes. I want to know the specific timing and their movements at all times," Dai Yunhan said. "You already have such a beautiful woman, and you're still thinking about Yi Lingling? What do you mean by thinking? I'm trying to help her. No need to explain." Hua Fei interrupted Dai Yunhan with a hand, and then said, "I understand. I'm just purely envious, not envious of couples or immortals, but envious of nobles every day." He then extended his hand and said, 100 gold soul coins. "Are you charging so much?" Dai Yunhan was astonished. 100 gold soul coins? That could buy 1,000-year soul ring. Is it expensive? You have to know. This is Yi Lingling, the unbeatable support, and she's so beautiful. If I had the ability, I would want to help her myself. Moreover, this is already a favor considering you saved me. It's a huge discount. All right, 100 it is. Chapter 61. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan, the conflict begins. Dai Yunhan was too lazy to haggle with him anyway, since he wasn't short on money. He immediately took out 100 gold soul coins from his soul guide ring. When Huafei saw his ability to materialize items out of thin air, he felt a wave of envy. This was a very rare storage soul guide, and it was hard to find in the market. I suddenly feel like I'm shortchanged. Can you have a bit more? What do you think? Never mind. A gentleman's word is harder than a horse's reins. Not to mention we are brothers who would risk our lives for each other, right? Huafei knew that one shouldn't be too greedy. Some nobles may appear harmonious on the surface, but in reality, they are very dark-hearted. As a lone mercenary, offending someone like Dai Yunhan, who is wealthy and powerful, could be very dangerous. All right, I'll head back now. Notify me immediately if there's any news. I'll be at the Tiando Royal Academy. With that, Dai Yunhan turned and left. Huafei took the money and, after Dai Yunhan was far away, whistled loudly. Immediately, 4 or 5 figures sprang out from the surroundings. Boss, did you hear what was just said? Act immediately and monitor him 24/7. Yes. On the other side, when Dai Yunhan returned to the academy, classes had already ended, so he went straight back to his dormitory. As soon as he arrived at the dorm, he noticed someone sitting in the courtyard waiting. It was Dai Yunhan. However, she looked lonely, sitting on the chair, seemingly isolated from the vibrant flowers and plants around her. Is Zhu Zhuqing not home? Why are you sitting here? Dai Yunhan asked as he approached her. She looked up, her dim gaze merging with the surrounding colors, and she replied, I. At that moment, the door opened, and it was Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Dai Yunhan, she revealed a joyful smile. Honey, you're back. I've already made dinner. She then leaped into Dai Yunhan's arms for a welcome home kiss, completely oblivious to Dai Yunhan's presence nearby. Dai Yunhan patted her back and then looked at Dai Yunhan. Have you eaten? How about we go together? I better not. I'll head back first. Dai Yunhan glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, lowered her head, and then walked outside. Dai Yunhan didn't stop her. She just felt that something seemed off about her today. Zhu Zhuqing didn't keep her either, as she originally didn't want her to come, pulling Dai Yunhan's hand and entering the house. Dai Yunhan heard the sound of the door closing, paused in her steps, and looked back, a deep sense of desolation in her eyes. Ever since returning from the Sunset Forest last time, Dai Yunhan had done thorough introspection on her feelings, but even after 2 days, she still couldn't see clearly. Previously, she could give up many things because Dai Yunhan was her only salvation, as long as she could be with Dai Yunhan again. However, with the removal of the poison in her body, Dai Yunhan had now become a free person, and at this moment, her feelings for Dai Yunhan became more rational, no longer pursuing a relationship with a purpose as she did before. Now, she leaned more towards emotions. However, in these 2 days, not only did she fail to understand her heart, but she also became more confused. On one hand, she was questioning whether she truly liked Dai Yunhan, while on the other hand, she was considering if she did like him, could she accept Zhu Zhuqing, the legitimate presence? Because in her heart, since childhood, she believed that her man could only love her wholeheartedly, without anyone else. Thus, the intertwining of emotions and various realistic constraints made her mind unclear and increasingly chaotic. Therefore, today, she came to find Dai Yunhan. To untie the bell, one must be the one who tied it. The body does not lie. She felt that if she could get along harmoniously with Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, it would mean she loved Dai Yunhan and could accept Zhu Zhuqing's presence. If the 3 of them could not coexist peacefully, or if it stirred emotional turmoil in her heart, it would mean she could not accept it. In that case, she would choose to leave. However, what she didn't know was that love, being a selfish thing, is not just about wanting to possess someone alone. Similarly, others want to possess someone for themselves. She wanted to experiment, but it didn't mean anyone would welcome her. And that person was Zhu Zhuqing. Before Dai Yunhan returned, Zhu Zhuqing had already had a brief conversation with Dai Yunhan at the door. Although Zhu Zhuqing's words were not very tactful, each sentence clearly expressed her attitude, which was that she disliked Dai Yunhan very much. The first point was subjective. No woman would want to share her man with another woman. And Zhu Zhuqing was no exception. Although Dai Yunhan's identity was special and destined for him to have other women in the future, Zhu Zhuqing hoped that the fewer women there were, the better, ideally none at all. Her dislike for Dai Yunhan became clear from the moment Dai Yunhan showed affection for Dai Yunhan. The second point was objective. Zhu Zhuqing believed that it was Dai Yunhan's fault that Dai Yunhan was captured by the poison Douluo. Even though Dai Yunhan returned safely and even brought back immortal herbs, this did not erase the fact that Zhu Zhuqing was the main reason for this incident. In fact, Zhu Zhuqing felt that if Dai Yunhan didn't possess outstanding abilities, he might not have come back at all. His return was due to Dai Yunhan's own skill, not because of Zhu Zhuqing's help. Therefore, even if Dai Yunhan reconciled with Zhu Zhuqing, her dislike for Zhu Zhuqing remained undiminished. Zhu Zhuqing naturally sensed Zhu Zhuqing's indifference towards her. In the past, she could have thickened her skin and gone in to eat. But after Zhu Zhuqing made her feelings clear, she could no longer be that calm. Because she also believed that Dai Yunhan being taken by his grandfather was partly her fault. If she had been clearer earlier or recognized Yu Qianheng's wickedness, this would not have happened. It should be noted that after Dai Yunhan was captured by Zhu Zhuqing, he was not unscathed. He had genuinely suffered from his poison torture. If it weren't for Dai Yunhan's strong abilities, anyone else would have likely died. This was also why when Zhu Zhuqing vented her dissatisfaction, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't refute her. She didn't dare to enter the house, and could only sit alone in the courtyard. When she had just seen how intimate Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing were, she inexplicably felt a pang of sadness. She suddenly realized a more serious issue. Even if she liked Dai Yunhan, whether Dai Yunhan liked her was still a question. Chapter 62, really more real than steaming buns. After pursuing for a month, her relationship with Dai Yunhan was indeed quite good, but it was far from the level of boyfriend and girlfriend. She had been considering her own issues, but forgot that love is mutual. If Dai Yunhan didn't like her, what difference would it make if she accepted Zhu Zhuqing's existence? Moreover, besides Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing also disliked her very much now. She realized that she had been too naive. Dai Yunhan was not an object that would like her just because she liked him. She felt a bit like a clown. She turned and left, letting out a sigh, her eyes dim and unclear, making her once again feel out of place with her surroundings. The next day, not long after Dai Yunhan got up, he received a message from the doorman that someone named Hua Fei was looking for him. Dai Yunhan knew that Yi Lingling must have taken action. He then reminded Zhu Zhuqing and went out. At the door, Hua Fei was already waiting for him. As soon as he saw him come out, he immediately said, "Last night, the Demon Wolf Gang collaborated with the casino to set up Yi Tiancheng, making him incur a huge debt. Now Yi Tiancheng is being held in the casino, and Yi Lingling is on her way there. Yi Tiancheng is Yi Lingling's father. So why didn't you tell me last night?" Dai Yunhan said anxiously, "If I had told you last night, how would you have been able to heroically save the beauty today?" That is true. Dai Yunhan suddenly forgot about this matter. He felt that it was somewhat unworthy to hear about what happened last night, only now. "Where is it? Take me there now." "Are you going alone?" "Why not? Do you want me to bring my wife along?" "You can't bring your main girlfriend to do something like picking up girls, can you? What could she do to cover for you?" "However, it's not certain that it's just Zhu Zhuqing. I'm afraid I'll need to have a deeper conversation with her and do some ideological work." Hua Fei waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I'm saying wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go alone? The leader of the Demon Wolf Gang is a sole emperor over level 60, and there are dozens of people under him." Dai Yunhan glanced at Hua Fei and suddenly said, "As a sole king, you should have some influence, right? Are you looking for my help to deal with the Demon Wolf team?" Dai Yunhan didn't say it directly, but mentioned that if you want to make this money, it's not impossible. However, to her surprise, Hua Fei shook his head and said, "I have a few people, but I prefer to work alone, so I haven't formed a mercenary group. I'm afraid I can't help you." "Then forget it." Dai Yunhan was just saying it. He didn't really need Hua Fei's help. The two soul emperors and soul saints behind him were not to be underestimated. Moreover, in this Heaven Dou city, he had plenty of ways to save people. But at that moment, Hua Fei suddenly spoke up, his eyes sparkling. "Although I can't help you deal with the Demon Wolf Squad, if you find yourself in danger, I can get you out." "You?" Dai Yunhan was surprised. "Aren't you afraid? He's a soul emperor." "So what if he's a soul emperor?" Hua Fei said disdainfully. "I may not be able to beat him, but can't I just run away? Besides, I can guarantee I can save your life without any doubt." "Forget it. I don't need it." Dai Yunhan waved his hand. "Are you really sure you don't need it?" Hua Fei seemed a bit skeptical. "Really? I'm more certain than steaming buns." "Then it's up to you, but you can call me anytime." Soon, the two arrived at the largest casino in Heaven Dou City. This casino made a fortune daily, effortlessly. The most important thing was that it was run by the same owner as the Heaven Dou City Soul Arena. Not only was he wealthy, but he also had significant influence. Dai Yunhan walked in and immediately felt as if she had stepped into an arcade room from her childhood. First experiencing a sense of unfamiliarity and disconnection, but soon blending into the lively environment. "Where are they?" "They're in the private room upstairs, but don't rush. Yi Lingling is still on her way. If you want to attract a girl, first make her feel hopeless, and then At a critical moment, give her hope, Huafei said. Dai Yunhan looked at him in surprise. Bro, your mind is so clear. How can your hands be so fast? Cough, cough. Huafei looked at him disdainfully and corrected. Clear thinking and fast hands have no causal relationship. Please don't confuse the two. Come on, repeat after me. You can't still be a virgin, right? Who? Who is a virgin? Huafei's face turned red instantly as he defended. I write diligently every night, doing my homework. Really? More serious than steaming buns. Beauty. Arrange a VIP server for him. I'll cover the cost. Dai Yunhan immediately walked to the front desk and said to the receptionist. The receptionist was dressed in a cute bunny girl outfit, with most of her round chest exposed and black fishnet stockings wrapped around her plump thighs, making it hard to look away. Sir, what kind of server do you prefer? The receptionist smiled sweetly, not at all bothered by Dai Yunhan's gaze. Because she dressed like this, it was meant to be seen. Just a bunny girl like you is fine, but no fishnet stockings. I want black silk. Real men all like black silk. What's with fishnet stockings? That's lame. Okay, how many do you need? Of course, one for each person. But his has to be the kind that can let loose. Dai Yunhan added some conditions. Sir, please rest assured. The VIP service is very understanding of shyness and doesn't know how to refuse people. The front desk lady also looks like a little train, and her speech is all dirty talk. And what about you, sir? Dai Yunhan said, just keep it simple for me. Besides being a bunny girl and wearing black stockings, she should be around 7 meters tall, beautiful, with long legs, a slim waist, a sweet voice, expressive eyes, and smooth, fair skin. She should be able to call me brother really well and cheer me on. That's about it for now. The receptionist looked a bit confused. Sir, what you want is really simple. However, the receptionist was very efficient and soon completed the registration. At that moment, Huafei finally reacted. Wait, are you serious? He couldn't help but be startled. His eyes filled with fear, and his legs seemed ready to flee. Of course it's serious, more real than steaming buns. As he spoke, 2 beautiful women walked over, both dressed as bunny girls. They were both sweet and cute, with slender figures. One was of average height. The average height woman gently linked her arm with Huafei's and said, Hello, sir. I'm Tutu, your exclusive VIP service attendant. The other woman also approached, but Dai Yunhan preemptively stopped her from being too familiar. She didn't mind and simply said, Hello, sir. I'm Duo. Huafei was instantly electrified by the gentle touch, stiffly turning his head to see a sweet and lovely face that matched her name, really very bunny-like. Moreover, she looked very bunny-like in front of him. Fei. Such a beautiful, giant bunny. He wanted to pull his hand away, but Tutu seemed to understand his intention and hugged him even tighter. Huafei's face turned red as he looked towards Dai Yunhan for help. Dai Yunhan ignored him. Aren't you supposed to be working on the mining operation every night? Why are you backing down now? Anyway, I've already spent my money, so do whatever you want. Huafei immediately wanted to let Tutu leave. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan spoke up again. Oh, right, the VIP service fee is quite high, 20 gold soul coins. After saying that, Dai Yunhan took her companion and left. Upon hearing this, Huafei's hand, which was about to pull away, suddenly stopped. 20 gold soul coins. Damn it, even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it like this. 20 gold soul coins are more than what he earns from a single task. It's simply outrageous, inhumane. Master, come play with Tutu. At this moment, Tutu's delicate voice sounded. She was also being very clingy, wrapping around his arm. Huafei could hardly withstand this kind of temptation. He was just an ordinary person, not a cadre. Swallowing hard, he found it difficult to resist. Tutu obviously understood him well. Seeing the desire rising in Huafei's eyes, she pulled him towards the VIP lounge. Huafei wanted to struggle, but when he thought of those 20 gold soul coins, he gave up. I just don't want to waste money. On the other side, Dai Yunhan and the bunny girl duo went straight to the second floor. The second floor was the VIP casino, and ordinary people were not qualified to go up. Only particularly wealthy individuals could access it. Newcomers had 2 ways to get up. One was to present proof of assets at the front desk, showing at least 10,000 gold soul coins to qualify. The other way was much more lenient. They just needed to call a VIP attendant. This method was mainly for those who had some money, but not a lot. It was designed to stimulate their desires, increase their ambitions, and the presence of beautiful women could disturb their minds, allowing the casino to maximize its profits. Therefore, every person in the casino had a very significant purpose. However, their ultimate goal was to drain your wallet. Dai Yunhan was too lazy to provide proof of assets, so he ordered a bunny girl. With the bunny girl accompanying him, he casually walked over and found a spot with a wide view to sit down. gambling while waiting for Yi Lingling to arrive at the entrance. He didn't like to gamble, but when at a casino, nobody refrains from it. Not gambling is considered unusual. So he had duo exchange chips and started betting at the table. He didn't bet much, starting with 10 gold soul coins, and only wagered 10 gold soul coins each time. He was betting on high or low. However, his luck seemed to be quite good. He won 7 out of 10 rounds, and soon he had earned over 100 gold soul coins. This should be what they call beginner's luck. But he didn't care about that. He was waiting for Yi Lingling. When he had won over 200 gold soul coins, Yi Lingling finally appeared. The moment she showed up, a little brother approached her, and after a brief exchange, Yi Lingling coldly followed him upstairs. Dai Yunhan kept staring at Yi Lingling. After seeing her enter a room, Dai Yunhan also got up and left. She then went to the room next door to where Yi Lingling had entered, and Duo followed her in. However, after she entered, she immediately started taking off her clothes. "What are you doing?" Dai Yunhan was still a bit stunned. Duo smiled gently and said, "My lord, you jest. This is the VIP lounge. You've come in to rest, so of course, I'm here to take care of you." "No need, just put your clothes on and bring me some food," Dai Yunhan replied directly. He liked women, but not just any woman. He could flirt with all the beautiful women, but his body would only passionately respond to the one he loved. Duo paused her movements, then obediently got dressed and went outside to prepare food. Dai Yunhan is not someone she hasn't encountered before. There are all kinds of people in casinos, bizarre and varied. All she needs to do is obediently comply. At this moment, Dai Yunhan focused intently on the noises coming from the next room. The soundproofing of the room was excellent, and she could hardly hear anything clearly. However, when he used his soul power, he could hear everything distinctly. "Let my father go. How much does he owe you? I'll pay it back." In the room, Yi Lingling said coldly. In front of her were 3 people. One of them was slumped on the ground, disheveled and in a state of mental decline. Yet he reeked of alcohol, completely unaware of what was happening outside. He was Yi Lingling's father, Yi Tianqing. The other 2 were one lean and short man, dressed in an understated but refined manner. He was the dealer at the Tiando Grand Casino, specifically tasked with selecting potential high-value gamblers for service. They made money through commissions and also offered loans, squeezing gamblers repeatedly. The last person was a fierce-looking man with a scar on his face. His eyes were sharp, like a sword, constantly piercing you. He was the leader of the demon wolf gang, Lai Xiao. The dealer then stepped forward and said, "Your father owes us a total of 13,000 gold soul coins, including principal and interest. Pay up, and you can take him away right now." Upon hearing this amount, Yi Lingling's expression changed in shock, her brows trembling uncontrollably. 13,000 gold soul coins. How could there be so much money? Are you trying to scam me? "Oh, don't say that. Our casino values credibility above all." The dealer quickly interrupted Yi Lingling and took out a bill, saying, "This document shows your father's loan history, black and white. This can't be fake, can it?" Yi Lingling looked at the bill, only to find the interest absurdly high. For every 1,000 gold soul coins, only 900 gold soul coins were given, and the interest was calculated daily based on 1,000, with the interest compounding into the principal the next day. This was clearly a scam. Don't think the interest is high. Your father willingly borrowed it. The signatures on it carry soul power fluctuations. We can't fake that. Chapter 64. Dai Yunhan takes action. The dealer seemed to know what she wanted to say and preemptively voiced her doubts. He continued, "Not just anyone can borrow from our casino. We know your father's situation. Lending him 1,000 gold soul coins was already a courtesy because of his noble status. The rest of the money was lent by Lai Xiao from the Demon Wolf Gang, so you only need to repay us 3,000 gold soul coins." Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling looked at Lai Xiao in disbelief. "My father doesn't even know you. How could he borrow money from you? The casino has credibility and will scam you, but they will leave you with a shred of dignity." The Demon Wolf Gang, however, was different. Yi Lingling had known of their notorious reputation. They not only scam people, but also take their lives. In the mercenary guild, many who sought them out ended up suffering severe losses. For instance, the hiring prices varied. They would initially quote a price, but by the end of the task, they would find reasons to forcefully increase it. If you disagreed, they would cause you trouble. They would also forcibly purchase valuable items at low prices, among various other inhumane acts. In short, they were a gang of bullies. If it weren't for their status as the top mercenary group with immense power, someone would have likely eliminated them long ago. Lai Xiao, however, smiled proudly, saying, "Your father doesn't know me, but he knows my subordinates. One of my subordinates loves to gamble. They mix together. The money your father borrowed was all from him, so I have no problem collecting the debt. right? Yi Tianqing actually borrowed little from Lai Xiao, only 2,000 gold soul coins. But the remaining 8,000 were all interest. Of course, this did not happen in just one day. Lai Xiao had deliberately arranged for people to lend money in increments until today, when the principal and interest had accumulated massively, and he finally moved to collect. This meant he had been eyeing Yi Lingling for quite some time. Yi Lingling's face was extremely awkward. She looked at the drunken man on the ground with anger and pain. She truly didn't understand how a man could fall to such depths. Losing everything in the family was one thing, but borrowing from loan sharks to gamble was another. A compulsive gambler and a heavy drinker. She really didn't know why she ended up with such a father. I will pay the money. Right now, I only have 1,000 gold soul coins. I will gradually pay back the rest. Yi Lingling felt deeply helpless. She didn't know when this kind of life would end. But Lai Xiao sneered, gradually pay back? Sounds like a big joke. He stood up and walked towards Yi Lingling. How do you plan to pay gradually? Once a month or once a day? How much do you think you can earn each day? Just relying on the money from tasks, you won't even cover the interest. How can you repay? The mockery was evident. So what do you want? You all know he has no money to pay back, yet you charge him such high interest. Aren't you doing it on purpose? Yi Lingling questioned. Lai Xiao directly admitted. So what if I did it on purpose? It takes two to tango. If he didn't want to borrow money, could I force him to? Yi Lingling gritted her teeth, her purple eyes glinting with extreme coldness. I don't want to talk so much with you. Just one question. What exactly do you want? Haha. Dealing with a smart person is simple. Lai Xiao laughed heartily and leaned closer to Yi Lingling, staring into her piercingly helpless eyes, saying each word clearly. It's simple. I want to exchange you for something. You're dreaming. Lai Xiao stepped back smugly, spread his hands, and sat back down. Whether I'm dreaming or not is up to you to decide. As long as you agree, it won't be a dream. If you don't agree, you will agree. Lai Xiao raised his eyebrows and continued. Today is the last repayment deadline for your father's loan. According to the terms on the loan document, if he can't repay today, one hand will be chopped off. If he still can't repay tomorrow, then one foot will be chopped off. Do you think you have the conditions to pay back gradually? As soon as these words were spoken, a look of pain immediately appeared on Yi Lingling's face. If they didn't repay, Yi Tianqing would die here. If they did repay, she had no money and could only exchange her body. She wanted nothing more than to walk away, for in her world growing up, Yi Tianqing had never fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Since she could remember, Yi Tianqing had been muddled every day, reeking of alcohol. The family was the same with or without him. But she couldn't do that, because Yi Tianqing was the only person she had a blood connection with in this world. She didn't know when she had calmed down, looking at the man who was like a puddle of mud. She took a deep breath, her eyes filled with a blade of despair. I can agree to you, but you must agree to one of my requests. Yi Lingling took a deep breath. What request? Lai Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement on his face. He knew Yi Lingling would definitely agree, but when she actually did, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion. You are not allowed to lend him money anymore, and the entire Tiando Grand Casino cannot lend him money either. No problem. Lai Xiao agreed readily. Yi Tianqing was originally a tool he used to win over Yi Lingling, and now that he had won her, he naturally lost his value. Lending money to a gambler who couldn't repay, it was something only a fool would do. As for the big casino, they definitely wouldn't lend money to Yi Tianqing anymore. With a family poorer than a beggar's, lending him money would be like throwing meat buns to a dog. There would be no return. Lai Xiao stood up excitedly and walked towards Yi Lingling, his face filled with a smug smile and burning lust. He reached out his rough hand to lift Yi Lingling's veil. Until now, he had never seen her true appearance and didn't know if she was as beautiful as the rumors said. Yi Lingling felt disgusted and couldn't help but want to step back, but the sound of Yi Tianqing mumbling in his sleep made her hold still. The greed in Lai Xiao's eyes was unmistakable, and seeing Yi Lingling's fearful and helpless expression greatly satisfied his perverse desires, making him restless. Yi Lingling was also in utter despair. Just as his hand was about to touch Yi Lingling's veil, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and a golden object struck Lai Xiao's hand, causing his movement to stop abruptly. Lai Xiao's face turned angry as he saw a golden soul coin fall to the ground and looked at the man walking in through the door. He coldly asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 65. The princes order me? Of course. I'm the one here to interrupt your good deeds. Dai Yunhan's voice rang out. Yi Lingling looked at Dai Yunhan in disbelief upon hearing the familiar voice. How did he end up here? Lai Xiao frowned, his aura bursting forth. He was very displeased with anyone interrupting his good deeds. You little brat, get the hell out of here. What? You want her debts repaid? And now you don't want my money? Dai Yunhan remained calm and unafraid of his imposing presence. Was Lai Xiao looking for money at this moment? No. He wanted a person. He wanted a woman. Therefore, his aura gradually intensified, and a fierce demon wolf appeared behind him. You little brat. Do I need you to repay my money? I'll say it again. Get the hell out of here. Dai Yunhan calmly took out a gold card and said, there are exactly 13,000 gold soul coins in here. I paid off her debt. Saying this, she tossed the card onto the table. Then, she looked at the furious Lai Xiao and asked, do you want to fight? You haven't forgotten the rules of the big casino, have you? Upon hearing this, Lai Xiao's violent aura paused, his expression wavering and struggling, and he no longer showed any intention to escalate the situation. The rules of the big casino state that fighting is absolutely prohibited inside. Anyone who dares to violate this will naturally face the consequences. This is a form of protection for weaker gamblers. However, this rule does not apply outside the big casino. Lai Xiao clearly feared the people behind the casino. He withdrew his martial spirit, but his gaze became even more sinister. Kid, who exactly are you, and why are you here to ruin my good fortune? Dai Yunhan chuckled softly. Is it a good thing for you, but not for me? Just look at you, such an old man, still chasing after such a young girl. Do you think you deserve her? As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Lingling, whose cold eyes now reflected a glimmer of hope, looking much more beautiful than before. A girl as pretty and young as Yi Lingling should be with someone like me. You, old man, should give up on chasing tender grass. There's a saying you might have heard. Old cows eat tender grass, but they can never be satisfied. It's better to eat old grass, filling and satisfying. I'm full. You old bastard. Lai Xiao shouted angrily. What grass I want to eat is none of your business. Let me tell you if you dare. Just stay hidden in there for the rest of your life. Otherwise, the moment you step out of this big casino, I'll break your legs. Oh, is that so? I'm so scared, Dai Yunhan said, shivering, then waved his hand, and a token appeared in his palm. It was a golden token, engraved with the characters Crown Prince. This was the Crown Prince token that Dai Yunhan had tricked from Shueqinghe. He had originally intended to use this token for easy access to the Crown Prince's palace to meet Shueqinghe, but unexpectedly, it was used in this situation for the first time. The moment Lai Xiao saw the token, his face turned a deep shade of purple, looking extremely ugly. Are you from the Crown Prince's residence? The Crown Prince, second only to one in the Heaven Dou Empire, holds terrifying power. Although he is strong like a soul emperor, he is just a leader of a mercenary guild. No matter how great the background, it cannot compare to the Crown Prince. Do you want to check its authenticity? Dai Yunhan sneered and asked. Lai Xiao showed a difficult expression. He certainly wanted to step forward and check, but he didn't dare to. The soul power fluctuations coming from the token were clearly not fake. Of course, it couldn't be fake. In Tiandou City, who the hell would dare to use the prince's token to act tough? Isn't that asking for death? Moreover, the actual controller behind the large casino in Tiandou is rumored to be the prince's mansion. To show the prince's token here, it couldn't possibly be fake. Seeing that he didn't speak, Dai Yunhan put away the token and said, the money is here. Give me the IOU. Lai Xiao hesitated for a moment, seemingly struggling. But in the end, he chose to compromise. No matter what Dai Yunhan's identity was, as long as she had the backing of the prince's mansion, she could easily wipe out his entire demon wolf squad. Therefore, even if he felt unwilling in his heart, he didn't dare to defy Dai Yunhan now and respectfully handed over the IOU in front of her. Dai Yunhan took it over, glanced at it, and put it into the ring. Then she collected the gold card from the table, 2,000 gold soul coins, as the principal. In just 1 month, you dare to charge 8,000 in interest, truly reckless and lawless. After saying that, she took out 5,000 gold soul coins from the ring again, 3,000 gold soul coins to be returned to the casino, and another 2,000 to be returned to you. Do you have any objections? The interest rates at casinos are generally quite high, but they are nowhere near as unscrupulous as Lai Xiao. With royal holdings, casinos usually won't go too far. Lai Xiao's face turned awkward, but he didn't dare to object. Not to mention returning him 2,000 gold soul coins. Even if they gave him nothing, he wouldn't dare to say a word. He quickly shook his head. No objections, no objections. Oomph. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort, then picked up Yi Tiancheng and walked outside. There was a reason he chose to return 2,000 gold soul coins to Lai Xiao. First, if he didn't return anything, he couldn't guarantee that Lai Xiao wouldn't resort to some underhanded tricks out of desperation. Second, if he returned everything, Dai Yunhan felt it would not only be a loss, but would also give Lai Xiao the illusion that Dai Yunhan was relying on the power of the prince's mansion. After all, if he truly had the backing of the prince's mansion, how could he be so generous as to return every single coin? Therefore, Dai Yunhan chose to return only 2,000, which not only demonstrated his dominance to Lai Xiao, but also provided a reason for not being desperate. After all, some people have a masochistic mindset. If you don't give them a bit of hardship, they might think you're easy to bully. After leaving the large casino, that guy, Hua Fei, still hadn't come out. Dai Yunhan ignored him and left directly. Yi Tianqing reeked of alcohol, making Dai Yunhan feel nauseous. She really couldn't understand how a father could fall so low, to the point where he could calmly sleep after his own daughter was traded. Thank you. Yi Lingling walked beside Dai Yunhan, genuinely grateful for his timely intervention. I will pay you back. Saying this, Yi Lingling took out a bag containing 1,000 gold soul coins. Here, take this for now. I will slowly repay the rest to you. Dai Yunhan took the bag and looked inside. It contained large denomination banknotes, scattered gold soul coins, and even very noticeable copper soul coins. He also handed it to Yi Lingling, saying, "You can hold on to it for now, and return it to me when you've saved up enough." Yi Lingling accepted the money bag without any polite refusal. She knew that this money was a trivial matter for Dai Yunhan. She simply said thank you. However, this thank you did not carry the joy of having survived a calamity, but instead was filled with endless loneliness. Chapter 66, From now on, you are my woman. Dai Yunhan knew that she was worried about the days to come. Where to now? Should I take you home? Dai Yunhan changed the subject and asked. Yi Lingling glanced at Yi Tianqing and silently nodded. Then, under Yi Lingling's lead, Dai Yunhan arrived at her home. Her home was the kind of noble mansion. But at this moment, the entrance was desolate, with leaves scattered all over the ground and no one to clean them up, let alone a guard at the door. Upon entering the gate, the inside was empty and desolate, with the flowers and plants in the yard unattended and wild grass growing everywhere, even sprouting between the cracks of the blue bricks. After walking through the yard, they entered the main house, which was just as empty and desolate as outside. There was no decorated furniture, and, aside from a few dusty chairs, there was nothing else. However, in the middle of the wall, there hung a landscape painting that Dai Yunhan could not understand. After carrying Yi Tianqing into the bedroom, Dai Yunhan was surprised to find that this bedroom was exceptionally well furnished. The table and chairs were all present, without any dust, and compared to the mess outside, it was like heaven and earth. However, what surprised Dai Yunhan was that there were quite a few items in here that belonged to a woman, and there was even a portrait of a beautiful woman hanging on the wall. Looking at the woman's appearance, she bore a slight resemblance to Yi Lingling. Of course, this was only in terms of temperament and expression, as Dai Yunhan had never seen Yi Lingling's face. Besides that, the most eye-catching item in the room was a potted begonia flower. Placed near the window, that area was exceptionally clean, and the begonia flower was well trimmed and cared for. At this moment, the begonia flower was in full bloom, emanating a refreshing fragrance that brought peace to the mind. After placing Yi Tianqing on the bed, Dai Yunhan and Yi Lingling walked out of the room. Can you tell me why your father has become like this? Dai Yunhan wanted to understand Yi Lingling's family in order to get closer to her. Unexpectedly, Yi Lingling shook her head. I don't know either. He has been like this since I can remember. This caught Dai Yunhan off guard. He thought for a moment and suddenly said, Do you want to change him? Yi Lingling's eyes visibly brightened, but then dimmed again. He hardly talks to me. Even if I want to change him, I have no way to do so. I have a plan. Maybe it could work, but it requires your cooperation. What plan? Dai Yunhan smiled, and suddenly her gaze became eerie. Yi Lingling sensed that something was off, but still forced herself to look at her. Dai Yunhan took out the IOU she had just received from Lai Xiao and looked at Yi Lingling with a half-smile. The plan is to execute Lai Xiao's plan just now. What do you mean? A hint of fear appeared in Yi Lingling's eyes. Lai Xiao's plan just now? Doesn't that mean he wants her body? So, does it mean Dai Yunhan wants it too? Dai Yunhan saw the helpless look reappearing in her eyes and knew she was frightened. He immediately explained, Don't misunderstand me. I'm saying that we should pretend to carry out this plan. Perhaps after your father learns about what you've been through, he will make a change and have a sudden realization. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's tense little heart calmed down a bit. She had just thought she had escaped from the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's mouth again. Dai Yunhan is really a fierce tiger. But what if this stimulates your father and causes him to act impulsively? When dealing with a serious illness, one must use strong medicine. In your father's current situation, ordinary methods will definitely not work. Only by breaking his existing shackles and making him realize what is truly important around him can he change. As for any impulsive actions, don't worry, I will keep a close eye on his condition, and if there are any abnormalities, I will immediately halt the actions. Yi Lingling looked worried and was still somewhat uneasy about this plan. However, thinking of Yi Tianqing's current fallen state, she decided to give it a try. All right, I agree with you. What should I do first? The first step is very simple. Dai Yunhan suddenly smiled again. Yi Lingling looked at his smile, and that bad premonition resurfaced. Sure enough, Dai Yunhan reached out, targeting her veil. The first step is naturally to create confusion between the real and the fake. So let me see your face first. Saying this, he took advantage of Yi Lingling's moment of inattention and pulled down her veil. Suddenly, an extraordinarily exquisite and unparalleled face appeared before him. Her thin lips glimmered like jade, unadorned by any makeup. Slightly upturned and adorably pouty, they seemed to invite a kiss. Her delicate nose was refined, like bone and jade, perfectly complementing her lips. Her tender face was smooth and clear, with faint white down visible. Lightly made up and cool, it carried a hint of coldness, while also revealing a trace of flustered panic. Especially her purple eyes, which were already captivating, now paired with this stunning aura and downy softness, caused Dai Yunhan to fall into a hazy swamp. Beautiful, truly too beautiful. The begonia does not spare the rouge color. Standing alone in the drizzling rain. This line of poetry perfectly embodies Yi Lingling's beauty at this moment. 1,000 peach blossoms bloom, not as lovely as you. What does this mean? Yi Lingling raised her arm to half cover her face. She felt her face flush and her heart race under Dai Yunhan's intense gaze. You are truly beautiful. This was indeed a compliment. Yi Lingling's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, feeling as if something was about to leap out of her heart. She hurriedly avoided Dai Yunhan's gaze, snatched the veil from his hand, and put it back on. It seemed she thought that this would block Dai Yunhan's fervent gaze. Dai Yunhan has always been thick-skinned. He feels quite happy about Yi Lingling's shyness. Because for a girl, what you should worry about is not her shyness, but her indifference and dislike. If in such an ambiguous situation, she is not shy at all, it means you have no chance. Now that she is shy, it proves that you have a chance. He continued, during this time, you should not appear in front of him. I will contact him. If the plan goes smoothly, I should be able to change him in a short period of time. I understand. Dai Yunhan immediately took out a pen and wrote a sentence on the IOU. From now on, your daughter is mine, my dear father-in-law. Then he placed the IOU by Yi Tianqing's pillow. After thinking for a moment, he also left behind 10 gold soul coins. These 10 gold soul coins were just enough to see Yi Tianqing's reaction, to see if he would continue to gamble or care about his daughter after waking up. When Yi Lingling saw this blunt sentence, her face turned even redder. Was it really necessary to write it so directly? Chapter 67. You are a good person you don't understand. The more straightforward it is, the more it stimulates him, and he will realize how serious his mistakes are. At the same time, once he changes, he will cherish you even more, Dai Yunhan explained. Yi Lingling listened, feeling a bit confused, but she thought what Dai Yunhan said made a lot of sense. Dai Yunhan looked at her dazed expression and suddenly thought that she was just like the next Zhu Zhuqing, looking very easy to deceive. But the next second, Yi Lingling's words shattered his fantasy. You appeared in the big casino today and just happened to help me. This must all be part of your plan, right? Dai Yunhan's face instantly stiffened. How could this be discovered? He had just thought she was easy to trick, but how could she be so smart? So, what is your purpose? Without waiting for Dai Yunhan to respond, Yi Lingling continued to ask. Dai Yunhan smiled lightly, and after being seen through, he quickly returned to his usual self and asked, what do you think my purpose is? Upon hearing this question, Yi Lingling couldn't help but start to think. What could she possibly have that Dai Yunhan covets? Wealth? Not needed. Status? Even less needed. It could only be beauty. But Dai Yunhan already has Zhu Zhuqing, whose beauty is no less than hers. Moreover, with his wealth, what kind of beauty wouldn't he have? Why would he seek her out? She really couldn't understand Dai Yunhan's purpose in wanting to help her. Could it be for a martial soul? Thinking about it, that seemed to be the only possibility. After all, her martial soul is unique in the world. No one else possesses another one. At this moment, Dai Yunhan spoke again, saying, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. You'll understand in the future. After saying that, he walked towards the door of the residence. However, after stepping outside, he suddenly thought of something and asked, this place is very close to the school. I see you usually don't stay in the dormitory. If you don't meet your father, where do you stay? I'll find a hotel. No, Dai Yunhan directly refused. Lai Xiao might act out of desperation and have ulterior motives towards you. As an auxiliary soul master, you can't defend yourself at all. It's too dangerous outside. Then where should I stay? Stay with me, Dai Yunhan said. Stay with you? How can that be? Yi Lingling's brows trembled. As a young lady, how could she live with a man? But Dai Yunhan said, what? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Yes, Dai Yunhan. You admit it so openly. How can I dare to make a move? It seems I can only take action. Don't be afraid. Your contract is with me. To be honest, if I really wanted to eat you, you couldn't resist, right? You can resist. Why is that? Dai Yunhan shouted. If Lai Xiao wants to eat you, you don't resist, but if I want to eat you, you resist? Am I not more handsome than him? And I treat you so well. Dai Yunhan felt like a big fool. Yi Lingling's calm eyes held a hint of a smile. It was precisely because you treated me well that I could naturally resist, knowing that you wouldn't harm me. At this point, Yi Lingling's eyebrows arched up. Dai Yunhan knew she was laughing. He couldn't help but rub his forehead. Well, Yi Lingling really guessed accurately. He originally thought Yi Lingling was a cold and lonely ice beauty, but he didn't expect her to be so smart. With a pair of eyes that could see through people's hearts. She had him under her control completely. This girl is hard to woo. Ding! The system's voice sounded at this moment. Detected that Goddess Yi Lingling's favorability towards the host has deepened. The first soul ring's duration increased to 1,000 years. Dai Yunhan was taken aback for a moment, but then she immediately felt happy. She thought that once he saw through her, she would lose his good impression, but unexpectedly, it only increased her fondness for him. It seemed that what she had done did not make him dislike her. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy in her heart and decided to take advantage of the moment to continue. Don't worry, I'm not really asking you to live with me. I will arrange a room for you next to the dormitory, and you can just stay there. This way, no one will gossip about you. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. This is already the best option. If anything happens with your father, I can notify you immediately, and you can respond accordingly. Dai Yunhan had a serious expression, and Yi Lingling knew he wasn't joking. After thinking for a while, she decided to follow Dai Yunhan's suggestion. After all, she really had nowhere else to go at the moment. She was also very concerned about her safety outside. She nodded. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Little girl, you think you can follow me and I won't be able to handle you? Then he took her back to the academy. His villa was the most luxurious in the academy. It was rarely occupied. Those who could afford it had no need to stay there. Who would want to live at school every day when they could go out to chase girls and book a room? As for those who couldn't afford it, well, they just couldn't. So, it was quite easy for Dai Yunhan to arrange everything for her. As for the items in the room, he had bought everything before she entered the school. Clean clothes and everything else were all ready. My dormitory is next door. If you find cooking troublesome alone, just come over to my place to eat. I cook very well, Dai Yunhan said. A woman captures a man's heart first by capturing his stomach. But this trick also works well for dealing with women. Yi Lingling raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she saw through his thoughts, and said, Are you trying to get me to get in touch with your wife earlier and become familiar with her? No, you're being a bit narrow-minded there. Dai Yunhan was sweating a little. How could this girl be so sharp and figure out her thoughts so quickly? Yi Lingling looked at her with cold, clear eyes, remaining silent, clearly not believing her nonsense. Dai Yunhan felt it was awkward to stay here and decided to leave. At that moment, Yi Lingling suddenly said behind him, You're just like Lai Xiao. Huh? Dai Yunhan was confused. How am I the same? Both on my body. Dai Yunhan, well, you're not wrong. I do crave your body, but you're different from Lai Xiao. Dai Yunhan smiled, and I'm definitely not the same as him. You are truly good to me. You're a good person. Nonsense. Of course I'm a good person. I have principles, you know. However, I want to accept your compliment. You are the good person. Your whole family is good people. Come to my house for dinner tonight. Dai Yunhan finished speaking and walked out without looking back. Give her a chance to choose. If she doesn't come, it means she still has some resistance in her heart. If she does come, it means she has started to accept herself. It was still class time, and Zhu Zhuqing was also in class, so Dai Yunhan didn't need to return to the dormitory. Besides, he had something else to do. Chapter 68. Establishing a mercenary group after leaving the academy, he arrived again at the mercenary guild. It was still the same beautiful receptionist. I want to post a mission to find Huafei. 10 gold soul coins dropped, and as soon as the mission was posted, Huafei appeared in front of him. Wow, are you some kind of summoned beast? You're so fast. Compared to the morning, Huafei now looked furious, gritting his teeth. Especially the look he gave Dai Yunhan was as if she owed him several million. Why didn't you tell me that VIP services cost extra? Huafei asked angrily. Huh? Extra charges? Dai Yunhan looked confused. So for 20 gold soul coins, I can only look but not touch. Stop pretending. Anyway, I'm telling you, you have to pay me the extra charges. Huafei looked pained. Rabbit's skills were exceptional. After he entered the room, he couldn't help but indulge. Thinking it was all on Dai Yunhan's account, he tried all the services, only to find out that each of them required separate charges. Goodness. He ended up spending 200 gold soul coins. This is pure gold. He stared at Dai Yunhan with a fierce gaze tears streaming down his face. You must give me those 200 gold soul coins. You said you would treat me. Isn't it just 200 gold soul coins? Look at how anxious you are. Dai Yunhan waved his hand and threw him a paper ticket worth 200 gold soul coins. Huafei caught it and immediately broke into a smile. However, he still muttered, 200 gold soul coins are nothing to you. But this is my savings for half a year. Savings for half a year? Dai Yunhan was a bit surprised. I thought your commissions were quite high. Does it really take half a year to save 200 gold soul coins? Huafei rolled his eyes at Dai Yunhan. You nobles could never understand the hardships of low-level soul masters. The task commissions are high, but training, medicines, and living expenses all require money. If one is not careful, they might not earn a single penny and could end up losing all their savings for a lifetime. Do you think it's easy to save these 200 gold soul coins? Dai Yunhan was somewhat taken aback by this. It seems that the people at the bottom are still at the bottom in any world. He curiously asked, then why don't you join a sect or a noble family? As a soul king, wouldn't it be quite easy for you to join them? Moreover, with your strength, they would treat you with respect. And you wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, plus you'd have cultivation resources. Isn't that a good life? I don't like being someone else's dog. Living freely and unconstrained is the life I desire, Huafei said with a hint of disdain mixed with pride. There was a light in his eyes. Dai Yunhan understood that everyone has their own aspirations. Some people are willing to endure a little hardship in life and face a bit of danger on their journey for the sake of their dreams. So, what do you want to talk about? Did you manage to save that girl? When Huafei came out of the casino, Dai Yunhan was already gone. He had fought for several hours and guessed that Dai Yunhan must have left. Dai Yunhan smiled slightly. What you're saying is nonsense. When I take action, it's like having two people. Capturing a girl is a piece of cake, right? Look at your capabilities. I can't stand your nouveau riche attitude. Firefly's face was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Dai Yunhan didn't take it seriously, knowing he was joking. Then, I'll give you a chance to be a nouveau riche. Do you want it? Yes. Dai Yunhan laughed and said, indeed, everyone dislikes nouveau riche, but everyone wants to be one. I give you a task, you set the price, as long as you can complete it beautifully. What task? Dai Yunhan said, you establish a mercenary group, but I will be the leader of this group. I will cover all the expenses during this period and will also pay you additional compensation separately. The mercenary group can take on missions or not. It's entirely up to you. I will only hold a title and will not interfere at all, and you just need to help me with one thing. What is it? This task excited Huafei. In the mercenary guild, no matter how strong a person's abilities are, they are still limited. The best way to earn higher rewards is to establish a mercenary group. Of course, Huafei wanted to establish one too, but he lacked the experience and his funds were insufficient to support the establishment of a mercenary group. However, now that Dai Yunhan is covering all the costs and also offering him separate compensation, this condition is all benefits and no harm. Of course, the only downside might be that he is no longer the leader. But Dai Yunhan also said that he would only hold a title and would still manage the group's affairs, so this downside isn't really that bad. Dai Yunhan knew that he was moved and continued. You just need to keep an eye on Yi Tiancheng's movements. Is it really that simple? You wish, Huafei said. His expression stunned. He knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. In addition to monitoring, there are also some threatening and intimidating tasks that you will need to do. Threatening and intimidating? Huafei was a bit confused. Yi Tiancheng is just a gambling addict and a drunkard. What is there to threaten or intimidate? Dai Yunhan couldn't be bothered to explain. Anyway, this isn't something you need to worry about. In short, are you interested? You can use the public account for personal use, and during your free time, you can take tasks from the hired group. All the money you earn will be yours. I won't take a cent. However, any troubles you encounter, you have to solve them on your own. I won't intervene. In any case, it's just one sentence. I'll be a hands-off manager, and how the hire group develops depends entirely on your ability. After you complete this task with Yi Tiancheng, I'll give you the position of leader. Dai Yunhan's words made Huafei increasingly excited. Although this situation wasn't exactly a pie falling from the sky, it was pretty close. Good opportunities are rare, and one must seize the moment. Huafei immediately agreed, saying, all right, I promise you. Dai Yunhan smiled and immediately handed him a gold card, which contained 5,000 gold soul coins. Take this and use it. If it's not enough, come find me. Huafei held the gold card and felt a bit moved at the sight of its shining gold. It's worth noting that just selling this gold card alone would fetch dozens of gold soul coins. 5,000 gold soul coins is too much. Establishing a mercenary group doesn't require this much. Huafei quickly said that although Dai Yunhan had a lot of money, he couldn't be the kind of greedy person. However, Dai Yunhan replied, with the extra money, you should recruit some experts, get some good equipment, and rent a nice place. If we're going to do this, let's do it right. Do you really trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I'll take the money and run? Hua Fei asked again, feeling an inexplicable touch in his heart. Over the years, very few people had treated him this well. Chapter 69. The Lia Gigi Group. I'm just here to pick up girls. Dai Yunhan looked at him in surprise and then said, it's not that I believe you. I just believe in my money. I have too much money. And these 5,000 gold soul coins are nothing to me. Hua Fei, dumb, I'm touched. All right, I don't understand the world of the rich. After collecting the money, Hua Fei took Dai Yunhan to register for the mercenary group. The mercenary group must be registered with the guild. Only after registration can they accept tasks. With a mercenary group, the level of tasks they can take on is naturally higher, and the rewards are also greater. Of course, correspondingly, the service fees will be higher as well. The registration fee is quite cheap, only 1 gold soul coin to complete it. Excuse me, what is the name of the mercenary group? Hua Fei looked at Dai Yunhan. You're the leader. You get to choose the name. Choosing a name? Dai Yunhan wasn't good at this. How about a cool and flashy name like the Explosive Sky Group? Or True Iron Fans are All Black Koan Group? Or maybe a cute name like Little Group? Dai Yunhan felt it was not feasible. After thinking for a moment, he said, let's call it Wingman. This mercenary group is meant to help him pick up girls, so the name Wingman couldn't be more appropriate. Wingman, huh? Hua Fei muttered these 3 words to himself, wondering what kind of name it was and what meaning it held. Dai Yunhan's face darkened. It's a wingman, isn't it? No, it's definitely not a wingman. Indeed. Not saying wingman is right no matter which world you're in. Is there any difference? Hua Fei thought there was no difference since he couldn't understand anyway. No difference. So you don't need to ask. After completing the registration, they were given an employment badge and a certification certificate. The certification certificate can be used for recruitment, so others will know you're not a scammer. The badge is symbolic and also used to accept tasks. After registering, the two walked out of the guild. Now you can monitor Yi Tiancheng. Remember, no matter what happens, tell me immediately. Also, it's best to find 2 experts to protect him, in case he has thoughts of ending it all. Thoughts of ending it all? Hua Fei was surprised. What the hell did you do to Yi Lingling? You're such a beast. I haven't even started being a beast yet. Dai Yunhan was speechless, and, regardless of his stronger abilities, she slapped him in frustration. Hua Fei jumped playfully, avoiding the hit. Dai Yunhan snorted coldly. Am I such a despicable person? I always go for the heart first, and then the body. Who knows? Anyway, I just know that that person's father is about to commit suicide. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Do you believe it? Hua Fei fell silent. Although his own strength was much greater than Dai Yunhan's, he knew he was no match for Dai Yunhan at all. He was just one person, but Dai Yunhan was a whole group. Afterwards, Dai Yunhan wrote another letter for him to pass on to Yi Tiancheng. When Yi Tiancheng sees this letter, he will probably come to trouble you. It's still that saying, you should find a few more experts for yourself. If he comes to find you, just fend him off. And don't harm him. Not harming him, but still worrying that he might die. Are you playing with something very novel? No, I'm just flirting with girls. After saying that, Dai Yunhan left. Time quickly reached nightfall. At the Yi residence, Yi Tiancheng woke up groggily, looked around, and was puzzled about how he ended up back home. But upon thinking about it, he figured Yi Lingling must have brought him back, so he didn't care much about it. His stomach growled. He was hungry and prepared to go out for something to eat. He patted his pockets and realized he didn't have a single copper coin. Then he remembered he seemed to have lost all his money. He looked around the house to see if there was anything valuable to exchange for some cash. As he casually glanced, he spotted 10 gold soul coins next to his pillow, and he was overjoyed, picking up the money and getting ready to leave. Just then, he noticed a few pieces of paper beside it. He picked them up and was surprised to find they were his IOUs. Why are the IOUs here? But after the confusion came joy. If the creditor no longer had the IOUs, didn't that mean he didn't have to pay back the money? He laughed heartily. It was like getting something for nothing. However, he soon discovered that there seemed to be ink marks on the back of the IOUs. He flipped it over and saw a message. Your daughter is now mine, my dear father-in-law. Daughter. Father-in-law. Yi Tiancheng's joyful expression changed instantly as he suddenly realized something. He rushed out of the room, shouting throughout the house, Yi Lingling, Yi Lingling, Yi Lingling, but there was no response. He couldn't believe it and frantically ran to Yi Lingling's room. The door was unlocked, and he pushed it open in one go. However, the room was empty. There was no sign of Yi Lingling. He shook his head in fear, unable to believe that the words were true. He searched the entire residence, checking each room, even the bathroom. Even though he had lost all hope, he still couldn't bring himself to believe it. But how could he find any trace of Yi Lingling? After searching for a full hour, his voice was nearly hoarse, yet there was no sign of Yulingling at all. He suddenly sat down on the steps, his gaze blank, fear forming a dark cloud on his face. Slap! He suddenly slapped himself hard. The force was so great that the sound was crisp to the ear, and the imprint of his fingers was clearly visible on his rough face. What have I done? Slap! Slap! He gave himself 2 more slaps to the face. The intense pain could not cover the deep hurt in his heart. He held his head and cried. But after a short while, his voice stopped, and then a fierce light shot out from his eyes. Lai Xiao, you humiliated my daughter. I will kill you. His rage erupted, and he was ready to fight Lai Xiao to the death. But just then, a sound slicing through the air suddenly shot towards him. His eyes flashed coldly, and he caught the object. It was a letter. He furrowed his brows and opened it, and upon reading it, his chest heaved violently. Support team. So it was you. Yi Tianqing was somewhat surprised. It wasn't Lai Xiao, but this so-called support team. His anger surged again because the appearance of this support team made him feel as if his daughter was nothing more than a commodity to be traded by others. But his daughter was not a commodity. He was filled with shame and anger. This behavior was a blatant humiliation of his dignity. It made him feel less than human. Moreover, not only did they insult his daughter, but they also came to inform him openly. This was treating him like the most despicable beast, trampling him in the mud. He tore the letter to shreds, his aura heavy and cold, like a tiger entering a hunting state. Chapter 70, Yi Lingling, offer up your panties. Support team, if you don't kill you, it's not worthy of being a father. On the other side, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing were having dinner. Yi Lingling did not come to his house. She could take good care of herself alone. Dai Yunhan felt a bit disappointed, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, such things shouldn't be rushed. However, the observant Zhu Zhuqing noticed his subtle expression. You seem a bit distracted. Is something wrong? Nothing happened. We've known each other for so long. Is there anything you can still hide from me? Dai Yunhan chakod, dire epsilon el epsilon. Saying that having a childhood sweetheart as a fiancé, he has its downsides. The moment you squat, she already knows what color your poop will be. Just as he was about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing added, Is it because of Duguyen? Duguyen? What does that have to do with her? Seeing his surprised expression, Zhu Zhuqing realized she had guessed correctly. Duguyen didn't attend class today. You two must have met, right? No, Dai Yunhan didn't know about this. However, Zhu Zhuqing's expression suddenly became a bit heavy, and after hesitating for a moment, she said, You don't have to lie to me. I'm not lying to you. Dai Yunhan felt a bit strange. What exactly happened between her and Duguyen? Zhu Zhuqing looked into Dai Yunhan's eyes and noticed that he didn't seem to be willing to speak at all. She sighed, put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hands, and said, Yesterday when she came to look for you, it was actually me who told her not to go inside, and I also said a lot of harsh words to her. Dai Yunhan remained silent, not expecting such a thing. No wonder Duguyen felt strange yesterday. He didn't say anything, waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to continue. Zhu Zhuqing said again, I know she likes you, but if it weren't for her, you wouldn't have been captured by the poison Douluo, and you wouldn't have encountered such dangerous situations. Zhuqing, this matter is in the past, so let's not mention it anymore. Okay. Dai Yunhan thought that Zhu Zhuqing was still sad about this matter. However, he did not know that this statement at that moment sounded somewhat cold and annoying to Zhu Zhuqing's ears. Tears suddenly sparkled at the corners of Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Looking at Dai Yunhan, she asked with a trembling throat, Do you not like me anymore? Why would you ask that? Dai Yunhan was startled and surprised. She felt that Zhu Zhuqing was being a bit too sensitive. How could she think that she didn't like her? But seeing her looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom, he felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but get up to comfort her. Just then, a sudden noise came from the doorway. Dai Yunhan was puzzled, wondering who could be knocking at this late hour. Could be Yi Lingling? When she opened the door, she saw an unfamiliar trainee. Who are you looking for? She asked. The trainee replied directly, I have a message from Deputy Commander Hua. Yi Tianqing has already arrived and is currently in a standoff at the regiment's main camp. I'm here to ask if you want to go over now. Dai Yunhan was taken aback for a moment, not expecting that this student was actually someone from Huafei. This guy's abilities were indeed impressive. After thinking for a moment, he said, I'll go over right away. You tell Huafei not to harm him and not to let him leave. Understood. Dai Yunhan glanced back at Zhu Zhuqing and said, I have something urgent to attend to now, so don't overthink it. Just wait for me at home. After saying that, Dai Yunhan closed the door. Zhu Zhuqing sat in her seat. Her expression trembled, and then tears flowed uncontrollably. The table full of dishes no longer held any appeal. Dai Yunhan did not go directly to the regiment's main camp. but first arrived at Yi Lingling's villa. He still needed something. At this moment, Yi Lingling had finished her meal and was taking a shower. Hearing the noise, she was a bit puzzled, but quickly came out of the bathroom. Is there something you need? Why are you wearing a veil at this late hour? Dai Yunhan was somewhat speechless, and seeing her wet hair and freshly washed appearance made him even more speechless. You wear a veil while taking a shower? Of course not. I only put it on when you arrive. Is it really necessary to be so guarded against me? It's not like you haven't seen me before. Dai Yunhan was at a loss for words. Wasn't it said that a woman who wears a mask will fall hopelessly in love with a man who removes it? Yi Lingling didn't seem to have that awareness at all. What do you need from me? Dai Yunhan said, your father has woken up and is looking for me. I need to go give him some stimulation to help him get back on track. But before that, I need something from you. What is it? Underwear. Underwear. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes trembled, and her face turned red all of a sudden. She couldn't believe it. Why do you want my underwear? Are you sure this is for my father and not to satisfy some perverted desire of yours? She looked at Dai Yunhan with suspicion, but Dai Yunhan was extremely serious. Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment and a bit of coldness, but her cleverness made her hold back for a moment. Why do you need my underwear? Dai Yunhan knew that she must be very shy right now, because although her face was covered by a veil, the other exposed and flushed skin still showed a hint of redness. Seeing a different emotion appear in her cold eyes, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but want to tease her. You are now playing the role of my woman, and also a woman who has been marked by me. If I just appear in front of your father like this, do you think he would believe me? I definitely need something to prove that you are indeed in my hands, right? This would not only make your father believe, but also deeply stimulate his inner feelings, making him regret even more effectively. Yi Lingling understood his meaning, but she was still a bit hesitant. Do you really need my underwear? Can't you use something else? Am I a pervert? Dai Yunhan's assessing gaze wandered over her. Then he leaned closer, feeling the fragrance of her just-showered body, and couldn't help but show a hint of obsession. Yi Lingling immediately took a step back. How was that? Did I look like a pervert just now? I suspect being a prince is just your side job. So you think I look like one too? Dai Yunhan spread his hands. Right now, I'm playing the role of a pervert. If I use something else, it won't have the visual and psychological impact on your father, and he won't believe that I have taken you. But if I take something private of yours, he will be very angry. Once he is angry, then he reaches his emotional limit, and it becomes easier to turn the situation around. But this situation can also put him in danger. Yi Lingling saw the other side of the emotional limit. I will handle this concern of yours well. It's better than him being unable to repent, don't you think? Chapter 71. I will cherish her well. Yi Lingling nodded. She agreed with Dai Yunhan's statement. Yi Tianqing had been corrupt for over 20 years, and without strong measures, it was impossible for him to change. However, using her own underwear was a bit too much. Wasn't it? She thought for a moment and said, can't you just buy a new one? Why does it have to be one I've worn? Exactly. Dai Yunhan clapped her hands and said, why didn't I think of that? Using the effect you've experienced would be better. Yi Lingling. What'd I just say? Can I take it back? Don't hesitate. I'm not a pervert. It's too late for you now, and I won't have time later. Dai Yunhan urged. Yi Lingling's face turned dark. You just said you're a pervert, and now you're saying you're not. I don't believe it. Just wait here for a moment. Yi Lingling ultimately still blushed and then walked into the bathroom. She had just taken a shower, and her underwear had just been changed. After a while, she walked out with her head down. Dai Yunhan couldn't see her expression, but he knew that if he were to take off her veil at that moment, her face would definitely be so red it could bleed. Yi Lingling spoke in a voice barely audible, handing a packaged small bag to Dai Yunhan. You mustn't let anyone see. Before she could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan opened the bag. Immediately, a pair of black lace-patterned panties appeared in Dai Yunhan's hand. There was still a lingering warmth on them. Dai Yunhan was filled with passion. And you actually wore such sexy underwear? Oh, are you trying to die? The piercing scream echoed throughout the house. Yi Lingling was completely embarrassed and ran upstairs like a madman, watching Yi Lingling move like a startled rabbit. Dai Yunhan touched her nose, feeling a bit awkward. When Dai Yunhan arrived at the headquarters of the liaison team, Yi Tianqing had already been subdued. Hua Fei immediately came up to explain the situation, with a bit of injury on his face. Unexpectedly, this old guy was quite hidden and turned out to be a level 59 Soul King. Fortunately, I listened to you and brought a few more experts. Otherwise, the newly established liaison team would have been wiped out by him today. You've worked hard. No one got hurt, right? Dai Yunhan asked. It's fine. Just a new house I bought got damaged quite a bit. As long as you're okay. We could buy another house if this one is broken. Dai Yunhan took out 1,000 gold soul coins and handed them to him, then said, bring him to my room. I want to see him alone. Huafei worriedly said, "Is it too dangerous to meet him alone? How about I send a few people to protect you?" "It's fine. I have my own people." "All right." Huafei also knew that Dai Yunhan had an unusual background and must have someone secretly protecting her, so he immediately ordered someone to bring Yi Tianqing into her room. Upon entering the room and seeing Dai Yunhan, Yi Tianqing immediately asked, "Who are you? Are you looking for me?" Dai Yunhan turned her back to him, exuding the aura of a big shot. "You are the leader of the support team. My daughter is in your hands?" Yi Tianqing suddenly became agitated. The aura of the Soul King began to uncontrollably surge. "No, she is not in my hands." Yi Tianqing was taken aback. "Then where is she?" "She is in my bed." Yi Tianqing's aged face instantly lost control. "You beast, I will kill you." 5 soul rings shone beneath his feet, and a powerful aura shook the chair as he suddenly threw a punch at Dai Yunhan. But at that moment, a cold snort immediately halted his movement. "You seek death." A figure stood in front of Dai Yunhan, the soul sage who was secretly protecting her. With just a wave of his hand, Yi Tianqing was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. "Soul sage." He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could there be a soul sage in a mercenary group? What kind of identity does this leader have? Dai Yunhan signaled for the soul saint to step down. Then he looked at Yi Tianqing with a mocking expression of pity. "I heard you were a gambler?" Yi Tianqing glared at Dai Yunhan, and this time he did not speak. Dai Yunhan continued, "Look at you, disheveled and filthy. Have you not bathed for a month? You really stink. With such a slovenly and depraved appearance, I don't understand how Yi Lingling would willingly offer her body for you. By the way, her body is really clean." As she said this, Dai Yunhan licked her lips with a hint of reminiscence, lost in thought. "Beast!" Yi Tianqing roared in anger, unable to believe that someone would insult his daughter in front of him. He clenched his fists and swung at Dai Yunhan's face. But as soon as he raised his hand, he found himself unable to move. The pressure from Soul Saint was something he could not withstand. "Look at you. Such a worthless piece of trash. Yi Lingling even asked me not to harm you. It broke my heart when she begged." Dai Yunhan continued with a look of disdain. In the end, her begging voice was quite lovely. Yi Tianqing shouted in fury, his neck veins bulging, his eyes bloodshot, and his pupils bulging. In his rage, saliva dripped from between his teeth. "You scum! Beast! I'm going to kill you. I swear, I will definitely slaughter you, or I'll be unworthy of being a father." "Haha!" Dai Yunhan laughed loudly, filled with mockery. But then her laughter abruptly stopped, and she looked at Yi Tianqing with cold eyes. "Now you start pretending to be a loving father? Where were you before? If it weren't for your gambling addiction, if it weren't for your cowardice, do you think Yi Lingling would so easily fall into my hands? Her fate is all thanks to you. Speaking of which, I should thank you for giving me this opportunity. You are truly a wonderful father-in-law." "Shut up!" Yi Tianqing shouted, his face turning red as if it would burst. At this moment, however, there was not only endless anger on his face, but also a hint of collapse and regret. Tears were even beginning to gather in his eyes. Dai Yunhan knew this was his turning point, and he continued to mock, saying, "I fought with your daughter for a whole day. Do you know what she said the most? It was to let you go and never lend you money again, so you can continue to gamble. She is still concerned about you, even in her weakened state. She keeps thinking about you. You really had incredible luck in your past life to have such a good daughter, but it's a pity you don't cherish her. But it's okay. If you don't cherish her, I will take good care of her." At this point, Dai Yunhan took out the sexy lace and played with it in front of him. Then, he leaned closer to Yi Tianqing, and in his dazed and disbelieving gaze, he said word by word, "I will take good care of her and teach her many positions. Hahaha." Chapter 72. Zhu Zhuqing cried. Hearing this, Yi Tianqing looked at the underwear in his hand and couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a loud, desperate roar, and hot tears uncontrollably streamed down his face like floodwaters breaking through a dam, washing over his regretful expression. He was like a tiger trapped in a cage, baring his fangs and claws at Dai Yunhan. But unfortunately, the cage of his soul saint was not something he could struggle free from. Despite using all his strength, it was still futile. With no way to vent his frustrations, he could only pound the ground with his fists. The loud noise echoed resoundingly. It was as if he had found an outlet for his anger, pounding relentlessly like a mad gorilla, indifferent even as his hands bled. Stop. Don't say any more. I beg you, don't say any more." Dai Yunhan has now retreated behind the Soul Saint, and, at this moment, Yi Tianqing is at his most desperate and most dangerous time. Dai Yunhan's success or failure hinges on this moment. If his will is strong enough and he can retain a shred of rationality, he will undergo a complete transformation. But if he lets anger cloud his mind, then everything Dai Yunhan has done will be in vain, and it could even lead to irreversible consequences. Yi Tianqing kept venting his frustrations, smashing the ground like a powerless and furious waste. It wasn't until he had exhausted all his strength that he finally stopped. Kneeling on the ground, he buried his head in the dirt, crawling low to the ground, pitiful and humble. Dai Yunhan did not make any movement and continued to wait for him. After about a quarter of an hour, Yi Tianqing's hoarse voice finally sounded. "Can you let my daughter go? I can exchange my life for hers." Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He knew that Yi Tianqing had defeated him. But this was not the end. What he had gained came too easily, and Yi Tianqing would not cherish it. Now, he felt more regret than a desire for change. Dai Yunhan needed Yi Tianqing to change completely. She said, "How much is your life worth? Do I lack money?" Looking at Yi Tianqing's extremely serious expression, Dai Yunhan softened. "I don't care about your life. If you want me to let her go, it's not impossible. 10,000 gold soul coins. As long as you bring out 10,000 gold soul coins, I'll let her go. Isn't my life enough? You let her go, and I'll give you my life. I can be your servant or do anything." Yi Tianqing clearly knew that compared to 10,000 gold soul coins, paying with his life would be faster. Dai Yunhan would certainly not agree, and you have no right to negotiate with me. Just 10,000 gold soul coins. If you are unwilling, then forget it. After saying that, Dai Yunhan prepared to leave. "All right, I agree." Yi Tianqing's firm voice came through. He was afraid that if he didn't agree, Dai Yunhan would not give him this opportunity. "I demand to sign a contract." "No problem." Dai Yunhan smiled. And then the two signed a contract. This contract was engraved with their own soul power. If one party failed to fulfill it, they could request the empire to make a judgment. After signing, Yi Tianqing did not stay here for a moment. Dai Yunhan called him to a stop. Then, with a hint of playfulness, she said, "I heard your gambling skills are impressive. Here is 100 gold soul coins, giving you a chance to turn things around. After all, you're my father-in-law." Yi Tianqing's facial muscles twitched. This behavior was nothing short of an insult to him. He didn't even glance at the gold soul coins and strode out of the room. After he left, Dai Yunhan smiled. Yi Tianqing's performance today had likely changed significantly. If nothing unexpected happened next, there would be no surprises. When Dai Yunhan returned to the villa, it was already nearly 12 o'clock. After a quick wash-up, he was ready to sleep. Zhu Zhuqing had already gone to bed, so he was very gentle as he got into bed. However, just as he lay down, a soft body pounced into his arms, curling up like a little cat, pressing tightly against him. "Not asleep yet?" Dai Yunhan gently stroked Zhu Zhuqing's smooth hair. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, just curled up her body and held him tighter. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan felt a drop of warmth on his chest. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be crying. Dai Yunhan felt a sudden panic, thinking someone was bullying her. She quickly checked if Zhu Zhuqing was really crying, but Zhu Zhuqing seemed very scared, constantly burrowing into Dai Yunhan's embrace. And no matter how much Dai Yunhan pushed, she couldn't get her away. Moreover, the sound of Zhu Zhuqing's sobbing began to ring out. Dai Yunhan knew that she was really crying. Dai Yunhan felt a surge of anger in her heart as she held her in her arms, gently patting her back. "What's wrong? Who bullied you? Tell me. I'll help you get back at them." Hearing the comforting words, Zhu Zhuqing began to sob softly. "No one bullied me." "Then why are you crying?" "Because of you." "Me?" Dai Yunhan was confused, wondering what was wrong with her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing asked, "You still haven't answered my question." "Question? What question?" Dai Yunhan suddenly recalled the strange question Zhu Zhuqing had asked before she left home. "Are you asking me if I like you?" Dai Yunhan smiled bitterly, stroking her smooth hair. "You silly girl. How could you ask such a question? Of course I like you. You're my wife whom I've deceived since childhood. How could I not like you?" "Really? Do you think so?" Dai Yunhan suggendi retorted. Zhu Zhuqing was still puzzled by Dai Yunhan's question, but soon she understood. Her face turned red all at once, and her sobbing suddenly stopped. Zhu Zhuqing slowly calmed down and then asked, "Do you like dueling?" Upon hearing this question, Dai Yunhan's hand froze for a moment. He realized Zhu Zhuqing's unusual behavior today was because she was jealous. He knew that the best answer at this moment was to say he didn't like her. But he couldn't say that, as he didn't want to deceive Zhu Zhuqing. Even if he could trick her now, he would surely slip up in the future, which would only make Zhu Zhuqing more hurt. Moreover, he could not be with Zhu Zhuqing alone. It wasn't just his own subjective consciousness. More importantly, the system was somewhat forcing him. So, rather than deceiving her now, it would be better for her to know about it sooner. He prepared to tell her directly. But at that moment, Zhu Zhuqing reached out and pressed her finger against his lips. "You don't have to answer me. Actually, I already know. I knew this kind of thing would happen long ago. but I just wasn't prepared for it in my heart. It's my fault for not being good enough, I'm sorry. Chapter 73. Because you are 36. Such a thoughtful gesture made Dai Yunhan feel moved while also feeling extremely guilty. Zhu Qing, you haven't done anything wrong to me. It's me who has wronged you. Dai Yunhan sighed in his heart, thinking how fortunate he was to have such a wife. What more could he ask for? Zhu Zhuqing was so considerate and understanding, and all he had to do was to love her better. I drove her away. Don't you blame me? Why would I blame you? Dai Yunhan retorted. Now you are my wife, and she is nothing. Not to mention that I didn't like her that much. Even if I did, in my heart, you will always be my number one. Dai Yunhan's words seemed to answer Zhu Zhuqing's earlier question. He knew he couldn't only love Zhu Zhuqing, so what he needed to do was to make her feel his love for her at all times. He wanted her to know how much she meant to him. Indeed, upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's mood improved significantly. Since the day they were bound together at the age of 6, she had known that Dai Yunhan could never belong to her alone forever. She had been mentally preparing herself for this, but she didn't expect it to come so soon, which is why she couldn't suppress her emotions. Additionally, Dai Yunhan's concealment from her that night made her feel undervalued. She was afraid that the appearance of other women would cause Dai Yunhan's love for her to gradually diminish. And she was even more afraid that he would abandon her for someone else. That's why she cried. She was afraid of losing Dai Yunhan. Knowing Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, Dai Yunhan gently stroked her. Zhu Zhuqing gradually calmed down, feeling the lingering warmth, and her heart began to race again. Are you in pain? Dai Yunhan was suddenly taken aback, and then she said, it wasn't too uncomfortable until you mentioned it. Now that you have, it feels worse. In fact, as long as this situation arises, it's always uncomfortable. Then I'll help you. As she spoke, she slowly crawled down. Ding! Detected that the goddess Zhu Zhuqing's affection for the host has deepened and obtained the right arm soul bone of the 10,000-year nether cat. Zhu Zhuqing's exclusive martial soul can be absorbed without obstacles, and the years can be upgraded. Dai Yunhan is not very concerned about this reward right now, because at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing is working hard. With less emotional burden in her heart, she notices Dai Yunhan's discomfort and feels a sense of responsibility as the future main wife. But just then, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly stops. What's wrong? Dai Yunhan asked. Zhu Zhuqing frowned, one hand touching the place on her gums where she had accidentally bitten her tongue during dinner. In fact, it was when she was sad that she had bitten it. Let me see. Is it a serious injury? Dai Yunhan quickly held her face and looked at her mouth. It wasn't heavy. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. It just hurt a little bit. Dai Yunhan took a glance and saw a small red mark, not big, but located on the tongue, which was very painful. Dai Yunhan has also bitten her tongue while eating before, and she can relate deeply. Let's forget it. If your tongue hurts, then don't do it. Dai Yunhan feels sorry for her. Zhu Zhuqing, however, feels a bit guilty, but it's really painful for you. It's okay, just endure it. It won't cost you a piece of meat. Yunhan, how about? No, that won't do. Dai Yunhan declined firmly, knowing that Zhu Zhuqing's emotions at this moment were more about worry. But I want to help you, Zhu Zhuqing said apologetically. She felt an inexplicable sense of crisis in her heart, thinking that if she couldn't even handle this kind of thing well, then Dai Yunhan's love for her would surely diminish more and more in the future. At this moment, Dai Yunhan was also feeling extremely uncomfortable. If he hadn't moved at all from the beginning, it would have been one thing, but now that they were halfway through, it was even more distressing. However, he was unwilling to break through the final layer with Zhu Zhuqing now, because at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt mostly apologetic. Suddenly, Dai Yunhan thought of a method. Zhuqing, there is actually another way. What method? Zhu Zhuqing asked in confusion, as she only knew one method, which was the most primitive one. The method she usually used with Dai Yunhan was taught to her by him. At that time, she was a bit surprised, and now she didn't expect there to be another method. Dai Yunhan smiled and said, Zhuqing, you know hot dogs, right? Yeah, you've made them for me before. They're quite tasty. A hot dog is basically 2 slices of bread with a sausage in between, right? So? Zhu Zhuqing still didn't understand. So? Dai Yunhan didn't say anything, but just looked at her perfect peaks. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood. Her face turned red, but more than shyness, she felt curiosity. Are you sure this is okay? Maybe others can't do it, but you definitely can. Why? Because you're a 36D. 36D? Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand what it meant, but she knew it was definitely a compliment. Dai Yunhan had never mentioned this word before, not because he didn't want to say it, but because he hadn't had the opportunity to say it, as Zhu Zhuqing had not yet developed at that time. Now, her scale had indeed arrived. The doubtful gaze of Zhu Zhuqing and the determined gaze of Dai Yunhan exchanged in a game of communication. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing chose to compromise and tentatively began her grand undertaking. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing was shocked to find that it really was possible. The next day, Dai Yunhan started her normal day. She had classes in the morning and went out to have fun in the afternoon. Qi Ming invited Yi Lingling to join the royal battle again, but this time, Yi Lingling firmly refused. Previously, she had the pressure of debt from Yi Tiansheng, but now, no one was forcing her, so she could choose according to her own will. Qi Ming expressed disappointment about this, but felt helpless. After failing to persuade her again, he could only give up on her. "You seem happy to see me refuse Teacher Qin," Yi Lingling said coldly as she walked over to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan had been watching the earlier scene. "It's not exactly happiness, but I can say I'm very happy." "Why?" "Because you are my woman, and I am from the Star Luo Empire, so I definitely don't want you to join the royal battle team." "When did I become your woman?" "Don't say such nonsense." Yi Lingling glanced around nervously, relieved that everyone was focused on their training and no one was paying attention to them. Dai Yunhan smiled and walked slowly towards Yi Lingling. "Your father has already acknowledged that you are my woman, so why are you still shy?" As he spoke, Dai Yunhan reached out to take her veil. Chapter 74. "Let's keep it as a memento for you." Yi Lingling naturally wouldn't let him succeed, stepping back to avoid his grasp. "That's just acting. My father doesn't know the truth. To him, it's acting, but not to me. You have given me the token of our love." "What token of love?" Yi Lingling was confused. When did she give him a token of love? Dai Yunhan gave a charming smile, and then a black lace item appeared in her hand. "You see, this is not a token of love." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Lingling suddenly reached out to snatch it away. "Are you crazy? Taking this out in broad daylight during class? Are you a pervert for carrying this around?" Dai Yunhan raised her hand high, holding the lace in her grasp, making it unclear to others what it was, while also causing Yi Lingling to feel anxious and afraid inside. "You are my woman. Is it strange that I have this thing of yours on me? Besides, don't you know better than anyone if I'm a pervert? I'll say it again, it's acting. Hand it over to me." Yi Lingling varnit. But her warning was weak. What authority does a healing soul master without offensive means have in warning? "I want to give it. Unless you let me kiss you." Dai Yunhan switched to a rogue mode. Good women fear persistent men. Especially with a cold woman like Yi Lingling, one must use special methods to provoke her. "You wish." Yi Lingling snorted coldly and immediately stopped trying to snatch it, turning her back. "So ruthless?" Dai Yunhan was disappointed, then showed a compromised expression. "All right, I won't tease you anymore, I'll give it back." He extended his hand to her. Yi Lingling first glanced at him, confirming that he really intended to return it, before reaching out to take it. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly retracted his hand. "You can't get it," he laughed mockingly. Yi Lingling was instantly enraged and tried to snatch it while Dai Yunhan was unprepared. But he was always a step ahead, making it impossible for her to grab it. As her anger grew, she suddenly increased her speed, but her footing became unstable, and her body leaned forward. Just as she was about to fall, a large hand wrapped around her waist. It was Dai Yunhan. Yi Lingling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, but her brows still carried a hint of anger. Dai Yunhan didn't mind either, just seriously staring into her eyes. Yi Lingling met his gaze, originally feeling a bit angry, but suddenly she was taken aback. This awkward posture, this serious atmosphere, this affectionate look. In an instant, her heart raced like a fawn. Then, she showed a shy expression. Dai Yunhan reached out his hand again toward her veil, and this time, unexpectedly, Yi Lingling did not stop him. In fact, she even felt a hint of anticipation. But just as Dai Yunhan was about to lift her veil, he suddenly withdrew his hand, helped her up, and said seriously, "You really are heavy. I can't hold you up with one hand." Yi Lingling instantly came to her senses and quickly broke free from his grasp. She felt ashamed and didn't dare to look at Dai Yunhan. Luckily, her veil was still on. "Dai Yunhan, you're such a pervert," she shouted in exasperation, then ran off to the side. She covered her flushed face, feeling angry in her heart. This guy actually dared to tease her like that. "Hey, aren't you going to take your stuff?" Dai Yunhan called out, unable to suppress his laughter. "Keep it as a memento." Dai Yunhan smiled proudly, and the little girl was flustered. Her mind was in disarray. It was only a matter of time before she was taken down by him. After class ended and he returned to the villa, Dai Yunhan was surprised to see Dugu Yin again. However, this time she wasn't alone. She came with Dugu Bo. "What brings you here? What's with that tone? Am I not welcome?" Dugu Bo raised his eyebrows and said, "If I say you're not welcome, will you leave?" "No." "Then what's the difference? Whether I'm welcome or not, the result is the same." Bo laughed heartily. Kid, your awareness is quite high. I really like that about you. As he spoke, he walked into the house. I heard Yin say that your skills are great, so I wanted to come and taste them. By the way, I also want to formally apologize to you. Why are you apologizing again? Didn't you already apologize? Bo waved his hand. That was on behalf of the Imperial organization. This time I'm here personally to apologize. The nature of these two is different. After saying that, he handed over the things he was holding to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan thought it was something good, but when she opened it, it was all ingredients. So, this is how you apologize? This isn't an apology at all. It's clearly just a way to get a free meal. But that is not important. What matters is that these ingredients are very fresh and will definitely taste great. Bo laughed and said, hurry up and cook. I've heard your skills are great, and I've been waiting with an empty stomach for your meal. After saying that, he gave Yin a look and added, Yin, some parts of that meat are toxic. Go help this kid handle it, so we don't end up poisoned. Yin immediately responded, okay, I'll help you. Dai Yunhan let out a cold laugh, carrying things towards the kitchen. You're just an old poison. Why be afraid of getting poisoned? It's just an exaggerated joke. I'm not afraid. You all are the ones afraid. We're not afraid either. Bo knew that Dai Yunhan had antidote pills. He didn't bother to say much and said, all right, if you're not afraid, then do whatever you want. Anyway, whatever you make, I'll eat. Dai Yunhan said so, but he still followed his wishes and removed the toxic parts. After all, it wouldn't kill her, but would be bad to suffer. Yin was directing him from the side, while observing Dai Yunhan and secretly watching Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing didn't say much today, just quietly washed other dishes nearby. She knew Yin's intention and was slowly accepting the situation. After noticing Zhu Zhuqing's attitude, Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. Only by interacting with Dai Yunhan did she realize her true feelings. Bo, seeing a man and two women in the kitchen, couldn't help but sigh. He never thought that his granddaughter would one day become so cautious for a man, even willing to let her grandfather act as a sidekick. She said she just wanted to see if her heart could really accept this. However, Bo wanted to say that once you decide to give it a try, you have already accepted it. But this kid is indeed worthy of Yin. Bo was quite satisfied with Dai Yunhan, as he had a noble status and exceptional talent. However, he soon wore a worried expression. If Yin really got together with Dai Yunhan, then his identity as a guest elder of the Heaven Dou Empire would become quite conspicuous. It seemed he needed to prepare in advance. Chapter 75. You could be a bit rougher an hour later. The dishes were ready. 5 dishes and a soup. All grand and quite presentable. The 4 of them sat together, and the atmosphere was slightly strange. Bo ate heartily. Yin was right. This kid's cooking skills were indeed good. Although he had 2 hands, he didn't feel limited to just that. Kid, I have some matters to attend to outside for a while, and I'm worried about Yin being alone at school. So can you take care of her for a bit? Bo said while eating. Take care of her? Dai Yunhan widened her eyes. Are you sure you didn't say it wrong? What's wrong? Is it difficult? You're a man. What's the big deal about taking care of a girl? But she's 7 years older than me. Then let her take care of you. Anyway, Bo, I'm entrusting Yin to you. Dai Yunhan frowned and wow. This is completely clinging on, isn't it? Dai Yunhan turned his gaze to Yin, who was lowering her head, eating rice bite by bite, as if she hadn't heard their conversation at all. He then looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who also seemed not to have heard. Helpless, he said, just to be clear, I'm only responsible for eating here, not for accommodation. Last night, Dai Yunhan knew that Zhu Zhuqing and Yin's relationship wasn't very good yet. So for now, it was best for them not to have frequent contact and to take things step by step. Of course, there was one more thing. Yin's relationship with him was also just okay. If she lived in the villa, it would be very inconvenient for Dai Yunhan, especially when he was being intimate with Zhu Zhuqing. Once their relationship improved, they could move in together, and then it would be 2 women serving 1 man. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You wish. Bo snorted. My granddaughter must remain pure. Even if you want her to live here, I won't allow it. Upon hearing this, Yin's face turned red, but she kicked Bo under the table. Bo was taken aback. His granddaughter had grown up, and even before getting married, she was already starting to rebel. After eating for a while longer, Bo put down his chopsticks and said, all right, I'm full. I'll leave Yin in your care. If she loses even a single hair, I won't let you off the hook, got it? Hey, is that how you ask for help? Dai Yunhan asked. At the same time, he thought, if losing a single hair won't do, then can I at least make her gain a bit of weight? Bo sneered. I've never begged anyone, so I don't know how to do it. Why don't you teach me? To beg, you first. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Bo stood up and walked outside. Dai Yunhan was confused. Playing around? After Bo walked to the door, he smiled proudly. saying the food was good and that he would come back next time to cook some dragon meat for her. After saying this, Donggu Bo soared into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Dai Yunhan was speechless. How did this guy turn into an old rascal? Shaking her head, she continued to eat. The three of them also remained silent, and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Fortunately, everyone had almost finished eating, and it wasn't long before they started to clear the dishes. "Let me help you," Zhu Zhuqing said, standing up and eagerly offering to help. "No need. I could do it myself." "Guests shouldn't be clearing the dishes," Dai Yunhan replied. "It's fine," Zhu Zhuqing said, slightly uncomfortable with being referred to as a guest. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing also came over, naturally putting on an apron and standing next to Dai Yunhan to wash the dishes. Without saying a word, she just started working. Dai Yunhan didn't ask her to leave either. The two worked together like a married couple in perfect harmony. Seeing the scene, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit lonely, suddenly feeling like an outsider in the room. She felt both awkward and ashamed. "Thank you for the hospitality, but I should head back now." Zhu Zhuqing chose to leave. She couldn't bear to watch them show affection, especially with someone she liked. She had slightly overestimated her capacity to endure. "Do you want to walk you back?" Dai Yunhan asked, turning around. "No need, it's not far, and it's all on campus." "All right then." Seeing that Dai Yunhan really didn't intend to walk her back, Zhu Zhuqing felt a wave of disappointment. However, just as she took a couple of steps away, Dai Yunhan called out from behind, "If you don't mind, you can come over for a meal sometime." "Okay." This made Zhu Zhuqing feel a little better. After Zhu Zhuqing left, Dai Yunhan looked at Zhu Zhuqing beside her and said, "Dear, you seem a bit unhappy." Zhu Zhuqing cast a resentful glance at him. "How can I be happy when someone brings their granddaughter to you to pamper? You can secretly enjoy it in your heart. But you had to say it out loud to intentionally make me feel bad, right?" She spoke with a hint of grievance. Dai Yunhan also felt that he was being really foolish. Zhu Zhuqing was so magnanimous, yet he still deliberately said such things to provoke her. He gave himself a slap on the face right there and then, and said, "I'm sorry, dear. I spoke thoughtlessly." Zhu Zhuqing felt heartbroken for him and quickly held down his hand, saying, "All right, stop hitting yourself. If you do it more, I'll feel even more heartbroken." Dai Yunhan hugged Zhu Zhuqing and then took out the eternal underworld spirit cat, right arm soul bone. "Honey, I have a gift for you." Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback when she saw it. "Soul bone, where did you get this?" Dai Yunhan smiled proudly. "Don't worry about where I got it from. Anyway, this piece is a gift for you, a soul bone from the right arm of the nether spirit cat, and it's of the 10,000-year level. How about that? Are you happy? Honey, did you make some unseen deal behind my back? You mustn't engage in those transactions. I can satisfy you with any moves." Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile. "My lovely wife, why do you ask like that?" Zhu Zhuqing pointed at the soul bone. "Soul bones are already very rare, and those that can be matched with soul masters are even rarer. The last time you brought out a torso bone, it surprised me a lot. This time you brought out a right arm soul bone, which is also from the nether cat, and it makes me feel like it's unrealistic." "Unrealistic?" Dai Yunhan pinched her own face. It hurt. She then pinched Zhu Zhuqing's face. "Does it hurt? You're so gentle. How could it hurt?" Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. "Pinch a little harder." Then she raised her face. Dai Yunhan let out a mischievous smile, but instead of pinching her face, she headed towards her forbidden zone. The force was a bit strong. Zhu Zhuqing immediately blushed and took a step back, saying irritably, "I asked you to pinch my face, were you pinching instead? Does it make a difference? The goal is still to make you feel something, right?" Dai Yunhan shrugged and smiled, then asked, "So, is it still realistic now?" Chapter 76, Acting Realistic. Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to say it wasn't realistic. If she said it wasn't, Dai Yunhan would bully her again. Although she really enjoyed Dai Yunhan's bullying. "This soul bone is as easy to absorb as last time. You go ahead and absorb it. I'll wash the dishes here." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing responded, and this time she accepted it very readily. Between her and Dai Yunhan, there was no longer a distinction between you and me. "I love you, husband." She gave Dai Yunhan a loving kiss, and then went to the side to absorb it. Dai Yunhan smiled happily and continued washing the dishes. Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the soul bone very quickly this time. By the time she finished absorbing it, Dai Yunhan had already tidied up the kitchen and had just finished taking a shower. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing open her eyes, she asked, "How do you feel?" Zhu Zhuqing was very happy. Just like the last time she absorbed it, it was smooth without any rejection, and her soul power had increased by 2 levels. Speaking of this, she looked at Dai Yunhan curiously and asked, "Where did you get the soul bone?" "I heard my father say that absorbing soul bones is usually very painful. Moreover, a 10,000-year soul bone can cause mental harm. Why did I experience nothing? Isn't that a good thing?" "It is good, but just feels too strange." Dai Yunhan reached out to pat her head and said, "You don't need to feel strange. Just know that I will treat you very well." Hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of emotion in her heart and playfully hugged Dai Yunhan, saying, "Husband, you make me feel like I'm a useless person. Isn't it good for you to be my exclusive little useless person?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head vigorously again, as if intentionally teasing him. "It is good, but you will spoil me like this. How will we compete for the throne against sister and the others then? Who said I wanted the throne?" Dai Yunhan replied dismissively, "You don't want the throne?" Zhu Zhuqing was surprised. The Crown Prince Davis was fighting desperately for the throne. Dai Yunhan nodded. "What's so good about the throne? In my heart, having 3 meals a day with my wife is the most important." Hearing these heartfelt words, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but shed tears of emotion. She didn't expect her position in Dai Yunhan's heart to be so high enough for him to give up the throne. However, she was also very worried because the throne isn't something you can just give up on a whim. Besides himself, another person has to agree. But the rules of the royal family are there. If you don't compete, it will be very miserable. Dai Yunhan smiled, tightly wrapping her arms around Zhu Zhuqing's waist. "I just don't want a throne. I didn't say I wouldn't compete for it. In this world, power is the most important thing. When I become a titled Douluo and become a god, what use is a throne then? God?" This was the first time Zhu Zhuqing had heard that word. Are there really gods in this world? Of course there are. Can we become gods? Zhu Zhuqing asked excitedly. "Yes, as long as I'm here, we can become gods." Hearing Dai Yunhan's determined voice, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel a sense of longing arise in her heart. She then asked, "So what are the benefits of being a god?" "Powerful strength, an immortal lifespan, and when I become a god, I can be with you every day." Listening to each of his words filled with love for her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a sweetness in her heart. "If you're with me forever, won't you get tired of it?" "No, you're so sure?" Zhu Zhuqing asked him with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. Dai Yunhan smiled, of course. "Beautiful things are always quick and fleeting. You are so beautiful. No matter how long the days are, I will never get tired of you. True or false?" Dai Yunhan smiled mischievously, saying that a man's words can be deceiving, but his body won't lie. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red. Dai Yunhan chuckled and then carried her upstairs. The next day, Dai Yunhan arrived at the base of the auxiliary team. The base of the auxiliary team was not far from the mercenary guild. It was a house that Dai Yunhan had purchased. In just a few days, the auxiliary team had already grown very strong. After all, with Dai Yunhan's strong financial support and the presence of a level 50 Soul King, it naturally attracted many people to join. If this development continues, it might soon become the second largest mercenary group, second only to the Fierce Hawk's Demon Wolf group. He came with Yi Lingling because she was very concerned about Yi Tiancheng's situation. Although she trusted Dai Yunhan more, he was still her father. She wanted to see how Yi Tiancheng was doing now. Dai Yunhan's plan was to wait a few days before bringing her over. After all, this stage was when Yi Tiancheng had just undergone a transformation, and it was also his most awkward moment. However, it just so happened that Yi Tiancheng wanted to see him today, so after thinking about it, Dai Yunhan simply agreed. After arriving at the base, Hua Fei saw Yi Lingling quietly following behind Dai Yunhan and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He's rich, good-looking, and indeed, picking up girls comes easily. He felt so envious. Dai Yunhan pretended not to see and asked him, "What does Yi Tiancheng want from me?" "He's here to pay back the money." "Pay back the money?" Dai Yunhan couldn't help but be surprised. Has he gathered 1,000 gold soul coins so quickly? No, he said he would pay back a portion first and slowly repay the rest later. Mainly, he also wants to meet Yi Lingling, Hua Fei explained. Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he had gathered enough money. It's good that he hasn't gathered the money yet. He hasn't won over Yi Lingling yet. If Yi Tian quickly gathers the money, where will he find such a good opportunity to pursue girls in the future? He must not let him gather the money so quickly. All right, let him in. Yes. After Hua Fei left, Dai Yunhan turned to Yi Lingling and instructed, "Later, you need to cooperate with me in acting. No matter what I do or say, just go along with it and don't expose the plan, or all our efforts will be in vain, understand?" "Okay, I understand." Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. She also knew that Dai Yunhan was doing this for her father's good. Hearing that he had already changed made her a bit happy, but she didn't know what exactly he had changed into, nor whether it was a real change or a false one. So, Yi Lingling wanted to see for herself. Soon, Yi Tiancheng walked in. However, the moment he stepped inside, Dai Yunhan suddenly pulled Yi Lingling into his arms. Yi Lingling was startled by this sudden action and immediately wanted to struggle. But Dai Yunhan held her tightly and gave her a look. Her face turned anxious, Seeing Dai Yunhan's gaze, she instantly understood what he meant. Chapter 77. Is it good to be open and above board? However, she didn't want to stimulate her father in this way, especially not with such a confrontational act, as it would greatly insult him. But under Dai Yunhan's strong grip, she, a support soul master, couldn't resist at all. Ultimately, after failing to break free, she could only remain still for the time being. When Yi Tianqing entered the room, the first thing he saw was Dai Yunhan holding Yi Lingling. He was immediately filled with rage, clenched his fists, and rushed toward Dai Yunhan, shouting, "Let her go, you scumbag." Dai Yunhan remained calm, with sharp claws appearing in her hand as she grabbed Yi Lingling's neck. "If you dare to make a move, I can guarantee that she will be the first to die." Yi Tianqing's body, which had been rushing forward, suddenly came to a halt. He stared fiercely at Dai Yunhan, remaining silent for a few seconds before abruptly throwing a bag of gold soul coins at him. "Let her go." Dai Yunhan caught the money pouch and, with a sweep of her mental energy, estimated there were about 500 gold soul coins inside. She was slightly surprised. "Did you gamble again? In just 2 days, you managed to get 500 gold soul coins?" Dai Yunhan questioned sarcastically. Yi Tianqing's face turned angry. "I told you I will never gamble again from now on." Dai Yunhan looked at him and noticed that his steps were unsteady, his breathing was heavy, and his complexion was somewhat pale, indicating that he was severely injured. "Are you hurt?" "None of your business." Just after saying that, Yi Tianqing couldn't help but kneel down, then coughed violently a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Dad!" Yi Lingling immediately wanted to check on him, overwhelmed with concern. She clearly forgot about their earlier plan upon seeing Yi Tianqing injured. However, she was held back by Dai Yunhan, and fortunately, as she was only a support soul master, Dai Yunhan could easily restrain her. But in Yi Tianqing's eyes, Yi Lingling's struggles and Dai Yunhan's dominance only appeared as bullying and humiliation. Moreover, it was done deliberately in front of him. "Let her go, I'll fight you." Yi Tianqing couldn't bear such humiliation in front of him, disregarding his injuries. He was ready to throw a punch at Dai Yunhan, but before he could get close, a powerful wave of soul power sent him flying. This scene only deepened Yi Lingling's emotions. Dai Yunhan prevented Yi Lingling from losing control and ruining the plan. He hurriedly whispered in her ear, "Don't be impulsive. Calm down first, or all our efforts will be in vain." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yi Lingling's struggles diminished significantly. Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief, but held Yi Lingling even tighter in his arms, fearing the worst. "My dear father-in-law, you've gotten such serious injuries in just 2 days. At this rate, you might not even gather the money before you're gone. I don't need you to worry. Just let my daughter go." Yi Tianqing struggled to get up. His face was covered in blood, a terrifying sight that made Chu Tian want to turn away. But he knew that to truly change a gambler, this alone was not enough. Perhaps he was serious now, but how long would he be able to hold on after releasing Yi Lingling? No one could guarantee, not even Yi Tianqing himself. So at this moment, what Dai Yunhan needed to do was to help Yi Tianqing see his own heart completely. "Don't worry, my father-in-law. As long as you pay off the money, I will definitely return your daughter to you." But before that, as he said this, Dai Yunhan suddenly stretched his neck and leaned towards Yi Lingling's ear, taking a deep sniff at her neck. He displayed an obsessive and perverse expression. Although it was acting, it was really thrilling. He even felt like he was becoming a pervert. "I have to say, Lingling really does smell wonderful. I'm reluctant to give her back." Saying this, Dai Yunhan threw the 500 gold soul coins back to him. "You keep these 500 gold soul coins. I'll consider it, as you've already paid them back. You can use these 500 gold soul coins to gamble. If you lose them, you can come back to me for more. I have no other requests. I just hope to have a bit more time with Yi Lingling. She left too early, and I would be reluctant to part with her." Yi Tianqing did not refuse the 500 gold soul coins this time, as it was not a small amount. After accepting them, as long as he didn't T-spend them, he could return them to Dai Yunhan next time, thus reducing the amount owed by 500 gold soul coins. He endured the excruciating pain, looking at Yi Lingling with regret and sorrow. He felt utterly ashamed. He suddenly slapped himself hard, tears streaming down his face. "Lingling, I'm sorry." Yi Lingling remained silent. Her silence was the best answer. Dai Yunhan couldn't stand the atmosphere and urged him to leave quickly. "All right, just go. Hurry up and make some money. It's early in the morning, and I haven't even done my morning exercises yet." Saying this, he picked Yi Lingling up in his arms and leered, "My little beauty, I lost to you yesterday, but today, even if I break my back, I won't surrender." With that, he chuckled and went into the back room. Hearing these words, Yi Tianqing's face turned a shade of liver color, his eyes sharp like a sword, wishing he could stab Dai Yunhan to death. His teeth were clenched tightly, his whole body trembling like a volcano about to erupt. However, he had no choice but to swallow his anger because the root cause of all this was his own doing. In the back room, Yi Lingling frowned and said to Dai Yunhan, "How much longer are you going to hold me? You can put me down now, right? Don't be so stingy. My arms are tired from holding you, okay? Just think of it as comforting my hands. Let me hold you a little longer." Dai Yunhan, thick-skinned, refused to let Yi Lingling go. As long as she didn't struggle, it meant she was enjoying his embrace. Yi Lingling underestimated Dai Yunhan's boldness. Seeing that he still wouldn't let her go, a cold glint flashed in her eyes, and she twisted the soft flesh at his waist. She didn't have any other means of attack. This was her strongest combat move. Dai Yunhan winced in pain and quickly set her down. "Do you know that squeezing my waist comes with a price? This is my wife's exclusive area, and now that you've squeezed it, how will you compensate me?" "Serves you right. Who told you to take advantage of me?" Yi Lingling didn't want to engage with this lecher, turning to leave. However, after taking a couple of steps, she turned back to warn him, "Next time you secretly take advantage of me in chaos, don't blame me for being rude." Earlier outside, when Dai Yunhan was holding her, that hand was quite unruly. She needed to give Dai Yunhan a warning, but she clearly underestimated her own strength and Dai Yunhan's thick skin. "Let's be clear. I wasn't secretly taking advantage of you. I was doing it openly, okay?" Chapter 78. Finding Shui. Qinghe saying this, he stroked his chin and added, "But you actually want next time? I thought there wouldn't be one. But I'm an honest person and can fulfill your wish. Get lost." Yi Lingling was quite angry. She suddenly realized that being in the hands of Lai Xiao and being in Dai Yunhan's hands seemed to lead to the same outcome. One was a fierce and swift attack, while the other was a slow simmer. But the final result was the same, being devoured by someone. Dai Yunhan put away her joking expression and said, "You go treat your father later. I will conduct a simple test on him next. If he can pass, then this matter will come to an end." "What kind of test?" Yi Lingling couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. Hearing the word test, she thought of Dai Yunhan's perverse behavior, the underwear, and the recent loot axe. Next time, it won't be for real, will it? She felt a bit anxious and uneasy. Dai Yunhan said, "You don't need to ask too much about this matter, lest you ruin the plan. In any case, it won't be a test that poses a danger to his life." After saying that, Dai Yunhan left the room and went to find Huafei. Yi Lingling also didn't ask much, temporarily setting aside her worries, and then went to find Yi Tiancheng. Yi Tiancheng's injuries looked serious and needed immediate treatment. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan found Huafei and told him about his plan. During this time, you gather a group of people to build a good relationship with Yi Tiancheng, and then subtly guide him to gamble. Why do that? Isn't he changing now? If he gambles, wouldn't all his progress be in vain? Huafei was very confused. Dai Yunhan said that his current change actually comes more from hatred. If there were no hatred, would he still continue to avoid gambling? It's hard to say. Therefore, we need to test his determination. I don't need to teach you the specific method, right? It's simple. Huafei smiled. This is his specialty. "So, what method do you plan to use?" Huafei said, "I'll find a few people to do tasks with him and gain his trust. Then, these people will all love to gamble, but they will win every time they bet, and I will deliberately share some little tricks with him. If he still doesn't go gamble, then I'll show off my wealth, putting real gold and silver in front of him. Earning hundreds of gold coins every day will drive him crazy. But if he can resist such temptation and still not gamble, then what should I do?" Huafei was at a loss for a good plan and looked at Dai Yunhan with a troubled expression. Dai Yunhan's expression turned fierce as he said, "Then just rob him of his money and then fall into despair. In that moment of despair, you send someone to induce him." Despair. As soon as Huafei heard this, his eyes lit up. "You're so ruthless, striking at both life and heart. But won't you be a bit too harsh? What if you and Yi Lingling end up together? Yi Tiancheng will be your father-in-law. No breaking, no standing. I have no choice. After all, Yi Lingling is the girl I've set my sights on, so I naturally have to take responsibility for her old father." Dai Yunhan sighed. Being compassionate has this drawback. Everyone has to take responsibility. Huafei looked at his pretentious demeanor and felt quite emotional. This wasn't the first time he envied them wealthy people. Dai Yunhan looked at him and couldn't help but tease with a smile. "If you have any sisters or younger sisters, you could actually introduce them to me. Once it works out, you'll be my brother-in-law. So would you still worry about not having money to spend?" Huafei's eyes lit up. "Are you serious? Dude, are you really asking if I'm serious?" Dai Yunhan was just speaking casually, but she didn't expect that this kid actually had plans. However, looking at his not-so-handsome face, Dai Yunhan decided to give a precautionary warning first. She said, "If you want to be my brother-in-law, that's fine with me. But there's one condition. She must be a beauty, and she must be on the same level as my wife. He replied, that sounds a bit difficult. I've grown up and haven't seen many beauties. Dai Yunhan didn't care, patted him on the shoulder, and said, everyone has dreams. You may not have a biological sister, but you can have more god sisters. Who are you underestimating? I'm just saying I haven't seen many. It doesn't mean I've never seen one. Oh, Dai Yunhan became interested. Then I'll wait for your good news, my future brother-in-law. After saying that, Dai Yunhan laughed heartily and left. After leaving, he planned to return to the academy. But thinking about it, there was nothing to do back there. They were all in class training, and he would be bored alone. He decided to play outside for a while. However, playing alone quickly became boring. Without any girls around, no matter how fun something was, it wasn't enjoyable. He then thought about his current soul power level and realized he had unknowingly fallen behind Zhu Zhuqing by so much. If her strength surpasses his too much in the future, he probably wouldn't even be able to get close to her, because he couldn't win against her. So, he decided it was best to improve his strength. However, improving strength wasn't that easy. His relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had reached a bottleneck, making it difficult to break through. As for Dong Gubo and Yi Ling Ling, those two were still ongoing. While the benefits were good, the progress was still too slow. After thinking it over, if quality wasn't enough, then he would have to make up for it with quantity. After all, doesn't quantity lead to quality change? In this day and age in Heaven Dou City, his target options became numerous, and currently, the easiest target to approach was Qian Renxue. Thinking about the day he slept in the same bed with Qian Renxue, Dai Yunhan couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he headed towards the Heaven Dou Palace. At this moment, in the Heaven Dou Palace, Xue Qinghe was dealing with affairs in the Crown Prince's residence. Suddenly, a servant reported, Your Highness, the fourth prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Yunhan, requests an audience. What does he want? Xue Qinghe couldn't help but recall the events from a couple of days ago when he got drunk with him and ended up sleeping in the same bed. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. How could the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall sleep with a man? It was simply outrageous. I won't see him. Just tell him this crown prince is busy. Your Highness, what busy work do you have? I can help you solve it. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Yunhan's voice sounded. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. How did you get in? Dai Yunhan shook the prince's token in his hand, feeling as if he were seeing the person himself. Your Highness, this token you gave me is really useful. They all dare not stop me. Upon seeing the token, Xue Qinghe felt a pang of regret for having given it to him. Fourth Prince, what brings you here? As a host, Xue Qinghe couldn't neglect his guest, especially since Dai Yunhan was a prince. At the very least, he had to show some surface courtesy. But Dai Yunhan seemed to lack any formalities. Your Highness, I haven't had breakfast and I'm hungry. Chapter 79. Xue Qinghe's shock. It's already noon. If you want breakfast, I'm afraid you've come a bit late. I intentionally skipped breakfast so I could arrive in time for lunch, Dai Yunhan said casually as he sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. After taking a sip, he found it quite good. Then he turned to the maid beside him. You, hurry and have the imperial kitchen bring out the dishes. The maid looked at Xue Qinghe with a troubled expression. Xue Qinghe was also speechless. How could a prince of a great empire be so thick-skinned? Sir, the food. It wouldn't be appropriate for him, as the crown prince, to actually kick someone out just because he wanted to eat, as that would completely violate royal etiquette. Soon, the dishes were brought out. There weren't many, but they were nutritious and delicious, a rare treat indeed. Dai Yunhan ate without reservation, but always felt that something was missing. Your Highness, how can one eat without wine? She said, pointing at the maid. This time, Xue Qinghe did not agree with her. I have set the rule for myself not to drink alcohol during lunch. Of course, if His Highness the Fourth Prince wishes to drink, that is naturally acceptable. Dai Yunhan waved his hands repeatedly, saying that when drinking with a confidant, even 1,000 cups are not enough, but drinking alone is just dull. Since Brother Qinghe doesn't drink, then I won't drink either. We'll drink in the evening. Do you still want to have dinner? Is Brother Qinghe not welcoming? Of course. You're welcome, but your wife is at home, and it's probably not very appropriate for you to be out alone, right? Finally, Xue Qinghe added, the competition among you princes is quite fierce. That Zhu Zhuqing has good talent, but you should be a bit nicer to others. Upon hearing this, Dai Yunhan showed a hint of tension in her eyes. What the crown prince said made her realize that she had forgotten about it. Xue Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, still trying to mooch off my dinner? No way. But the next second, he heard Dai Yunhan shout to her maid, go, bring my wife over. Xue Qinghe, is this person's face a bit too thick? Dai Yunhan looked at his frustrated expression and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. If you want to compete with me, you can only win by taking off all your pants. After finishing the meal, Dai Yunhan showed no intention of leaving. His purpose for coming was to entangle Xue Qinghe. Taking advantage of her innocence, he aimed to corrupt her. Xue Qinghe also sensed Dai Yunhan's intentions and chose to handle her affairs, appearing busy to make Dai Yunhan give up voluntarily. However, Dai Yunhan was not so easily discouraged. He had the maid bring out dessert, and then sat beside her with a cup of tea, reading a comic from this world to pass the time. Even if he did nothing, he had to cling to Xue Qinghe. I have to say, the comics from this world were truly unattractive, filled with stories of soul masters' rise to power, which held no interest for Dai Yunhan. But he had no choice. The level of civilization in this world could only produce such content. Seeing him like this, Xue Qinghe could only helplessly focus on her work. At least, relatively speaking, Dai Yunhan wouldn't disturb her at this moment. However, when he opened a memorial, his expression suddenly darkened. These corrupt officials were truly despicable. When they were supposed to distribute relief supplies, they had first filled their own stomachs. Come here. Yes. Immediately arrest this group of corrupt officials and execute them all. Yes. Wait. At that moment, Dai Yunhan, who had been quietly reading, suddenly spoke up. Xue Qinghe, furious, struggled to contain her emotions as she looked at him. Does His Highness the Fourth Prince have something to say? Dai Yunhan leisurely put down the comic book and said, Your Highness, have you ever considered that if you kill these corrupt officials, who will go to provide disaster relief? Of course, another batch of officials will be sent. But what if those officials are corrupt too? Then they will be killed. And if they are still corrupt? If they're still corrupt, then they will still be killed. I just don't believe there is a single official who isn't corrupt. Dai Yunhan smiled lightly and said, For officials, who is not greedy? Since His Highness the Crown Prince wants to find an ungreedy official to provide relief for the disaster, why didn't he send an ungreedy official from the start? Xue Qinghe was momentarily at a loss for an answer to this question. Dai Yunhan said again, That's because His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't know who isn't greedy. Xue Qinghe snorted lightly. If I knew who wasn't greedy, I would have sent them long ago. Why would I need to test them batch by batch? So, since His Highness knows there are greedy people, why continue to execute them in batches? I ask, by the time you find out who isn't greedy, will there still be survivors among those disaster victims, or have they already starved to death? Upon hearing this, Xue Qinghe was taken aback for a moment. Official transfers require complicated procedures, and it takes a lot of time to relay the transfer information from one official to another. After receiving the news, traveling to the disaster area takes time, and transporting supplies also requires time. The disaster victims are already in a precarious situation, and every minute sees many people dying. Time is life. How can we afford to waste it like this? Therefore, the method of executing corrupt officials is clearly not feasible. So what do you suggest we do? Xue Qinghe asked. Should we just let those corrupt officials take advantage of the national disaster to profit? Dai Yunhan said, To save the people, one must first save the officials. If even the officials can't get enough to eat, then who will go to save the people? So, do you mean to let them be corrupt? Dai Yunhan smiled and asked, What is your focus now? It's disaster relief, not eliminating corrupt officials. All issues can be discussed after the disaster relief is completed. What you need to do is ensure the lives of the people, no matter how corrupt those officials are. Once the disaster relief is over, it will still be a matter of your word. Hearing Dai Yunhan's remarks, Xue Qinghe couldn't help but feel surprised. He actually had such an extraordinary political insight. It seemed he had underestimated him before. With outstanding talent and a sharp mind, he would surely be a formidable opponent in the future. Xue Qinghe retracted the command he had just given and dismissed the messenger. Subsequently, he stopped handling affairs and began to chat casually with Dai Yunhan, discussing anything that came to mind. He wanted to test whether Dai Yunhan had any other exceptional qualities, but as they chatted, he was taken aback. With the conversation deepening, Xue Qinghe realized that Dai Yunhan's thoughts were completely different. Not only did he have very unique insights into matters, but he could always analyze the essence of things from special angles. He also had ideas about governance that exceeded conventional rules. These concepts were ones he had never even heard of before. He felt that what he considered advanced was somewhat outdated. As they continued to communicate, he became increasingly aware of how intimidating Dai Yunhan was. Because not only did Dai Yunhan have peculiar thoughts on governance, he also seemed to understand a variety of other topics. Any casual topic he brought up, Dai Yunhan could engage in conversation about, and for the questions he asked, Dai Yunhan could respond fluently, offering some candid and distinct suggestions. Even regarding certain issues related to women, this guy seemed to know quite a lot. He appeared to be a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. This made Xue Qinghe break into a cold sweat. The fact that he knew so much was clearly due to his diligent studies, supported not only by the knowledge of the Tian Dou Empire, but also by the powerful experience of the Spirit Hall. But how did Dai Yunhan know all this? He was nearly 10 years younger than Xue Qinghe. Furthermore, beyond that, he discovered that Dai Yunhan not only had a rich reservoir of knowledge, but also possessed an enviable perspective. Dai Yunhan used many words that he had never even heard before. Some of the things Dai Yunhan mentioned were also completely new to him. Unavoidably, he became increasingly vigilant towards Dai Yunhan, while also feeling a deep curiosity about him. Ding! The system detected that the goddess Qian Ruxue has developed a slight fondness for the host, rewarding all the books on earth. The system's voice sounded, finally bringing a hint of satisfaction to Dai Yunhan's weary face. After so much effort, he had finally managed to gain a bit of affection from Qian Ruxue. As long as there was some fondness, things would be much easier from then on. After taking a sip of tea, he realized that he had finished all the tea in the pot. Looking outside, he noticed that it had completely turned dark without him realizing it. He had actually been chatting with Xue Qinghe for such a long time. Indeed, time spent with a beautiful woman always seemed to pass quickly and fleetingly. Qinghe, it's time to eat. I'm starving. Wait, I have one more question about the college entrance examination you just mentioned. Qinghe, I said it's dark now. It's time to eat. Dai Yunhan pressed his head to look outside. This guy was too engrossed, asking questions nonstop. Xue Qinghe glanced at the sky and realized it was indeed dark. Finally coming back to his senses, they had been chatting for quite a while. All right, then let's eat. Soon, the dishes were served. Dai Yunhan took out a bottle of white wine while eating and said, Qinghe brother, let's have a drink. No, I've received the fourth prince's kind intentions. But I still won't drink this wine. Seeing the white wine, Xue Qinghe felt a wave of fear. This stuff, he really couldn't hold back. However, Dai Yunhan wasn't afraid that he wouldn't drink. He directly said, Qinghe brother, don't you want to know about that college entrance exam question? I do. Then let's drink a glass. Xue Qinghe hesitated. Although he had only drunk with Dai Yunhan once, he knew that Dai Yunhan was definitely not someone who would let him just have one drink. Once they started drinking, it would inevitably lead to the same outcome as that night. But if he didn't drink, he couldn't help but be curious about the ideas Dai Yunhan mentioned that he had never heard of. Just as he was hesitating, Dai Yunhan suddenly took out a book. The Comprehensive Mirror to Aid in Government, and it was a translated version. He placed it in front of Xue Qinghe, then casually flipped it open to a page and said, Qinghe brother, what do you think of this book? Xue Qinghe looked curiously at it, initially thinking it was just another comic book like the ones Shu Tian read, but once he looked closely, he couldn't take his eyes off it. This was truly a remarkable book. The ideas in it were strikingly similar to what Dai Yunhan had said. Excited, he was about to continue reading, but at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly closed the book. Xue Qinghe's interest was piqued, and the abrupt cutoff made him anxious. Fourth Prince, what book is that? Where can I buy it? Qinghe brother, can you stop calling me Fourth Prince? It sounds very unfamiliar to me. Dai Yunhan knew he had hooked the fish. Yes, Yunhan brother. That's more like it. Yunhan brother, where did you get that book? Can you show it to me again? Xue Qinghe was like a curious baby. I bought this from an old man for a copper soul coin. It's the only one on the continent. If you want to read it, you have to drink with me. Saying this, Dai Yunhan poured him a full glass of white wine. Looking at the clear and fragrant wine, Xue Qinghe hesitated. Drinking or not drinking? He thought drink. He picked up the wine glass and down in one go. He was simply too curious about the content of that book. Just a glance had hooked his soul. So, even if he got drunk, he had to know. Seeing him drink, Dai Yunhan laughed heartily and then reopened the book for him to look at. But he didn't give it to him. Moreover, he immediately poured him another glass. The moment Xue Qinghe opened the book, he leaned in to read the subsequent content, his eyes lighting up with satisfaction and shock. Soon, he finished one piece, but felt it wasn't enough and was about to start from the beginning again. But just then, Dai Yunhan closed the book again and handed him the wine glass. One glass of wine for one page of text. Xue Qinghe looked at the thick book, then at the wine glass, feeling overwhelmed. This thick book, even if he drank himself to death today, he couldn't finish it. He looked at Dai Yunhan and said, Yunhan brother, can you lend me this book for a while? I can satisfy any of your requests. Really? A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Xue Qinghe was delighted. Seeing the expression on Dai Yunhan's face, there was hope. All right, then drink with me. Dai Yunhan raised his wine glass. Xue Qinghe's eyebrows twitched. Can we skip the drinking? You just said a gentleman's word is hard to chase, and your horse is dead so soon? Xue Qinghe's face turned red. He had just made that statement and was slapped in the face immediately. It was too embarrassing. Fine, I'll drink with you. But you have to let me copy this book. No problem. Dai Yunhan immediately raised his cup. Shwe also risked his life to accompany the gentleman. At most, he could have someone throw Dai Yunhan on the ground while sleeping. Ha, refreshing. Fill it up. Cheers. The two began to enter a mode of fighting to the bitter end. Half an hour later, Shwe was lying on the bed, fast asleep, and Dai Yunhan unreservedly lay down beside him. In order to enhance their feelings, he stretched out his hands and feet, entangling him like an octopus. This scene left the maids who were preparing to serve the prince with a dilemma. What should we do? The two of them are sleeping together. I haven't encountered this situation before. The prince usually wants someone to warm his bed. With this situation today, how can we warm it? How about we each take one? Forget it. This is the prince from another country. One wrong move could cost us our heads. So what should we do? Let's ask the person in charge. Chapter 81. Check it out the next day. When Dai Yunhan woke up, Shwe was already gone from the room. He was momentarily stunned, recalling whether he had actually slept with Shwe yesterday. After searching his memories, he confirmed that they indeed slept together. Because when he felt the urge to urinate last night, he had woken up for a moment, and Shwe was still beside him at that time. Moreover, he had taken the opportunity to sneak a touch. However, what surprised Dai Yunhan was that it was flat. He didn't expect the disguise skill of that angelic soul bone to be so powerful. But it didn't matter. As long as they slept together, that was enough. Now it seemed that Shwe must have woken up before him. He wondered how Shwe felt seeing him still sleeping beside him after he woke up. Dai Yunhan is very curious. But unfortunately, he definitely cannot know now. However, with this opportunity to sleep, Dai Yunhan will have more chances in the future. Because the books in his system warehouse are countless. If he were to sleep once for each book, it would take him until who knows when. By that time, Dai Yunhan would have long become a deity. After getting up, the maid had prepared breakfast. Dai Yunhan asked the maid, "Where is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince?" The maid replied, "Your Highness the Fourth Prince, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince went to court early this morning." The court meeting usually starts around 6 in the morning. And since it's already 9 o'clock, it's no wonder that the Crown Prince is not around. Do you know when he will finish? That's hard to say. Sometimes it can be 1 or 2 hours, and sometimes it might take a whole day. Well, that's fine then. Dai Yunhan also said that he would wait for him to come back and see his reaction. However, upon hearing that it might take a day, Dai Yunhan decided not to wait any longer. He didn't go back that day, and Zhu Qing's wife probably got anxious again. "Well, I'm leaving. When His Highness the Crown Prince returns, please tell him that I will come to find him and play another time," he said. "Yes, Your Highness the Fourth Prince." After finishing breakfast, Dai Yunhan left the palace. Once he was outside, the first thing he did was return to the dormitory to avoid worrying Zhu Zhuqing. Sure enough, when he opened the door, Zhu Zhuqing, with red eyes, rushed into his arms. "Where have you been? I was so worried about you," Zhu Zhuqing said. Dai Yunhan scratched his head a bit shyly and said, "I went to the palace to find His Highness the Crown Prince and forgot to send someone to notify you. I'll pay attention next time." "You're lying. You smell of alcohol." "Yeah, I went to drink with His Highness the Crown Prince, so I smell of alcohol." "That's not lying, right? Why do you always go drink with him? We are people of the Star Luo Empire." Before Zhu Zhuqing could finish her sentence, Dai Yunhan interrupted her. "What happens in the future is a matter for the future. Right now, we should focus on our own tasks. Meeting with His Highness the Crown Prince as friends is not a big deal." "All right." Zhu Zhuqing obediently closed her mouth. Dai Yunhan has always had a clear mind, and she believes he will make good decisions. Leaning against Dai Yunhan, her worried heart finally calmed down. Suddenly, she sniffed and then looked sharply at Dai Yunhan with a suspicious expression. "No, you smell nice. You definitely weren't looking for His Highness. It's the scent of a woman. Have you been seeing another woman outside?" Dai Yunhan was taken aback. Why was Zhu Zhuqing's sense of smell so sharp? Why couldn't she smell it herself? Was it the scent from Shwe bed or the fragrance on Yi Lingling? Whatever, she had to blend in for now. She still hadn't dealt with that woman. Deepening, and now another woman had appeared. Zhu Zhuqing would definitely cause more trouble. "No, you must be mistaken," she said. Dai Yunhan pinched her nose and helped her block the scent a bit. However, Zhu Zhuqing was very insistent. "I won't be wrong. After absorbing the soul bone, my spiritual power has greatly increased, and the smell on you is definitely a woman's scent. Moreover, there's a hint of familiarity. She must be someone I know. But it's not Deepening. Are you flirting with other women outside?" "Absolutely not." Dai Yunhan could only stubbornly deny it for now. The truth would come out eventually. But now is not the right time. "You won't admit it, huh?" Zhu Zhuqing warned. "I didn't. How can I admit it?" "All right. Do you dare to let me check? What is there to be afraid of? You can check as you like." Dai Yunhan didn't know what method she would use to check, but he wasn't afraid of anything. Seeing Dai Yunhan being so stubborn, Zhu Zhuqing decided to go for it, her face turning a shade of red as she crouched down. The next second, Dai Yunhan's pupils widened in shock. It turned out to be this kind of check. Half an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing, satisfied, said, "You really haven't been looking for other women, but that doesn't mean you can hide it from me." Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly softened her expression and said, "Actually, I don't mind you finding other women, but you have to let me know who she is, whether she really likes you, and if she has ulterior motives. Do you understand?" "I understand, Zhuqing." Dai Yunhan was moved. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? "Great, you admitted it." Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pointed in victory. Dai Yunhan was immediately stunned, thinking, "Wow, so you were waiting for me here." But Dai Yunhan quickly reacted and said in confusion, "What do you mean by admit? I thought you were talking about dueling." This evasive answer left Zhu Zhuqing momentarily speechless. She knew Dai Yunhan was quick to respond, but she didn't expect it to be this fast. However, once a woman wants to find a problem with you, there's nothing she can't find. "So, does that mean you have some thoughts about dueling in your heart?" "Just a little bit." "Humph. Last time you said you had no thoughts." Zhu Zhuqing pretended to be angry. Dai Yunhan was confused. When did she ever say that she had no feelings for her? "All right, dear, don't be angry anymore. I promise you will always be my number one in my heart." How to appease an angry wife? Of course, by kissing her. What? She won't let you kiss? She has to let you. So after 3 minutes of struggle and 9 minutes of kissing, Zhu Zhuqing finally calmed down. Of course, this was all just an act. Dai Yunhan laughed and said, "Wife, are you hungry? Let's go out to eat. I think it's actually you who is hungry. If I were hungry, it wouldn't be a meal, but rather eating you." How inappropriate. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing's blushing face, Dai Yunhan laughed heartily, then reached out his big hand, wrapped it around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, and walked towards the door. As soon as the door opened, they saw a slender woman standing outside. The sudden opening of the door surprised her as well. This person was none other than Dueling, who had been standing outside. Chapter 82. Just half an hour. I guess. Dueling was very happy now because she had just overheard the conversation between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. Last night, she came to find Dai Yunhan, but he wasn't home, and Zhu Zhuqing didn't know where he had gone either. Both she and Zhu Zhuqing were very worried, and as soon as she woke up in the morning, she rushed over. But Dai Yunhan still hadn't returned, and she wanted to wait in the villa, but her relationship with Zhu Zhuqing wasn't that good, so she felt embarrassed to go inside. Fortunately, she could see Dai Yunhan's side from the dormitory she lived in. After seeing Dai Yunhan come back, she immediately ran over. However, to her embarrassment, as soon as she reached the door, she heard Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing doing that thing. In broad daylight, right at the doorstep. How shameful. But for some reason, listening to those sounds that were not meant to be heard, she just couldn't move her feet. Moreover, strangely, she wanted to listen a bit longer. She was just a hair's breadth away from pressing her ear against the door. Eventually, after a half-hour of shyness, she calmed down. Just as she was about to knock on the door again, she suddenly heard Zhu Zhuqing asking Dai Yunhan if he liked dueling. Instantly, she was taken aback, because she also really wanted to know the answer to this question. When she decided to try living with Dai Yunhan, she realized a problem. All the psychological preparations she had made for several days were one-sided. She forgot a premise, whether Dai Yunhan liked her. If he did, she would have the right to make her attempt. If Dai Yunhan didn't like her, would her attempt instead make him dislike her? Therefore, she had been very cautious recently. But within that caution, there was also a hint of boldness, because she realized that her feelings for Dai Yunhan seemed to be deepening the longer they were apart. The more unbearable it became. She knew she had fallen for him. And the most terrifying thing was that even now, she still didn't know Dai Yunhan's attitude. So, when she heard that question, she was momentarily stunned. Expectation mixed with anxiety, excitement intertwined with fear. At that moment, her heart raced to the extreme. When she heard Dai Yunhan's affirmative answer, her face flushed red, and she felt like she was floating. She finally got his answer. It was the answer she wanted. "You looking for me?" Dai Yunhan asked, noticing Dueuling's silly expression, feeling a bit infatuated. Dueling nodded without any hesitation. If it were before, she might have given a somewhat indirect answer to that question. But now, after realizing that Dai Yunhan also liked her, she no longer had to hide. Even if it was just a little, she wanted to boldly show her heart to Dai Yunhan. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Zhu Zhuqing also seemed not to mind her anymore. "How long have you been here?" Dai Yunhan asked again. "Not long. Just half an hour," Dueling said with a sly smile. Sure enough, upon hearing this time, both Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Half an hour? This meant that everything they had just done at the door had been clearly heard by her. Zhu Zhuqing felt incredibly humiliated. Her hand went straight to Dai Yunhan's waist, and then she suddenly twisted it. Dai Yunhan felt pain and put on a mask of suffering, but could only endure and make the mask less painful. He quickly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's rebellious hand and said, "Have you eaten yet? How about we go out for a meal together?" "Sure," Du Guyan replied with a sweet smile. In her smile, there was a hint of pride. Clearly, she was very pleased to see Dai Yunhan embarrassed. After that, the three of them went to Tianshang Rinjian for lunch. During the meal, Du Guyan acted quite normally. Although she knew that Dai Yunhan was interested in her, Zhu Zhuqing was still present, and if she acted too openly, it might lower Dai Yunhan's impression of her. Instead, it could make Zhu Zhuqing feel dissatisfied with her again. She was well aware that Zhu Zhuqing held a significant position in Dai Yunhan's heart. Even if she was willing to serve Dai Yunhan alongside her, she definitely wasn't as important to him as Zhu Zhuqing. After lunch, they returned to school. At that moment, Qin Ming found Du Guyan. "Du Guyan, everyone is training to prepare for the practice match in a little over a month. Why aren't you participating in the training?" Qin Ming asked. Since the team selection was confirmed, Du Guyan had rarely participated in training, especially in recent days. She hadn't even shown up. "Teacher Qin Ming, I don't need to participate in the training, right? My strength is far above theirs, and the significance of training is minimal, especially with just over a month left." Du Guyan replied. Her character had always been very proud, somewhat dismissive of others. Although she was obedient in front of Dai Yunhan, it was because of his different status in her heart. She had always looked down on others, especially after her martial soul evolved into the Medusa Queen. Her proud attitude became even more evident. Now her strength had reached level 42, while the strongest in the team, Yu Qianheng, was only level 36. The level difference was considerable. Compared to training, she preferred to be with Dai Yunhan. Qin Ming was unhappy to hear her words. "Du Guyan, there are always greater talents outside. Even though you have had the opportunity to evolve your martial soul into a top-tier one, your current strength is still very weak and cannot support your arrogance. Not to mention Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Yunhan by your side, whose talents are higher than yours, but also other academies Feng Xiaodian, Huwu, Shui Yuer, and Shui Binger, whose talents are not inferior to yours. Moreover, there is the Spirit Hall, which has dominated championships for years. Their golden generation far surpasses your talent. Therefore, what you need to do is not to be proud and arrogant, but to work hard and cultivate to become a true powerhouse." Qin Ming's words were earnest, but Du Guyan found them very harsh, yet she couldn't deny their validity. However, she had just managed to understand Dai Yunhan's feelings. If she didn't seize the opportunity now and instead engaged in that grueling training, would Dai Yunhan still like her a month later? She couldn't guarantee that, so she was somewhat reluctant to train. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan suddenly spoke. "Du Guyan, you should listen to Teacher Qin Ming. There are many talented people in this world, but only those who truly grow could be considered geniuses. With your martial soul evolved now, you have an even greater advantage over others, so you should work hard to cultivate and not waste your talent." However, Du Guyan was somewhat conflicted. Before she could respond, Dai Yunhan interrupted. "Your grandfather entrusted you to me to take care of. Shouldn't you listen to me?" "All right." Dai Yunhan said so, and Du Guyan could only agree. Of course, she wasn't afraid of Dai Yunhan. She just didn't want Dai Yunhan to think she was disobedient. Seeing that Du Guyan had been persuaded, Qin Ming also expressed his gratitude to Dai Yunhan, saying, "Honestly, if you were from my Tiando Empire, I would really want to share everything with you. Unfortunately, there's nothing to regret. What is meant to be will be, and what is not meant to be should not be forced." Qin Ming's eyes lit up, and he was deeply impressed by the fourth prince's insight. "Not at all," he replied humbly. After that, Du Guyan followed Qin Ming back. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, feeling that there was nothing to worry about. So they planned to stroll around outside. It had been a long time since they accompanied each other for shopping. Hand in hand, a handsome man and a beautiful woman walking down the street naturally attracted many people's attention, evoking envy, jealousy, and even hatred. Dai Yunhan really enjoys the gaze of admiration. Whether it's good or bad, he likes it, because no matter what kind of gaze it is, he feels a sense of pride in his heart. After all, it's rare to have such a beautiful and well-shaped wife. Unable to help himself, he directly placed his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. This drew even more attention from the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly, sensing Dai Yunhan's intention, and she subtly twisted her waist against him, then very obediently leaned half into his embrace. She also enjoyed being the focus of attention. However, the next second, Zhu Zhuqing gave Dai Yunhan a warning look, indicating him to be mindful of his actions, reminding him that they were in public and not to let his hand go too low. Dai Yunhan smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm sorry, I'm just used to it." Since the two of them didn't have much time to shop together, every time Dai Yunhan hugged Zhu Zhuqing, it was at home. There were no outsiders at home, so his hands naturally went to the places he liked. Now that they were outside, it was a reflex, and he was still a bit unaccustomed to it. Zhu Zhuqing gave him a white glance, but her pretty face turned slightly red. "How about we go book a room?" Dai Yunhan's heart suddenly skipped a beat when she saw Zhu Zhuqing, who was blushing like she was drunk. Dai Yunhan felt a little excited. Ever since the last time she had given her a taste of it, it seemed like this girl had awakened to a new world. Every night, she would then ask Dai Yunhan for help. Dai Yunhan has several times been unable to resist the urge to execute her on the spot. This doesn't seem right, especially in broad daylight. Dai Yunhan honestly said that she doesn't really like the daytime. Wonderful things should happen in the wonderful night. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly and quickly walked ahead, increasing the distance between herself and Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan was confused, wondering why she was angry. She quickly chased after her, saying, okay, let's go. Now you want to go? It's too late. Zhu Zhuqing snorted coldly. I just gave you a chance, and you didn't take it. Now you want again? Do you think I'm just going to give it to you so easily? No way. Even if I'm your wife. It doesn't mean you can use me whenever you want. As she said this, she was about to turn around again. Dai Yunhan felt embarrassed. Why was this woman's mind so changeable? Just as she was about to back down, a melody suddenly rang out. The music was beautiful and elegant, like the sound of mountains and flowing water, pleasing to the ears. What was even more remarkable was that this sound felt like a holy melody that cleansed the soul, as if it had cleared away all the earwax in their ears. What kind of music is this? It's so nice. Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously. Just a moment ago, she had been a little angry, but after listening to this music, she found that she could no longer feel even a trace of anger. Dai Yunhan looked up towards the place where the music was coming from, the Moon Pavilion. Dai Yunhan was startled. It was actually Yuxian. Upon seeing these two characters, he couldn't help but think of Tang Yuehua, the woman who didn't even have a soul ring. The enchanting music he had just heard must have been played by her. With this thought in mind, Dai Yunhan decided to go in and take a look. After all, Tang Yuehua was also a beauty of Douluo Continent. If he came all this way and didn't go in to have a look, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Upon entering the hall, he saw many women with outstanding qualities, some young and some older, but all shared a common characteristic, nobility. When they noticed Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing entering, they all showed expressions of appraisal. Good day, gentlemen and ladies. How may we assist you? The receptionist was also an elegantly dressed and very beautiful woman. Dai Yunhan took a glance and noticed that there was no one ugly in the Moon Pavilion. It really was a paradise for men. Remembering the rumors from when she watched Douluo, she recalled that it was said that Tang Yuehua favored the Snowy Night Emperor. If that were true, then this Moon Pavilion might just be the Snowy Night Emperor's harem. How enviable. However, Dai Yunhan didn't believe this rumor because the Star Luo Empire was backed by the Haotian sect, and with Tang Yuehua's relationship with the Haotian sect, she definitely wouldn't have anything to do with the Snowy Night Emperor. Otherwise, her Moon Pavilion wouldn't be able to operate at all. Hello. I just heard a very beautiful piece of music at the entrance. It came from your Moon Pavilion. May I ask if it was played by your pavilion master? Dai Yunhan asked. Yes. Can I meet the pavilion master? I'm sorry, but the pavilion master is currently in a teaching session and cannot meet with guests. This was a very polite refusal, meaning that a meeting was not possible. If everyone could meet Tang Yuehua, then what was the point of having a Moon Pavilion? They could just meet every day. Dai Yunhan also knew that they definitely wouldn't be able to see Tang Yuehua like this, so she said, we came here to join Yuxian and learn. May I ask if it's possible? The receptionist looked at the attire of Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing and guessed that the two must also be nobility, so she said, the registration period has already passed. May I ask where you two are from? This indicated there might be a chance, but it depended on their status. If you were impressive, then you can enter. If you are not, then I'm sorry, you have to follow the rules. Shu Tian immediately took out his identity token and said, I am the fourth prince of the Star Luo Empire, and this is my fiancée, E. The receptionist showed surprise. The fourth prince of the Star Luo Empire? How did he end up in the Tiandou Empire? She picked up the token to examine it, but with her discerning eye, she naturally couldn't tell if the token was real or fake. Chapter 84, Underestimated. Please wait a moment. After saying that, she notified someone to call the head of the pavilion. After all, Dai Yunhan was a prince from another country, and she didn't dare to make decisions on her own. After a short wait, A woman dressed in a silver palace gown came out. Judging by her age, she looked to be around 27 or 28. Her temperament was gentle, like water, giving a very friendly impression. Her eyes had a unique quality, as if seeing through everything in the world. Unlike others, there was no fluctuation of soul power from her. Without needing to guess, Dai Yunhan knew that this person was Tang Yuehua. Hello, head of the pavilion. Tang Yuehua was slightly surprised. This young man had never seen her before, but recognized her as the head of the pavilion at a glance. Hello, Your Highness the Fourth Prince. Tang Yuehua returned the greeting. She had checked the token earlier, and it was real. Her family secretly supported the Star Luo Empire, so they naturally knew some things about the royal family. Please come in, Tang Yuehua invited. Dai Yunhan's identity is special, and there are many people here, so some things are not very convenient to discuss. A few people entered a reception room. Tang Yuehua had someone brew a cup of tea before asking, Does His Highness the Fourth Prince wish to enter Yuexian for study? Yes, but everything in Yuexian follows the customs of the Heaven Dou Empire, and His Highness the Fourth Prince is a prince of the Star Luo Empire, so it might be a bit inconvenient, right? It's fine. Experiencing different customs and habits can also be considered as gaining more experience. Has His Highness the Fourth Prince thought this through? Tang Yuehua confirmed one last time. Dai Yunhan insisted on entering Yuexian to study, and she had no right to refuse. I have already confirmed it. Well then, Tang Yuehua then took out a form for him to fill out. After it was filled out, Tang Yuehua said, There happens to be a class this afternoon. Your Highness, the Fourth Prince will start studying today, or would you prefer next week? By the way, our courses are not fixed, and we will notify you of the schedule for the next week every weekend. Today's class is the last one of this week. Then let's start today, Dai Yunhan said. It was Friday, and waiting until next week would mean waiting an additional 2 days. All right, please follow me. Then, Tang Yuehua led the two of them to the classroom. Today's lesson was music theory. Each student had a piano in front of them. There weren't many students, both boys and girls, and it was obvious that they all came from wealthy backgrounds. After all, having a piano for each person was not something an ordinary person could afford. When Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing, two unfamiliar people, entered, curious glances were immediately directed at them. Most of the girls focused their attention on Dai Yunhan, who was exceptionally handsome, instantly capturing their hearts. However, a small portion glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, showing expressions of jealousy. As for the boys, naturally, their eyes were on Zhu Zhuqing, with her alluring figure, ample breasts, and curvy hips, along with her beautiful face, making her the ideal type. When they looked at Dai Yunhan, it was the same jealousy. Tang Yuehua walked to the center, signaled for everyone to be quiet, and then said, Today we have 2 new students joining us. Let us welcome them. Applause immediately erupted. Tang Yuehua looked at Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing. You two, please come up and introduce yourselves. Dai Yunhan nodded and walked to the center first. Hello everyone, my name is Dai Yunhan. I am male, and I am 12 years old. After speaking, he let Zhu Zhuqing introduce herself. Hello everyone, my name is Zhu Zhuqing. I am female, and I am also 12 years old. Since this is primarily a learning environment for etiquette, there was no need to introduce their soul powers or martial souls. It wouldn't be useful anyway, since they weren't there to fight. Therefore, both introductions were quite simple. After they finished introducing themselves, there were murmurs of discussion among the crowd. We're all 12 years old. Why is she so tall? And why am I so short? This handsome guy is actually a young fresh meat. I wonder what his relationship is with Zhu Zhuqing. I feel like he looks at me with a bit of affection. Wow, this beautiful girl's name sounds so nice. Zhu Zhuqing. It's really as cool and refreshing as bamboo. These two shouldn't have any relationship, right? Whatever, I'll pursue one of them first. The whispers continued. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Hey, Dai Yunhan, that's not how you introduce yourself. You don't have to talk about your interests and hobbies, but you have to perform a talent, right? As soon as this was said, others immediately joined in with cheers. Yeah, Junior, we all have to perform a talent. You won't be shy, will you? What nonsense are you talking about? Dai Yunhan is only 12 years old. How could he not know anything? Haha, by the way, Zhuqing, you have to perform a talent too, right? If you can't, it's okay, I can teach you. They all wanted to see Dai Yunhan make a fool of himself. After all, he was so handsome. Dai Yunhan listened to these words, a hint of a cold smile flashing in his eyes. Is this what they call elite education? It seems no different from bandits and landlords. After all, the higher the status of a person, the less they're constrained by worldly norms. And they tend to be dirtier and more despicable. At this moment, Tang Yuehua beside him gestured for everyone to be quiet, then ignored their words and said to Dai Yunhan and the others, Why don't you find a seat? However, Dai Yunhan stood still, not moving. Well, since everyone is so eager to see my talent show, I might as well give them a little taste. Dai Yunhan was not unfamiliar with the music of this world. He grew up in a royal family, and these were things he had to learn from a young age. However, he had no interest in it because the music of this world was too inferior, completely not on the same level as that of his previous world. After hearing so many beautiful sounds, listening to the music of this world felt like a waste of his ears. Therefore, Dai Yunhan only had a rough understanding of it and lost interest in learning it. But that didn't mean he couldn't play at all. Dai Yunhan, don't boast. So many people are watching. You're still young. It's normal not to understand or know. Yes, everyone here is skilled. They can tell the difference between elegance and low quality at a glance. I see that Zhu Zhuqing beside you should be able to play. Her hands are simply born for music. Why not let her perform? Various voices continued to mock and ridicule. But Dai Yunhan responded to them only with action. He walked over to a piano, lightly touched the keys, and tested the sound. Then, recalling the memories in his mind, he thought about what piece to play for this group of arrogant people. When the crowd saw Dai Yunhan sit down and start to test the sound, they couldn't help but close their mouths. Chapter 85. Not fond of making female friends. Could this guy really have some skills? They held their breath, making not a sound. Because in their hearts, regardless of whether Dai Yunhan could play or not, when he sat in front of the piano, they had to show the respect due. This was not respect for Dai Yunhan. It was respect for Tang Yuehua. It was even more respect for the imperial etiquette. Soon, Dai Yunhan thought of a piece that would be just right for this group. That was the big knife slashing at the heads of the Japanese. Although this was not a piano piece, it didn't matter. Dai Yunhan just needed to convey the momentum. Moreover, the rhythm of this song alone was enough for this group of fools to understand what a gap really meant. His fingers struck the keys, and music began to play. As the first note sounded, the expressions of the crowd froze. They had never heard such a heavy-sounding piece before. They mainly studied royal music, so they rarely encountered pieces with a killing intent. As soon as it started, they knew this piece was extraordinary. Tang Yuehua beside them also couldn't help but be taken aback, her expression becoming serious. As the saying goes, a true expert reveals their skill with one move. Dai Yunhan's musical talent has obviously exceeded her expectations. As the piece begins to play, a sense of tragic and angry emotion starts to spread. The group of young students is affected by the momentum, and their expressions become serious. As the music progresses, all the noisy sounds in the classroom disappear, leaving only the heavy and murderous sound of Dai Yunhan's playing. Everyone can't help but hold their breath. It's not that they dare not make a sound, but they find themselves unable to speak under the intensity of this fierce piece. The atmosphere is heavy, as if they're on a battlefield. This inevitably fills them with fear. What kind of music is this? They look at Dai Yunhan and see that behind her, it seems like there are countless people, lined up neatly, holding blood-red knives, roaring with authority, their fierce eyes possessing a power that pierces the soul. Suddenly, those people move, rushing forward like fearless soldiers. They raise their long knives, aiming at their necks. Then, without mercy, they bring them down with a fierce chop. Suddenly, a terrified voice breaks out. Everyone turns to look, and it's a male student who has collapsed on the ground. He is sweating profusely, his face pale, and between his legs, there are yellow stains. It's urine. This guy has actually wet himself out of fear. Dai Yunhan had just finished his performance, and upon seeing the terrified male student, he let out a cold laugh. Only those with weak minds and evil hearts would be scared to the point of losing control when hearing such a piece filled with justice and weight. Most people, upon hearing this piece, would feel a surge of passion and tears in their eyes. Beside him, Tang Yuehua was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes filled with a tremor of emotion, and she couldn't help but think of the Haotian sect. Back then, the Haotian sect, like this piece, was also facing a dire danger. Unfortunately, the Haotian sect did not make the same decision as the protagonist in this piece. This piece, though tragic, is also deeply moving. What is the name of this piece? Tang Yuehua asked. This time, the way she looked at Dai Yunhan had changed subtly. Ding! Detected that the goddess Tang Yuehua has developed feelings for the host, rewarding top-level musical talent, mastery of all musical instruments, and ability to play all pieces. Dai Yunhan looked at Tang Yuehua in surprise, not expecting that it would be so easy for her to develop feelings for him. However, Dai Yunhan understood that this kind of affection was just a simple liking and could not be considered romantic feelings between men and women. But it didn't matter, because even this little bit was enough. His gaze lingered on Tang Yuehua for a few moments. This woman was currently at the peak of her beauty, possessing an inexplicable allure for Dai Yunhan. After the music ended, Zhu Zhuqing went up to perform. Her performance could only be described as average, but it was better than most, and coupled with her good looks, she naturally received enthusiastic praise. All right, Dai Yunhan's musical talent is very high, and I'm sure everyone has seen that. I hope everyone learns from him well. Now let's begin the class, Tang Yuehua said, and then started the lesson. Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing found a spot, and after sitting down, they began to listen to the lecture. About an hour later, the class ended. Today's class was the last one of the week, so as soon as the class was over, everyone started to pack up and prepare to return to their residences. At that moment, a few bold girls walked directly up to Dai Yunhan. Hello, my name is Wang Ye. I'm the daughter of a duke in the empire. May I get to know you? Wang Ye extended her hand politely. Dai Yunhan looked at her and found her to be very sweet-looking, with a round face, bright eyes, and a lovely smile, typical of a neighborly little sister. However, unlike a typical sister, her figure was explosively attractive, with curves that were quite exaggerated. Just taking a few casual steps, she swayed uncontrollably. The phrase taking 2 steps and swaying 8 times in front describes her best. Dai Yunhan couldn't help but glance a little longer at her strength, then stretched out her hand and said, Hello, I'm Dai Yunhan. I really enjoy making friends. Dai Yunhan hadn't finished speaking when a sharp pain suddenly shot through his waist. It was Zhu Zhuqing warning him. However, he quickly changed his tone. But I don't really like making female friends. He immediately retracted his outstretched hand. Seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing quietly loosened her grip and then gently rubbed the spot that had just been pinched. Wang Ye was smiling, but Dai Yunhan's sudden change in attitude left her momentarily speechless. Once she regained her composure, a hint of anger appeared on her face. If you don't want to get to know me, just say so directly. You first act like you want to get acquainted, and then change your attitude when it comes time to shake hands. What does that mean? Such behavior is simply insulting. Did I provoke you? Wang Ye snorted coldly, noting Dai Yunhan in her mind, and after casting him a look of disdain, she left. The other girls who had been watching also changed their attitudes towards him upon seeing how unamusing Dai Yunhan was. No matter how handsome he was, who would like someone with such disgusting behavior? Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this scene, felt even more pleased. When I'm not around, you can flirt all you want. But with me here, you won't get to do that. Not even for a dogtail grass. Chapter 86. Showing affection after the girls left, a few boys approached. Hello, I'm the son of a duke from the empire. My name is Wang Feng. May I befriend you? Wang Feng's approach was similar to Wang Ye's. They must have the same father, or at least the same mother. However, Wang Feng's target was not Dai Yunhan, but Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at Wang Feng and directly rejected him. Hello, I'm not really in need of friends. Compared to the fickle Dai Yunhan, Zhu Zhuqing was steadfast and would not give anyone chance. But Wang Feng clearly wasn't one to give up easily. He ran his hand through his hair, revealing an expensive accessory on his hand, and said, You don't sound like someone from Tiando City, right? When you're out, you rely on friends. The more friends you have, the more paths you can take. My family is one of the 3 great dukes of the Tiando Empire, the Green Light Duke. I have some influence here in Tiando City. If you're willing, you can come find me anytime. Saying this, Wang Feng took out a token and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing didn't even glance at it and showed a bored expression. Instead, she affectionately linked her arm with Dai Yunhan's and leaned against him. Thank you for your kindness, but I probably won't look for help from anyone else in my life, because I have a powerful fiancé. The mention of fiancé caused the expressions of everyone present to change. They all looked disappointed. Not just the boys, but the girls too, cast regretful glances at Dai Yunhan, feeling sorry for not meeting him sooner or for being outpaced by someone else. However, a small number of girls didn't care and looked at Dai Yunhan with burning eyes. As for the boys, aside from feeling regret, the rest was jealousy. After a change in expression, Wang Feng quickly regained his composure and said, It's okay. Meeting is fate. I feel a connection with you at first sight. As long as you're willing, you can come find me anytime. He then looked at Dai Yunhan and said, Brother Dai is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful fiancé, but I see that you are still young and talented. The world can be treacherous, so don't be arrogant. Otherwise, if you miss out on something precious because of your own reasons, it will be too late to regret it. Wang Feng's words were somewhat polite, but also quite impolite. On the surface, they seemed to show genuine concern for Dai Yunhan, but everyone present understood the underlying meaning. He was clearly eyeing someone else's girl and giving Dai Yunhan a warning. Moreover, to give a warning upon first meeting when they didn't even know each other. Who would believe he had no ulterior motives? Dai Yunhan was not an easy target, and, naturally, he could discern the meaning behind the words. In the face of someone trying to take advantage of Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Yunhan would never let him off easily. He let out a cold laugh, then extended a hand and swiftly swung it towards Wang Feng's face. The strong momentum brought a tearing sensation, as if he was ready to slap Wang Feng to death. The onlookers couldn't help but be startled, looking at Dai Yunhan in surprise. Could it be that Dai Yunhan was enraged and intended to hit Wang Feng? After all, Wang Feng was the son of a duke, and Dai Yunhan would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this was Yuxian, where the emperor had ordered a ban on all fighting. Violators could be stripped of their titles and demoted to commoners, or worse, executed. Did he really dare to take action? Facing Dai Yunhan head-on, Wang Feng felt the sharp momentum and couldn't help but panic, instinctively taking a step back. But upon seeing Dai Yunhan's mocking gaze and recalling the rules of Yuxian, he straightened his body and forced himself to remain calm. He didn't believe that Dai Yunhan would really dare to act in Yuxian. Sure enough, the next second, he was right. Dai Yunhan's hand stopped an inch in front of him. Wang Feng felt a sense of relief. Dai Yunhan indeed did not dare to strike at him. He was just a paper tiger. Unconsciously, a more triumphant expression appeared on Wang Feng's face. The others also breathed a sigh of relief. If a fight broke out here, Dai Yunhan could very well be sentenced to death. As his fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing would also face the death penalty alongside him. Both of them felt a bit reluctant. At the same time, they were a little disappointed. They had thought that Dai Yunhan really dared to make a move against Wang Feng. If that had happened, it would surely have been a great show. This is how people are. When the weak provoke the strong, the first reaction is concern. And when they realize it was not a provocation, they feel disappointed for missing out on a good show. Dai Yunhan's hand came to a stop right in front of Wang Feng, whose lips curled into a cold smile, filled with arrogance. Without saying a word, he simply watched to see what other tricks Dai Yunhan had up his sleeve. Just now, his complete stillness had seemingly already won the momentum against Dai Yunhan. He felt Zhu Zhuqing's gaze directed at him, and he immediately lifted his chin higher. Zhu Zhuqing, see it? Your man is a waste. I am your best choice. In this world, strength and background are everything. His heart swelled with pride and satisfaction. He felt like a proud rooster, stretching his neck. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan's hand in front of him suddenly moved, first the 5 fingers twitching as if to grasp at the air. Wang Feng was puzzled. What does this mean? Is he so angry that he's lost his mind? Or does he know he can't attack me, so he chooses to strike at the air? Useless. Having musical talent is of no use. Only strength matters. He had already begun to imagine Zhu Zhuqing shaking off Dai Yunhan and sneaking back to find him later. Unconsciously, his pride swelled even further. But just then, Dai Yunhan's hand moved again, this time a bit slowly, as if deliberately in slow motion, gliding past Wang Feng. Then, he drew a semicircle in front of him and continued on. Wang Feng's eyes were fixed on his hand, trying to see what he was up to. Could this guy be an idiot? Dai Yunhan's hand brushed past his eyes, swept over his chest, and glided over his hands, ultimately landing on Zhu Zhuqing's waist. 5 fingers made contact, and then the palm pressed against her waist, merging with a perfect curve. Wang Feng was stunned. His eyes remained motionless, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. There was a hint of confusion, a touch of bewilderment, a dash of doubt, and an overwhelming 91 of anger. Dai Yunhan, that beast is actually showing off affection. Beast, how can this be tolerated? Wang Feng, who maintained his noble demeanor, couldn't hold it back any longer and immediately broke down. Chapter 87, Killing with Heart. But just a second before his anger erupted, Dai Yunhan suddenly exerted force with his arm, pulling Zhu Zhuqing close. Zhu Zhuqing let out a delicate cry, then blushed and leaned against the shoulder. But this was not the end. Dai Yunhan's hand, which was resting on her waist, suddenly moved down to that exaggerated curve. Zhu Zhuqing was instantly filled with shame and anger, but she didn't resist at all. Instead, she cooperated with Dai Yunhan's performance, shyly burying her head into Dai Yunhan's chest. Dai Yunhan looked at Wang Feng with extreme satisfaction, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He wasn't holding his head high, but in the eyes of the crowd, he was prouder than a proud rooster. As for Wang Feng at this moment, his neck was already broken, and he had turned into an angry turkey. If looks could kill, Dai Yunhan would have been turned into a poached chicken by now. He snorted coldly, then walked out with great frustration. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt even more envy and resentment towards Dai Yunhan. Killing with a heart. Dai Yunhan didn't say a word and completely countered Wang Feng's attacks, even launching a counteroffensive that left him in tatters. Truly a master. After witnessing this scene, Everyone understood that the relationship between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing was very deep. Some people had already given up their thoughts, while others buried their ideas, waiting for an opportunity to arise someday. Moreover, a few individuals directly transferred their thoughts into their minds, contemplating how to create opportunities for themselves. When most people had dispersed, Zhu Zhuqing shyly emerged from Dai Yunhan's embrace and then, with a displeased expression, twisted his waist. Next time you dare to do this in front of so many people, I won't let you off. Dai Yunhan, however, was surprisingly thick-skinned, pretending to look innocent. What's wrong with me? I'm just declaring my allegiance, announcing that I'm yours, so those butterflies can stay away from me. At the same time, it also means keeping those piles of cow dung away from you. This beautiful flower is mine. Then you could just say it directly, in front of so many people, pinching my butt. If you're shameless, I still have my dignity. They wouldn't believe what was said. Only by showing them, seeing is believing, would they stop being so persistent. But you don't have to pinch my butt, Zhu Zhuqing said angrily and shyly. This is a classroom with so many people watching. I'm completely fine with a kiss or hug, but pinching my butt is a bit too much. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced at that moment, almost scaring her to death. Dai Yunhan could only helplessly say, what can we do? I've already pinched it. How about you pinch it back? As she said this, Dai Yunhan held his small hand and placed it on her own backside. Zhu Zhuqing directly slapped her on the butt in annoyance and said, how come I never noticed you were this naughty before? Dai Yunhan smiled, although she was slapped. It didn't hurt at all. In fact, it was somewhat pleasant. You haven't really noticed. It's just that you like my bad side. What nonsense? Zhu Zhuqing didn't believe this nonsense. However, she found Dai Yunhan's words somewhat reasonable. So she asked, then tell me, why do I like your bad side? Dai Yunhan chuckled again, and the reason was simple, because my badness was only for you. As she spoke, Dai Yunhan gave her little perky rear a slap, and then laughed heartily as she ran over. Zhu Zhuqing jumped in shock, feeling both embarrassed and angry. She glanced around and found that many eyes were on her. Instantly, she was so enraged that her martial spirit manifested and she lunged at Dai Yunhan. When the two returned to the dormitory, Deepening was waiting at the door. Seeing her, Dai Yunhan was a bit surprised. What are you doing here? Didn't you go to practice? Yeah, Teacher Qin is preparing to give us a month of intensive training, so I'm here to have my last meal tonight. I didn't expect that my cooking would make you linger so long. Hee, I also didn't expect that you, a big man, could cook so deliciously. After eavesdropping on a conversation between Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing last time, Deepening's mood had improved a lot. She knew that Dai Yunhan had a bit of a crush on her. Therefore, after experiencing several days of loneliness and coldness, she absolutely couldn't be proud now. Dai Yunhan opened the door and invited Deepening inside, then asked, your grandfather asked me to take care of you. What do you want to eat? I'll satisfy you tonight. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck, roasted chick, roasted gosling, assorted soup platter, smoked chicken with white belly, steamed 8 treasure pig, glutinous rice stuffed duck, canned wild chicken, canned quail. Are you just listing dishes here? Deepening didn't mind and replied, then I'll eat whatever you cook. Dai Yunhan shot her a glance and said, what nonsense. Can you eat anything else if I don't cook for you? She tied her apron tightly and then entered the kitchen to start cooking. Zhu Zhuqing, being the dutiful one, also came to the kitchen to help her. After seeing this, Deepening also decided to come to the kitchen to assist her. Dai Yunhan doesn't need her help, but she insists on stubbornly staying in the kitchen, and there's no way to drive her away. There's nothing that can be done about it. Hand me the green onions. Here. She handed a bunch of chives to Deepening. Dai Yunhan is speechless. You can't even tell the difference between vegetables. Isn't that just causing trouble? You can teach me. I don't believe you knew everything right after you were born. Deepening is just not planning to leave anyway. Dai Yunhan has no choice but to stay. Please pass me the sesame oil. Here. Deepening brought a bottle of Sichuan pepper oil. Dai Yunhan said, elder sister, you may not know oil, but you know characters, right? I think this dish would taste better with Sichuan pepper oil. Deepening said nervously. All right, she just got distracted. Dai Yunhan, please pass me the pork. Deepening handed over a plate of chicken. Dai Yunhan was surprised. How did you get it right this time? I don't know, I just felt it was this one. Dai Yunhan's forehead was covered in black. The little black spots had actually spread throughout the universe. Finally, under the hindrance of Deepening, the meal that could have been prepared in an hour was successfully completed after 2.5 hours. The three of them sat at the table. What about the wine from last time? With such a lavish spread today, how can we not drink a little? Deepening suddenly said. Dai Yunhan was surprised. You still drink white liquor? Why is it not allowed? Dai Yunhan tugged at her mouth and said, forget it, The alcohol content of the white wine is too high. You might as well drink some fruit wine, which I also brewed. Dai Yunhan took out the brewed fruit wine from the space ring. This world has a rich variety of fruits, and the juice is thick, making it perfect for brewing fruit wine. Chapter 88. Don't be afraid. I'm willing. Du Yin wanted to refuse to drink the fruit wine because it has low toxicity. However, when she saw and smelled the different fruity aromas, she chose to agree. What kind of fruit wine is this? I can already sense the sweetness before even tasting it, Du Yin asked. Dai Yunhan's mild proudly. This is a special fruit picked from the starry forest, brewed with the finest royal rock sugar in my white wine. So of course it's delicious. Saying this, he poured a full glass for her, then also poured a glass for himself and Zhu Zhuqing. Cheers! The three raised their glasses and tasted the sweet and fragrant fruit wine. After a sip, Du Yin revealed a satisfied expression. I seriously suspect that being a prince is just your side job. Cooking, brewing wine, detoxifying, and refining medicine. How come you could do everything? Du Yin exclaimed. She had never seen a prince who would learn such peculiar skills. Dai Yunhan smiled slyly. I have learned a lot of things. Do you know anything else? Du Yin asked in surprise. Of course. For example? Du Yin widened her eyes. Dai Yunhan smirked and said, for example, swindling, cheating, stealing, drinking, gambling, and smoking. Do you know these as well? Du Yin was extremely shocked. How could these things be considered good? Isn't it inappropriate? You're a prince. Knowing these things doesn't quite match your status, does it? Dai Yunhan said it doesn't matter. I'm just simply trying to prove to you that I know more. I never said I have to know anything. Du Yin felt 1,000 grass mud horses flying by in her mind, and then looked at Zhu Zhuqing. Has he always been like this since he was young? At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing could understand Du Yin's feelings very well. A sense of inexplicable recognition arose from his heart. What he was showing was just the tip of the iceberg. If you regret this meal, it's still not too late. This was a hint, meaning to advise Du Yin. If you admit you were blind to fall for Dai Yunhan, it's still not too late to back out now. Du Yin also picked up on it, but she did not respond. She just raised her glass and shouted, "Come on, cheers." The three of them toasted. After drinking, Du Yin's face started to feel a bit hot. Although this was fruit wine, the base liquor was Dai Yunhan's white liquor. While the alcohol content was lower, it was still much stronger than ordinary fruit wine. So she, who couldn't hold her liquor well, was already feeling a bit tipsy after just 2 sips. Zhu Zhuqing was similar. She also didn't like drinking and had a very low tolerance. The three of them chatted and ate. Du Yin seemed to be intentionally trying to get herself drunk, so she kept urging them to drink. Dai Yunhan doesn't mind. His alcohol tolerance is quite high, and he's not affected at all. However, Zhu Zhuqing can't handle it. Her alcohol tolerance is even worse than that of Du Yin, and she becomes dizzy in no time, refusing to eat. Dai Yunhan had no choice but to carry her to bed after finishing the meal, letting her sleep first. As for Dai Yunhan, she went downstairs to clean up. Let me help you. Du Yin still retained a bit of consciousness. Although she could barely stand, she still wanted to help Dai Yunhan with the dishes. Dai Yunhan steadied her and said, "No need. If you're drunk, I'll take you back to rest. You're the one who's drunk, I'm not." Du Yin waved her hand, and everyone who was drunk claimed they weren't. "I'll help you wash." Du Yin walked behind Dai Yunhan and then directly hugged his waist, resting her head against his back. Dai Yunhan was taken aback, wanted to help her to the sofa to rest, and then take her back later. However, her hands were tightly gripping, not loosening at all. "Don't move. Let me hold you," Du Yin said with a hint of melancholy in her voice. Dai Yunhan immediately stood still. Du Yin chuckled and said, "Look, I'm holding you now. It's not like when I was cooking just now, dragging you down. Moreover, this bowl can be considered as washed by both of us. I also feel involved. Am I not smart?" Dai Yunhan felt a sense of joy in his heart. He thought only he could articulate laziness and taking advantage of others so clearly and elegantly. But he didn't expect that Du Yin could do it too. You're very clever." Dai Yunhan allowed her to hold her and even gave her a compliment. Then she continued with her dishwashing task. Du Yin held onto her like this, with a satisfied smile on her face. Soon, Dai Yunhan finished washing the dishes. "All right, you're quite tipsy too. Let me take you back." Dai Yunhan turned around, helped her up, and prepared to send her back. But just as she turned her around, she suddenly lunged into Dai Yunhan's arms and pressed her soft, fragrant lips against hers. Dai Yunhan was startled, not expecting such a sudden turn of events. However, in the face of this soft attack, he did not resist. He allowed Du Yin to launch her full assault, and he took it all on. But he clearly underestimated Du Yin's attacks. Her offensive was more ferocious than he had imagined. She directly reached out, grabbed Dai Yunhan's hand, and provided him with a bright guidance. Dai Yunhan's heart skipped a beat, secretly amazed at Zhu Yan's boldness. In terms of figure, she was smaller than Zhu Zhuqing, but her courage was anything but small. After a brief passivity, Dai Yunhan, as a man, immediately took control. Zhu Yan's offensive was instantly shattered, and she began to submit to Dai Yunhan's embrace. The battle was over. Zhu Yan's face was flushed, with a hazy drunkenness from the alcohol and the release of spring feelings, as she looked at Dai Yunhan, filled with desire and satisfaction. Then, without any hesitation, she actively began to unfasten her clothing buttons. Dai Yunhan was startled. "What are you doing?" Zhu Yan's eyes sparkled with a fiery flame. "I've already taken off my skirt. What do you think I'm doing?" As she spoke, she moved closer to Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan quickly held her down. "Are you crazy? This is the kitchen. The kitchen has a large glass window, and you can see everything happening inside from outside." "Then let's go upstairs," Zhu Yan said. "Zhu Qing is upstairs. Then let's go to the bathroom." "The bathroom is too small. What do you want to do? Are you still not a man?" Zhu Yan's face was filled with resentment, and the intense flames in her heart dimmed a bit. Soon after, her eyes became moist. "Do you not like me?" "Of course I like you," Dai Yunhan replied without any hesitation. "If I didn't like you, I would have kicked you out long ago. Then why did you reject me?" Zhu Yan's eyes lit up with joy, and the flames reignited, though still somewhat suppressed, not as wild as before. Dai Yunhan sighed and said, "When your grandfather passed away, he asked me to take care of you. If I bring you to bed to take care of you, what will happen when he comes back? Won't I be skinned alive? Why are you afraid of him? I'm doing this voluntarily." Chapter 89. Zhu Yan's favor deepens. Soul power increases by 1 level. "He's your grandfather. Of course you're not afraid," Dai Yunhan explained. "Even though you're doing this voluntarily, have you forgotten what happened last time? If it weren't for my immunity to poison, I would have probably been killed by your grandfather long ago. Your grandfather is autocratic and doesn't listen to any of your explanations, so I'm afraid." Dai Yunhan explained this as a purely made-up excuse. Is he afraid of Dugibo? A little afraid. However, if he would date Dugibo's granddaughter, Dai Yunhan is confident that Dugibo wouldn't harm him and would even be quite happy. And why does he say this? The reason is simple. He wants to reserve his first time for Zhu Zhuqing, because in his heart, Zhu Zhuqing is the most important. However, he cannot say this out loud, otherwise it would hurt Zhu Yan. If she were to take it to heart and decide not to be close to him anymore, that would be a huge loss. Upon hearing Dai Yunhan's explanation, Zhu Yan felt a surge of guilt in her heart. Zhu Yan was right. Last time, when he explained it that way and even pleaded with his grandfather, he still didn't let go of Dai Yunhan. In the end, it was only after he risked his life that his grandfather released Dai Yunhan. If something really happened between him and Dai Yunhan, given Dugibo's character, it was indeed possible that he would take some action. Although he had asked his grandfather to help him last time and let Dai Yunhan take care of him, he also told his grandfather that he liked Dai Yunhan. His grandfather's attitude had changed somewhat, but he still didn't seem very happy. Therefore, Zhu Yan hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Dai Yunhan breathed a sigh of relief and then helped her put on her clothes. However, after Zhu Yan had her clothes on, she suddenly crouched down. Dai Yunhan was suddenly startled. "What are you doing? Since I made you uncomfortable, I naturally have to help you relieve it." After a long while, Zhu Yan happily leaned in Dai Yunhan's embrace, and Dai Yunhan contentedly held Zhu Yan. "How about it? Compared to Zhu Zhuqing, who do you think is better?" "Zhu Zhuqing, shy as water," replied. "You are as passionate as fire. Both are good." Smooth talker. Zhu Yan huffed unhappily. However, she did not continue to ask further because she knew that such questions would not have an answer. It was like the dilemma of saving a wife or a mother from drowning. Even if there was an answer, it would mostly be false. However, a woman's competitive nature is innate, and she couldn't help but ask again. "So, who do you think has a better figure, me or her?" "You both have your own characteristics." Dai Yunhan gave a comment, but Zhu Yan was still not satisfied. "You still didn't say whose is better." Dai Yunhan thought for a moment, then smiled mischievously and used a move called Cloud Flower Exploration, saying, "At this moment, you are at your best." Zhu Yan was suddenly taken aback. Her little face flushed, but after a moment of shyness, she turned passive into active. Ding! Detected that the goddess Zhu Yan's affection for the host has deepened, gaining a level increase in soul power. In the following days, Zhu Yan went into intensive training for the practice competition scheduled for more than a month later. Meanwhile, Dai Yunhan, with nothing much to do, would go out of the academy every day to see how things were going with Hua Fei's plan regarding Yi Tiansheng. If there was nothing pressing, he would go to the palace to find Xue Qinghe for a drink. After being tricked once, Xue Qinghe naturally stopped accompanying Dai Yunhan for drinks. However, Dai Yunhan had his own way to handle him. He would take out an ancient book on state governance, and as long as Shui Qinghe was willing to drink with him, Dai Yunhan would give it to him. At first, Shui Qinghe was reluctant, but after Dai Yunhan deliberately read some contents from a book, he had no hesitation and agreed to drink with Dai Yunhan. As a result, the two ended up sleeping in the same bed. To quickly cultivate their feelings, Dai Yunhan would occasionally take off her clothes to test his limits. As long as Shui Qinghe did not have an extreme reaction, Dai Yunhan successfully lowered his boundaries. By the time she was truly ready to be honest with him, he probably wouldn't have too much of a reaction. Another boring day passed. Dai Yunhan returned to the camp of Huofei once again. According to the daily reports, Yi Tianqing seemed to have truly changed. He took on tasks at a very high frequency and specifically chose high-reward missions, so he was earning money quickly. However, such tasks also carried a high level of danger. Yi Lingling had also come out of school multiple times to treat him. Dai Yunhan originally didn't want her to come out for treatment, because if she came out too frequently, Yi Tianqing was very likely to notice something amiss. After all, she was currently playing the role of the villain, and how could a villain be so lenient towards Yi Lingling? However, Yi Tianqing was getting seriously injured every time, and Yi Lingling was anxious. She had to treat him personally. Dai Yunhan had no choice in this matter. After all, Yi Lingling was the girl he wanted to pursue. His woman had to be cherished by him. In the room, Dai Yunhan teased Yi Lingling while waiting for Huofei's report today. Just then, Huofei's urgent voice came through. "Captain, it's bad. Yi Tianqing has been captured." "Captured?" Dai Yunhan was startled and stood up abruptly. Who the hell is looking for trouble? Capturing Yi Tianqing for what? Beside him, Yi Lingling also asked anxiously. "Who took him?" "It's the leader of the Demon Wolf Brigade, Lai Xiao." "Why did he capture Yi Tianqing?" Dai Yunhan inquired. Huofei replied, "It was because of a mission conflict. Yi Tianqing helped someone hunt for a soul ring and ended up encountering members of the Demon Wolf Brigade. Both sides wanted the same soul beast. Yi Tianqing didn't want to give up because the price for this one was high, so a conflict broke out. In the end, Yi Tianqing won, but the Demon Wolf Brigade didn't let him go. After he completed his mission, they immediately sent people to capture him." Hearing this, Dai Yunhan had a rough understanding of the situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Lingling asked anxiously, "Where's my dad now?" "He's at the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade." The headquarters of the Demon Wolf Brigade was not a good place. Once outsiders entered, it was no different from a prison. Many people who had angered the Demon Wolf Brigade were captured and almost never returned alive. Even if they did, their careers as soul masters were completely ruined. Yi Lingling's face immediately showed panic as she looked at Dai Yunhan for help. "Please save my dad." Dai Yunhan did not respond immediately, but looked at Huofei. Huofei seemed to know what he was going to ask, and said directly, "Captain, if we're going to rescue, we need to think it over carefully. The strength of the Demon Wolf Brigade is the strongest among mercenary groups. If we act rashly, we are likely to suffer heavy losses." Chapter 90. Rescue Huofei is different from Dai Yunhan. Dai Yunhan established the nature of the mercenary group, while Huofei genuinely invested real feelings. He was unwilling to see sacrifices. Seeing Dai Yunhan hesitate, Yi Lingling immediately became anxious, grabbing Dai Yunhan's arm and saying, "Please save my dad. The headquarters of the Demon Wolf Group is very dangerous. If we go late, my dad's life will be at risk." After saying that, Dai Yunhan was still deep in thought, and Yi Lingling felt even more panicked. Suddenly, a determined look flashed in her eyes, and she said, "Dai Yunhan, as long as you promise to save my dad, I will agree to any condition you have, including being your woman. Is that true?" Dai Yunhan spoke up. Yi Lingling saw his quick reaction, and a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Dai Yunhan must have done this on purpose to make her say such things, taking advantage of her vulnerability. However, her resentment soon faded, turning into a sense of helplessness. She was an adult, and she knew that in the adult world, no one will be good to you for no reason. Their kindness always comes at a cost. Although she looked down on Dai Yunhan's opportunistic behavior, she was also very willing to accept that he could take advantage of her now. After all, this represented an opportunity to save her father. One must understand that sometimes, when you are in despair, even if you are willing to let someone take advantage of you, no one will show up. That is the real horror. She did not blame Dai Yunhan. She only blamed herself for not having the strength to protect her father. She only blamed the heavens for being so unfair, giving her a martial soul that could only heal. However, what she did not know was that Dai Yunhan was not trying to take advantage of her. He was actually thinking about how to save Yi Tianqing. After much thought, he decided to use the most direct method. Immediately, he agreed, "Let's go. Let's head to the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Corps right now." Yi Lingling was overjoyed and quickly responded. However, Huafei's expression changed. Captain, are you really going to do this? Dai Yunhan knew what he was worried about and said directly, this matter is my personal issue. You don't need to get involved. I can handle it by myself. After saying this, Dai Yunhan headed towards the Demon Wolf Regiment. Yi Lingling was somewhat puzzled as to why Dai Yunhan didn't want the squadron to join. If they did, the chances of success would be greater. However, she didn't ask much because for some reason, she felt an inexplicable trust in Dai Yunhan. Soon, Dai Yunhan brought Yi Lingling to the headquarters of the Demon Wolf Regiment. 2 guards stopped them at the entrance. Dai Yunhan didn't force her way in, but directly said, I want to see the leader of the Demon Wolf Regiment. Lai Xiao, you are the leader of the escort team? The escort team has been very impressive these past few days, growing into the second largest mercenary group in the mercenary guild in just a short period of time. Therefore, the 2 guards did not dare to be negligent towards this person who claimed to be the leader. Dai Yunhan took out the leader's badge. The 2 guards recognized at a glance. Please wait a moment. One guard went in to inform Lai Xiao. Soon, the guard returned. Our leader requests your presence. Dai Yunhan nodded and followed him inside. Soon, they arrived in the main hall. Sitting in the main hall, Lai Xiao was initially puzzled about why the leader of the escort team was looking for him, as he had no connection with him at all. However, upon seeing Dai Yunhan appear, he immediately became nervous. You are the leader of the escort team? Lai Xiao asked in surprise. That's right, it's me. Dai Yunhan nodded. Lai Xiao furrowed his brows deeply. What exactly was Dai Yunhan's identity? He was from the prince's residence and also the leader of the Lai Jichuan. What did he want from him at this moment? Could it be that the prince's residence wanted to suppress him and support the Lai Jichuan? However, when he saw Yi Lingling next to Dai Yunhan, he began to understand something. You came for Yi Tiansheng, didn't you? That's right, where is he? Dai Yunhan asked. Lai Xiao replied, I have him locked up. That guy doesn't know his place. He actually tried to steal the soul ring from us and seriously injured 2 of my brothers. Does he think that with his soul power of over level 50, I can't handle him? Dai Yunhan frowned and said, let him go. Lai Xiao was surprised and looked at him, then understood his meaning. Why should I? He hurt my brother and stole the mission of my Demon Wolf team. You say to let him go just like that? If you let him go, I will compensate for all the losses. You will compensate? Lai Xiao laughed. You can compensate for the money, but what about my brother's injuries? What about the mental trauma they suffered? Can these be made up for with money? Hearing this, Dai Yunhan realized that Lai Xiao was deliberately making things difficult for him today. Their only connection was Yi Lingling. It must be because he resented him for ruining his plans last time. So, he got straight to the point and said, as long as you let Yi Tiansheng go, you can name your conditions. Great, I've been waiting for you to say that. Give me the woman beside you, and I'll let Yi Tiansheng go. No way. Dai Yunhan refused without hesitation. Lai Xiao scoffed. What? Are you backing out so soon? You just said the conditions were up to me, and I only mentioned one, and you can't do it? Dai Yunhan said coldly, she's my woman. I don't care, I just like what you played with. That way I don't have to train. Lai Xiao said lewdly. His eyes roamed wantonly over Yi Lingling, as if he were genuinely lustful, or perhaps he was deliberately provoking Dai Yunhan. In any case, Dai Yunhan was indeed angry. I'll give you one last chance. Apart from her, you can set any other conditions. I don't want any other conditions. I just want her. If you can give her me, I'll let go of Yi Tiansheng. If you can't, I will kill him right now. You dare. Before Dai Yunhan could speak, Yi Lingling couldn't hold back. Lai Xiao laughed. What do I have to be afraid of? Yi Tiansheng was ungrateful first, stealing my soul beast and injuring my brother. It's perfectly normal for me to capture him. Even if you're from the prince's mansion, I'm not afraid. At that moment, Lai Xiao occupied Dali. Even if Dai Yunhan was from the prince's mansion, he had to consider his actions. After all, the prince's mansion represented royal dignity. And if one disregarded the truth and acted unlawfully, they would be condemned by the world. This was also why Lai Xiao dared to confront Dai Yunhan head-on. Of course, there was another reason. He had broken through a few days ago and had become a soul saint. Chapter 91. If one doesn't work, then 2 will. In the Heaven Dou Empire, the status of a soul saint is very high. Not to mention the prince's mansion. Even the emperor has to give him some face. After all, in the Heaven Dou Empire, apart from Dugabo, the strongest are the 3 deans of the Heaven Dou Academy. There are almost no other powerful experts belonging to the royal family. A soul saint is enough to make them pull out all the stops to win him over. Strength is indeed the fundamental source of arrogance in this world. And this statement is absolutely true. Lai Zhao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he said, don't say I didn't give you a chance to consider. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, if you agree, I'll immediately release him, and all previous matters will be erased. If you don't agree, just wait for his corpse. After finishing, Lai Xiao sat back in his seat and poured himself a cup of tea, looking as if everything was under his control. Dai Yunhan was extremely indifferent. This guy really wasn't giving him any face. How could he be so stubborn? Beside him, Yi Lingling's palms were sweating, and because she was wearing a veil, it was hard to see her expression. However, from her trembling eyes, it was clear that she was struggling and conflicted. She couldn't help but glance at Dai Yunhan, only to find him wearing a gloomy face. Could it be that he had no way out either? A sense of darkness filled her heart. When she saw the arrogant face of Lai Xiao, a shade of gray emerged in her mind. No matter how she tried to escape, she ultimately couldn't break free from Lai Xiao's clutches. She took a step forward, ready to agree to Lai Xiao's demands. But at that moment, Dai Yunhan took a step ahead, directly unleashing his martial soul. A majestic black and white tiger with wings appeared behind him. Seeing this, Lai Xiao inexplicably smiled. Kid, are you sure you want to play hardball with me here? Do you know whose territory this is? As he spoke, Lai Xiao's aura suddenly surged outward. With a bloody roar, a black magic wolf appeared behind him, towering at 3 meters high, emanating an extremely violent aura, as if it had come from the depths of a dark abyss. At the same time, 7 soul rings shone beneath his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black. 7 rings soul saint. Dai Yunhan was slightly surprised. No wonder he was so arrogant. He had actually broken through to the soul saint realm. He even had a standard optimal soul ring configuration. Meanwhile, as Lai Xiao released his martial soul, the little brothers of the demon wolf group surrounded them. Lai Xiao couldn't help but feel extremely proud, sneering at Dai Yunhan. Kid, don't think that just because you're from the prince's palace. Even if the crown prince himself came today, he wouldn't have any reason to take Yi Tiansheng away, unless he steps over your corpse, right? Dai Yunhan suddenly asked. Lai Xiao was momentarily taken aback. How did he steal his lines? But he was generous and thought, let it be. So, he followed up on Dai Yunhan's words. That's right, unless he steps over my corpse. As he finished speaking, the surrounding little brothers pressed in even tighter on Dai Yunhan. As long as he made any slight movement, they would immediately launch an attack. Yi Lingling watched the tense situation. Her heart, already in a state of panic because of Yi Tiansheng, now felt even more conflicted. She didn't want to lose her father, nor did she want to drag Dai Yunhan into danger because of her. If a battle broke out here, it was very likely that Dai Yunhan would die. She couldn't be so selfish. At that moment, she was about to step forward. But just then, Dai Yunhan pulled her back, accompanied by a voice filled with extreme disdain. It said, just entered the soul saint realm, and you're already so arrogant? Fine, since you seek death so eagerly, I shall fulfill your wish. A voice, dignified and cold, seemed to materialize out of thin air, ringing in everyone's ears. All of them couldn't help but show panic. Who was it? Lai Xiao suddenly stood up from his seat, his face in shock. This aura was definitely stronger than his own. It's me. The voice rang out again, and a figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. He then waved his hand, and the disciples blocking his path flew out like kites with their strings cut. Lai Xiao looked at him in astonishment. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from him, his mouth went dry. He was also a soul saint. Moreover, from the aura, he was even stronger than himself. Who are you? Lai Xiao asked. He was questioning himself. He had never seen this person before, nor had he provoked him. The man coldly replied, You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that Dai Yunhan is my master. Master? Upon hearing this word, Lai Xiao was shocked again. A soul saint serving under someone? He found it hard to believe. What kind of background did Dai Yunhan have? Even a crown Prince Wen Ti have a soul saint as a subordinate, right? Seeing that he didn't look like he was lying, Lai Xiao's expression became serious. If that were the case, then today he wouldn't achieve his goals so easily. Both were soul saints. One was an established soul saint, and the other was a newly promoted one. Lai Xiao lacked confidence in being able to defeat this person in front of him. After all, he had no backing. He had grown to this point purely through personal effort. However, he didn't want to compromise so easily. He still wanted to struggle a bit. Even if you're Dai Yunhan's person, you can't just act so unreasonably and snatch people away, can you? Yi Tiansheng has caused me great losses. Dai Yunhan stepped forward and said, I've already said, I can compensate you for any amount, but you don't want that. I have no choice but to be unreasonable. Lai Xiao was furious. Just moments ago he had been so arrogant, and now he felt so frustrated. However, he gritted his teeth and said, We are all soul saints here, and I have so many people with me. If it comes to a fight, I may not be able to defeat you, but it won't be easy for you to protect him either. I'll say it again, let this woman go, and we'll pretend nothing happened. After saying this, he lowered his voice and advised, Dai Yunhan, you have money and power, and women are naturally not lacking for you. Why bother fighting me for just this one? Dai Yunhan is extremely domineering. I don't lack women, but my women are not something you can touch. You. Lai Zhao's throat tightened. Then he gritted his teeth and said, Dai Yunhan, do you really think that a soul saint can control me? Dai Yunhan sneered. One soul saint is not enough. What about the other two? As she spoke, another surge of violent energy appeared, toppling over a dozen members of the demon wolf group. Then, a woman in a white dress appeared in front of Dai Yunhan. This person was also one of those protecting Dai Yunhan. She had previously been a sole emperor, but after Dai Yunhan returned from the Yin Yang 2 Instrument's eye, she provided them with some low-level herbs. After consuming them, she successfully broke through to become a soul saint. Now, Dai Yunhan had 2 soul saints to protect her. Chapter 92. Isn't it your fault? The appearance of this one soul saint immediately extinguished the last flicker of hope in Lai Xiao. With one soul saint, he could still rely on his numbers to negotiate. But with 2 soul saints, he truly had no way out. Just then, a sudden sound of fighting erupted at the entrance, followed by a fiery red figure rushing in. It was Hua Fei. He led the members of the Lai Jituan to provide support for Dai Yunhan. Upon seeing this scene, Lai Zhao's heart sank, and he had no further thoughts. Dai Yunhan, are you going to let them go now? She asked. If he didn't let them go now, Dai Yunhan wouldn't mind annihilating the entire demon wolf group. People had to bow their heads under a roof. At this moment, Lai Xiao had lost all the confidence he had just moments ago. He sighed inwardly and immediately ordered someone to bring Yi Tianqing out. Yi Tianqing was covered in blood, his skin torn and flesh exposed, clearly having been tortured. Seeing this, Yi Lingling felt a pang in her heart and immediately sent a healing light toward him. Upon seeing this tragic state, Dai Yunhan also felt a surge of anger and warned Lai Xiao, if you dare to lay a finger on anyone from the Yi family again, I will take your life. After saying this, she turned and left with Yi Tianqing. Lai Zhao's face was filled with despair and unwillingness as he watched Dai Yunhan's retreating figure, wishing he could stab her. But seeing the 2 soul saints, he ultimately chose to compromise. It wasn't that he was too weak, but rather that the enemy was too fierce. Soon, Dai Yunhan brought Yi Tianqing out and returned to the headquarters of the Lai Jituan. You go treat your father first. If you need anything, just let me know, Dai Yunhan said to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling nodded, her eyes filled with urgency and gratitude. After she left, Dai Yunhan looked at the group of Lai Jituan disciples. In just a few days, there were surprisingly 30 to 40 of them, some of whom had even been issued uniforms. You're cut out to be a vice captain. I'm very reassured to leave the Lai Jituan to you, Dai Yunhan said, patting Hua Fei on the shoulder. Hua Fei understood what he meant and explained. The ones in uniforms are not recruited by me. They're from my sister's academy, here to help out. Just then, a uniformed little brother shouted, Bro Fei, remember, it's 10 gold soul coins to show off, 20 to take action, and 50 for a big fight. Hua Fei immediately replied with irritation. When have I ever let you guys suffer a loss? After saying that, he turned to a nearby little brother and ordered, give everyone 10 gold soul coins. Yes. Dai Yunhan was slightly surprised, not expecting that this kid Hua Fei actually had such connections and could invite someone from the academy to help. You kid, you're quite generous. 10 gold soul coins, just to show off? Next time there's something good like this, count me in, Dai Yunhan said. Hua Fei smiled faintly. It doesn't matter. It's all your money. After a while, Yi Lingling walked over. How is it? Your father's okay, right? Dai Yunhan asked. Yi Lingling shook her head. Dai Yunhan said again, it's better to clarify things to him when there's nothing going on. Your father has become somewhat obsessed and is starting to disregard the rules. It's one thing to be strong, but being weak can get you killed. Dai Yunhan didn't dare to continue. This guy Yi Tianqing was willing to risk his life for money. If this went on, it might really drive someone insane. Yi Lingling nodded in agreement. However, Dai Yunhan emphasized that she couldn't tell him directly. It needed to be gradual. She was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle such a shift in mentality. Yi Lingling replied. Seeing her weak demeanor, Dai Yunhan gave a glance to Hua Fei and the others. Hua Fei understood and then took his team out. Only Yi Lingling was left in the room. She sensed that the atmosphere was a bit off and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Dai Yunhan walked up to her, then directly wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. Yi Lingling was startled, her beautiful eyes trembling. What do you want to do? Dai Yunhan was domineering and indifferent, directly tearing off her veil, causing Yi Lingling to be even more frightened as she covered her face with her hands. Dai Yunhan let out a cold snort and pushed her hand away. Yi Lingling was taken aback, and after a moment of hesitation, with tears of grievance in her eyes, she silently withdrew her hand. Instantly, her stunning face was revealed. Dai Yunhan stared at her face, then at her lips. Just as she was becoming increasingly terrified, her head lowered. Yi Lingling was in a state of panic, her waist twisting incessantly, trying to struggle free from Dai Yunhan's embrace. But Dai Yunhan's strength was surprisingly great, and Yi Lingling couldn't break free at all. As Dai Yunhan's lips were about to touch hers, tears almost welled up in the corners of her eyes. She could only press her hands desperately against Dai Yunhan's chest. Just then, Dai Yunhan suddenly stopped, looking at her with a face of indifference. Yi Lingling was taken aback. The situation she had imagined did not unfold. She couldn't help but look at Dai Yunhan, only to find a hint of mockery in his indifferent eyes. "What's wrong? Are you so unwilling to be kissed by me?" Dai Yunhan questioned. Yi Lingling didn't understand what he meant and refrained from speaking rashly. Dai Yunhan said again, just now at the Demon Wolf group, "Weren't you trying to be Li Zhao's woman time and time again? He forced you, and you were willing. Now that I'm forcing you, you aren't willing?" Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling immediately understood. When she was at the Demon Wolf group, Li Xiao had been pressuring her to stay, and that was why he let Yi Tianqing go. She was anxious at the time and didn't realize that Dai Yunhan had such a powerful background, so she made that decision out of concern for Yi Tianqing's safety. Although she didn't say it out loud, it was obvious that Dai Yunhan had noticed. She couldn't help but blush, feeling ashamed. She turned her head away, not daring to look at Dai Yunhan. Such behavior was not inappropriate for her. She just wanted to save her father. However, for Dai Yunhan, especially since he liked her, it was undoubtedly an insult. Dai Yunhan said again, increasing the strength in his hands, tightening his grip around her slender waist, "Remember, you are my woman, and I won't allow you to have such thoughts." His domineering words and powerful embrace made Yi Lingling's heart tremble. She felt a sense of being protected, and, inexplicably, her heart felt sweet. However, she stubbornly replied, "I didn't know you were this strong. If you had let the two soul saints appear earlier, I wouldn't have had such thoughts. Are you blaming me now? Shouldn't you take some responsibility?" Yi Lingling retorted, her tone matter of fact. Chapter 93. Are you a dog? But after saying this, she realized something was off. Dai Yunhan also noticed. Upon hearing her words, the indifference on his face softened, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. So, does this mean Yi Lingling has started to like him? It must be true, because only when a woman sees a man as her own will she blame him. Dai Yunhan keeps saying that Yi Lingling is his woman, yet he failed to protect her and instead allowed her to entertain thoughts of self-sacrifice. Isn't that a fault of yours, Dai Yunhan? If you had called the soul saints out earlier, would Yi Lingling still have such thoughts? She wouldn't. So Yi Lingling's retort was valid. Dai Yunhan's grip loosened a bit, and there was a hint of embarrassment on her face, along with some joy. "I'm sorry, I apologize to you." Yi Lingling didn't expect him to actually apologize to her. Her expression froze for a moment. Feeling the strength around her waist gradually relax, she also slowly stepped back. "No need, no matter what, you have helped me, so I should be the one to thank you." Dai Yunhan shook his head, saying this was a different matter, and he apologized for his earlier behavior. "Really no need," Yi Lingling replied, shaking her head. Their current actions were still very intimate. She just wanted to leave Dai Yunhan's embrace because her face felt hot. However, upon hearing her words, Dai Yunhan did not give up. Instead, he suddenly tightened his grip and forcefully pulled Yi Lingling back into his arms. Yi Lingling gasped, managing to pull away a little, only to be pulled back again, her face turning red. But before she could even blame Dai Yunhan, a soft sensation suddenly pressed against her lips. She was forcefully kissed by Dai Yunhan. Yi Lingling felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment, instinctively pushing against Dai Yunhan's chest with both hands. But since Dai Yunhan had already kissed her, he wouldn't let her escape. One hand held her waist while the other pressed against the back of her head, clamping down on her like a vice. After struggling for a while and finding it futile, she realized that her resistance only made Dai Yunhan more domineering. In the end, she gave up. After all, she was just a support-type soul master, with no real means to fight back. She could only let Dai Yunhan take what he wanted. Dai Yunhan felt that the person in his arms was not struggling, and a thought crossed his mind. This girl has feelings for him. He couldn't help but feel delighted. At the same time, his movements became a bit gentler. Yi Lingling noticed his softer touch and felt a bit confused, but since she couldn't resist, she didn't think too much about it. After a while, Yi Lingling realized that she seemed to be starting to enjoy this feeling and began to cooperate with Dai Yunhan. This made her very shy, but she couldn't control herself. She gradually began to lose herself. Just when her sense of loss reached its peak, Dai Yunhan suddenly withdrew, leaving her. Yi Lingling opened her eyes and looked at Dai Yunhan in confusion, her eyes still holding a hint of reminiscence and reluctance. But when she saw Dai Yunhan's ambiguous smile, she suddenly understood something. Her pupils shrank sharply, and a mix of shame and anger swirled in her eyes. A scream escaped her lips, and then she turned away in despair, covering her face. She couldn't face anyone. It was too embarrassing. Dai Yunhan is really too bad. Not only does he tease her, but when he piques her interest, he retreats at the crucial moment. He just wants to see her make a fool of herself. The more she thinks about it, the angrier she gets, and her face turns purple with rage. Forgetting all about her pride, she rushes up and throws herself into Dai Yunhan's arms, then opens her mouth wide and bites down on his lips. In an instant, the flesh is broken, and blood flows out. "Ah, you dog!" Dai Yunhan winced in pain and quickly pushed her away, with a mix of anger and helplessness in his gaze. He never expected this guy would actually bite him. Yi Lingling licked her lips and felt a bit of saltiness, realizing she had drawn blood from his mouth. And suddenly, she felt a bit regretful. Regretful for biting him so hard. However, this regret didn't last long, because the next second, Dai Yunhan charged at her again and blocked her mouth once more. At the same time, his hands were not idle. 3 minutes later, Yi Lingling had a face full of shame and anger. This guy was really bad and had a thick skin. She should have bitten him harder just now, directly biting off his tongue. At this moment, although blood was trickling from the corner of Dai Yunhan's mouth, he looked extremely satisfied. She didn't expect this guy to be quite capable. Dressed in all black every day, it was hard to tell he was better than Duge Yin. Under Dai Yunhan's malicious gaze, Yi Lingling felt even more ashamed and angry. "What dirty thoughts are you having?" "What do you mean by dirty?" "I'm just thinking about you." "Is that considered dirty?" As he spoke, Dai Yunhan shot her an evil look. Yi Lingling immediately clutched her chest and stepped back. "If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Don't go too far." Dai Yunhan smiled and said, "Don't worry, we have a long time ahead of us." After saying this, he laughed heartily and walked out of the room, leaving Yi Lingling with a flushed face. Ding! It was detected that Goddess Yi Lingling's favorability towards the host deepened, and the reward, the first soul ring, was upgraded to 5,000 years. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Magic Wolf team, Lai Xiao sat in his chair, looking furious. "Captain, are we just letting Yi Tianqing go like that? He injured our brother and stole our mission. Isn't that too easy for him? What do we do? The Liaoqi team has 2 soul saints and the backing of the prince's mansion. If we confront him head-on, isn't that the same as seeking death?" Sighing, his little brother echoed Lai Zhao's sentiment. Just then, several wails suddenly sounded at the door. A few members of the Magic Wolf team were thrown out. Lai Xiao stood up abruptly, looking nervously at the newcomers. Could it be that Dai Yunhan came back to fight? "Who are you?" Lai Xiao asked warily, channeling his soul power. He had just seen the opponent's attack. They were definitely another soul saint. Damn it, when did there become so many soul saints? The newcomers were a young man and a powerful-looking middle-aged man with black hair. The young man had an arrogant demeanor and carried himself with a proud brilliance. He looked disdainfully at the Magic Wolf team members and said, "Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Yu Qianheng." "Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect," Lai Xiao exclaimed, his expression growing even more tense. What did the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect want? The Magic Wolf team shouldn't have any grudges with them. He cautiously asked, "May I ask what brings you to our Magic Wolf team?" "To help you," Yu Qianheng replied with 2 words. "Help with what?" "Whatever you want. I'll help you with it." Lai Zhao's face grew more serious instead of surprised. "What do you want?" "I want Dai Yunhan dead," Yu Qianheng said coldly, looking at him with extreme indifference. Feeling the icy aura radiating from him, Lai Xiao realized that this person definitely had a grudge against Dai Yunhan. So he said, "Dai Yunhan has 2 soul saints guarding him and the influence of the prince's mansion. I can't do anything to make him dead." Yu Qianheng chuckled softly. "Who cares about the prince's mansion? He doesn't even count as a person from the Tiandou Empire." "What do you mean by that?" Lai Xiao was puzzled. "Not even from the Tiandou Empire? What exactly is Dai Yunhan's identity?" Yu Qianheng replied, "Dai Yunhan, surname Dai, the 4th prince of the Star Luo Empire. Do you think he counts as a person from the Tiandou Empire?" Upon hearing this answer, Lai Xiao gasped. At the same time, a bitter smile appeared on his lips. Dai Yunhan is indeed not from the Tiandou Empire, but he is actually a prince, which is something I definitely cannot provoke. Fortunately, I didn't act impulsively before, otherwise I would even know how to write the word death right now. So, I said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you kill Dai Yunhan." Since you are from the Blue Electric Overlord sect, it should be easy for you to kill him, right? A sect dealing with an empire is impossible. But assassinating a prince should be a piece of cake, especially since this prince is out and about rather than hiding in the palace. You from the Blue Electric Overlord sect can obviously do this yourself. Why do you have to involve me? Isn't that putting me in danger? Yu Qianheng coldly snorted. If I could do it myself, do you think I would come to you? This statement was indeed true, but Lai Xiao felt quite aggrieved upon hearing it. You can't make a move, so you want me to go die for you? Your life matters, but mine doesn't? He had no intention of doing something so foolish. However, Yu Qianheng seemed to see through his thoughts and directly said, I'm not here to discuss cooperation with you. This is an order. An order? Lai Xiao sneered. I'm not from your Blue Electric Overlord sect, so what right do you have to give me orders? Yu Qianheng chuckled lightly. An order? The important thing is not the command, but the fate. If you have that fate, you can refuse as you wish. If you don't have that fate, you have to listen to my command. After saying that, a soul sage stepped forward behind him, revealing his soul rings, 7 soul rings. At the same time, a terrifying blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared behind him. The momentum was overwhelming, far stronger than his magic wolf. Once the momentum was released, Lai Xiao felt a heavy pressure in his heart. Seeing this scene, Lai Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He understood very well the martial soul of the Blue Electric Overlord sect. It's a top-tier beast martial soul, nearly invincible among the same rank. Its dragon transformation skill often allows him to take on multiple opponents. Although he was a soul sage, he was simply not a match for the opponent. Seeing his fear, Yu Qianheng continued, if you make a move against Dai Yunhan and succeed, you can obtain everything you desire, including Yulingling. If you refuse to act, then I will ensure you disappear forever. Trust me, I have the ability to follow through on my words. Faced with his threat, Lai Xiao was filled with rage. But as Yu Qianheng said, the Blue Electric Overlord sect might not dare to confront a prince directly. However, dealing with a rootless magic wolf mercenary group like him would be a piece of cake. For a moment, Lai Xiao found himself in a dilemma. I can't even beat him. How can you expect me to kill him? Lai Xiao shouted. Yu Qianheng replied, don't worry about that. I'm not trying to send you to your death. My goal is to kill Dai Yunhan. I will set an ambush, and you will lure him out without him noticing. Seeing that Lai Xiao still couldn't give an answer, Yu Qianheng added, I'll give you 3 days to think it over. After 3 days, I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. After saying this, Yu Qianheng left the magic wolf group. The last time Dai Yunhan was captured by Dugubo and brought back, Dugubo found him and gave him a good lesson. If he weren't the grandson of the sect master of the Blue Electric Overlord sect, Dugubo might have directly killed him. He even schemed against Dugubo. After this incident, Yu Qianheng's hatred for Dai Yunhan deepened, so he constantly sent people to monitor him. This was how this plan came to be. On the other side, after Dai Yunhan returned to the dormitory, it was already late. Zhu Zhuqing was cooking, and upon seeing him return, she enthusiastically said, dinner will be ready soon. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Okay, Dai Yunhan washed her hands and then helped to serve the rice. Soon, 2 dishes and a soup were brought to the table, with both meat and vegetables providing a balanced nutrition. Dai Yunhan took a bite and showed a satisfied smile. My wife's cooking is getting better and better. It's truly delicious to the extreme. If it's good, you should eat a bit more. Of course. So you won't sneak out to eat. Zhu Zhuqing muttered softly again. Dai Yunhan's chopsticks froze for a moment. Could it be that he was discovered again? However, he had thick skin and pretended not to hear. But it seemed that Zhu Zhuqing was not willing to let him off easily, as she picked up food for him, saying, come on, this is meat from home, give it a try. Dai Yunhan still hasn't reacted to what the meat at home is. Then, Zhu Zhuqing picked up a piece of meat for him again, saying, this one is from outside, you should try it too. Dai Yunhan understood now. The first piece of meat was bought by him and Zhu Zhuqing together. The second piece of meat was given by Dugi Yin and her grandfather when they came over for dinner the night before. This was hinting at his infidelity last night. This girl was jealous. He decisively ate the first piece of meat and then said, the second piece of meat doesn't taste good, so I won't eat it. He thought his attitude was good, but unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing said, how do you know it tastes bad if you haven't even tried it? It's all served on the same plate. Dai Yunhan was taken aback. Then he heard Zhu Zhuqing say, word by word, so, did you cheat last night? Damn, this girl is not a ghostly spirit cat, but a ghostly spirit dog, right? Her nose is so sensitive. He knew he couldn't hide it anymore. So he boldly admitted it, putting the meat in his mouth. After eating it, he said, I was a bit dazed. This taste is quite good. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was cold. Which piece of meat was better, the first one or the second one? Damn, this is another tricky question. But Dai Yunhan obviously knew how to answer this question. Speak to a person in a way that they understand, and speak to a ghost in a way that they understand. Never praise another woman in front of woman. Chapter 95. Invitation. So Dai Yunhan said without hesitation, "The first piece of meat is better." Sure enough, Zhu Zhuqing's expression softened a bit. "Why is the first piece of meat better?" Zhu Zhuqing asked again. "Because the first piece of meat is the first piece, not the second piece." This answer was a bit convoluted, but Zhu Zhuqing understood it immediately. Because the first piece of meat is the first, it will never be the second. In other words, even though I, Dai Yunhan, cheated you, Zhu Zhuqing, will always be number one in my heart. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing decided to let Dai Yunhan off the hook. Then she served him a few more pieces of meat and said, "There is still a lot of meat at home. Don't casually eat outside. Even if you want to eat, you have to finish what is at home first." Another statement full of meaning. Dai Yunhan nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Don't worry. From now on, when I cook, the first thing I'll do is eat the meat at home." That was more like it. Zhu Zhuqing finally looked a bit happier. After finishing the meal, she helped Zhu Zhuqing wash the dishes, and this hurdle was considered passed. Dai Yunhan also knows in her heart that even if she doesn't go along with Zhu Zhuqing's wishes to please her, she wouldn't do anything unreasonable. But after all, they are a married couple. Her little temper is really just a way to seek a bit more love from you, to have you put a little more thought into her. This, Dai Yunhan can naturally see, so she will cooperate with her performance. After all, she has already accepted that you have women outside of her. What more do you want? "Wife, this is the fruit I bought when I came back. It's your favorite." Dai Yunhan washed a purple fruit and brought it to her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing ate it and revealed a sweet smile. "You eat too." "I don't want to eat." Dai Yunhan shook her head. "Why?" "I don't like it." Zhu Zhuqing's expression stiffened. Dai Yunhan clearly liked this kind of fruit, yet now she said she didn't like it? There must be something fishy going on. "Then what do you like to eat?" Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. She had just managed to appease her, and now she was provoking her again? Dai Yunhan smiled and said, "I like to eat you." After saying that, he picked her up by the waist and strode towards the second floor. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft cry, knowing she was once again being teased by Dai Yunhan. The coldness on her face disappeared, replaced by endless shyness. She playfully punched Dai Yunhan's chest with her small fists, feeling both shy and expectant about what was about to happen. In the following days, Dai Yunhan still had nothing to do. To be precise, he never had anything to do. His task was simply to be in a relationship. While Zhu Zhuqing was in class, he would run to the palace to drink with Shui Qinghe. Shui Qinghe had been drunk many times already and was now afraid whenever he saw Dai Yunhan. However, every time Dai Yunhan took out a book, Shui Qinghe couldn't help himself. In the end, to prove himself strong to someone, he decided to go to great lengths. So, Dai Yunhan happily ended up sleeping with him again. Moreover, every time Dai Yunhan went to sleep, he would push the boundaries further, constantly testing Shui Qinghe's limits while also fostering a habit in him. As for the other days, Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing continued to go to Yuexian. "Zhuqing, do you have time this weekend?" Wang Ye asked as she approached Zhu Zhuqing after class. Zhu Zhuqing frowned and glanced at her, replying lightly, "Sorry, I have to accompany my partner this weekend." Zhu Zhuqing knew this woman had feelings for Dai Yunhan, so she wasn't too fond of her. Wang Ye seemed to expect this response, showing a hint of disappointment as she said, "That's really a shame. This weekend is the birthday of the owner of Yuexian, and we were thinking of throwing a surprise birthday party for her." After saying that, she looked at Dai Yunhan and asked, "Dai Yunhan, if you don't mind, could you postpone your plans and join us another day?" Actually, when Dai Yunhan heard that it was Tang Yuehua's birthday this weekend, he already had this idea. When he heard her ask, he agreed, saying, "Playing can happen at any time, but the owner of Yuexian's birthday only comes once a year, so that's definitely more important. Where's it going to be? We'll come to participate," he added. Wang Ye smiled and said, "The location is at my family's Duke's mansion. However, to show everyone's sincerity, we will all help with the preparations for the birthday party, so you guys should come early to lend a hand. Of course, if everyone is involved, we can't just stand by and watch." "All right, then we welcome you all." After saying this, Wang Ye turned and left. Once everyone had left, Zhu Zhuqing asked, "Why hold the owner's birthday party at the Greenlight Duke's mansion?" "Who knows? Maybe they want to use the owner's birthday to increase their influence a bit," was the response. Dai Yunhan said, "This kind of tactic is very common in political struggles. The relationships among the three great dukes of the Douluo Empire are not so good either. Open conflicts and covert battles are also frequent occurrences. Dai Yunhan has seen many instances in the Luo Empire where someone uses their own strong influence to enhance their family's reputation. Should we bring a gift? Zhu Zhuqing asked again. If it were a birthday party hosted by Tang Yuhua herself, they would definitely need to bring a gift. However, this birthday party is mainly hosted by Duke Greenlight to celebrate Tang Yuhua. In other words, although Tang Yuhua is the main character, she has become a guest, and the spotlight has been taken away by Duke Greenlight. At this time, bringing a gift feels a bit strange. Nevertheless, Dai Yunhan decided to bring one anyway. No matter who the host is, the gift is for Tang Yuhua, so it must be brought, and it shouldn't be too shabby, otherwise it would embarrass the Star Luo Empire. So what kind of gift should we give? Dai Yunhan thought for a moment. Ordinary gifts lack uniqueness and wouldn't make an impression. And even if he gave one, it wouldn't catch Tang Yuhua's attention. After all, he wanted to become Tang San's uncle. So this gift had to be special. He did have some amazing gifts in hand, like fairy herbs, but those were too intimidating to present. They were suitable for private gifting, not for an occasion. After some contemplation, Dai Yunhan decided to check the market for something appropriate. Shall we go for a stroll? Sure. Thus, the two of them arrived outside the Moon Pavilion. There is a famous shopping street in the south of Tiandou City, which Dai Yunhan and Zhu Zhuqing often visited, so they knew that there were usually many good things available. Chapter 96, Tiandou Grand Auction House. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Tiandou auction venue. Dai Yunhan had a sudden idea. Let's go to the auction house. Although there are good things outside, opportunities are rare. That's a good choice. So, the two of them walked into the auction house. Immediately, a woman in a qipao approached to greet them. Hello. May I ask if you are here to auction items or to purchase items? We need to buy some good things. Is this your first time here? Yes. Then please follow me. The woman led Dai Yunhan to a room. If you need to purchase some ordinary goods, you can select them here. If you want to participate in the high-end auction, you need to register as a member. Of course, we need high-end items, so please help us register. Okay. The woman nodded and said, for membership registration, you need to provide proof of assets worth at least 1,000 gold soul coins. Or you can present items of equivalent value. Hearing this, Dai Yunhan didn't take out gold coins right away, but thought of the large bottle of detox pills he still had. The quantity was about the same as his 6-flavor Mania pill. However, the efficacy was surprisingly good. One could neutralize 100 poisons. Since he had already become immune to toxins, he had no use for this, so it would be better to sell it and see how much it was worth. He immediately took out one detox pill and put it in a porcelain bottle. Here, this is the detox pill I refined. Can you help me assess its value? Okay. The woman took the pill indifferently, but felt somewhat disdainful inside. Previously, seeing their attire, she thought they must be wealthy, yet they couldn't even take out 1,000 gold soul coins, and they wanted to prove themselves with a detox pill. How much could a detox pill be worth? At most, it would be around 100 gold soul coins. A trace of disdain flickered in her mind, feeling ashamed that she hadn't looked down on them today. She carelessly took the detox pill, opened it to take a look, and found it unremarkable, with no scent of efficacy, looking just like a sugar pill. Sir, are you sure this is a detox pill? The woman gave her answer. When she asked this question, it already showed her level. However, seeing that she was somewhat polite, Dai Yunhan said, of course this is a detox pill. It can neutralize all poisons in the world. If you don't believe it, you can have a professional verify it. The woman felt a bit blocked by this, thinking, can something like this even be called a pill? Then wouldn't that make her a master alchemist? Sir, I've already looked at your pill, and it has no difference from an ordinary pill. Did you perhaps take the wrong one? The woman wasn't as arrogant and rude as he had imagined. It was clear she had received training. However, Dai Yunhan didn't want to waste time with her and directly said, if you can't tell, you can ask a professional to take a look. This remark was somewhat harsh, and the woman felt even more uncomfortable. I'm very sorry, sir, but our pharmacist is very busy today and might not have time to assess it for you. Implicitly, this meant that your detox pill is too worthless. I can tell that myself. Why would I need a pharmacist? Pharmacists often have peculiar tempers. Last time, she had casually asked a pharmacist to assess a random potion and ended up being scolded, which made her a bit fearful now. Dai Yunhan understood at this moment that this woman looked down on her. Although her surface attitude was good and her words were very tactful, deep down, she looked down on her. Or more precisely, she looked down on her detox pill. A product of the system must be of high quality. It's strange that a woman like you, who is in the fantasy underworld, can see that. At this point, Dai Yunhan was no longer polite and directly said, get your person in charge to come over. He wanted to see if everyone really couldn't understand his pill. The person in charge? The woman was taken aback for a moment, then smiled inwardly. Looking for the person in charge as soon as there's a disagreement. Who do you think you are? The pill is trash, and when you can't make money, you get angry, right? I'm sorry, sir, but our person in charge is not here today. Dai Yunhan was angry. Are you blind? At that moment, he unceremoniously unleashed his martial soul, and the powerful force made the woman tremble. Call your leader out here. His cold voice, domineering aura, and the imposing martial soul made the woman realize that she had underestimated someone she shouldn't have. But she hadn't underestimated anyone. She had only underestimated the medicine. Just then, an old man noticed the situation and walked over. What's going on? Fighting is not allowed in the Tiando Grand Auction House. Don't you know? The old man reprimanded. Who are you? Dai Yunhan asked. I'm a vice president here. If you have any issues, you can come to me. Vice president? Dai Yunhan sneered. That's not enough. Bring your president here. The old man's face turned angry upon hearing this. This kid has quite the audacity to not even regard him, the vice president. However, seeing the young man's impressive aura and his top-tier martial soul, he knew that Dai Yunhan was definitely not an ordinary person. He then said, Our president is indeed not here today. If you have something, you can find me, and I can still make decisions. Dai Yunhan looked at him, seeing that he didn't seem to be lying. After a moment, she said, I have a detox pill that I refined myself, which can counteract all poisons. Can you appraise how much it's worth? Counteract all poisons? The old man was surprised. That's quite a bold claim. He had eaten many detox pills and knew many pharmacists. Yet he had never heard of any pharmacist being able to refine a pill that could counteract all poisons. He took the porcelain bottle and began to appraise it. However, his skills seemed not much better than the woman's, as he also failed to identify any special characteristics. He couldn't help but furrow his brows, thinking, could this kid be trying to fool me? But looking into Dai Yunhan's eyes, he felt that was unlikely. These two were dressed remarkably well, clearly not short of money, and there was no need for them to bring a fake pill to deceive him. After pondering for a moment, he asked, You say this pill can counteract all poisons? That's right. Dai Yunhan was slightly surprised. This old man could see through the clues? The old man continued, If it really can detoxify, then this pill of yours is quite valuable. But you also know that just relying on surface observation and sensing the aura is not enough to determine its ability to detoxify. Moreover, this pill was concocted by you, and it doesn't even have a name, making it even harder to assess. Chapter 97. The auction begins, so how can you identify it? In such a large auction house, there surely must be a way to identify a small pill? Dai Yunhan asked. The old man smiled. Of course there is. The method is very simple. It depends on whether you dare to agree to it. There is nothing I wouldn't dare to agree to. Very well. Then the identification method is also simple. You'll only know if you eat it. Coincidentally, I was poisoned with bone attachment poison when I hunted soul beasts back in the day, and I have never been able to completely detoxify it all these years. I've sought help from many top pharmacists, but to no avail. You say your detoxification pill can cure all poisons, so if I eat it and the poison is cured, I will believe you. If not, he paused, leaving the conclusion unsaid, as he naturally knew what the outcome would be. Dai Yunhan immediately replied, All right, I'll let you have one. But let me make it clear first, this pill is quite expensive. If it doesn't work for you, I won't charge you a single coin. However, if it completely neutralizes the poison, it'll cost you at least 10,000 gold soul coins. 10,000 gold soul coins? This kid really dares to ask for that much. But if it really works, he wouldn't hesitate to find a way to come up with even 100,000 gold soul coins. Okay, I agree. After saying that, the old man took out the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. His expression was calm, and although he had swallowed it, he clearly still didn't believe in the miraculous effects of this detox pill. However, just a few seconds later, his expression changed dramatically, from disdain to surprise, from surprise to shock, and finally to a face full of disbelief. Is this detox pill really effective? He couldn't believe it and quickly circulated his soul power to check. Upon inspection, he found that the toxins accumulated in the dead corners of his meridians had indeed become thinner. In no time, they disappeared completely. He was overjoyed and looked at Dai Yunhan with fiery eyes. But at that moment, the soul power within him suddenly erupted, like an uncontrollable flood, bursting out violently. He was taken aback and immediately sat cross-legged. The woman beside him, witnessing this scene, opened her mouth in surprise, her previously disdainful expression now replaced with shock. The explosive aura from the vice president clearly indicated he was about to break through. Could it be that this person's detox pill really worked? Her heart raced. If it was true, she would definitely be punished. How could this happen? She had been very cautious, yet still encountered such a show-off expert. The ways of show-off experts are myriad, and I really can't distinguish them. A few minutes later, The vice president opened his eyes, and his previously violent aura had calmed down. At this moment, he was full of energy. Years of toxins had been removed, and his soul power had actually broken through 2 levels, a tremendous surprise. The way he looked at Dai Yunhan was no longer filled with disdain, but rather with immense excitement and respect. Sir, may I ask your surname? Dai. Mr. Dai, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Wang Hai, and I am the vice president of this auction house. I apologize for my previous disrespectful words. I hope you can forgive me. Saying this, the vice president took out a black VIP card and said, "This card contains 10,000 gold soul coins, which I will use to pay for your detox pill. Additionally, this card is the highest level membership card of the Tiando Great Auction House, allowing you to enjoy a 10% discount on purchases and the VIP treatment we provide." Dai Yunhan took the card without hesitation and nodded in satisfaction at his attitude. The vice president then said, "Mr. Dai, do you have more of this detoxifying pill? To be honest, a detoxifying pill that can counteract 100 poisons is worth far more than 10,000 gold soul coins. If it were to be auctioned, the price would be even higher." Dai Yunhan naturally knew this, so he took out 5 detox pills and said, "For now, I only have these 5. You help me auction them off first, and when I refine more later, I'll come to find you." "Thank you for your trust, Mr. Dai." Wang Hai felt a surge of joy in his heart. Such loyal customers were the most important to them. "All right, you go make the arrangements. I also need to buy some things. Take me into the auction hall." Yes. Wang Hai personally led the way and brought Dai Yunhan into the VIP lounge. The location here was exceptional, the best in the entire venue, allowing them to see everyone in the auction hall. At the same time, it was a private room, avoiding the crowd. Most importantly, people inside could see those outside, but those outside could not see inside. It was very private. Additionally, there was a very sexy beauty serving them. This beauty was quite charming, but compared to Zhu Zhuqing, she was far inferior. After preparing the tea and serving the fruit, Dai Yunhan asked her to leave. Then, he pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red, and she struggled to break free, saying, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching. They can't see us, this glass."